Chapter 1. A Century of Resilience for the Predecessor. Year 2351 of the Yan Nation. Chun Wu arose early, engaging in his morning routine of cleansing and practicing martial arts, upholding the principles of righteousness and benevolence, returning to the essence of the supreme truth, loyalty to the sacred texts, maintaining the void while demonstrating the golden rules, expansively embracing the mysteries of the universe, uniting with the grand celestial order, reviving the mountains, rejuvenating the nation, as the tides of the four seas surge forth. The profound laws of the Tao are disseminated, as the primordial being attains immortality. Faintly, the voices of children echoed, a new batch of 3-year-old Chun family toddlers reciting the family lineage poem. The sound left Chun Wu in a contemplative state. Having spent 3 years in this world, he had grown accustomed to this life devoid of mobile phones and computers. Yet each day was filled with fulfillment. In these 3 years, his body had progressed from the initial stage of skin cultivation to the perfection of blood cultivation. Good morning, Brother Wu. Chun Wu was engrossed in his martial practice, occasionally acknowledging those who greeted him with humble demeanor and respectful tones, fully displaying their regard. Yes, indeed. At times, Chun Wu would respond, bringing joy to the conversing party. In these moments, Chun Wu could not help but reflect upon the predecessor's experiences, a sigh escaping his heart. The predecessor was an unwavering martial enthusiast, devoted to martial arts from a young age. Yet sometimes fate proves unjust. Despite his fervor, he lacked the innate talent for martial cultivation. At 17, he barely achieved the skin cultivation level, unable to break through to the blood cultivation stage. In the Chun family, a blood essence pill was distributed monthly, a mere drop in the bucket for him, providing little more than a fleeting sensation, earning him the scorn of others as a useless eater. The predecessor, feeling helpless, resorted to various dubious methods, such as stealing from a local landlord to acquire blood essence pills, or exploiting his kin to seize their pills, ultimately facing punishment after being exposed. Moreover, 3 years prior, during a monthly competition, he succumbed to humiliation, launching a sneak attack on his opponent in a fit of rage, only to be knocked out with a single punch. Unbeknownst to all, he did not merely faint from the blow, he tragically perished, concluding his brief and unremarkable life, paving the way for Chun Wu's arrival, taking over the predecessor's existence. Upon his arrival, Chun Wu was met with the remnants of the predecessor's memories, leaving him speechless. How to describe this fellow? His efforts were undeniable, his ambition commendable. Unfortunately, a saying from his previous life encapsulated him perfectly. Success is 99 perspiration, coupled with 1 talent, where the latter determines the outcome of the former. This individual undoubtedly expended 99 of his sweat, yet lacked that crucial one of talent, despite all efforts even straying from the righteous path to meet with dismal failure. Fortunately, Chun Wu had arrived, equipped with the essential tool of a time traveler, the Golden Finger. Moreover, it was the kind that came with a Buy an Edge 1 free offer. Thus, while the predecessor remained stagnant for years, Chun Wu swiftly advanced to the blood cultivation stage in just 2 months, his fists shimmering with a faint red light, the vitality beneath his skin yearning to manifest. Skin cultivation, initial formation, sealed tight, great success, as tough as leather armor. Blood cultivation, initial manifestation of red light, great success, a crimson glow akin to dawn. Chun Wu practiced the Rolling Stone fist, dedicating much of his effort to it. Thus the blood essence naturally flowed through his fists, making them the first to exhibit the emerging red light. 3 years swiftly passed, and Chun Wu diligently maintained the predecessor's daily habits. Even after his breakthrough, he merely reported to his family, refraining from any ostentatious displays. After achieving his advancement, and with the approval of the clan leader, Chun Yangyuan, he also delved into lightness techniques such as Cloud Ladder and Windblade, as well as footwork techniques. The Chun family mandated that one could not pursue other martial arts unless they had broken through to blood cultivation and master the Rolling Stone fist. Human energy is limited, achieving breakthroughs early is paramount, for as one ages and vitality wanes, the path to advancement becomes arduous. Moreover, the Rolling Stone fist is an integral part of the family legacy, with rumors of even more formidable techniques capable of shattering mountains and splitting seas. Today marked yet another monthly competition. After finishing his training and dining, Chun Wu leisurely made his way to the competition arena. This was no longer the predicament of the predecessor 3 years ago, battling fiercely for a single blood essence pill. Today, as he stood on the arena, his vitality radiated 3 inches outward, like flowing silk draping over him. Any opponent who gazed upon him could hardly deny his prowess. It is known that a minor breakthrough in blood cultivation manifests in essence extending merely an inch, while Chun Wu possessed 3 inches. This was a state of perfection achievable only by those with extraordinary talent. On the stage, Chun Wu remained undeterred, while those young challengers who once viewed defeating the predecessor as a point of pride now hesitated to confront him, instead treating him with newfound camaraderie. These spirited youths had long since learned to keep their distance from his formidable fists. Securing the first place, he effortlessly claimed 10 blood essence pills, delighting in the ease of his triumph. This felt akin to a gentle spring breeze, winning hearts through virtue. In his youth, he had once thought of flamboyant figures in films as brash. However, with maturity came the realization that true power lay in subtlety, as undetected as a soft whisper, rendering one incapable of harboring any ill will, a sign of having subdued both body and spirit. Predecessor, I have once again showcased your resilience, Chun Wu silently vowed. The predecessor had endured a brief existence. He would strive to uphold the legacy for a century, for he had usurped the predecessor's life, and aside from reputation, there was little else he could offer. As for the subsequent competitions for second and third place, yielding 5 and 2 blood essence pills respectively, Chun Wu held no interest in observing such trivial matters were for children. After collecting the pills and exchanging them at the family's pharmacy for the blood essence needed for skin cultivation, he headed home. The elders of the family had grown accustomed to his indifferent demeanor. After all, what wrong was there in a genius exhibiting a bit of pride? Brother, brother. His younger brother and sister awaited him eagerly at the door, for this was the most joyous time of the month, as their elder brother would distribute pills to them. Indeed, over the past 2 years, Chun Wu had ceased consuming blood essence pills, for they no longer offered him any enhancement. Thus, he brought them back for the 2 little ones as a form of compensation for the predecessor's past misdeeds, as he had often pilfered their pills. Mother, he called out as he entered the house. Ah, the eldest has returned. Have you once again given all the pills to them? Save a few for yourself. Chun Wu's mother was a quintessential gentlewoman, managing the household meticulously after marrying Chen's father. Having fretted over the predecessor's well-being, she finally began to enjoy some respite after Chun Wu's arrival. It's fine, I don't need them. They are at a crucial stage of their skin cultivation. His younger brother, now 14, had achieved great success in skin cultivation for a year, on the brink of entering blood cultivation. His sister, only 12, possessed even greater talent and was poised to enter blood cultivation as well. Born of the same mother, these 2 little ones exhibited extraordinary martial talent, while the predecessor's abilities were sadly lackluster. Indeed, the offspring of a dragon are not all alike. Simultaneously, Chun Wu's parents felt a mix of exhaustion and relief with 2 exceptionally gifted children. What of their eldest son? His talent was dismal, yet he was obsessively dedicated to martial arts. When a family has several children, especially with varying talents, parents face considerable challenges. How could they deny the eldest his martial pursuits? It is akin to the previous life, where children must attend school. What could parents do? Naturally, they go to great lengths to support their child's education, even if it ultimately bore no fruit. They had even gone so far as to reduce their own meat consumption to afford blood essence pills for the predecessor. As members of the Chun family, who could fathom being unable to afford meat? Indeed, the plight of parents is truly heart-wrenching. However, with Chun Wu's arrival, this situation underwent a complete transformation. None had anticipated that the eldest son, once seemingly a stubborn rock, bore within him the potential for exquisite jade. After conversing with his mother for a while, Chun Wu retreated to his own room, focusing his attention on the scroll within his mind. This was Chun Wu's golden finger, a scroll measuring no more than 2 feet in length and 1 foot in width, entirely white, neither paper nor fabric. On the left side, several lines of text read, Name, Chun Wu. Age, 20,100. Realm, perfected blood cultivation. Martial arts, mastery of rolling stone fist. Bloodline weak. This constituted Chun Wu's basic information. He recalled that upon his arrival, he was at the skin cultivation realm. With a lifespan capped at 80 years now, he had extended it by 20 years, reaching 100. On the right side, a red dot the size of a mung bean represented his bloodline. If the scroll was Chun Wu's golden finger, then this bloodline served as another, granting him access to an entirely different realm. Chapter 2. An unexpected injury. Each time he infused his spirit into the bloodline, a sense of inexplicable joy enveloped him, as though his soul had found liberation. Perhaps it was the all-encompassing perspective it granted, or the exhilaration of manipulating the bloodline to soar through the skies, or perhaps it was simply the essence of the bloodline itself. The bloodline possessed a remarkable ability, serving as the foundation for Chun Wu's ascension from the predecessor's meager talent to soaring heights. The bloodline could absorb vitality. By entering the body of a living being, it siphoned their essence, subsequently refining it and channeling it into Chun Wu. Thus far, it had aided him in absorbing the essence from a mountain chicken, 7 wild boars, and 5 bears, a mountain chicken being the first he had experimented with. Through these 13 creatures' contributions, Chun Wu's height surged from the predecessor's approximate 1.7 meters to an impressive 1.9 meters, while his realm advanced to perfected blood cultivation. Upon reaching perfected blood cultivation, Chun Wu realized he could no longer augment his strength and thus ceased his pursuit of vitality absorption, instead taking to the skies, embarking on an exploration of this new world, in the past. There was an urgent need to enhance one's own strength. It was either a matter of siphoning off power or being on the path of doing so, resulting in 3 years of utter ignorance regarding the world inhabited by the blood species. The Flight. Chapter 3. 3-inch Crimson Garb. The pinnacle of blood cultivation. On the first day of the 3rd month, the Qin clan of Qinshan County, under the leadership of the branch patriarch Qin Yangyuan, prepared to welcome visitors from the prefectural city. This year, it was once again the invitation from Brother Yanghu, and we owe much to him. Amidst the welcoming party, Chun Wu immediately recognized the burly figure at the forefront of the group from the prefectural city. It was none other than Chun Yanghu, who had led the previous 2 expeditions. He was a peer and brother of their branch patriarch, Qin Yangyuan. Brother Yuan, it seems I must trouble you once more. Chun Yanghu called out cheerfully from a distance as he made his way towards Qin Yangyuan. Brother Hu, you flatter me. It is my honor to nurture the younger generation for our clan. For these youngsters to be summoned by the family is indeed their fortune, Qin Yangyuan replied, clasping his hands in greeting. What followed was a customary exchange of pleasantries and hospitality, having experienced this routine on several occasions. Chun Wu was well aware of the upcoming proceedings, which, of course, did not concern the younger generation like them. Upon returning to their lodgings, Chun Wu hastily consumed some dry rations before collapsing into sleep. Skipping dinner entirely, his head throbbed painfully. Feeling that the best remedy for his mental distress was slumber, he was unaware of any medicinal concoctions for mental ailments in this small county. In a hazy stupor, he drifted in and out of sleep until the early hours of the following day, when his headache finally eased. Rising, he washed up, practiced martial arts, and had breakfast. Years of cultivated habits had become second nature to this body. Although still plagued by pain, he adhered to his routine without fail. By the hour of the snake, all gathered at the martial arts training ground. Patriarch Qin Yangyuan and Chun Yanghu sat side by side, while 7 young clan members who had recently entered the phase of blood cultivation stood in a row before them. The expansive training ground was filled with spectators of all ages, certainly the parents and families of the 7 testing individuals, alongside other youths in the skin cultivation stage who came to observe the assessment. Chun Wu, towering at nearly 1.9 meters, stood at least half a head taller than his peers, akin to a crane among chickens, attracting the gaze of Chun Yanghu multiple times. Once again, I must reiterate, although you may have heard it before, our Chun clan of Dian, since the founding ancestor Qin Zhishang established the dynasty alongside the Holy Emperor, has thrived for 2,351 years, coexisting with the nation. Chun Yonghu proclaimed with fervor, performing a ceremonial gesture of respect towards their illustrious ancestor. Chun Wu possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding Dian and the esteemed Qin Jishan. Having gathered information beyond the memories left by his predecessor, the more he learned, the more perplexed he became, increasingly questioning whether this was indeed a genuine martial arts world. For instance, his primary object of skepticism was the founding emperor of Dian. Tangli, Chun Wu suspected that this emperor, too, was a time traveler, akin to himself. Emerging from a modest family, he led an unremarkable life until the age of 30, marrying and raising a family while managing the family business. According to the conventional life trajectory, he would have merely aspired for his son to achieve greatness before passing away. Yet, at the age of 31, it was as though he had received a divine boon. By 33, he reached the pinnacle of bone cultivation, reportedly able to summon winds and command dragons. Though whether this was merely the embellishment of historians remained uncertain, but if true, was such a height truly attainable within the realm of martial arts? By 34, he entered the realm of visceral cultivation, claiming dominion over Tongguan City the same year. By 35, he had assembled an army, and by 40, he had conquered half the realm, compelling the previous dynasty of Jin to relocate its capital. At 42, he obliterated Jin and established the new dynasty, naming it Dian. According to the emperor's words, fire could conquer metal. With flames, he severed Jin's past and future, thus naming the nation Dian. Each time Chun Wu recounted this brief yet extraordinary account of accomplishments, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Such a narrative would be deemed unrealistic in any work of fiction, yet it had transpired. Throughout martial history, achieving the pinnacle of bone cultivation in merely 3 years seemed nothing short of mythological. Defying belief. The adage in martial arts that reaching a stage is easy, but achieving perfection is rare held true. Such an unreasonable existence could only be deemed as extraordinary, beyond unifying the realm and establishing a nation. He was also a formidable guardian. He instituted a feudal system reminiscent of the Zhou dynasty on Earth, bestowing territories upon those who had fought alongside him. 12 individuals in total, known as the 12 pillars of the nation. Among them were aristocratic families, sects, and military leaders, their lands allocated in accordance with their merits. The edict of the Holy Emperor declared, "Share the world with all. Those who dissent shall be punished." Despite the passage of 2 millennia, this decree still loomed over Dian, suppressing all dissent. Such a proclamation was not the utterance of an ordinary person. It reeked of an overwhelming aura of superiority. Each time Chun Wu recalled this decree, he felt compelled to bow in reverence. There was no room for defiance. This was an assertion towering like a 10-story edifice. In the future, when I become invincible, I shall echo the sentiment that everyone is like a dragon. Regrettably, his own divine abilities seemed somewhat lacking. 3 years had passed, yet he remained a mere novice in blood cultivation, although he had achieved perfection. The gap between him and Tang Li was insurmountable. Chun Wu was convinced that the founding emperor of Dian possessed extraordinary talents. Commence. Chun Yonghu's commanding voice jolted Chun Wu from his musings. Thus, it began. Chun Wu mused that this would mark his first step beyond the confines of Qingshan County. The world outside was vast, and he yearned to explore it. Hey. Each participant exerted their utmost effort, channeling their vital energy, and in an instant, a crimson mist resembling vapor surged forth from their bodies. Chun Yonghu observed the abundant vitality surrounding the participants with calmness, but his gaze widened in astonishment as he beheld the notably tall young man on the far left. Good heavens, is this 3 inches? He blinked, swiftly closing the distance to Chun Wu. Well done, young lad. After sizing him up and confirming that this lad indeed possessed 3 inches of vital energy and seemed unfazed, Chun Yonghu felt an overwhelming delight. Achieving the pinnacle of blood cultivation was a rarity in the county. If one were to consider 100 practitioners in the skin cultivation stage, perhaps only 3 to 8 would manage to break through to blood cultivation. However, the journey from blood cultivation to perfection was unpredictable, as attaining any level of perfection required a harmonious convergence of timing, opportunity, and personal dedication. First and foremost, one needed exceptional innate talent. Without it, all efforts were in vain. Secondly, one must be born into a family capable of providing the resources necessary for breakthroughs. Every pinnacle reached was built upon countless resources. Finally, one must possess unwavering determination and the ability to unleash their potential. coupled with a steadfast belief in their capacity to achieve such breakthroughs in the expansive families of the prefectural city. Only a handful could achieve the pinnacle of blood cultivation. That it was indeed a pleasant surprise that such a feat emerged from this small county. As this realization struck him, a broad smile blossomed upon Chen Yanghu's rugged face. "Your name is Chen Wu, is it? Very well. Cease your efforts," he said in a tone as gentle as a father preparing to marry off his beloved daughter to a dashing young man. Cautious not to startle anyone with a louder voice, Chen Wu felt a chill run down his spine. He could scarcely endure the sight of a burly man of similar height addressing him in such a tender manner. Particularly with that gaze, reminiscent of a 30-year-old bachelor frantically swiping through dating apps, it evoked an uncomfortable sense of being scrutinized. Chapter 4. The departure. As the imposing figure drew closer, Chen Wu hastily withdrew his energy, pondering whether this fellow was a marksman. Ahem. The branch patriarch Chen Yangyuan, seated behind, could no longer contain his amusement, his expression mirroring that of Chen Yanghu. Finally, Chen Yangyuan stood, recognizing that they had cultivated a pillar of support for the clan. Regardless of the extent of his contributions, the emergence of a perfected martial artist was a significant achievement, destined to be recorded in the clan's history. Upon hearing Chen Yangyuan's cough, Chen Zhonghu straightened. Regaining his composure, with his hands clasped behind his back, he turned from Chen Wu to inspect the other 6 candidates in succession. "All right, you all qualify. Today is the 2nd day of the 3rd month. Prepare for tomorrow. We shall gather here on the 4th day of the 3rd month for our departure to Qinghe County." Dismissed. With Chen Wu as a shining example, Chen Yanghu's interest in the others diminished. The primary assessment for blood practitioners focused on their vital energy. As for the martial technique of Rolling Stone Fist, there was no need for testing. One could hardly activate their vital energy without mastering the Rolling Stone Fist. Thus, assessing vital energy also implied evaluating martial skills. Return and prepare well. Bid farewell to your families, Branch Patriarch Chen Yangyuan added with a smile, echoing Chen Yanghu's sentiments. With that, he led Chen Yanghu towards the rear courtyard. As they departed, Chen Yanghu couldn't resist casting another glance at Chen Wu, pondering how he had achieved such prowess. His curiosity was piqued. It was rare to witness someone of such caliber emerging from a small county or rural area. In places lacking sufficient resources and proficient mentors, attaining perfection solely through personal effort demanded extraordinary fortune. Without it, the path was unfathomable. Fortune, such an elusive concept, the test concluded, and a multitude of people surged forward to offer their congratulations. The older generation envied the accomplishments of others' children, while the younger ones, still honing their skills, felt invigorated and eager to take their turn. Chen Wu greeted those around him as he made his way to the other side of the training ground, where his father and mother, accompanied by his younger siblings, approached him. "Son, how wonderful! How wonderful!" His mother, Lin Lan, exclaimed while wiping away her tears, as if 1,000 words were trapped within her, yet she could only utter those 2 phrases. "My eldest son, for 17 years, you've been a source of concern for me. Despite your lack of innate talent, your obsession with martial arts has finally borne fruit, even though I knew you would surely pass the test. The moment has arrived, and I cannot contain my tears. What a momentous occasion, and yet here you are, crying." Chen's father murmured to Lin Lan. Father, mother, little brother, little sister, Chen Wu greeted with a smile. His mother was a woman prone to tears. Joy brought forth tears, sorrow did the same, and whenever she recounted her past hardships to Chen Wu and his siblings, her eyes would flow uncontrollably. This trait reminded him so much of his mother from his previous life. Both were devoted to their families and children. Kind-hearted and sentimental, they were often tearful and seemingly fragile, yet they bore the weight of their households with remarkable strength. "Mother," Chen Wu gently grasped Lin Lan's arm and softly called her name. Gazing at her, she always seemed to overlap with his mother from the past, stirring a softness within his heart and causing his eyes to feel moist. "Brother Feng, sister-in-law, congratulations. Brother Feng, congratulations. Little Wu has achieved great things. Chen Wu, when you reach the county city, do take good care of our little Yuan." Many came forth to extend their well wishes, including the parents of a few others who had just passed the test alongside Chen Wu. Little Yuan was one such companion. Thank you. Thank you," Chen Wu replied, expressing his gratitude. His father, Chen Feng, returned the gestures of goodwill to those around him, then politely excused himself, saying, "We must prepare Chen Wu's belongings. So we shall take our leave." Thank you, uncles, brothers, and nephews. Upon returning home, the family joyfully shared a meal, after which Lin Lan began to pack Chun Wu's belongings, instructing him on where to place certain items and reminding him to remember them so he wouldn't misplace anything. Sometimes, while packing, she would begin to wipe her tears again. It was her son's first departure from home. How could a mother not worry? Mother, there's no need for excessive packing. Everything one could possibly need is available in the county city. And it will be as well arranged as Uncle Yang Yuan has planned. Chen Feng interjected. Indeed, my dear wife, there's no need to overpack. We lack for nothing here in the clan, and surely we won't tea in the county city either. He continued. Hearing her husband's reassurances, Lin Lan settled down, sighing. I know. Mother, it's all right. Your son has grown up and can take care of himself. You need not worry, Chun Wu said, crouching down to grasp his mother's hands resting on her lap. Once in the county city, I will be sure not to cause trouble, to be a good person, to train diligently, and to become a master in martial arts, a truly formidable one that having lived through 2 lifetimes. He understood his parents' hopes and concerns. When venturing into the world, do remain safe, do not stray into mischief, was their greatest wish, followed closely by the desire for their son to achieve greatness on the 4th day of the 3rd month. Early in the morning, everyone gathered at the family square, each person carrying a large bundle, including Chen Wu. From this day forth, as you step beyond this threshold, you shall no longer be sheltered under the protection of your family. You will encounter battles, experience injuries and bloodshed, face life and death, and navigate treachery, and no one will pity you, no one will protect you eternally. What you must do is grow stronger and survive. Uncle Chen Yang Yuan bid farewell. His words echoing those of previous years, yet this time, Chen Wu found himself among those he had once envied. Qingshan County and Qinghe County both belong to the northern region of Deqing Mountain, along with another Qingmu County, collectively known as the Northern 3 Counties. The journey from Qingshan to Qinghe spans merely 2 days, and everyone was quite adept at riding, with the roads in good condition, allowing them to reach the Chun clan's branch family in Qinghe smoothly. Upon arriving, Chen Wu secluded himself in his room, preparing to restore his blood essence, showing little interest in the local assessments. Name: Chen Wu. Age: 20,100. Realm: Blood Refinement. Completion: Martial Arts. Rolling Stone Fist. Great Accomplishment. Blood Essence: Weak. Damage: requires nurturing by the Master's vitality. As he observed the information, a wave of anxiety washed over him. To mend his blood essence, he must infuse his consciousness into it. Yet the essence had been displaced by a previous roar, swept away by a great wave. In its current state, without a guiding consciousness, the blood essence lay lifeless, devoid of intelligence, a fact that left Chen Wu feeling quite helpless. Yet there was little he could change. Concentrating intently, his consciousness soon manifested within the blood essence. Surrounded by darkness, as though submerged in mud and sand, a slight movement revealed the essence's dire condition. Its sluggishness starkly contrasted with its previous solid form, now resembling a viscous fluid, stretching and distorting with any attempt at movement. I must restore it, he sighed. Though in poor condition, it had not yet perished, which he considered a small blessing amidst misfortune. The next moment, it felt as though his blood was being drawn from him through a tube. Chapter 5. The Night of the Rain Assault. Stop. Assessing his physical condition, Chun Wu quickly called for the restoration to cease. The sensation was akin to a relentless pump, utterly unbearable. He decided to proceed with caution. Upon opening his eyes, he felt a wave of weakness akin to the sensation of having just fallen in love. The days of sparring with a girlfriend weighing heavily upon him, he needed to replenish his vitality swiftly. Though injured, his curiosity about what the world entailed surged within him. However, at that moment, he had no elixirs. He had given all his monthly clan rewards to his younger siblings, leaving him with nothing. And he had never anticipated needing to replenish his vitality himself. One who lacks foresight will surely encounter immediate troubles, he mused. A valuable lesson he would remember moving forward. In the future, he vowed to save a little of everything. For the wisdom that a family could be worth a fortune rang true. They remained in Qinghe for 3 days, and upon departure, the group had grown by 5 individuals, young martial artists who had recently broken through to the blood refinement stage. They then set off for Qingmu County. On the 17th of the 3rd month, they commenced their journey towards the county city. The group had expanded to 28 individuals, 7 from Qingshan County. 5 from Qinghe County, 5 from Qingmu County, and an additional 11 led by Qin Yonghu, accompanied by 10 guards. 28 horses trotted along the official road, making quite an impression. The journey to the county city would take approximately half a month. During these days, Chunwu finally restored his blood essence, albeit at the cost of borrowing 3 bottles of blood-replenishing pills from Qin Yonghu, totaling 60 pills. When he first approached Qin Yonghu for the pills, he received them without hesitation. 3 days later, when he returned for more, Qin Yonghu appeared puzzled, but still handed him another bottled tea. Qin Yonghu's surprise. Just 3 days later, Qin Wu came to borrow pills once more, leaving him utterly bewildered. Is he truly this depleted? I've not seen him cavorting about at night. What could possibly have left him in such a state? Unbidden, some inappropriate images flitted through Qin Yonghu's mind. Kid, heed your uncle's advice. While certain things may be delightful, do not indulge too frequently. Handing over the last bottle, he added, you're just starting out on your own. Don't lose control and let loose. Chunwu reached out to accept, but unexpectedly, Qin Yonghu halted, glancing at his hand before placing the medicine on a nearby table. Chunwu looked from the pills to the departing Qin Yonghu. Uncle Hu, this time I truly lost control. I will be more careful in the future, he acknowledged, realizing his eagerness had led him to this predicament, yet his desire to explore this new world was overwhelming. Recognizing one's mistakes is a good start. Youthful indiscretions can lead to lasting repercussions, Qin Yonghu remarked, feeling a sense of relief that his nephew was quick to understand his error. Chunwu possessed remarkable talent in martial arts, yet he still required guidance. What does my weakness have to do with lack of restraint? Cheesy Mountain, also known as Chess Piece Mountain, is said to be where ancient immortals once played chess. And 7 pieces fell from the sky to form the mountain. Though not high, the peaks extended endlessly, with narrow paths flanked by towering trees. The March weather was slightly chilly, with light spring rain falling with the wind. The mountains and forests under the night sky exuded an oppressive atmosphere, yet these concerns did not dampen the spirits of the young men. Crossing Cheesy Mountain would soon lead them to their family in the county city, where they could learn the bone training techniques and, in time, be capable of defeating thousands, flourishing within the martial world. Qin Yonghu stood before the wild post station, glancing at the sky, then turning to observe the younger generation taking refuge from the rain, dreaming of their futures, shaking his head slightly in dissatisfaction. All are martial artists, particularly those skilled in blood refinement, yet their vitality, spirit, and sharpness fall drastically short. Their demeanor is as carefree as a leisurely outing. Turning his gaze back to his guards, who were also blood refinement warriors, he noted that he could easily best 3, even 5 of them in a fight if it came to combat in the wild. He could take on 10 and emerge victorious. Qin Chun would guard the first half of the night, while Qin Xiu would take the latter half. Yes. Qin Chun, draped in a rain cloak, led 4 companions as they ventured forth. Upon reaching the entrance, he made a subtle gesture, prompting the other 4 to swiftly disperse into the wilderness in 4 directions. With a swift crouch, Qin Chun ascended to the great tree by the doorway. Standing resolutely at its center, Chun Wu turned his gaze, inwardly marveling at their impeccable training. Along the journey, he had learned that the 10 blood warriors accompanying Qin Yonghu were his protectors, all members of the Chun family spanning at least 3 generations, individuals ready to sacrifice their lives for the clan. In a family lineage that had endured for over 2 millennia, how many such individuals existed? Chun Wu could not fathom, yet he believed that as his martial prowess grew, he would inevitably penetrate the very core of the Chun family's vast entity, at which point nothing would remain shrouded in secrecy. Do not lie down to sleep. Remain seated, ever vigilant. We shall continue our journey at dawn. Qin Yonghu admonished the novices with a sweeping glance. Although they were within the heart of the Qin territory, vigilance was paramount. The rain continued to patter softly, and while the group initially adhered to Qin Yonghu's counsel, dozing off while remaining alert, by the hour of the rat, chaos ensued, and slumber overtook them. Who dares to assault the Qin family? Suddenly, a fierce cry of enemy attack, shattered the night. Without hesitation, Qin Yonghu dashed outside the wild inn, only to be greeted by a hail of arrows. The 10 guards, without waiting for any command from Qin Yonghu, plunged silently into the rain. They possess heavy crossbows. Be cautious. Upon witnessing the heavy bolts flying towards them, Qin Yonghu's heart chilled. Who was so audacious as to provoke the Qin family? Should they encounter insurmountable odds, each must flee to regroup at the Chen family stronghold in Londa County. The enemy wielded powerful crossbows capable of piercing their protective garments, and with the number of adversaries lurking in the shadows unknown, how could a lone expert of bone refining safeguard these younger ones? To hold their ground would be tantamount to awaiting death. They had to charge forth, dismantle the enemy's heavy crossbows, and disrupt their formation, thus providing a slim chance of survival for the novices. What? How do we escape? A bewildered group of youths, having trained in martial arts for a decade, found themselves as lost as fledglings. Run! At that moment, the thunderous voice of Chun Yonghu echoed once more amidst the melee. Upon hearing that commanding shout, Chun Wu was instantly filled with trepidation. Was it truly beyond their means? Run! 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 He shouted to his companions while crouching low and propelling himself outward. Bang! Just as he surged forward, an arrow struck him in the back, piercing through his protective garment and grazing his skin. Although it did not penetrate deeply, the sudden impact caused Chun Wu to lose his balance and tumble forward. Gritting his teeth, he quickly braced himself with both hands, rolling forward and continuing his flight into the forest. Please, don't kill me. I'll fight you. Chapter 6. The Struggle. Behind him, amidst the rain, the clattering of weapons and the whistling of arrows mixed with the frantic cries of his out-of-control companions filled Chun Wu with a tumultuous heartbeat and a rush of blood to his ears. Fortunately, he had perfected his blood training, providing him with a 3-inch protective garment. Had he been like his companions, with only an inch of protection, that last arrow could have severely injured him if wounded. What would his chances of survival be against the encroaching ambush? Charge! Chun Wu pressed onward, taking advantage of the trees for cover as he dashed deeper into the dense forest. Thoughts of returning to rescue his comrades were far from his mind. Any exposure would make him a target. Suddenly, a shadow leapt out from behind a tree, delivering a strike aimed at him. Hey! With a swift cross of his arms in defense, Chun Wu propelled himself forward, rolling to the ground as he eyed his attacker. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the assailant lunged again, striking with ferocity. Reacting without thought, he pushed off the ground with all his might and evaded to the side. His forearms were already injured from the previous blow, and recognizing that his opponent was also a practitioner of blood training, he understood that they were evenly matched, even if his adversary was not as accomplished. Facing a weapon unarmed was a grave disadvantage. More critically, he could not afford to waste time. The commotion would surely attract the attention of the assailant's allies, sealing his wounds with vital energy. He dodged left and right, avoiding a direct confrontation. The shadowy figure remained silent, relentless in their pursuit. As he approached a massive tree, Chun Wu let out a low roar and propelled himself upward. With a swift stroke, the attacker's blade embedded itself in the trunk of the tree. Die! The assailant had yet to retrieve their weapon when a thunderous shout erupted from above. Chun Wu, now inverted, unleashed a barrage of punches, rolling stone fist, shattering the skies. Thud! The assailant abandoned their weapon, attempting to shield themselves with their arms, but they had lost the initiative. Chun Wu's fists connected with Chun Wu was cornered. In that moment, his body surged forward, leaving him unable to halt his momentum. Faced with 2 deadly strikes, there was no escape. Resolutely, he let out a fierce roar and thrust his dagger forward, exchanging life for life. After all, he had already taken several lives, sufficient to balance the scales. Thud, thud, thud. The 2 blades struck Chun Wu simultaneously, yet his own dagger found its way into one man's chest. Chun Wu appeared almost frenzied, disregarding everything as he withdrew his blade to strike at another adversary. The man, clearly taken aback by Chun Wu's reckless determination to perish together, wondered what manner of creature this was. How could he still stand after sustaining so many wounds? It became evident to him that Chun Wu bore no armor. He was enduring the pain with sheer physical resolve. How astonishingly resilient! His momentary daze did not prevent him from delivering another blow. Honed by years of combat, his blade sliced into Chun Wu's shoulder. Yet, before he could execute his next move, Chun Wu seized the man's arm, causing a sharp pain to erupt in his chest, rendering him as deflated as a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 7. Encounter with the old silver coin. Storm clouds were gathering. Chun Wu, equally exhausted, lay sprawled on the ground. After continuous combat, he had lost count of the number of wounds he sustained. Previously, his heightened tension had masked the pain, but now he felt as if his body was riddled with holes, bleeding profusely from every injury. Fortunately, his mastery of blood manipulation had fortified him against most of the attacks, preventing any fatal injuries. He focused on circulating his vital energy, sealing his wounds, and after resting for a while, he managed to regain some composure. He quickly rose and began to navigate his way out. Dawn was breaking, and if he did not escape soon, he would surely become like lice on a bald head. He stealthily maneuvered through dense forests, favoring secluded and steep paths that by midday. Chun Wu had traversed 2 small hills and, while fording a stream, washed the blood from his body. Finally, he found a narrow crevice at the edge of a cliff and squeezed himself inside. Now, with daylight upon him and a considerable distance from the site of the ambush, he felt relatively safe. However, to err on the side of caution, he resolved to remain hidden, lest scouts from that group come searching. Safety was paramount. Moreover, having lost considerable blood, he desperately needed to replenish himself, and the best source for that was blood essence. Closing his eyes, he mentally guided the blood essence through the mud and toward the water's surface. The forest was teeming with wild beasts, and successfully delivering the essence into the mouth of a foraging wild boar. Chun Wu withdrew, leaving the remainder to the blood essence. Once it entered the target's body, it would integrate into their bloodstream through the digestive system, and Chun Wu would lose control over it until the target's vital essence was completely drained. Next came the waiting game. Awaiting the blood essence to replenish his vitality while biding his time until nightfall to continue his journey. At another location on Cheesy Mountain, an elderly man with silver hair was fishing by the river when a middle-aged man, dressed as a merchant, hurriedly approached. "Master, the fishing is done, but we lost a small fish." The merchant murmured behind the old man. "What of the net?" The elder seemed unconcerned about the lost fish. The moment the incident occurred, his objective had already been achieved. "All is lost." Upon receiving this response, the elder waved his hand, and the merchant took his leave. Once the merchant departed, the elder slowly packed his belongings and ventured into the depths of the mountain. As he journeyed deeper, his previously stooped figure straightened, and he swiftly tore away his white hair, peeled off the human skin from his face, and shed his clothing, transforming into the appearance of a middle-aged woman. The woman leaned toward the stream to inspect her reflection, seemingly dissatisfied, before producing a piece of human skin from her bosom to apply to her face. After a slight adjustment, she began to twist her body, and in no time, she had morphed into a short, dark-skinned man. Chun Wu remained motionless in the crevice, observing the transformation below, instantly recognizing that this individual must be part of the group responsible for the ambush. Otherwise, such disguises at this particular time and place would make no sense. Chun Wu felt fortunate that he had chosen to hide rather than press onward. Otherwise, he would have likely been discovered by these people. Once the man had completed his preparations, he departed swiftly, vanishing into the woods within moments. With this revelation, Chun Wu was even more resolute in his decision to remain concealed. Moments later, the man re-emerged from the woods, scanning the area around the stream. Seeing this scene sent a shiver down Chun Wu's spine. Damn it, a counterattack. This was indeed treacherous. After a thorough search, the man found nothing amiss and quickly departed once more. As Chun Wu watched the man leave, he exhaled a long breath of relief. He had always detested old silver coins. Such individuals deserved to be struck by lightning. What the hell? Just as Chun Wu was cursing the man, he unexpectedly returned from another direction at a rapid pace. Is there no law? Is there no justice? This old silver coin is too cunning. Chun Wu was genuinely astonished. In his past life, he had read countless novels and watched numerous shows featuring counterattacks. But he had never encountered such a relentless back and forth. Cunning and treachery could hardly encompass it. Chun Wu was left so frightened that he dared not even breathe, afraid that the old silver coin might sense him. Nothing. The man below wore a look of confusion. His senses were exceptionally acute. Unlike those of ordinary people, he could distinctly feel someone watching him. Yet after several attempts, he found nothing amiss. Ultimately, after another inspection, he was compelled to leave with lingering doubts. Seeing him depart once more, Chun Wu did not lower his guard, waiting for the man to reappear. However, contrary to expectations, it seemed this time he had truly left, not returning until nightfall. It must be said that the man had changed his appearance 3 times in a short span, altering his physique and executing 2 counterattacks, leaving Chun Wu with a significant psychological scar. The world of martial arts was perilous. Compared to such old silver coins, Chun Wu appeared utterly trustworthy and reliable. Once he grew stronger, he would ensure that such people were dealt with promptly, lest they wreak havoc upon the martial world and corrupt societal morals. It was not until deep into the night that Chen Wu cautiously crawled out of the crevice, fearful that any noise might provoke the sudden return of the man. Relying on the terrain he had observed during the day, Chen Wu stealthily headed southward, toward the city of Lund County, located south of Qingshan County. As long as he maintained the correct direction, he would reach his destination. From that point on, Chen Wu operated under the cover of darkness, drastically prolonging what would have been a half-month journey. Arriving in the county town of Lund, Chen Wu's destination, a concealed chamber, was occupied by several elderly men, all sitting in silence. After a lengthy pause, one of them spoke. "Elder brother, it's been so many days. Are we simply to wait for news from the Daofu family? What else can we do? We personally inspected the scene and found no clues. The pieces have already been scattered. This simultaneous assault on 8 counties is no ordinary undertaking. We must do what we can and await further instructions," replied the elder, who was referred to as the elder brother. His frustration evident. "Elder brother, what considerations are there from the Daofu side?" another elder inquired. "This matter is interconnected, with so many of our kin harmed. If the Chen family appears passive, we will be perceived as weak and declining. Once such an impression takes root, countless wolves will seek to take a bite out of the Chen family. Conversely, if we act too aggressively, it may seem presumptuous, and the response from the West could be unpredictable. After all, over 2,000 years have passed, and the descendants of our forefathers lack their predecessors' stature." The elder brother sighed after speaking. "Someone is intent on stirring chaos in both the martial world and the court. If the family allows this situation to escalate or diminish, how much cohesion will remain? The hearts of the people are fickle. A family that has endured for over 2 millennia cannot possibly be devoid of internal conflicts. Likewise, a dynasty that has lasted over 2,000 years cannot be without its own disputes with the aristocracy. Will the family choose to be weak or fierce in its decision?" The elder raised his gaze, as if peering through the chamber's ceiling to the endless night sky, that a storm was brewing. Chapter 8. No questions of origin or cause. All shall perish awaiting the Chun family's decision was not limited to the county's Chen clan. Countless others were observing, waiting. The still waters of the pond revealed even the slightest ripples, and the recent ambush was no mere ripple but a tidal wave. The Chen family, perched at the crest of this wave, knew that any decision they made would carry significant weight, potentially altering certain trajectories. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. The door to the chamber swung open, and a young man with sharp brows and bright eyes stepped inside. Respectfully bowing, "Grandfather, second uncle, third uncle, fifth uncle, a message from the Daofu family. Please verify." As he spoke, the young man presented a specially crafted slender bamboo tube. With both hands one of the elders reached out to take it, examining the wax seal before opening the tube and extracting a slip of paper. His expression changed immediately, and his eyes involuntarily twitched twice. After a moment of silence, he placed the paper in the center of the table. The other 3 elders, upon seeing the contents of the paper, could not help but adopt grave expressions. The young man in the chamber withdrew to the side, bowing his head in silence. For a time, the chamber was engulfed in silence. Finally, the eldest elder spoke deliberately. "Send word. All scattered pieces must identify suspicious individuals within 2 days and gather all information. 3 days hence, at the hour of the rat. Without inquiring about the cause or origin, all shall be slain." Hiss. Upon hearing the elder's command, the young man standing with his hands at his sides inhaled sharply, his eyelids twitching. "Go. Yes, yes, grandfather," the young man, as if shaken from a trance, repeatedly affirmed, losing the composure he typically exhibited. He was the legitimate son and grandson of the Chen family in the county, having excelled since childhood, reaching the pinnacle of blood manipulation before advancing to the bone-forging realm. Now, he had achieved mastery in bone-forging, as a key figure nurtured by the family. He had been by his grandfather's side since childhood, receiving his grandfather's guidance. It can be said that he had early on stepped into the core of the family. The more he learned, the more he could comprehend the turbulent undercurrents of this incident, and the greater his understanding of the magnitude of the family's decision. From this moment on, the Chen family would be branded with a mark of brutality. Offending countless long-standing powers, the intricate web of relationships would undoubtedly suffer severance, and many would harbor resentment against the Chen family. Yet, these were matters beyond his control. His duty was to faithfully execute the directives of the family. As the young man prepared to depart, the elder in charge spoke in a grave tone. You must return and restrain your kin, informing them that should they violate family regulations, they must voluntarily report to the Ancestral Rules Office within a day. Otherwise, the elder did not continue but instead tapped a finger on the table, where a small note ominously bore the word kill. The eldest brother was interrupted as he attempted to speak, the elder retorting. Second brother, do you wish to defy family rules? The second brother's intention was clear. He hoped the eldest would show leniency, stating, after all these years of family legacy, with so many kin, it is inevitable that one or two unworthy descendants might emerge. A bitter smile crossed the elder's face as he replied, Oh, now you recognize the existence of unworthy descendants. How come you didn't notice before? Show leniency. For whom? You, or you? If I grant leniency to you. What of the others? Do you wish for the Chun family's legacy to be severed? The elder's disdain was palpable as he relentlessly questioned them, filled with disappointment that I declare here today, if I discover anyone meddling with the Ancestral Rules Office, they will face the consequences dictated by family law. After speaking, he flicked his sleeve and exited the chamber. The remaining 3 elders sat silently, fully aware of the reasoning behind the elder's words. Yet, how could they bear to act against their own flesh and blood, many of whom they had watched grow? But with matters having reached this point, there was no turning back. Would they dare to defy the decision of the Taoist family at this moment? Certainly not. Their words were merely expressions of reluctance, stemming from emotional ties. Sighing heavily, the elder known as the second brother stomped his foot and departed at Ayan, a distant land, the capital of the great Yin kingdom. Atop the Qilong Terrace, the contemporary ruler, Tang Ming Yin, adorned in a ceremonial crown and a crimson dragon robe, stood on this mysterious platform, constructed by the revered Emperor Tang Li over 2 millennia ago. Symbolizing royal authority, he gazed eastward, where many eyes converged, the location of the Qin family, one of the 12 pillars supporting the nation, situated in the Changshan Taoist realm. Your Majesty, the Qin family has chosen the blade. The time is set for 3 days hence at the midnight hour. Most of our people have likely been marked. A pale, beardless old eunuch reported from the edge of the Qilong Terrace. Ah, indeed, the Qin family is unwilling to remain in obscurity. What a remarkable Qingshan Dao. The ruler chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the information, speaking softly to himself. Similar intelligence emerged in various places, each reaction differing, but uniformly focused on the subsequent actions of the Qin family. With certain arrangements already in place, Chun Wu remained unaware of the storms his actions had stirred in the outside world. After 20 days of arduous travel, he finally caught sight of a grand city in the distance. Yunda County. I've finally arrived. Chun Wu exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of safety. The journey had been fraught with peril, anxiety, and was truly beyond description. Throughout the journey, Chun Wu had cursed his golden finger more than once. While others experienced rapid ascension through cultivation, his golden finger seemed devoid of intelligence or function. Even the act of drawing blood was uncontrollable, resulting in a swift and overwhelming outcome. What a farce! A wretched product with no merits. Despite his grievances, he still held hope for his golden finger. Now that he realized the bloodline might be connected to a higher dimensional world, perhaps contact with such powers could bring about change. After adjusting his attire, a borrowed outfit from a shorter companion, resulting in ill-fitting 7-point pants and a tight top, he stepped toward the grand city. Outside the city, the morning was bustling with activity. The wide stone-paved official road was filled with people, and various stalls lined the sides, with vendors calling out their wares. However, it was evident that most were dressed simply, belonging to the lower class. Amidst the throngs, Chun Wu stood out not only for his height, but also for his appearance. His 7-point pants and exposed chest, with 2 muscular pectorals barely concealed, made him a striking figure. His youthfulness at 20, combined with his sparse facial hair, made him resemble a character from a film, eliciting blushes from men and causing women to not only blush but also gaze at him with longing. Some women, after approaching him, feigned stumbling, reaching toward him with hands aiming for his vulnerabilities. Luckily, his quick reflexes saved him from their decades of practiced techniques. Chun Wu felt helpless. It was not his intention to attract attention. He simply had no choice, as he was wearing borrowed clothes, which was already a fortunate circumstance. Chapter 9. A mind full of intricacies. Excuse me, young sir. A middle-aged scholar approached Chun Wu with a look of delight. His hands clasped in greeting, as several others subtly gathered nearby. Noticing the gathering, Chen Wu took a step back. His experiences on Cheesy Mountain had sharpened his wariness significantly. "I dare not. I am Chen Wu, and I am at your service, sir." "Ha! Young sir need not worry. We are of the Chen family. Please, follow us." The jovial man chuckled, seemingly amused by Chen Wu's unconventional appearance, and gestured discreetly, prompting more individuals to converge. "Chen family members? Is the county so stringent? Isn't this akin to the configuration at Xianan Gate in my previous life? And this is still outside the city." Chen Wu pondered, surprised by the Chen family's seemingly enormous influence. After a moment of silence, he clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I appreciate your kindness." "Ha, it is no trouble at all. Please, young sir." The middle-aged man gestured again, as someone approached with clothing in hand. "Thank you." Chen Wu accepted the garments, which turned out to be a long cloak, wrapping it around himself. "Young sir, since you are new to the county, allow me to introduce a few things. The Northgate Morning Market is a hub for various goods, primarily frequented by local residents, while the Southgate serves as a trading place for livestock and larger animals. The East and West City gates do not host morning markets." Throughout the journey, the middle-aged man eagerly shared insights about the county, and as they entered the bustling city, the vibrancy of the crowd became evident. People were dressed in more elaborate attire, the streets lined with taverns and shops, filled with the sounds of merchants hawking their goods, reminiscent of a scenic ancient street from a former life. As Chen Wu listened and observed, he realized that the 20 years spent in Qingshan County had been utterly provincial in comparison. After walking for a while, they approached an imposing structure, the Octagonal Tower, the tallest building in the county, which Chen Yanghu had boasted about, symbolizing the glory of the 8 branches of the Chen family. As they drew closer, several individuals awaited outside the Chen family residence, rushing forward to greet Chen Wu and the middle-aged man. "Greetings, Ninth Master. You are Chen Wu. I never expected you to be alive." "Ha, what a fine young man, truly worthy of being a master of blood cultivation." "Oh, I am Chen Yangfeng, the 19th in line of the Yang generation. You may call me Uncle Feng or 19th Uncle." The newcomer was taller than Chen Wu, with a robust physique and a booming voice that filled the air, leaving Chen Wu astonished by his barrel-like build. "19th Uncle." Chen Wu returned the greeting respectfully. Neither the recognition of his identity nor the acknowledgement of his mastery of blood cultivation surprised him. After all, having lived 2 lives, his mental age provided him with insight into many matters. He was unaware of the exact number of survivors from the ambush on Cheesy Mountain, but he was certain that the Chen family would investigate the circumstances immediately upon receiving the news. Their information would undoubtedly have been thoroughly examined. However, he worried about how his parents and siblings were faring. Perhaps they now believed him to be dead, and surely his mother must be weeping daily. Come, let us go inside and converse. That I must hear all about your experiences during the attack. I shall see to it that those scoundrels are eradicated." Chen Yangfeng appeared to be a man of urgency, his eagerness palpable as he pulled Chen Wu inside to share his tale. "19th Uncle, could you please send a message to my parents, just to let them know I'm safe? If only the information could be delivered to his home a little earlier. It would grant them peace of mind." In his previous life, Chen Wu's parents were genuine farmers, and he had to leave their side at a young age to venture out and toil, causing them endless worry and anguish. He had originally thought that in this lifetime, being born into such a large family would shield him. Although separated from his parents, he would not have to worry excessively. Little did he expect that before he could even take flight, he would first be subjected to an assault that nearly cost him his life. Yes. Hurry, send word to Qingshan County. Inform them that Chen Wu is still alive and safe." Upon hearing Chen Wu's words, Chen Yangfeng immediately instructed someone nearby. After speaking, he grasped Chen Wu's arm and led him inside, inquiring as they walked, "Chen Wu, are you injured?" "I sustained minor injuries, but I have already recovered. We must have the clan's physician conduct a thorough examination. We cannot afford to be careless. It is rare to have you reach the pinnacle of blood training, so we must proceed with caution. Otherwise, lingering injuries could hinder your martial arts development." Chen Yangfeng spoke as they walked, revealing his impatient yet warm-hearted nature. Upon following Chen Yangfeng to a small courtyard, they found a tall, slender young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Dressed simply in a pale blue long robe, despite its simplicity, it exuded an air of elegance and refinement, reminiscent of a young gentleman. Handsome, In his 2 lifetimes, Chen Wu had encountered countless beautiful people in films and television. Yet only a youthful Chu Liuxiang could rival this 1.19 brother. The young man greeted Chen Yangfeng from a distance and smiled at Chen Wu, exuding charm and charisma. "Old Yu, you are here." Chen Yangyu, your 25th uncle, is the youngest among the Yangzi clan of Longda County. You may refer to him as Little Uncle. After exchanging greetings with the young man, Chen Yangfeng introduced him to Chen Wu. "Little Uncle," Chen Wu cupped his hands in salute, no need for formality. "I would like to hear about your experiences," the young uncle said with a smile directed at Chen Wu. "There is no need for any impertinence. Come, let us sit and converse." Chen Yangfeng, in his boisterous manner, spoke in comparison to this young uncle. Chen Yangfeng appeared rather rough and unrefined. However, Chen Wu appreciated such straightforwardness, as he too possessed a similar disposition. The world of scholars was far too complex, and he had suffered enough at the hands of such individuals in his previous life. Subsequently, Chen Wu recounted his experiences in great detail to the two men, omitting only the matter of healing through blood absorption. "You killed 6 people and defeated 5 at once." Chen Yangfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This nephew was indeed exceptional, possessing remarkable talent for martial arts and combat. As if he were born to thrive in the world of the Jianghu. "You mentioned seeing a person who could change faces by the creek. Do you remember their appearance?" Chen Yangyu inquired. His focus was not on the combat, but rather on the mysterious individual that had emerged afterward, raising suspicions that I should remember. Chen Wu replied. "Wait a moment." He quickly left, and soon returned with brushes and several sheets of blank paper. Upon witnessing this, Chen Wu could not help but realize his uncle's astuteness. Indeed, this young uncle was impressive, far more so than the other man, who was infinitely more meticulous. Chapter 10. Follow me to kill at this moment. Chen Yangfeng also grasped the situation, quietly observing as the two engaged in conversation and sketching. Before long, 3 distinct portraits were completed. The first depicted a slightly hunched silver-haired elder, the second a middle-aged woman, and the third a short, dark-skinned man. Each portrait was remarkably lifelike, exactly as Chen Wu remembered. This young uncle is truly remarkable. Chen Wu couldn't help but commend inwardly. "Do you see any commonalities among these individuals?" Chen Yangyu asked, pointing to the drawings. "Commonalities? The elder, the woman, and the dark-skinned man. What could they possibly share?" Upon seeing Chen Wu's reaction, Chen Yangyu understood the outcome and turned to Chen Yangfeng. "What do you think? 10th brother? These 3 individuals are all quite ordinary, lacking any outstanding features." Yes. If it weren't for that peculiar situation, I might not have noticed them at all," Chen Wu said, enlightened by Chen Yangfeng's guidance. If it hadn't been for the fright induced by that old silver coin, he would have never paid attention to such individuals. Thus, while navigating the Jianghu, one must remain vigilant of the minutiae. Those who appear harmless often pose the most lethal threats. Similarly, seemingly unrelated events may all converge toward a common goal. Mastering martial arts is the foundation of one's existence, while employing intellect is the cornerstone of survival. One cannot put it that way. As long as one's martial prowess is formidable, everything else is merely paper tigers, easily crushed. Chen Yangfeng disagreed with Chen Yangyu's assertion, leaning toward a more aggressive approach. Yes, 19 brother is absolutely right. Without waiting for Chen Yangfeng to finish, Chen Yangyu readily concurred, even giving a hearty thumbs up, leaving Chen Yangfeng momentarily speechless. This scene felt familiar. In his previous life, Chen Wu had used this very tactic to deal with his wife. Once the matters were concluded, Chen Yangyu did not linger, packing up to depart. Before leaving, he cautioned Chen Wu, "Remember what your little uncle just said. The mind is a valuable asset. Do not squander it." With that, he pointed to his own head. Chen Yangfeng. Ha. Farewell, 19 brother. Chen Yangyu waved his hand, departing with an air of nonchalance, leaving Chen Yangfeng with a puzzled expression. It seemed this 19 uncle had often been at the mercy of his elder brother. "All right, Chen Wu, you have endured much these past few days. Go and rest well." Chen Yangfeng, feeling vexed by his younger brother, did not wish to prolong the conversation with Chen Wu. Du Lian, escort Chen Wu to the Gaisai 4 courtyard. He is unfamiliar with the area, so you shall accompany him for the time being. Chen Yangfeng instructed a guard. "Yes, 19 master," the guard named Du Lian replied with a bow. "Thank you, little uncle. I shall take my leave now." Wait a moment. Just as Chen Wu turned to leave, Chen Yangfeng called out to him softly. leaning in to whisper, "Tomorrow at midnight, I will come to find you. Be prepared." "Huh. Go on, go on." Before Chun Wu could inquire further, Shen Yangfeng waved him off. "Midnight tomorrow, you come to find me at such an hour and don't let me ask? Only you could say such a thing. If it were anyone else, I would think they were up to no good." With questions lingering in his mind, Chun Wu followed the guard named Du Lian through the corridors to the courtyard named Gaisai, for that upon entering, he beheld a spacious yard filled with a plethora of martial training equipment, including swords, spears, and stone blocks. Young Master Wu. This courtyard was originally designated for the young masters of the northern 3 counties this year. There are over a dozen rooms. Feel free to choose one for your stay, and I will prepare bedding and supplies for you. All right, thank you, brother. This courtyard, like Qingshan County, had been prepared by the clan for their use. Originally intended for 1 person per room, it had now become entirely his. Before long, Du Lian returned with a group, bearing various living supplies. Young Master Wu, this is the clan's physician. 19 Master instructed him to come and examine your health. Du Lian gestured toward a physician carrying a medicine box. Following the physician's instructions, Chen Wu, clad in shorts, underwent a thorough examination from top to bottom. Young Master Wu, your injuries are no longer serious. There is merely some internal heat and yin deficiency. Just ensure you rest adequately. Observing Chen Wu's already healed cuts, the physician marveled but did not pry further. Thank you, doctor. Once everyone had exited, Chen Wu made his way to the bathing area for a thorough wash, followed by a deep slumber. He truly needed a long rest. From the 4th day of March until now, a full month and a half had passed, and one could say he had not slept well at all. Especially since the incident on the 17th of March when he left Qingmu County and was ambushed at Cheesy Mountain, living in constant fear. Thankfully, Chen Wu's robust physique, having lived 2 lifetimes, had allowed him to survive. Otherwise, he could only imagine the outcome. After all, at the tender age of 20, experiencing an assassination on his first departure from home, coupled with numerous injuries, such a dual assault on body and mind was not something an ordinary novice could withstand. Perhaps it was precisely these factors that led Qin Yangfeng to believe he was born to thrive in the Jianghu, and the young uncle likely held him in high regard for similar reasons. In Chen Yangfeng's courtyard, the physician who had just examined Chen Wu reiterated the results. "All right, I understand. As long as the examination did not reveal any face-altering disguises. If Chen Wu were aware that this rough-and-tumble 19 uncle had the physician check for disguise, he might have had quite a different thought. I in the Jianghu, who among those living comfortably is truly a simpleton." Chen Wu slept deeply, oblivious to the world, until noon the following day, when he finally awoke. The early morning's martial training memories from his previous life failing to rouse him. Pushing open the courtyard door, he saw Du Lian. "Brother Du, where's the dining area?" "Young Master Wu, you are awake. I have brought your lunch." With that, he handed Chen Wu a food box. "Wow, are the guards in the county this considerate?" "Thank you." Chen Wu returned home carrying a food box, and with the swiftness of a whirlwind, he devoured the 4 dishes and a soup with great satisfaction. Relishing a proper meal truly felt like a blessing. After finishing his meal, he sensed the bloodlust within him, still in an uncontrollable state, indicating he was still siphoning blood from the wild boar. This prompted Chen Wu to grumble once more, likening his predicament to that of a fool. After digesting his food, he began practicing his punches. As he settled into his stance, Chen Wu felt a distinct change. Each punch seemed to carry an added weight compared to before. Previously, his training had been a solitary endeavor, focused solely on technique without distraction. Now, every strike evoked memories of those cloaked figures, compelling him to strike with intent, making his punches feel more lethal. As night fell, Chen Wu sat quietly in the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of his uncle Qinjiu. "Chen Wu, come with me," called Qin Yangfeng as he pushed open the gate around the hour of Z. Clad in agile attire, he brandished a gleaming blade over 1.8 meters long and 20 centimeters wide. "Is that a sword? Come with me to slay," he commanded. Chen Wu felt a twinge of apprehension. The abruptness of the situation left him bewildered. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to comply and hurriedly select his gear. Led by his uncle, he entered a weapons storeroom brimming with armaments, urged to make haste, for he had no option but to obey. Upon exiting, he donned a helmet, black-scaled armor, wielded a long knife, and secured a short dagger at his waist. With 2 daggers strapped to his calves, Finally, he tucked a heart shield firmly into his armor. Observing this, Chen Yangfeng's eyes twitched. Clearly, the boy bore psychological scars. Let us proceed. Do not hesitate or hold back. Eliminate the enemy swiftly. You have experienced battle. I need not elaborate further. Stay safe. Yet, upon seeing Chun Wu fully armed, it felt as though his last remark was rather superfluous. Outside the octagonal building, a throng of men clad in black, armed with various weapons, filled the area. Chun Wu was momentarily dazed by the sight. Their attire contrasted starkly with his own. However, Uncle Qinjiu had not elucidated the situation clearly. He merely implied that Chun Wu should take a blade. Perhaps sensing Chun Wu's confusion, Chen Yangfeng strode purposefully into the crowd. What else could Chen Wu do? He quickened his pace towards the rear of the formation, the clattering of his scaled armor echoing with each step, making him wish he could vanish into the earth. Just yesterday, he had worn shorts and a revealing top without a hint of embarrassment, but now he felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Opposite them stood a tall, lean man alongside three burly elders. Chun Wu recognized these four as the decision-makers of the county's families: Granduncle Chen Feiquan, second Uncle Chen Fian, third Uncle Chen Fabing, and fifth Uncle Chun Fan. While he was unfamiliar with the others, he had heard countless tales of the legendary Granduncle Chen Feiquan. It was said that in his youth, he was the foremost of the Fa lineage. Not merely the best in Longda County, but the preeminent figure among all the Qin clan across 8 counties and 13 mountains. He was a master of skin, blood, and bone cultivation, heralded as a figure of unparalleled talent in the Great Yin Kingdom for 5 centuries. Regrettably, he never reached his full potential, having fallen victim to an ambush during the pinnacle of his bone cultivation. That battle was said to have turned the heavens dark and the earth bloodied, resulting in the death of 4th Uncle Chen Fai. Chen Wu had not heard the specifics, but since that day, the illustrious Chen Feiquan had vanished, only to resurface years later in Longda County, his birthplace. Chen Wu often pondered whether it was the brilliance of this individual that led to his downfall. When everyone possesses equal strength, harmony prevails. But if a goddess, unattainable for all, were to declare, Chen Feiquan is a man of extraordinary prowess, how would the others react? They would not only berate him, but also conspire to undermine him. Similarly, a prodigy like Chen Feiquan, once fully matured, could potentially become another ancestor of the Qin family or a founding emperor of the Great Yin Kingdom. A potential threat that the royal family and the 11 pillars of the state would surely view with trepidation. The outcome was all too predictable. Chen Feiquan was rendered impotent. Yet Chen Wu found himself perplexed. He was aware of the principle that a ruler must keep his affairs discreet, and likewise, a subordinate must guard his own safety. How could the Qin family be oblivious to this? Why, then, did they allow Chen Feiquan such prominence? Was it intentional? Chen Wu believed there must be circumstances unknown to him. However, such matters were irrelevant to him. The only lesson he drew from history was to remain vigilant and grounded, prioritizing stability above all else. Children, I trust you are aware of the recent events. Over 200 members of our Chun family across 8 counties have been attacked and perished, leaving but one survivor, Granduncle Chen Feiquan stated, directing his gaze towards Chen Wu, prompting everyone to follow suit. Haha, no wonder. There is a reason this cousin survived. Indeed, it appears quite secure. I might procure a set for myself as well. Chen Wu wished for a fisher to swallow him whole once more. I shall not say more. If this vengeance remains unavenged, what significance does our family's existence hold? Tonight, you are to kill without hesitation, leaving your families to the clan. Come with me. Chen Yangfeng gestured to Chen Wu's group. Leading them onward, the cohort of dozens silently followed, exiting the Chen residence and weaving through a maze of streets. Before long, they arrived at a grand courtyard. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yangfeng signaled for the group to disperse and encircle the estate. Young master, what is this? The guards at the courtyard gate were instantly struck with fear upon witnessing the gathering. Kill, Chen Yangfeng commanded, charging forward, his blade raised. Before the guards could react, several were cleaved in two, their innards spilling onto the ground. Chen Yangfeng. These individuals were no different than weeds by the roadside. How brutal. Though Chen Wu had faced combat, the sheer savagery of this scene unsettled him. With a swift kick, Chen Yangfeng shattered the door, dashing inside. Anyone he encountered met a swift end, his strikes relentless and merciless. Chen Wu followed closely, captivated by his uncle's display of power. There was a certain aesthetic brutality to it. A smoothness in the chaos. Stop, stop. A throng emerged, blocking Chen Yangfeng's path, led by a man wielding a long sword. Bai Xiong, your deeds have been uncovered. Prepare to die. Without hesitation, Chen Yangfeng charged at him, and Shen Wu and the others surged forward to join the fray. Kill! Shen Wu felt a surge of excitement, his blood rushing as he sought out his foes. As the enemy approached, weapons drawn, Shen Wu advanced, his blade raised to meet them to eye in the midst of the clash. He felt a powerful force surge through his long knife, a tremor that spoke of underlying strength, dimension. Without a moment's pause, Shen Wu roared, channeling his energy into his arms, feeling them swell with newfound power. As his blade descended upon his adversary, the man recoiled, realizing the depth of Chen Wu's prowess, a force rarely matched below the pinnacle of bone cultivation. With a decisive strike, Chen Wu severed the shoulder of his opponent, sending him flying with a swift kick before turning his attention to others. With his mastery of blood cultivation and clad in armor, he held a significant advantage over these ordinary martial artists. Even against skilled opponents, his strategy of inflicting damage while sustaining minimal injury proved effective, allowing him to dispatch foes with ease. Compared to the battles at Cheesy Mountain, this experience was exhilarating beyond measure. Chapter 12. The Maiden and the Black Donkey. That night, Shen Wu lost track of how many families he had attacked. Perhaps 15 or 20. Some homes lay in ruins, but Chen Yangfeng remained unfazed, assuring Chen Wu and the others that arrangements would be made for the aftermath, as though everything lay perfectly within his control. Indeed, if the Chen family could not maintain dominance in their stronghold, it would signify their impending doom. As dawn broke, the fighting ceased, and the onlookers regarded Chen Wu with a peculiar gaze. Despite their various injuries, he emerged with the least harm, his foresight in donning armor proving invaluable. Chen Wu recognized the truth in this. Previously, he had felt embarrassed, but now he felt a sense of triumph, reaffirming that a touch of caution and humility was indeed wise. The family physician tended to the wounded, but Chen Wu declined treatment, believing his blood affinity to be more effective than any remedy. Upon returning to his quarters, he washed up and closed his eyes to assess his blood condition, a routine that had become part of his daily life. Boom! A resounding echo reverberated in his mind, as his blood thrummed like boiling oil, his spirit plunging into a cauldron of fervor. Howl! The physical form felt as if someone were pouring hot oil into it, with each passing moment causing the body to swell in concentric circles, the skin reddening increasingly, reminiscent of a perfectly roasted shrimp. The anguished cries of Chen Wu echoed, yet the sound was barely louder than the whisper of a mosquito. Almost inaudible, as the body convulsed uncontrollably. After what seemed like the duration of a stick of incense, it felt as though it had reached a critical point, and with a resonant pop, visible blood mist erupted from every pore. Yet in such a state, one could not faint, only endure the relentless torment that assailed both mind and flesh. How long had time passed? Chen Wu lay on the ground, his eyes wide open and unfocused, blood-soaked and occasionally twitching involuntarily. Suddenly, he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, gasping for breath as if a drowning man had suddenly found air. After a while, his eyes blinked, slowly regaining some semblance of awareness. What the hell? Is this really a golden finger? It's utterly ridiculous. Chen Wu was thoroughly exasperated with this seemingly dim-witted golden finger. Summoning his spirit, he examined the scroll to ascertain what had transpired. Name: Chen Wu. Age: 20170. Realm: Martial art. Rolling Stone Fist. Great accomplishment. Bloodline: Spirit blood. Initial manifestation of spirituality can be implanted into the target's body. Upon the target's death, the bloodline germinates and inherits its Dao fruit. What? The changes in information caught Chen Wu off guard. His lifespan had increased by a full 70 years, reaching an age cap of 170, while his realm transformed into a question mark, and his bloodline evolved into spirit blood. What a remarkable gain! Without further ado, just the addition of 170 years to his lifespan was worth it. He had no idea how long he had lived, but he was certain he had never lived such a long life on Earth in his past life. Even more astonishing was the transformation of his bloodline into spirit blood. Focusing intently, he delved into the bloodline. Bang! In an instant, his mind was forcefully inundated with a flood of information, leaving him dizzy. After a while, he gradually regained his senses, and bizarre memories began to surface. confirming his prior speculation that this indeed was a higher dimensional world, the bloodline, within the realm of cultivation. The bloodline had entered the body of a donkey demon. Due to the donkey demon's exceptionally high life essence, after absorbing its essence blood, the bloodline evolved into spirit blood. The evolved spirit blood circulated within the donkey demon's body, and after the donkey demon's demise, the spirit blood would germinate, inheriting the donkey demon's form. This was the essence of inheriting its Tao fruit. Initially, this donkey demon had been an old donkey used for plowing by a farmer. Having lived for a long time, it gradually developed a semblance of spirituality. Becoming aware of its surroundings, Dai Ti recalled a little girl who would brush its fur, feed it, and talk to it tenderly. Whenever the old master struck it with a whip, the girl would protect it. As the little girl grew, the old master passed away, leaving the donkey and the girl to rely on one another. Though life was tough, they found joy in each other's company. The girl blossomed like a flower, and the donkey felt content with each passing day. But what of tomorrow? The donkey had never pondered that. Content to revel in the present, flowers bloom, and they must bear fruit. People too. The girl, having matured, would eventually marry. On that day, she sat upon the donkey, clad in a never-before-worn bright red gown, entering another household, where she heard others proclaim that this was a wedding. Since then, the donkey always saw a man by the girl's side, as she brushed its fur while the man read nearby, accompanied by the girl's laughter. Oh, how the girl's laughter was warm and ethereal. It always seemed to envelop the donkey's heart. There was no greater happiness in the world. Days passed, and one day, the girl led it on a journey to bid farewell to the man. From that day forth, the girl's laughter gradually faded. She would stand beneath the jujube tree by the door, gazing in one direction. Snow fell incessantly, and the donkey could sense her chill. Thus, it resumed its toil. Starting at the witching hour, the girl labored to make tofu, rising early and burning the midnight oil. Alone, the girl became embroiled in troubles, and slowly, it became apparent that the man had achieved something noteworthy. Becoming a son-in-law to another point one day, the girl, intoxicated, collapsed beside the donkey, crying and laughing, speaking of many things. That night, a shadow stealthily entered the donkey's pit and it roared at the shadow in an attempt to intimidate it. While the girl, half awake, struggled with the shadow, it bit and kicked fiercely at the shadow. In a desperate act, the shadow drew a dagger from its waist, thrusting it towards the donkey, but the girl clung to its legs with all her might. The knife pierced her body, yet the shadow could not escape her grasp, frantically striking and kicking at her. The donkey, paralyzed with fear, had long understood that blood would lead to death, just like the pigs and dogs it had witnessed being slaughtered. The donkey's eyes turned red with rage, and it charged at the shadowy butcher with all its might. "Help! Get away! You dead donkey! Help! Help!" The donkey brayed, and the shadow's cries attracted the villagers. Upon witnessing the scene, they were all astonished. The girl clung to the shadow's legs while the shadow's head had been gnawed beyond recognition, its upper body in tatters. Armed with clubs and shovels, they descended upon the donkey, shouting that it was a mad donkey. Whoever struck it, it would charge at them, biting them. These people and the shadow were allies, all butchers, and it was determined to protect the girl. Clubs rained down upon its body. Shovels struck its face, and ultimately, the donkey collapsed to the ground. Behind it lay the girl. Its blood stained her clothes bright red, just like the day of her wedding. Chapter 13. Memories of the Black Donkey. This donkey was a mad donkey, cast into the ravine of the back mountain, warned to stay far away lest it contract madness. The last consciousness was of a rapid descent, the sky shrinking smaller and more distant, fading from sight. Fate is ever fickle, and the donkey's destiny was no exception. To the bottom of the ravine, the donkey revived from a pool of spring water, awakening its wisdom, becoming a donkey demon. The beast, having gained intelligence, transformed into a demon. Thus, on a certain day, many men perished in that village. All who had struck it that night were kicked to death. Over the course of a century, countless perilous encounters ensued, and the black donkey finally acquired some means of self-preservation, claiming a small hill at the edge of Qianshan Lake and capturing a few minor furry demons, establishing itself as the Mountain King, thus ending its century-long wandering. Qianshan Lake was vast and boundless, its spiritual energy far denser than any place the black donkey had traversed before. Various spiritual herbs and orchids frequently appeared, attracting a multitude of cultivators and demons alike. In such an environment, Forming alliances and gathering in groups naturally became the preferred means of survival, and the Black Donkey was no exception. Having engaged with several nearby demons, they forged bonds of brotherhood. The eldest was a toad demon, the second a bull demon, the third a white crane demon, while the Black Donkey, being the latest to evolve, was the fourth. Beasts, having gained intelligence, became demons. Demons with extraordinary abilities were deemed monsters. Monsters, once they took form, became great demons in the realm of cultivation. Demons referred to those who had attained wisdom, possessing some extraordinary ability, yet had not fully taken form or were in a semi-transformed state. The so-called extraordinary ability was a particular strength in certain aspects, ranging from sharp wit and agility to formidable powers capable of slaying demons and claiming lives. Such abilities were often romanticized by demons under the term divine powers. The Black Donkey and its brothers all possessed some degree of extraordinary ability, yet the aspiration to take form was a shared dream among all demons. The process of transformation was not merely a change in physique. It significantly extended one's lifespan and, most importantly, allowed for the harnessing of the formless powers of heaven and earth into tangible forms for one's use. Although there were numerous pathways to transformation, including the use of rare materials or special treasures, some races were naturally gifted and could transform upon reaching a certain stage. Yet for the foundationless little demons, such prospects were undoubtedly out of reach. For instance, the Black Donkey and its three brothers, having been ordinary beasts that encountered opportunities for growth, lacked cultivation techniques or ancestral protection. Starting from nothing to have secured a small hill was already a stroke of fortune. Hence their desire for transformation had naturally waned significantly. Coincidentally, the demons living in proximity shared similar circumstances, resulting in relatively few conflicts. Without sufficient benefits, who would engage in life and death struggles, even if one were to defeat and devour the opponent? They could not transform, so why bother? Regardless of whether one is human or a monster, once one learns to let go of their obsessions, life becomes infinitely more joyful. Yet, this blissful existence was abruptly shattered. A month prior, in the medicinal garden of the Black Donkey, a peculiar mutation occurred with a plant known as the phoenix grass. This herb, characterized by leaves resembling the wings of a small bird and primarily used for concocting cleansing baths, suddenly erupted into flames. Initially, the Black Donkey thought this grass might be undergoing a transformation into a monster, and thus paid it little heed, having witnessed numerous such occurrences throughout its century-long life as a demon. However, as the phoenix grass continued to burn, its top flower withered, giving rise to a small fruit, which piqued the Black Donkey's curiosity, for it had never encountered a fruit-bearing transformation before. Naturally, this rare event was shared with its brethren. And upon hearing the news, the other three demons came to witness this marvel, all expressing astonishment at the sight. From that day forth, the three demons visited the strange grass daily. Remarkably, the fruit grew visibly larger each day, soon resembling a small bird, and the three demons decided to stay nearby to witness its growth. Their unusual behavior aroused the Black Donkey's suspicion. It was no longer the naive creature that merely ground grain. Seizing the opportunity to host its three brothers, it too settled in front of the phoenix grass. Under the full moon, the moonlight cascaded over the phoenix grass, which blazed with fiery brilliance, emitting a captivating aroma. Just as the fragrance reached its peak, the flames extinguished suddenly, leaving the entire plant reduced to ashes, with only the fruit plummeting down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Three figures darted past, and when they reappeared, the fruit was perched at the tip of the white crane demon's beak. Before the white crane demon could swallow it, the toad demon's tongue and two horns lunged forward. The white crane demon, left with no choice, spread its wings to shield its neck while extending its claws to meet the toad demon's tongue. The Black Donkey, initially stunned by the sudden violence, quickly recoiled. From the behavior of the three demons, it had discerned that the grass was likely of great value, yet it had never anticipated such a scene of mutual slaughter. It was no fool. In an instant, it understood that this grass was of such high worth that it had driven brothers to turn against one another. Brother 4, you go first. The white crane demon abruptly tossed the fruit towards the Black Donkey. Damn you! I've already swallowed the fruit. Brother 4, you seek your own demise. With a violent shudder, the toad demon unleashed a flurry of green arrows from its spotted skin, shooting towards the Black Donkey like meteors. While the bull demon rose to its feet, roaring with a voice like thunder, the black donkey felt its head spin at the cacophony, and as it watched the green arrows approach, its heart raced. It opened its mouth to protest its innocence, but the fruit had already slipped into its belly. It was over. Words failed him, and all he could do was turn and flee, instinctively raising his hind hooves as he did so. Bang! The bull demon suddenly widened its eyes, letting out a mournful bellow as its hind legs clamped tightly together. Just as the black donkey turned, a sharp peck from a crane's beak struck him in the side. As the white crane demon spoke halfway through its words, it was abruptly crushed into a fine mist by an unseen hand with a resounding pop. Several small fur demons in the mountains looked on in horror as the flesh and feathers of the white crane scattered through the air. Paralyzed on the ground, too frightened to move, after dealing with the white crane demon, Chunwu flew towards Toad Mountain, intending to finish off the last two scoundrels. Within the depths of Toad Mountain lay a deep pool. And with a sweep of his consciousness, Chunwu discovered that one of the demons was healing at the bottom of the pool. Without uttering a word, he unleashed his powers, striking down with the force of thunder. Reaching into the depths of the pool, the water erupted in a torrent as the unseen hand struck, and when Chunwu turned to leave, waves of blood surged from the pool, the toad demon having been crushed to death. Chunwu continued his flight towards Oxhorn Mountain, but after circling the peak twice, he found no trace of the ox demon, nor any of the small demons that had previously dwelled there. Had they fled? Chunwu pondered, unable to understand why the ox demon was absent from its own lair. Did that wretched creature sense danger and escape early? Unable to resolve the mystery, he turned and flew towards the Scholar Mountain of the Black Donkey. Intending to rest there briefly, the sky was beginning to brighten, and he needed to ascertain if there were any matters to attend to regarding his main body, as everything felt unfamiliar since his arrival in the county city. Upon reaching Scholar Mountain, he noticed the small demons of the ox demon. Chunwu swiftly descended, seizing one of the small demons and demanding, "Where is the ox demon?" The small demon, suddenly caught, was first taken aback, then terrified by Chunwu's imposing presence, trembling like a lamb before a tiger. The ox lord is on the mountain," it stammered. Just as it finished speaking, a fierce wind swept by, and the figure before it vanished without a trace. As Chunwu expanded his consciousness, he soon discovered the ox demon was in the grand hall of the Black Donkey, with the small demons of Scholar Mountain kneeling below. "I will give you one more day. Search thoroughly through the Black Donkey Mountain. Dig 3 feet deep to find something good. Whoever discovers something valuable will be generously rewarded by me. If anyone fails to meet my expectations, I will flay them alive and roast them for dinner. Do you understand?" As he spoke, the ox demon cracked a whip across the back of one of the small demons, eliciting a pained yelp. Yes, Ox Lord," the small demon replied, gritting its teeth in pain but too terrified to move. "Oh, the Ox King is quite formidable," Chunwu mused, surprised that the creature had not fled but instead was fixated on the Scholar Mountain of the Black Donkey. Hearing a familiar voice, the ox demon instinctively looked up, only to be struck with fear, kneeling with a thud. "Brother, spare me a life." Chapter 15. Longing for my kidney. Chunwu had anticipated the ox demon would plead for its life, but instead, it absurdly begged for a kidney. From the memories of the Black Donkey, he recalled that during its escape, the ox demon had habitually used its powers against him, an act that was undeniably impressive at the time. Reflecting on the Black Donkey's abilities, Chunwu felt a mix of incredulity and bemusement. Perhaps it was simply a unique way of thinking. The Black Donkey's unusual ability to kick with its hind legs had led it to enhance its speed, albeit without a significant increase in strength. Consequently, it consistently struck its targets, albeit with minor damage in a bid for survival. The Black Donkey had recalled that striking a vulnerable spot caused the most harm, thus honing its rather ineffective ability into a precise and fearsome technique dubbed Shatter Egg Leg. This peculiar ability was precisely why the toad and ox demons sought to befriend the Black Donkey. Its capability to shatter male eggs and split female lips was nothing short of terrifying. According to scientific data from his previous life, a man's shattered egg was equivalent to a woman experiencing the pain of childbirth 160 times. A pain that could very well drive one to death. The fact that the ox demon was so frightened as to plead for a kidney rather than a mere life indicated the profound psychological trauma it had suffered. With a resounding crack, Chunwu seized the ox demon and slammed it onto the stone floor. Spare me, The ox demon cried, unable to struggle in the pit, its legs tightly pressed together in fear. Come out. Yes, yes, the ox demon replied, gingerly crawling out of the pit. Brother Scholar, it was a moment of foolishness when I ambushed you. I was momentarily blinded. Blinded? Chun Wu was skeptical of the ox demon's words. Yes, indeed. It was the nirvana fruit that clouded my judgment, compelling me to act against you. Had I been clear-headed, how could I have raised a hand against you, my brother? Whether the ox demon was sincere or merely pretending to regret was uncertain. As it clasped its chest in feigned remorse, nirvana fruit? Chun Wu's interest was piqued. It seemed the ox demon knew quite a bit, while the black donkey had been left in ignorance. Speak of it. Ah, the phoenix sparrow grass, said to flow from the resting place of the phoenix, can yield nirvana fruit if one possesses the right ancestry. This fruit can elevate one's aptitude and enhance their realm. As the ox demon spoke, it cast an envious glance at Chun Wu. Brother, we have known each other for decades. We, the footloose and lackluster small demons, had long given up on transformation, content to be mountain bandits. But fate has played a cruel trick. Who would have thought that a mere ordinary phoenix sparrow grass in your garden would mutate and truly bear nirvana fruit? With a heavy sigh, the ox demon lamented its fortune, leaving Chun Wu to ponder whether its sorrow stemmed from the unattainable fruit or from being in his grasp. After hearing the ox demon's words, Chun Wu stroked his chin, contemplating the elevation of aptitude. This was a challenging matter to gauge, primarily due to the lack of reference. His knowledge was still quite limited, as the black donkey had lived too comfortably, and the time spent as a demon had been brief, resulting in a dearth of relevant memories. Thus, the question arose, now that he understood why they sought to kill the black donkey. Should he eliminate this ox demon? The ox demon, already on edge, sensed Chun Wu's murderous intent and immediately knelt, repeatedly bowing its head. Brother Scholar, spare me my life. As it wept, its forehead struck the ground with a thud. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the grand hall. Who among the great demons has successfully transformed? Wang Hongji has come to offer congratulations. In a flash, upon hearing the voice, Chun Wu appeared outside the hall. He beheld a scholar-like figure approaching on a spirit deer, exuding an air of ethereal grace, a familiarity about him that was inexplicable. The transforming great demon. Chun Wu inquired, I am Lu Scholar. May I ask for your guidance? He would not reveal his true name to a stranger, uncertain if curses or similar spells lurked in this place. Thus, he presented the black donkey's name, seeking safety and anonymity. Scholar, the newcomer paused momentarily before continuing. I dare not claim such a title. I am Wang Hongji, a disciple under the spirit king of the Lingxiang mountain, here to congratulate you on your transformation. Chun Wu's heart sank. He had failed to notice this individual. Yet now he claimed to have witnessed his transformation. Thank you, Brother Wang. Please, come inside. As he gestured for the visitor to enter, Chun Wu prepared himself. If this individual sought trouble, he would strike first, letting him experience the pain of childbirth 160 times. Once seated, Chun Wu initiated the conversation. Might I ask how Brother Wang came to know of my transformation? This question lingered in his mind like a thorn, for he was utterly ignorant of the cultivation world. And the black donkey's understanding was equally shallow, having been too comfortable and inexperienced in its brief time as a demon. How fortunate. Recently, I was pursuing a rebellious demon nearby and sustained some injuries. While healing at the bottom of the water, I learned of your transformation. Brother Lu, is it truly that coincidental? Chun Wu mused. Could the thunderous roar he had heard be a result of Wang Hongji's battle with the rebellious demon? If so, it made sense, for that roar was not something a demon below the transformation stage could produce, possibly even beyond the capabilities of a transformed great demon. And what brings you here? Brother Wang? Brother Lu, the Thousand Mountain Lake is divided into an inner and outer region. The inner region is the spirit realm, while the outer is known as the mundane realm, unless under special circumstances. Great demons of the transformation stage are prohibited from residing here, but I have two objectives for my visit. First, I wish to meet you, as your success in transforming in this chaotic spiritual atmosphere indicates your exceptional fortune and talent. Naturally, I hope to cultivate a friendship with you, seeing great potential in your future. Secondly, this territory belongs to my Lingxiang mountain, and I believe the Spirit King would reward me for attracting a talent such as yourself. Goodness, how forthright, Chun Wu thought, taken aback by the candor. He had been preparing to be on guard. ready to let him experience the agony of childbirth, feeling quite nefarious in his own right. Of course, these points are from my personal perspective. In truth, entering the inner spirit realm would be far more beneficial for you. The outer realm, filled with chaotic spiritual energy, offered no path for ascendance for great demons. Only in the inner region could one find sufficient resources to enhance their cultivation, where the spiritual energy was far purer and denser, replete with treasures unseen in the outer realm. Your sincerity in looking out for me feels strangely familiar. You wouldn't happen to be from another world, would you? From Myanmar? Are you longing for my kidney? Chapter 16. Reimbursement of travel expenses. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The thoughtfulness of this individual towards the black donkey made Chun Wu uneasy. There is a saying that in a past life, the only one who truly cared for you was your father. The rest are either concerned for your well-being or covet your wealth. The black donkey, being utterly destitute, was clearly being lured into the Lingjing, which indicated a desire for his physical form. Brother Wang, I wish to inquire what would happen if, if I choose not to go to the Lingjing. Chun Wu pondered the choice of whether or not to enter this so-called Lingjing, yearning for freedom rather than following the path laid out by this fellow. Brother L may not be well informed about the situation at Qinshan Lake. If a transformed great demon or a cultivator of the golden core does not venture into the Lingjing within a month, they will be apprehended or even killed. Those like Brother L, who are unaware of this decree, will be seized and thrown into the abyss for a century to mine resources. Those who deliberately refuse will be met with immediate death. This is because both the transformed great demons and golden core cultivators severely disrupt the balance of the mortal realm, which serves as the foundation for the spiritual realm. All cultivators from the spiritual realm will not allow such a situation to persist. After Wang Hongji spoke, he gazed at Chun Wu with a benevolent expression. Curse it. Chun Wu could think of nothing else to say except for these words. Initially, he was oblivious to this decree. But now that he was aware, if what this person said was true, not going would lead to a certain demise. Having finally obtained the body of a transformed great demon, he would be killed before he even had a chance to settle in. Brother Wang, could you enlighten me on the classifications within the cultivation world? After all, I cannot enter the spiritual realm without any knowledge. Chun Wu shifted the topic, hoping to glean more information indirectly. If he could uncover this fellow's vulnerabilities, eliminating him would be ideal. I do possess some knowledge regarding the realms, and I can certainly share it with Brother L that you have just transformed, which places you in the early stage of transformation. There are subsequent stages, mid-stage, late stage, and above that lies the Demon King realm and the Great Respect realm. Beyond that, I cannot say for certain. For instance, I am in the mid-stage of the Golden Core, while the great demon I was pursuing is in the late stage of transformation, both at the same grand realm. Brother Wang, you are formidable. Chun Wu offered a timely compliment. Brother L flatters me. My ability to vanquish him was solely due to the treasure I possessed. He spoke as he produced a palm-sized compass, revealing it to Chun Wu that a golden needle within the compass was currently pointing in his direction. This is the Ling restriction disc. As long as a cultivator of transformation or golden core appears within this peripheral area, the needle will turn golden, indicating their location. I relied on this compass to locate that great demon and subsequently used this heart-piercing nail to slay him. Damn, you have both a compass and a heart-piercing nail. You have completely dispelled my thoughts. Chun Wu thought. Every word of this person was intended for his benefit, yet each also sent a chill down his spine. No wonder he was so forthright. He had the means to manipulate him. A wise man once said that while possessing 1 billion is yours, possessing 100 billion may not be. Here I am, having just acquired 100 billion, and now you come knocking at my door. I see. Thank you for the information. Brother Wang, I shall tidy up and accompany you to the Lingjing. What could Chun Wu do? The other party held the reins, and he could not afford to act defiant. After all, this fellow had nearly shattered his bloodline with a roar when he defeated that late-stage great demon. Now, face to face, if a confrontation ensued, the black donkey would surely perish, and his bloodline's safety would be uncertain. I would also like to travel with Brother L, but alas, I have other pressing matters to attend to. It is a pity I cannot accompany you. However, it is of no concern. I possess a jade slip map leading to the Lingjing. I shall also provide you with a token of trust from the Spirit King, ensuring your safe passage. Such thorough consideration, this felt akin to sending someone off to the underworld. Chun Wu reached out to accept the jade slip and a jade token engraved with intricate lines. A glance revealed that the lines resembled a towering mountain, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to depict a person, reminiscent of the 3D images from his previous life. Thank you, Brother Wang, for considering the needs of a scholar. Should the opportunity arise, I will certainly repay your kindness. Chun Wu thought to himself that he would repay him by giving him a taste of being intimidated. Brother L is being overly courteous. The fact that your name is Zhuang Yuan signifies our affinity. Since we are fated, there is no need for formality. What connection does my name have with Brother Wang? Chun Wu wondered how the name L Zhuang Yuan could possibly relate to this Wang. Yet, judging by his demeanor, it seemed unlikely he was feigning sincerity. He had always been quite candid. Indeed, there is an affinity. My father was a literary scholar in the Shanhuguo, so upon learning your name, I felt a sense of closeness. What a coincidence. Not only do our names share a connection, but I have also spent time in Shanhuguo. May I inquire where your father resided? Chun Wu also found it quite a coincidence. The most profound and blissful memories of the Black Donkey were from that small village in Shanhuguo. So Brother L has also been to Shanhuguo. How fortuitous. Before my father achieved his status as Zhuang Yuan, our family resided in a small village called Daliu Village in Shanhuguo. It is a rather obscure place, so Brother L may not have heard of it. Wang Hongji was surprised. He had not anticipated that this donkey demon had mingled among humans, suggesting he was a creature with a story. Wow. Chun Wu's mind was now filled with nothing but exclamations. What do you mean you haven't heard of it? I am intimately familiar with it. Wait. No wonder I felt inexplicably familiar upon meeting you. You are the son of that heartless man who became a Zhuang Yuan and then sought a son-in-law under false pretenses. Your father deceived that girl. And now you come in the guise of a scholar to dupe the Black Donkey. If only the Black Donkey were alive, he would undoubtedly retaliate by delivering a devastating kick to make you experience the pain of 100 births. Ensuring your line ends here. Brother Wang speaks the truth. I indeed have not heard of that village. Chun Wu thought. I have not only heard of it, I have been there. Oh, by the way, Brother L's transformation is a momentous occasion. This is a small token from Hongji to congratulate you on your successful cultivation. Wang Hongji snapped his fingers, producing a ring and offering it to Chun Wu. A storage ring. The legendary storage ring. Chun Wu was taken aback. Brother Wang is far too courteous. Such a precious item is not something L could accept. One must not accept rewards without merit. This principle is unbreakable. The more precious it is, the less I dare to accept, Chun Wu thought, despite his envy of the ring. However, he understood the principle, so after a moment of contemplation, he resisted the temptation and declined. Offering you food is bound to make you covet my flesh. Brother L may not be aware, but this is not a valuable item in the Lingjing. It is indeed nothing of great worth. I merely thought of Brother L's impending journey and the necessity of carrying items. Without a storage device, it would be quite inconvenient. Thus, I shamelessly present this storage ring along with 30 spirit stones to Brother L. Chun Wu felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow was even covering his travel expenses. Chapter 17. The Dantian Mountain Range Xingxian Forest. Now that the items had been placed in his hands, what could Chun Wu do? Although he was uncertain of the intentions of this Wang, the persistent offerings and the assurance that they were not precious items left him with no choice, but to accept refuse would mean forfeiting goodwill, whereas acceptance would cultivate a bond. Given these two choices, Chun Wu naturally chose to embrace the goodwill. His principle was to avoid enmity whenever possible, even with the gentlest of creatures. Who could say if that creature might be nurtured by a figure of great power? After all, in the journey to the west, how formidable was Sun Wukong? Yet he was driven to despair by seemingly insignificant demons simply because they had powerful patrons behind them. Conversely, once enmity was forged, it was imperative to eradicate it at once, such as with the White Crane Demon or the Toad Demon. Thus, Chun Wu accepted the ring, acknowledging this favor. Thank you, Brother Wang. As Zhuang Yuan, I have nothing to offer in return, except to keep this friendship close to my heart. Chun Wu clasped his hands in gratitude, understanding that what lay hidden within the Black Donkey's mountain lair was likely deemed worthless by others. Wang Hongji, seeing Chun Wu accept his gift, expressed genuine delight. He was truly pleased, for not only had he successfully completed the task entrusted by the Spirit King, but he had also formed a connection with a transformed great demon. It is worth noting that the spiritual energy surrounding Qianshan Lake was chaotic, and the cultivation environment was harsh. To transform in such conditions was no simple feat. Such demons must possess a certain fortune and exceptional innate talent. Otherwise, it would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Creatures like the donkey demon, with exceptional talent and opportunity, who were still in their naive phase, were the best candidates for investment and alliance. A mere storage ring and 30 spirit stones were trivial to him, yet if he could use these items to befriend a promising demon, it would be well worth the effort. Goodwill, regardless of its form, is a valuable asset that by aiding this emerging and naive donkey demon now, he could reap immense rewards in the future. Even if the donkey demon were to perish along the way, he would still benefit, as he could present his accomplishments before the Spirit King, proclaiming, "I, Wang Hongji, even while executing tasks in the periphery, never forget to contribute to the Lingxiang Mountain by seeking transformed great demons, who wouldn't appreciate a subordinate who consistently prioritizes their interests." Thus, from the moment he encountered the donkey demon, this investment was bound to yield no losses, merely varying degrees of profit as for whether this donkey demon could discern the veiled implications in his words, or harbor any grudges. Such considerations were beyond Wang Hongji's purview. That a mature demon would naturally weigh the significance of matters with discernment. Wang Hongji was certain that the black donkey would not hold a grudge against him for his words. Yet he could not fathom that this was a donkey entwined in karmic ties with both him and his grandfather. Nor could he anticipate that this creature bore no gratitude towards him and was constantly seeking an opportunity to eliminate him. Having achieved his objective, Wang Hongji did not linger, for his time was precious, and prolonging his stay would be a waste. He rose to take his leave, stating, "Brother L, as you transform and prepare to venture into the spiritual realm, I presume you have many matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. I shall escort you." "Brother Wang," Chen Wu interjected, unwilling to indulge in pleasantries, hastily rising to accompany him. He had no desire to remain in the company of this individual for even a moment longer. His father was no paragon of virtue, and he too was of a dubious nature, with the thoughts of scholars often veering towards the sinister. As they stepped outside, the spiritual deer spotted Wang Hongji's emergence and immediately galloped over at remarkable speed. "Farewell, Brother L, until we meet again in the spiritual realm. Oh, by the way, I just saw that cow in the main hall. It has a white tail, possibly a progenitor of the extraordinary beasts. Brother L, do take good care of it. It may prove useful in the future." As Wang Hongji mounted the spiritual deer, he suddenly recalled the cow he had just seen, with its white tail reminiscent of an extraordinary beast, and thus offered this reminder, hoping to extend a little more benefit to the donkey demon. Once Wang Hongji was out of sight, Chen Wu exhaled a sigh of relief. Such a stranger, one whose cultivation surpassed his own and whose intentions were unclear, was mentally taxing to interact with. Upon returning to the main hall, the cow demon remained kneeling on the ground, too afraid to move, its eyes filled with yearning as it gazed at Chen Wu. Clearly, it had overheard Wang Hongji's words. Should he keep it? Chen Wu found himself in a quandary. To slay it would be contrary to Wang Hongji's earlier suggestion to rear it. He could not determine if there was deeper significance to that advice. The thoughts of a scholar are often convoluted, and Chen Wu was uncertain. Yet, to spare it was not his style either. The cow demon might be an extraordinary beast, and should it grow stronger, it could seek revenge, leading to a tragic outcome. Chen Wu did not believe that sparing the cow demon would inspire gratitude. Even among couples, fractured relationships are difficult to mend, let alone between him and the cow demon. The enmity of a shattered egg would surely linger in his mind for a lifetime, prompting thoughts of retribution. "Return to where you came from. Without my permission, do not set foot outside the confines of the Cowhorn Mountain." Ultimately, Chen Wu resolved to refrain from killing the cow demon for the time being, intending to address the matter after reaching the spiritual realm. Should it prove ungrateful before then, he would not hesitate to eliminate it. Yes, yes. Thank you, esteemed brother." The cow demon, as if granted a reprieve, repeatedly kowtowed in excitement, its life finally spared. After the cow demon scurried away, Chen Wu turned his attention to the ring that Wang Hongji had given him. The ring was entirely silver white, akin to platinum from a past life, adorned with intricate patterns that Chen Wu could not decipher, rendering him unaware of its function. Upon a mental connection, a space roughly 10 feet in diameter materialized in his mind, with corners piled high with stones resembling jade. This must be the spirit stones, all about the size of pigeon eggs, irregularly shaped, unlike the orderly forms he had envisioned. With a mere thought, a spirit stone appeared in his hand. Drawing upon its demonic energy, a wave of spiritual essence flowed into his body through his palm, akin to drinking water, sweet and pure, a stark contrast to the previous experience of absorbing spiritual energy, which had been muddled and thin, necessitating purification. The black donkey's breed, the phoenix grass, was precisely for refining the impurities within spiritual energy. What a marvelous treasure! If he could cultivate daily with spirit stones, it would indeed be a source of immense happiness. Could it be that the spiritual realm, as Wang Hongji claimed, truly abounds with heavenly materials and treasures, overflowing with spiritual energy? If so, the risk of venturing forth would be justified, especially given the subpar cultivation environment outside. Chun Wu resisted the urge to continue absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stone and instead picked up the jade slip map to examine it. A 3D-like map materialized in his consciousness, revealing that the location he occupied was nearly imperceptible on the map. 30,000 miles to the east, there lay a mountain range soaring to the heavens, akin to a wall of the world, labeled as the Broken Sky Mountain Range. Beneath this wall, a particularly prominent area was marked, the Apricot Immortal Forest, while the map displayed other mountains, deep valleys, and rivers. Curiously, none bore names. After studying the map, Chen Wu found it difficult to articulate his thoughts that on one hand, it was detailed, with only 2 locations named, the Broken Sky Mountain Range and the Apricot Immortal Forest, leaving the rest of the spiritual realm nameless. On the other hand, significant geographical features were indeed represented. He surmised that the Broken Sky Mountain Range and the Apricot Immortal Forest were likely key to accessing the spiritual realm. Otherwise, Wang Hongji would not have taken such an unconsidered action. Chapter 18. The 2 6-linked locks. On the 4th day of the Gaisai month, Chen Wu opened his eyes, his spirit withdrawing from the blood seed and returning to his body, feeling as though he had free-fallen from a height of several hundred feet, ultimately plunging into a mire, bound and powerless, with a sense of suffocation that was profoundly uncomfortable. After a considerable time, he gradually adapted to this sensation that if his spirit was like a dragon, freely wielding power within the black donkey's form, then the strength of his own body felt akin to that of an ant. This stark contrast was quite disconcerting. Yet, despite the discomfort, Chen Wu was acutely aware of the relative significance of the 2 states. Alas, the golden finger was Chen Wu's own, an extension of his existence. He himself was the foundation, and no matter how formidable the black donkey, it was merely a tool to serve his body and enhance his strength. It's akin to wielding a firearm, regardless of its might. It does not possess strength on its own. Moreover, the black donkey was situated in another realm. Even if he controlled the black donkey with great prowess, his own body would remain a mere fledgling blood warrior, easily vanquished by a mere practitioner of bone training. Should he fall, all would dissipate like smoke. The most crucial aspect of life is not how formidable or successful one may be, but rather the clarity of self-awareness. Failing to recognize oneself invariably leads to tragedy. Without exception, this truth only dawned upon Chen Wu after he turned 45 in his previous life, by which time it was too late, for prior to that, he too had pursued lofty dreams with reckless ambition, resulting in a cruel outcome, an utter lack of accomplishment due to an inability to grasp reality and the true costs of his pursuits. Thus, Chen Wu now cherished his youthful body and the time he moved about, surveying the familiar surroundings of the room, now stained with blood, and felt as though he were in a different era. From the moment his spirit entered the blood seed to inhabit the black donkey, followed by the hours spent crushing the white crane demon and the toad demon, culminating in Wang Hongji's uninvited arrival. The events of just half a day had been more thrilling and bizarre than all his experiences during 3 years with the blood seed combined. He had initially assumed the blood seed would lead to a tranquil existence, akin to a placid lake, only to find himself suddenly transformed into a donkey demon. He had unwittingly stepped into a myth. Chen Wu chuckled foolishly to himself, unable to suppress his daydreaming for a while. Before rising to clean the bloodstains in the room and taking a thorough bath, once everything was tidied, he hurried to the courtyard to practice his boxing, reacquainting himself with his newfound strength. Power is a precious asset, but uncontrolled power is an exception. That he could distinctly sense the significant augmentation of his strength due to the black donkey, yet he lacked a clear understanding of its extent. After completing a few rounds of punches, he exclaimed, "Ha!" Grasping an iron lock inscribed with the number 800, he effortlessly lifted it above his head. A surge of excitement coursed through Chen Wu. Although he had been able to lift it before, there was a difference between lifting it while straining and lifting it with ease. Previously, he had to hold his breath and concentrate. Now, he was calm and composed. One more, he seized another iron lock weighing 800 pounds and tested its weight. It was challenging, yet manageable. With a deep breath, he engaged his abdomen, legs, waist, and arms simultaneously, harmonizing his movements, and with a single motion, he lifted both iron locks. However, his muscles and bones felt the strain. With a thud, the two iron locks fell to the ground, and Chen Wu gained a rough understanding of his current strength, estimating it to be around 1,500 to 1,600 pounds. This realization filled him with exhilaration. The basic strength of an ordinary blood warrior hovers around 800 pounds, so the heaviest iron lock in this courtyard weighed 800 pounds. Those with exceptional talent might increase that by 100 to 200 pounds. The blood training realm, as the second stage of martial arts, still categorized him as a novice warrior. Strength is derived from two primary sources: the enhancement of the physical body through training and the explosive force generated by blood energy. In summary, the transition from an ordinary person to a blood training warrior results in an increase of approximately 600 pounds of strength, with an additional 200 pounds stemming from the innate power of a typical adult. Thus, the strength of a blood training warrior is set at 800 pounds, while those with extraordinary talent might possess 1,000 pounds of might. This understanding encapsulates the world's perception of blood training warriors' strength and represents the upper limit of what their bodies can endure. Exceeding this limit could injure their bones and muscles. Therefore, after practicing skin training and blood training, warriors focus on strengthening their bones. Bone training is the third stage of martial arts, requiring greater resilience to withstand more force. At 1,600 pounds of might, Chen Wu realized that this was the true essence of a transmigrant. A vigorous, inexplicable enhancement was the treatment befitting a champion. He continued to practice his punches. For true mastery of strength necessitates the unification of body and mind. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Chen Wu paused his training to see Du Lian enter, accompanied by a young man dressed as a guard. Upon seeing Chen Wu, the young man clasped his hands and said, "Young Master Wu, the 19th Master requests your presence at the Martial Hall." Chen Wu was initially taken aback, but soon responded, "The Chen family. The place for martial arts instruction is called the Jiangwu Hall. At this moment, Chen Yangfeng has summoned him to the Jiangwu Hall. Could it be to impart martial skills?" After a short while, they arrived at a grand edifice, where three prominent characters, Jiangwu Hall, were inscribed on the plaque. Upon stepping through the entrance, the interior space was significantly larger than that of the Jiangwu Hall in Qingshan County, though the layout remained similar. The left was the lecture area, while the right was designated for martial practice. The lecture area resembled a private school, explaining the essence of martial arts along with ancillary knowledge, such as literacy, family history, intriguing anecdotes, and essential precautions for wandering the world. The martial practice area, on the other hand, was replete with weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and whips, alongside numerous anatomical skeletal models and peculiar apparatus. Chen Wu surveyed the surroundings and was captivated by a particular skeleton. Goodness, is this a human skeleton? Prominently positioned in the martial area stood a skeleton frame towering over 2.5 meters, its bones considerably larger than those of an average person, with the sternum and ribs appearing exceedingly peculiar. Indeed, it was bizarre. Each rib extended from the spine at the back, connecting to the sternum at the front. Resembling a pair of skeletal doors. Can a human grow such bones? Is it a mutation? How strange. Chen Yangfeng's voice resonated from behind Chen Wu. Turning around, Chen Wu clasped his hands in greeting and said, "19th Uncle. Oh, you find it peculiar?" Chen Yangfeng inquired, gesturing toward the skeletal model. "Yes, please enlighten me." 19th Uncle. In his previous life, Chen Wu had never seen a skeleton in person, but he had encountered them countless times in television and literature. "I am the instructor for the blood warriors of our clan this year, responsible for teaching you the bone cultivation techniques. Due to your encounter with an assassination attempt, you were delayed on your journey and missed my earlier teachings. Today, I have summoned you to impart martial skills and guide you in the fundamental knowledge of bone warriors." As Chen Yangfeng spoke, he pointed at the skeleton. "This is one of the hallmarks of a bone warrior, the 2-6 linked lock. Chapter 19. The art of bone cultivation. If the training of skin and blood serves to strengthen our bodies and provide us with the means for self-defense in combat, then the cultivation of bones is what truly distinguishes us from ordinary individuals. The third realm of martial arts. Those who achieve mastery in bone cultivation are unmatched by thousands. Thus, those who practice below the bone cultivation level cannot rise to prominence. And only those who attain mastery in bone cultivation may be regarded as the pillars of the family. Chun Wu was secretly astonished. Is bone cultivation really that formidable? The clan leaders of the Qingshan County branch, Chun Yangyuan and Chun Yanghu, were both bone warriors, yet they did not seem particularly impressive. However, he felt that Qin Yangfeng had no reason to deceive him. Something must be amiss. Bone cultivation is divided into entry level, minor success, major success, and perfection, with those of poor aptitude finding entry level to be their limit. Our family's bone martial art, divine elephant lifting mountain technique, is part of the supreme inheritance known as the 5 Colors and 5 Immortals Codex. Those who achieve perfection can possess a strength of 12,500 gene. Chun Wu bared his teeth that a martial artist can wield 12,500 gene of strength, and this is merely the bone cultivation realm. What about higher realms? 30,000 gene? 50,000 gene? Is this truly a world of martial arts or a realm of myths? Chun Yangfeng's words left Chun Wu utterly bewildered. The Monkey King's Rui Jingu Bang weighs only 13,500 gene. And yet a bone warrior can wield 12,500 gene. If one were to advance to the next realm, would they become akin to the Monkey King? What? Do you not believe me? Seeing Chun Wu's bewildered expression, Qin Yangfeng recognized the skepticism in his eyes. That in a place like Qingshan County, few would discuss the intricacies of bone cultivation with him. You have now achieved blood perfection. With commendable aptitude, your current strength should be around 900 to 1,000 gene, yes? Qin Yangfeng inquired. Yes. Chun Wu originally intended to respond honestly, but thought better of it. Being new to the family, everything felt unfamiliar, so he opted for discretion. Upon receiving the affirmation, Qin Yangfeng nodded and continued. Have you calculated the increase in strength from the typical adult's power of around 200 gene to your current strength? 5 times. Bone cultivation surpasses blood and skin cultivation in both realm and physical refinement. Do you think the bone cultivation realm would increase strength by 5 times compared to the blood cultivation realm? This question, Chun Wu knew nothing about bone cultivation. How could he answer? However, following the logic, it seemed plausible, so he replied, it should be possible. Yet, an increase of 5 times from 1,000 gene would only yield 5,000 gene, still falling short of 10,000 gene. Qin Yangfeng chuckled softly, speaking with pride. The typical bone cultivation major success yields a strength of 5,000 gene, and with the divine elephant lifting mountain technique and secret elixirs, our strength can increase by half, reaching around 7,500 gene. This is the distinction between our clan and ordinary individuals. If one were to cultivate the divine elephant lifting mountain technique to the state of major perfection. Has Qin Yangyuan ever told you the story of your granduncle? Chun Yangfeng teased, posing the question to Chun Wu that he has. Did Qin Yangyuan mention the saying that circulates in the martial world? Those who cultivate bones must not forget Qin Feiquan. Chun Wu had heard many tales about Qin Feiquan, but he had not encountered this particular phrase, though it sounded quite impressive, evoking a sense of being a hero in vain if one had never met Qin Jinan. Much like the emptiness of encountering the Tao without beginning. Was that thin, old man truly that remarkable? Noticing Chun Wu's reaction, Qin Yangfeng realized he had not heard of it. Your granduncle, my elder uncle, achieved the major perfection of bone cultivation at merely 35 years of age, wielding a strength exceeding 12,500 gene, complemented by his earth-shattering hammer technique. Any bone warrior would appear like paper before him, easily crushed. Even the disciples of the 12-pillar stone Thousand Buddha Temple, said to have the strength of a diamond after practicing the Thousand Buddha Great Cave Sutra, or royal princes who practiced the Crimson Flame Sutra, would retreat in his presence. Those were the days. Suddenly, Qin Yangfeng let out a heavy sigh, his face filled with resentment. In any case, you must understand the importance of diligently practicing our family's martial arts. Do not aim too high or be half-hearted. Even if you do not reach the level of your granduncle, achieving a strength of 7 or 8,000 gene in bone cultivation is within your grasp. How can a human body endure such immense strength? Look here, Qin Yangfeng said, pointing at the skeleton. Bone cultivation and blood cultivation are actually two sides of the same coin. The human body's blood is divided into innate and acquired aspects. The innate blood exists primarily in four areas: the skull, sternum, ribs, and vertebrae. Bone cultivation nourishes and stimulates the bones to grow again using the innate blood, which is most abundant in the vertebrae. Hence, we focus on cultivating the spine first. For beginners, the marrow flows through the vertebrae, creating a sound akin to a giant python, unifying strength and energy. As Qin Yangfeng spoke, his body trembled, and from his back, the vertebrae emitted cracking sounds reminiscent of a giant serpent slithering. Then, with a swift motion, he struck his hand. Bang! Chen Wu barely caught a glimpse of Qin Yangfeng's hand movement. It was so fast that he could not discern its motion. Yet a resounding explosion echoed in his ears, leaving them ringing. Before Chen Wu could process this, Qin Yangfeng pointed to the lower ribs and said, "Do you see? At the very bottom of our rib cage, there are two small bones, short and frail, known as the floating ribs. That by utilizing the already refined vertebrae, we can further nurture these bones, allowing them to develop until they connect to the sternum, transforming into true bones. This marks the minor success of bone cultivation. Now, regarding the sternum, as one of the bones containing innate marrow, with proper cultivation, it can also grow robust." Chen Wu looked at the area Qin Yangfeng pointed to and touched his own sternum and floating ribs, feeling a sense of disbelief. Can martial cultivation truly alter the human body? What kind of world is this? If someone were to assert that this is a legitimate martial arts world, he would vehemently deny it. Just listen to the titles of these martial arts manuals: the Five Colors and Five Immortals Codex, the Thousand Buddha Great Cave Sutra. Could this also be a mythical realm? Perhaps his lowly realm prevented him from accessing it. Much like blood warriors years ago were unaware of the existence of creatures like the Black Donkey, or how the Black Donkey was oblivious to the spirit realm's existence. Without the necessary realm, one is akin to a blind and deaf person. If this is indeed a mythical world, could I connect the realms using scrolls, utilizing blood warriors and the world of the Black Donkey to traverse between two worlds? This idea flashed through Chen Wu's mind like lightning, leaving him parched and speechless as he tried to envision what such a scenario would entail. Observing Chen Wu's dazed expression, Qin Yangfeng found it curious. "Did I say something odd? Why does this kid look so lost? Pay attention," he smacked Chen Wu, inquiring. "Are you listening?" Yes. 19th uncle, please continue." Chen Wu, startled by the interruption, quickly regained his composure, noticing the unkind gaze from Qin Yangfeng. "Where were we?" Qin Yangfeng intended to elaborate further, but suddenly paused. 19th uncle, you mentioned the major success of bone cultivation. Chapter 20. Concentration and the Divine Presence. The major success of bone cultivation is characterized by the spine serving as the dragon's backbone, with 12 pairs of ribs and the sternum functioning as a unified entity, capable of supporting immense bodily strength, commonly referred to as the 2-6 linked lock. It resembles golden armor, capable of withstanding powerful blows and protecting internal organs. What about the state of major perfection? In truth, Qin Yangfeng had already covered this earlier, but now Chen Wu was curious about the major perfection of bone cultivation, the realm of that legendary granduncle who was said to be quite remarkable. The major perfection of bone cultivation? Qin Yangfeng chuckled lightly, his tone imbued with an inexplicable air as he remarked, "The immortal caresses the crown, and extraordinary power is born." Chen Wu felt somewhat bewildered. This sounded rather ethereal. Might there be another line to follow? Perhaps something like, the 12th floor and 5 cities? What do you mean? The attainment of great perfection is exceedingly challenging. Is this something a mere blood practitioner should be pondering? Qin Yangfeng shot a sharp glare at Chen Wu, responding irritably, "Martial arts require focus and purity. Do not aim too high or be half-hearted." Noticing the multitude of thoughts racing through the lad's mind, Qin Yangfeng mused that while he might excel as a businessman, such a scattered mentality was utterly detrimental to martial practice. Indeed, Uncle Shi's admonition is well taken. I shall remember it diligently. What else could he say? When a senior offers counsel, it is best to humbly accept it. Observing Chen Wu's expression, Qin Yangfeng was uncertain whether the young man had truly absorbed his words that he reached into his breast pocket and produced a tome. This is the secret manual of the Divine Elephant's Burden Technique. Take it home and study it carefully. Should any doubts arise, come and inquire of me, he continued. Remember, The manual contains various martial techniques. Select one to practice initially. Do not be greedy. The family has guided your martial training from the Rolling Stone Fist, focusing on skin and blood, to the current practice of bone through the divine elephant's burden technique, all of which are part of a singular lineage of martial arts. Only through this continuity can one enhance their physique smoothly and without blemish. Conversely, if your martial arts lack a coherent system, then even if you practice the Royal Scarlet Flame scriptures for skin and blood, or the Thousand Buddha's Great Cave scriptures for bone, your body will inevitably suffer from dissonance. In martial arts, a slight deviation can lead to 1,000 miles of error. Hence, the inheritance of martial arts is of utmost importance. Otherwise, with billions of people in the world, each possessing extraordinary talent, why are we, the clans and sects, still dominant? It is simply because our traditions are orderly. As long as we adhere to the established path, we can reach great heights. Upon hearing this, Chen Wu finally unraveled the confusion that had long plagued him. Influenced by his past life, he had previously thought that more martial arts were better, believing in the adage of drawing from 100 schools of thought. However, the reality proved otherwise. Perhaps this is the true essence of inheritance. Chen Wu, my intention in sharing all of this is to convey that even with exceptional talent and lofty aspirations, can you truly rival the wisdom accumulated by our family over 2 millennia? Can you outsmart all of our ancestors? Refrain from harboring such trifling thoughts. Devote yourself to martial practice. This is my sincere counsel. Qin Yangfeng spoke gravely, concerned that the young man might stray and squander his remarkable gifts. It was evident that Chen Wu, having survived the massacre of their 8 clans, possessed a keen intellect. He was a smart individual. Yet, intelligent people often fall into the trap of arrogance. I shall remember Uncle Shi's words with utmost sincerity. Chen Wu replied earnestly. Indeed, he was largely ignorant of this world, and his past life experiences had clouded his judgment regarding martial arts. Remember this well. If you fail to heed it, you will be the one to suffer. With that, Qin Yangfeng waved him off. And regarding the secret manual you now possess, you must participate in the minor competition in 3 days. Yes, I shall remember, Uncle Shi. I will take my leave now. Chen Wu departed the martial hall, an eager anticipation coursing through him as he finally held the technique for bone cultivation in his hands. For the minor competition in 3 days. It was merely a friendly spar with his cousins, so he didn't place too much importance on it. After all, with his strength of 1,600 pounds, there was no one at this stage who could stand in his way. Right? Upon returning to the Gui C4 courtyard, a figure approached him swiftly. Young Master Wu, I am Shi Yan from the apothecary hall. As per Master Shi's instructions, I shall deliver the secret medicines to you daily to assist in your bone cultivation. The newcomer said, presenting a round food container to Chen Wu. Young Master Wu, inside is the dragon soup, a secret medicine specially formulated by our family for bone cultivation, that Du Lien added from the side. Dragon soup? That name conjures quite an image. Chen Wu mused. In his previous life, he recalled that it was quite popular in the southern regions, rumored to be made from snakes. He had never tasted it before. Yet here it was in this life. Oh, very well, I understand. Thank you. Chen Wu accepted the container, expressing his gratitude to Shi Yan. Once back in his room, Chen Wu could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the manual. The first page boldly proclaimed, medicine and martial arts cultivated together. After a thorough reading, Chen Wu grasped its meaning. The dragon soup was, in fact, a tonic that stimulated and nourished the blood and bones, aiding one in perceiving their spinal structure, thus facilitating cultivation. Without hesitation, he drank it. Upon opening the container, he discovered an exquisitely crafted porcelain jar filled with a dark, viscous liquid, exuding a medicinal fragrance tinged with earthy notes. Could it truly be made from snakes? He gulped down 2 mouthfuls, and as the concoction settled in his stomach, he felt a warmth akin to drinking hot water, gentle yet profound. Seizing the moment, Chen Wu began to circulate his vital energy. With this movement, he noticed that the warmth in his stomach intensified, gradually radiating throughout his entire body. Here it comes, the manual's prophecy echoed in his mind. Refine your being in the furnace. The divine dragon awakens chaos. Focus as if possessing divinity. The divine pillar stabilizes the cosmos. Chen Wu concentrated, interpreting the teachings as he practiced. The boiling blood made him feel as if he were being forged in a furnace, while the dragon soup acted as a catalyst for awakening the spinal structure. akin to the divine dragon stirring chaos. Focus, as if possessing divinity, referred to the inward contemplation without dominating the spirit. It was essentially visualization and meditation. In this visualization, he could sense the spinal column, prompting it to absorb the dragon's soup. This aligned with the final phrase, the divine pillar stabilizes the cosmos, signifying the spine as the human's divine pillar. This visualization step was crucial for bone cultivation. If one could not perceive their spinal structure, they could not proceed further. This was what was meant by aptitude. It required not only a naturally open body, but also formidable mental strength. Otherwise, one would merely drift in confusion, achieving nothing, regardless of effort. The example of his predecessor was a testament to this truth. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to ignore the sensations caused by his boiling blood. Directing his attention inward in a state of confusion, neither fully asleep nor entirely awake, he lost track of time until he sensed a peculiar anomaly, akin to a lighthouse amidst the sea, guiding him. Naturally, his spirit followed suit, drawing near to discover a towering pillar amidst the chaos. Success, steadying his excitement. Chen Wu understood that the next moment was pivotal, although he could now perceive his spinal structure. It felt as immovable as a mountain, akin to lifeless stone. Refined, his spirit attached itself to the spinal column, simultaneously urging forth his vital energy. Buzz the instant the vital energy made contact with the towering spine. It resonated as if a sound of creation had echoed forth, leaving Chen Wu momentarily blank. When he regained his senses, an inexhaustible surge of vital energy, akin to a colossal wave, flooded towards the spinal structure. The spine stood resolutely at the center of this tide, and upon contact with the vital energy, it vanished from sight. Gradually, the once lifeless column began to exhibit a semblance of awareness, as if something was stirring within. Is this the entry to bone cultivation? Could it be this simple? The manual elucidated clearly. The entry into bone cultivation was marked by the vital energy entering the spine, breathing life into it. What does it mean to be alive? From insensitivity to awareness, that is life. From uncontrollable to controllable, that is life. What is stirring is that spark of life. The subsequent task is to nurture it continually until the entire spine can be consciously manipulated. Resonating with the might of a great serpent, the flow of vital energy was relentless, like a flood breaching its dam, while the spine resembled an unfathomable abyss. One surged forward without hesitation, the other welcomed all. One segment, two segments, three segments. The midsection of the spine began to awaken, segment by segment, and Chen Wu felt that with his will, these segments could even shift in accordance with his desires. 4 segments. 5 segments. Crack. As the 5th segment stirred to life, he perceived a resonant click, as if these 5 segments had merged into a singular entity, forming one substantial bone. This the lumbar region. An adult spine consists of 26 segments, 5 of which comprise the lumbar region. Once these 5 lumbar segments awakened, the vital energy within his body gradually settled, achieving a state of equilibrium. Crack, 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 crack. A series of faint cracking sounds emanated from his lower back. Barely audible, akin to a serpent slithering. Not bad. While it may be a small serpent, not a giant python, I am quite satisfied, Chen Wu thought to himself. After all, he had successfully refined 5 segments of his spine during his first cultivation session. If he could achieve this every time, wouldn't that mean he was soaring? Yet, as he pondered, a smile crept across his face, realizing he was perhaps overestimating the ease of the process if it were that simple. Wouldn't bone cultivation be trivialized? It wouldn't align with Chun Yangfeng's assertion of being the family's mainstay. With a slight movement, he felt as if his waist were equipped with springs, agile, powerful, and coordinated, completely contrasting the previous stiffness. With a swift punch propelled by the natural force of his waist, Chen Wu felt a notable acceleration in his strikes. After practicing the rolling stone fist, he gained a profound understanding of the coordination required from his waist. Outside the courtyard, Du Lian, upon hearing Chen Wu's punches, could not help but exclaim that being the sole survivor of that ambush was evidently not a matter of luck, but a result of diligent effort. Meanwhile, he silently resolved to make a certain decision. The following day, Chen Wu arrived early at the martial arts hall. The Chen family taught martial arts in the morning, addressing queries, while the afternoons were reserved for individual practice. By the time Chen Wu arrived, a dozen individuals were already present, engaged in discussions about their martial experiences, all of whom had just begun their bone training, each harboring their own insights that Isn't that the armored brother? Why aren't you wearing armor today? Someone quipped upon noticing Chun Wu's entrance. Hearing this, Chun Wu cast a glance at the speaker, a youth of 16 or 17, who appeared rather frivolous, clearly teasing him about his armor from that fateful night. This flesh and blood brother is quite obvious today, isn't it? There is no one here to threaten me. You little brat, why bring that up? When I wear armor, I'm the armored brother, and without it, you're just the flesh and blood brother. Saying no one threatens me is simply a slight against you. Your martial prowess poses no danger to me. Chun Wu, disinterested in further banter, chose a seat, thinking it a waste of breath to engage further. The provocateur, evidently incited by Chun Wu's dismissive attitude, pointed at him, preparing to speak again. Chen Yin, a nearby youth, interjected, patting the agitated young man. My apologies, Wu Gu. Chen Yin was merely joking. He means no harm. My name is Chen Han, and I hope you will guide me in the future. This youth, also around 16 or 17, named Chen Han, was courteous and seemed modestly composed. Yet, to Chen Wu, it conveyed a different sentiment. Calling me brother implies I'm older, and suggesting I shouldn't take it to heart indicates he thinks I lack maturity. How sharp his words are, for someone so young. He seems quite insightful. Rest assured. This brother's words are unintentional. How could I take that to heart? What is an unintentional remark? It is simply thoughtless speech. If you provoke, I shall not hold back. Upon hearing this, Chen Han clasped his hands and chuckled. Haha, Wu Gu speaks wisely. You are a few years my senior, and I hope you will help me correct my ways. Chen Han clearly grasped Chun Wu's insinuation and retorted, noting that Chun Wu was indeed older. It was akin to saying, Chun Yin entered first grade at 7, while Chun Wu, at 11, was still in first grade. How brainy is a student who has repeated a year? What could Chun Wu say? What he said was the truth. Starting martial training at 20 certainly meant he was years behind others. To say more would only portray a lack of vision, a futile argument. He preferred not to pursue the matter further. It was pointless and a waste of breath. With the time he had, should he not be practicing instead? Why not venture into the world of the Black Donkey? Chun Wu had little time for trifles. However, this Chun Han seemed intelligent. He did not appear to be a simple character, though Chun Wu remained uncertain about his martial skills. What are you all doing? Came the voice of Chun Yangfeng at the entrance. 19th uncle. 19th uncle. Chun Wu and the other youths greeted Chun Yangfeng with a bow. Chun Yangfeng stepped forward, surveying the group. He was aware that Chun Wu hailed from Qingshan County, while the others had grown up together in the county town. A new lamb amidst a flock of sheep required a period of adaptation. Share your progress with one another. This was precisely the purpose of Chun Wu's visit today, to gauge the advancements of others in bone training for comparison. To ascertain whether his own practice of 5 lumbar vertebrae was indeed normal. 19th uncle, I haven't felt anything yet. 19th uncle, neither have I. 19th uncle, I have made slight progress. I can feel the first lumbar vertebra. The speaker was Chun Han. Only Chun Han had managed to practice 1 lumbar vertebra. What then of Chun Wu's 5? What about you, Chun Wu? Chun Yangfeng inquired. Noticing Chun Wu's silence. I have also refined 1. Chun Wu replied after some contemplation. Chun Wu had always believed that the path of humility was the true path. Maintaining a low profile bore no detriment. The cautionary tale of the bone training master, who was so remarkable yet met an unfortunate end, lingered in his mind. Speak only 3 parts of your mind, and reserve 7 for the divine. This was the essence of humility, much like a tree, where 3 parts represent the trunk and branches, and 7 parts embody the roots. Even when faced with tempests, it would remain unscathed. Chapter 22. Great strength brings miracles. Oh, quite impressive, beyond my expectations. Chen Yangfeng was pleased to hear that Chun Wu had managed to practice the first vertebra on his very first day. The others were equally astonished. Could this retained student truly be so exceptional? Chun Han regarded Chun Wu with a gaze full of unspoken meaning. All right, from today onward, I shall teach you various techniques. The divine elephant mountain carrying technique encompasses numerous methods. Which would you like to learn first? The techniques referred to martial arts moves, skills for combat, to earth-splitting hammer, mountain slaying blade, reversible sword. The youth offered a variety of choices, but the earth-splitting hammer was the most favored. Good. It seems you all have been influenced by your great-grandfather, desiring to learn the earth-splitting hammer. As he spoke, Chun Yangfeng retrieved a pair of golden hammers from the weapon rack and began to demonstrate the earth-splitting hammer technique, which emphasized great force and weight, hence its name. The hammer technique demanded a high level of physical capability. One must possess strong arm strength, powerful waist strength, and a stable foundation. In short, it was suitable only for those with extraordinary physical gifts. This technique comprises 8 methods: sweeping, dragging, hanging, striking, pounding, charging, cloud, and covering. Sweeping and dragging are as swift as the wind, hanging resembles a waterfall from the heavens, and pounding falls like a meteor to the ground. Though Chen Yangfeng was somewhat rough around the edges, he proved to be an excellent teacher, breaking down each hammer move in detail and demonstrating multiple variations for each. Chen Wu observed as each swing of the hammer seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Yet Chen Yangfeng wielded it with ease, stirring within him a sense of longing that a person of great strength possesses extraordinary potential. This resonated with him, while others considered 1,000 pounds of strength in the blood realm remarkable. He possessed 1,600 pounds. What, then, truly constitutes extraordinary talent? Hammer training. Chen Wu made a resolution. Heavy hammers suited him perfectly. What true man does not harbor dreams of pushing back adversaries? In one morning, only 4 hammer techniques were imparted. All right, we shall conclude for today. Return and practice on your own. If there are any uncertainties, bring them up tomorrow. The Chun family placed significant emphasis on this tradition of passing down knowledge, engaging in discussions about the previous day's learnings and addressing any doubts. Upon returning to his quarters, Chen Wu reflected on Chen Yangfeng's teachings, combining them with the secret manual for practice, and soon became engrossed in the exercise. By the time Chen Wu regained his awareness, it was already afternoon. He took a few sips of the cool tea on the table, invigorating himself as he entered the blood realm. This had become an integral part of his life. Once he entered the body of the black donkey, Chen Wu experienced a sensation akin to ethereal transcendence, light, free, and unrestrained. What a delightful feeling! When will my original self reach such a state? I can only hope the world of my true self mirrors this mythical realm. Chen Wu prepared to control the black donkey and set forth towards the spirit realm. Although there was a month-long deadline, departing early would allow for any unforeseen circumstances along the way without wasting time. The key was his unique situation that he must prioritize his original self, as his time here could not be prolonged. Thus, he had to embark on his journey ahead of schedule. In midair, Chen Wu glanced back at Zhuangyuan Mountain, where several little demons were either patrolling or roasting wild chickens, enjoying their carefree existence. Little ones, I am about to embark on a journey. I cannot say when I will return. You must guard Zhuangyuan Mountain well. If any unwise souls attempt to seize this peak, invoke my name, Lu Zhuangyan, that if they insist on claiming it, let them be. Preserving your lives is paramount, and there is no need to engage in combat. Upon my return, I shall deal with them. These little demons had been captured by the black donkey before. The black donkey never abused them without reason, as long as they fulfilled their assigned tasks. Their free time was their own, resulting in a high level of loyalty towards the black donkey. Great King, let us accompany you. Yes, yes, Great King, we wish to follow you. Great King. Chen Wu paid them no mind and turned to soar towards Niu Jiao Mountain. These little demons might survive a while longer here. Should they venture with him into the unknown spirit realm, how could he care for them? What would happen if he led a flock of sheep into the lioness den? From a distance, before reaching Niu Jiao Mountain, a cow demon stood there. Greeting Chen Wu. It was evident that this cow demon kept a watchful eye on Zhuangyuan Mountain, enabling it to spot Chen Wu immediately. Come, follow me to the spirit realm. With that, Chen Wu flew eastward, leading the way. The cow demon understood that Chen Wu held no fondness for it. Upon hearing this, it galloped swiftly behind. As they flew, the creatures lurking in the deep ravines below resembled ostriches, fearful of being discovered by Chen Wu. It was only when darkness began to fall that Chen Wu found a mountain peak to land on. Instructing the cow demon below, "You shall guard this mountain. We will continue our journey tomorrow." Understood. The cow demon responded with a single utterance, then turned to descend the mountain. Upon witnessing the cow demon's descent, Chen Wu's spirit also departed from the black donkey, returning to his true self. But tomorrow's competition loomed, and with a sliver of time remaining, Chen Wu resolved to practice his hammer technique. Otherwise, what would he bring to the contest? He labored through the night, only to feel a slight connection to the hammer technique. Yet he was far from achieving even a beginner's proficiency. At dawn, he wielded a watermelon-sized iron hammer, weighing over 100 pounds, and made his way to the martial hall. having become well acquainted with the hammers the previous night. Qin Yangfeng, a man of straightforward disposition, wasted no words and, upon everyone's arrival, promptly announced the commencement of the competition. Among the 8 participants practicing with hammers, including Qin Wu, they were evenly matched in pairs. The first 2 competitors wielded hammers smaller than Qin Wu's, weighing around 30 to 50 pounds. After several exchanges, a victor emerged, though the match lacked grandeur. Qin Wu observed with rapt attention, for this was the essence of true combat, absent of flamboyance, devoid of a grandiose 300 rounds. The next pair began. Qin Wu, what is your situation? Qin Yangfeng inquired as he noticed Qin Wu entering the arena with a pair of watermelon-sized iron hammers. Hee, Uncle Jiu, I feel these hammers are quite splendid, Qin Wu replied with a grin. Good lad, such strength. You start with 100 pounds. Are you intending to overpower your opponents? Qin Yangfeng discerned Qin Wu's intent with a single glance. Begin. Yet, Qin Yangfeng refrained from further commentary and declared the match underway. The opponent struck down with a hammer, fierce and swift. Observing this, Qin Wu bent his knees slightly, generating power from his waist, and with a flick of his wrist, he lifted the hammer upwards. The hammer spun as it clashed with the opponent's weapon, deflecting the opponent's force and throwing their balance into disarray, all while minimizing the impact on himself. This maneuver was part of the Schwa technique from the earth-shattering hammer method. Though still a novice, Qin Wu found it effective. With a clang, the 2 hammers collided, and the opponent's hammer was sent soaring into the air. Their body momentarily halted, leaving an opening wide. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Wu thrust his left-hand hammer forward, striking the opponent's armor with a resounding thud, forcing them to retreat several steps out of the arena. Indeed, great strength yields miraculous results. One move to defeat the enemy. In the 3rd round, Qin Han emerged as the final opponent. This lad was the only one among the group, aside from Qin Wu, who had entered the threshold of bone training, suggesting he possessed the finest innate talent. Brother Wu, I seek your guidance, Qin Han said with a smile as he entered the arena. Wielding double hammers weighing around 30 to 50 pounds, slightly smaller than Qin Wu's yet, Qin Wu regarded him with utmost caution. This youth's hammer technique was remarkably sharp, while Qin Wu relied on sheer strength to conquer his foes. Qin Han triumphed through skillful technique. Indeed, Qin Wu suspected that Qin Han might have already grasped the fundamentals of hammer technique, as he dispatched his opponents with remarkable ease. Brother, no need for formality. Please, Qin Wu said. Maintaining his strategy of overpowering with sheer might, he possessed great strength and wielded larger hammers, which was his advantage, but he was acutely aware that in terms of technique, he was outmatched. As both competitors took their stances, upon hearing the signal to begin, Qin Wu surged forward, striking with his dual hammers, effectively sealing off Qin Han's frontal assault. Unperturbed, Qin Han pivoted his body, swinging a hammer swiftly towards Qin Wu's arm. The cloud technique of the earth-shattering hammer method. Move like a swift wind, strike like flowing clouds. This technique had yet to be taught by Qin Yangfeng, yet this young man executed it with remarkable fluidity. Seeing his opponent's side strike, Qin Wu exerted force through his legs, shifting his body backward, retracting his arms as he crossed his hammers diagonally to intercept Qin Han's assault. The eye technique from the earth-shattering hammer method. Qin Han, anticipating Qin Wu's subsequent move, executed a forward step, bringing his dual hammers crashing down upon Qin Wu's. The cover technique. Displace the enemy's direct assault, strike from above and below to unbalance them. Another technique, not yet taught, was deftly employed by this young man. While the first combatant had struck down with dual hammers, rotating around the arms, Qin Han descended with his hammers from above, akin to storm clouds pressing down. Once his hammers clashed above, the opponent could utilize the downward momentum, leveraging the charge technique from the hammer method to thrust forward, targeting Qin Wu's face. With no avenue for retreat, defeat seemed inevitable. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Wu. With a resounding shout, he relinquished his dual hammers, evading Qin Han's assault. With a powerful push from his legs, he vaulted into the air, flipping over Qin Han's head, his feet above and hands below. In midair, he executed as a formidable figure. Qin Wu undoubtedly took the lead in the following days. His life became remarkably regimented. Mornings were dedicated to martial arts lectures, afternoons to hammer practice, and evenings to spiritual exercises. Where he would control the black donkey to their destination, Xingxian Forest, they soared through the skies for thousands of miles, while the bull demon dashed below, recklessly charging and following, without Chen Wu's presence. The bull demon would have met its demise countless times while traversing mountains and seas. The territorial instincts of the monsters were exceedingly strong. The bull demon's reckless rampage must have trampled numerous monster lairs. Yet, with Chen Wu, the shape-shifting demon, in the sky, which monster would dare make a sound? Not only would they remain silent, but if the bull demon were to relieve itself upon them, the other monsters would obediently bow their heads in submission. This exemplifies the deterrent power of a shape-shifting great demon in this area. The monsters buried their heads in the sand. Chen Wu had no intention of causing unnecessary slaughter, thus they proceeded without delay. As they advanced, the oppressive presence of the Dun Tian mountain range, resembling a wall of the world, grew ever more palpable. During these few days of travel, Qin Yangfeng had already demonstrated the 8 fundamental techniques of the cracking earth hammer method, Xuan. Yi, Gua, Za, Lei, Chong, Yun, and Gai, each embodying countless variations and showcasing them to Chen Wu and the others. For instance, the Xuan technique involved rotating the hammer's body, while swinging it to dissipate force, also qualified as Xuan. Even during collisions with adversaries, manipulating one's bodily energy and blood in a specific manner constituted Xuan. In essence, every move, every form, evolved into innumerable transformations, leaving Chen Wu in a state of bewilderment. The untrained eye. It appeared as mere spectacle. To the knowledgeable, it revealed profound intricacies. Only by stepping through the door could one truly grasp the magnificence and vastness within. Perhaps this aligns with the Buddhist notion that a single flower encapsulates an entire world, and a single tree embodies enlightenment. In the martial arts hall, Chen Yangfeng's vital energy emanated forcefully, flowing steadily as he addressed the gathered individuals. Today marks the final day of hammer technique instruction. Beginning tomorrow, we shall delve into the mountain-slicing blade method. Now, I shall demonstrate the application of the cracking earth hammer method in a different manner. With that, the previously steady flow of his vital energy began to accelerate, surging like a rising tide, each wave more forceful than the last. Chen Wu, Chen Han, Chen Bing, you shall wield your hammers and strike me. Upon hearing this, Chen Wu was eager to comply. It was a rare opportunity to personally experience Chen Yangfeng's hammer technique. Without hesitation, he seized a 100-pound iron hammer, propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap, and executed a smashing strike akin to a meteor hurtling towards Qin Yangfeng. Noticing Chen Wu's movement, Chen Yangfeng smirked, realizing that the lad was likely exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. You certainly are bold. With a rush, the hammer descended like a tempest, yet Qin Yangfeng made no defensive move. Instead, his body emanated a swirling aura of blood energy, rolling and churning. Upon impact with Chen Yangfeng's shoulder, the hammer produced a soft sound, contrary to Chen Wu's expectations of a violent collision and recoil. It felt as though the hammer struck a vortex, where all force appeared to be devoured by an invisible maw, silent and abrupt in its disappearance. Good heavens, this defies logic, Chen Wu thought, aware that the fundamental principles of physics dictated that force could not simply vanish. Where had the strength he exerted gone? He was astonished, having considered various scenarios, yet none accounted for this phenomenon. His immense strength, wielding a 100-pound hammer, now felt as light as a feather. What was the principle behind this? Qin Yangfeng had mastered the bone forging stage. Even if Chen Wu had only practiced 5 sections of his lumbar vertebrae, he was still within the realm of bone forging. Yet the disparity between them felt insurmountable. Akin to a chasm. That moment, Chen Wu felt like an ant that had dared to bite an elephant. He had exerted all his strength. But what of the elephant's perception? Not only Chen Wu but also Chen Han and the others wore expressions of bewilderment. As if lost in a fog. Uncle Gio this. Chen Wu's eyes sparkled with envy. The technique was breathtakingly impressive, a veritable showpiece, the ultimate tool for ostentation. Observing the stunned expressions of the young men, Qin Yangfeng, reminiscent of his own youth, remarked, once you have internalized the hammer technique to the marrow, it will become as instinctive as breathing. You will understand in due time. Training in martial arts requires living practice, not rigid imitation. You must observe, contemplate, and engage your mind. Every technique is interconnected. Can anyone tell me what they discerned from my demonstration of the vital energy application technique? Uncle Gio, I believe I discerned the hammer techniques of Xuan, Yi, and perhaps even Yun. Chen Han replied thoughtfully. taking the lead in answering. Chun Wu had only sensed the yin technique. Hearing Chun Han's words prompted him to reflect, and indeed, there were elements of Xuanyi within. Was Chun Han truly so perceptive? Chun Wu was taken aback. Despite his diligent practice, he had only grasped a fraction of what Chun Han had. Was this young man's insight threefold that of his own? This realization struck Chun Wu with dismay. And you, Chun Wu? What did you perceive? Qin Yangfeng inquired. Uncle Jiao, I did not perceive as much as Chun Han. I only sensed the yin technique, Chun Wu admitted candidly, with no need for pretense. Upon hearing Chun Wu's admission of inferiority to Chun Han, Qin Yangfeng regarded him with newfound esteem. Young men, even those who stand in stark contrast, who can candidly acknowledge their shortcomings, possess a commendable quality. The vital energy application technique I just employed is known as tidal pull. It utilizes vital energy as a tide, based on hammer techniques, employing Xuan, Yi, Yun, Chong, and Gua as conduits to dissipate your hammer force. Furthermore, should I desire, I can draw your energy into my own and redirect it back to you, employing your own strength against you. Morong Fu, Chun Wu silently cursed. Hence, the family's insistence on pure martial training is to ensure you master the art to its core. This is merely the cracking earth hammer method. The family boasts other formidable techniques, such as the mountain slicing blade, the unreturning sword, and the celestial staff, each with a long lineage and unmatched power. Remember, choose one to master comprehensively. Only then can you secure your place in the martial world. Understood. Chun Wu and the others responded in unison, inspired by Qin Yangfeng's words, their spirits soaring. This represented the profound heritage of a family that had endured for over 2 millennia. These martial techniques had been refined through the trials of countless ancestors, each move reaching an incomprehensible height of martial artistry. If Qin Yangfeng had only achieved mastery of bone forging, what might it be like if he attained great perfection? What if he entered the visceral realm and employed the tidal pull technique? Would he not create an environment akin to a domain, where all external forces would dissolve, even redirecting them? Would one stand there, invincible? Daring to imagine further, what if a land-bound deity at the 5-chi-facing Yuan realm utilized this technique? Unbelievable. Chun Wu's excitement grew exponentially, for he believed he might become such a deity. As Qin Yangfeng observed the animated expressions of the youths, he chose not to elaborate further, elegantly shaking his robe sleeve before departing with a flourish, reminiscent of how his own elder had once left an indelible impression on him. With his daydreams concluded, Chun Wu noticed his companions still brimming with enthusiasm, some even attempting to channel their energy in imitation of Qin Yangfeng. He scoffed, shaking his head as he exited. Youthfulness often bore a certain recklessness and lack of composure. On his way back, Chun Wu pondered the path ahead. His understanding had once again been overshadowed by Qin Han, who seemed a formidable rival among this year's cohort of martial artists. What of the previous years? 2 years ago, 4, 6, 8, 10, this was but one district. What of the 8 districts of the Qin clan? What of their ancestral stronghold, the Daoist residence? The more he contemplated, the more his scalp prickled with anxiety. He had once thought himself a genius, having reached the pinnacle of blood mastery, yet in comparison, he realized there were countless others just like him. The number of individuals who could overshadow him was unfathomable. More critically, the blood seed had fully occupied the black donkey's body and could no longer draw blood as before. The blood seed was the black donkey, and the black donkey was the blood seed. 2 entities existing as one. Could he draw blood from himself? Clearly not. At least, the blood seed had ceased its absorption. Without the ability to draw blood, what good was it to control a shape-shifting great demon? It was akin to being a once prominent internet celebrity with countless followers, yet unable to monetize their fame. Remaining perpetually impoverished, this state, though mentally exhilarating, left much to be desired in reality. Reflecting on this, the excitement he had felt moments ago dissipated, leaving him feeling utterly disheartened. Why was he burdened with such a seemingly inept golden finger? Why could he not simply meditate and cultivate his abilities? Chun Wu's frustration towards his own limitations surged, eclipsing even the towering Dun Tian mountain range. Yet, grievances aside, this was his fate, as was his dismal level of understanding. Alas, after much contemplation, it appears that reliance on the golden finger, on bloodlines, and on the black donkey is the only recourse. Surely, heaven must provide a path for the inept. But how can one manifest the potential of the black donkey? Thus far, Even after the black donkey has transformed, it remains merely a wild, unrefined creature, a demon with no lineage, no cultivation techniques, and no heritage. Its transformation into a demon is a result of being cast into a deep ravine by the villagers, inadvertently gaining intelligence after falling into a small pool, and subsequently, due to the scheming of a white crane demon, it consumed the nirvana fruit to attain its form. What foundation could such a creature possibly possess? Even its knowledge pales in comparison to that of the toad demon and the cow demon. It seems that hope must be placed upon the spirit realm. With this thought, Chunwu quickened his pace slightly. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, he immediately entered the bloodline cultivation realm. Chunwu raised his gaze toward the boundless, jagged peaks of the Duantian mountain range, murmuring, "Do not disappoint me." He then took flight towards the distant cow demon. Uttering a brief farewell, the cow demon, understanding the unspoken tension, followed silently at a distance. They journeyed. A tacit understanding formed between Chunwu and the cow demon. Chunwu chose to remain aloof, and the cow demon, aware of the black donkey's resentment, refrained from speaking, wary of provoking it as their destination drew nearer. Chunwu's impatience grew, compelling him to accelerate, leaving the cow demon panting heavily, its tongue lolling out. After more than 2 hours of flight, Chunwu finally spotted the outline of a grand city nestled on the mountainside, its details becoming clearer as they approached. This was a sprawling city built into the mountainside, with stone walls towering 30 meters high. Beyond the walls, apricot trees blanketed the hills, their blossoms bursting forth in white, pink, yellow, and red hues that a gentle breeze stirred the petals, creating a fragrant shower of blossoms. Within the orchards, demons flitted about, painting a picturesque scene reminiscent of a celestial realm, a veritable fairyland of apricot blossoms. Though Chunwu had encountered many remarkable landscapes on his journey, none had matched the scale and elegance of this place. This was indeed the realm for summoning great demons. Exercising caution, Chunwu descended from the clouds, walking amidst the shower of apricot blossoms. He had previously met great demons, such as Huang Lang and Bai Wui. And now, 3 demons approached him from a distance, bowing respectfully before him. Upon noticing a human-faced spider, a half-human, half-weasel creature, and a white crow making their way towards him, Chunwu felt a sense of surprise. All other demons he had encountered thus far seemed eager to vanish, yet these 3 approached him voluntarily. "What brings you here?" Chunwu inquired. Upon hearing his question, the 3 demons exchanged glances, and the white crow spoke. "My lord, we sensed your unfamiliarity and presumed you are on your way to the spirit realm, that we are willing to offer all our possessions and pledge lifelong loyalty to you, hoping you might take us into the spirit realm for our cultivation." The other 2 demons echoed the white crow's plea, bowing low with earnestness. "What is the meaning of this? Rise and explain your situation. Were you waiting here for a specific purpose?" Chunwu questioned, intrigued by their presence, as he lacked knowledge of this apricot fairy grove. "My lord, we have been waiting here in hopes of accompanying you into the spirit realm for cultivation. This apricot fairy grove has existed for a long time. It was established by the great dragon king of the spirit realm 3,000 years ago to summon the outer demons seeking transformation. At this point, the white crow glanced around cautiously, ensuring no other demons were nearby before continuing. "It is said that 3,000 years ago, this place was known as the Peach Blossom Spring, not the Apricot Fairy Grove," lowering its voice to a near whisper. The white crow added, "My lord, among us demons, there is a saying, peach nurtures people, while apricot harms them. Please be cautious upon entering the city." Chunwu's eyes narrowed at this revelation. What does this mean? That the Apricot Fairy Grove is dangerous? A place meant to summon transformed demons, yet harmful to them? Is that not contradictory? Observing the white crow, Chunwu sensed sincerity in its demeanor, realizing there was no need for deception. Considering these demons sought to accompany him into the spirit realm, pondering the implications, Chunwu ultimately decided to set this matter aside for the moment and proceed with caution. "Let us enter the city and discuss further," he instructed the 3 demons. The white crow's earlier demeanor and words had not generated any animosity in Chunwu. He allowed them to guide him through the city to ask for whether they would accompany him into the spirit realm. That would depend on the unfolding circumstances. Chapter 26. The entrance fee is blood. Upon hearing that Chunwu intended to take them along, the 3 demons could not contain their delight. "My lord, We shall lead the way, the White Crow exclaimed, signaling to the others to move ahead. The human-faced spider and the weasel promptly understood and rushed forward to clear the path for Chen-Wu. Please, my lord, the White Crow said, bowing deeply. Observing their synchronized cooperation, Chen-Wu recognized that they had formed a small group, their actions evidently prearranged. My lord, having roamed this apricot fairy grove and its surroundings for many years. We three demons know each other well. You can trust us. We are entirely reliable. I am a mutated crow, inherently sensitive to danger. If you accept me, my humble abilities can provide you with warnings. The human-faced spider excels in weaving webs and defense, and in the spirit realm, you could utilize its silk to forge useful items. Although it may not serve you greatly, it can be of some amusement. As the White Crow spoke, it gestured towards the weasel. Huang Lang is adept at tracking. Once it has caught a scent, it can find its target no matter the distance, unless obscured by special means. Is that the weasel's scent? Chen-Wu remarked, casting a glance at the creature. The weasel's scent was reputed to be foul, yet Chen-Wu had never encountered it in either of his lifetimes. However, he recalled that the common folk regarded this creature with a mixture of reverence and trepidation, typically opting to avoid it. Indeed, my lord, yes, it is the scent. The White Crow hesitated, struggling to find a more palatable way to phrase it. After the White Crow's introductions concluded, Chen-Wu acknowledged the usefulness of these demons. They could provide warnings, track, defend, and capture that in comparison to his previous team, which included the Toad Demon, Cow Demon, and White Crane Demon. This trio seemed far more advantageous to as they walked. The White Crow engaged Chen-Wu in conversation, while he noted other demons attempting to approach them, only to be intercepted by the human-faced spider and the weasel. Seeing their efforts, the other demons appeared hesitant to confront them directly, instead trailing at a distance. Initially, only a few demons accompanied them, but as they neared the city gates, their numbers swelled. The White Crow, human-faced spider, and weasel were at a loss, as the throng of demons had grown to over a dozen, far beyond their control. Some of the demons even attempted to befriend the Cow Demon, who remained stoic and silent, like a wooden puppet, wishing to be as inconspicuous as possible to avoid inciting Chen-Wu's eye. In this precarious situation, the Cow Demon dared not mingle with the approaching demons. Chen-Wu surmised their intentions were akin to those of the White Crow and its companions, desiring to accompany him into the spirit realm for cultivation. Initially, the few demons may have been intimidated by the White Crow and the human-faced spider. However, as the numbers grew, it seemed they were merely biding their time, wary of upsetting Chen-Wu, who had already aligned himself with the trio. Chen-Wu understood their motives, but chose to remain quiet, awaiting the White Crow's lead, eager to gauge its stance. My lord, these demons trailing behind you share the same goal as us. They wish for your guidance into the spirit realm. The White Crow's astuteness was apparent. Revealing why it had emerged as the spokesperson of the Threed, it articulated its thoughts with precision, distinguishing itself from the others by its self-awareness, a trait any leader would appreciate in a subordinate. Chen-Wu unconsciously regarded the White Crow with more favor, appreciating its self-awareness. How many demons can accompany me into the spirit realm? Chen-Wu glanced around, noting that the number of demons had risen to over 30 and was still increasing. My lord, the rule states a maximum of 10 transformed demons may bring their closest kin into the spirit realm. The White Crow observed the Cow Demon trailing behind, feeling a sense of relief. The alliance between the three had been a result of careful consideration, as their abilities complemented each other. 3 demons was the perfect number. Any fewer would disrupt their synergy, while any more would complicate matters. Fortunately, this particular lord only had the one Cow Demon, which appeared to be less favored as for the swarm of demons seeking to join. The trio had already established their claim. They merely needed to maintain their position. 10, you say? Indeed, when one person attains enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. The essence of any world remains the same. Once a family produces a talented individual in a past life, the distant relatives will surely come forth, each brandishing a golden rice bowl. Chen-Wu cast a deep gaze at the white raven. It was an astute bird, aware of the necessity to place its bets early. Must one stand in line to enter the city? Is there a need for bloodletting? As Chen-Wu approached the city gate, he observed a queue of monsters awaiting entry. To his astonishment, each creature offered its own blood upon a wooden platform. What on earth is this? My lord, monsters are required to pay an entry fee in blood, came the explanation. Observe, when a monster spills its blood, the apricot tree connected to the platform loses a leaf, which serves as proof. The more blood they provide, the longer the leaf remains, thus extending their stay within the city. Conversely, if they offer less blood, the leaf will wither sooner. Once it decays and shatters, they can no longer linger in the city. Failure to comply may result in capture and punishment, or even death. Chen Wu felt a twinge of unease. What kind of absurd regulation is this? The entry fee is the blood of monsters. Is this blood-sucking practice so brazenly accepted? If they must surrender blood, why then do they still queue to enter? After hearing the White Raven's explanation, Chen Wu found himself even more perplexed. After all, monster blood is not infinite. Why sacrifice their own essence merely to gain entry? The outside world is vast. Surely there are places to dwell. My lord, you may not be aware, but the spiritual energy within this apricot immortal city is at least 10 times denser than outside and exceedingly pure. The more promising a monster is in terms of transformation, the more they require such an environment. Otherwise, achieving transformation becomes exceedingly difficult. Individuals like yourself, who can transform in the outside world, possess talents, fortunes, and bloodlines that are beyond our reach. The White Raven spoke with admiration, its tone filled with respect. Indeed, observing the White Raven's demeanor, Chen Wu felt a sense of satisfaction. Must I also stand in line and surrender blood? You need not, my lord. This place has been established specifically to welcome beings of your caliber. You may enter through the main gate directly, and the monsters you bring along will not have to pay the entry fee. After respectfully stating this, the White Raven gazed at Chen Wu with eyes full of longing, clearly hoping he would lead them through the main entrance. Chapter 27. The Apricot Immortal in the Apricot Immortal Forest. Observing the White Raven's behavior, Chen Wu was not oblivious to its thoughts. If he were to lead them through the city gate, how would other monsters perceive it? They would undoubtedly believe he had acknowledged the White Raven, the human-faced spider, and Huang Lang, along with the original ox demon he brought. In such a scenario, the remaining monsters would surely vie for the other 6 spots without contesting the positions of the White Raven, the human-faced spider, and Huang Lang. Anyone harboring covetous thoughts would be expressing dissent against Chen Wu's decision. Which monster would dare to voice discontent with his choices? Therefore, the decision to usher in the White Raven and its companions was far from a mere act of walking through the city gate. It would determine their fates and future paths of cultivation. Let us proceed. Chen Wu did not hesitate and took the lead, stepping forward. Opportunities are reserved for those prepared, since the White Raven and its companions had already strategized their collaboration from the moment their team was formed. And given the White Raven's commendable verbal performance along the journey, why not grant them this opportunity? Yes, thank you, my lord. I shall serve you with utmost loyalty, sacrificing my all without regret. Upon hearing this, the White Raven's feathers stood on end, scurrying behind Chen Wu to pledge its allegiance while discreetly signaling the other 2 monsters. The human-faced spider and Huang Lang were always attentive to the situation around Chen Wu. Upon noticing the White Raven's signal, they too trembled with excitement. Success. The trio of monsters exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with exhilaration. How many in the Apricot Immortal Forest had awaited this moment, after years of scheming? To achieve this in one fell swoop was nothing short of thrilling. With their confirmation, the human-faced spider and the weasel swiftly joined Chen Wu, forming a small entourage as they approached the city gate. The gate was vast, spanning nearly 10 feet in width, yet no small monsters stood guard, and there was no one to oversee entry, seemingly allowing free passage. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Every monster appeared remarkably self-disciplined, obediently forming lines to offer their blood upon entering the city. Monsters exhibiting self-discipline. Expecting monsters to adhere to rules is akin to asking dogs to refrain from defecating. The evident outcome reveals that the only reason these monsters comply with regulations in the absence of supervision is that the city's overseer possesses the power to enforce such obedience. Observing the various monsters in line, Chen Wu's mind suddenly flashed back to the years of mask-wearing and queues during his past life, reminiscent of the populace of a great nation, without strength. One is bound, a mere puppet of fate. With this thought, Chen Wu clenched his fists, vowing in this life to become a free individual, unbound and uncoerced by anyone. As he stepped through the city gate, a wave of spiritual energy enveloped him, invigorating his spirit, prompting him to take a deep breath. Truly extraordinary. It is no wonder that those monsters would willingly shed blood to enter, were he at the threshold of transformation. He too would gladly pay the price for entry to cultivate. After all, once transformed, one ascends to greatness, liberating oneself from the struggles of the periphery and entering the realm of spiritual cultivation, where further advancement becomes possible. But if there is hope, who would choose to remain a mere mud dog in the quagmire outside? This is the essence of transformation, equating to the essence of life. The richness of spiritual energy within the city was astonishing, and the sights within exceeded Chun Wu's expectations. He had imagined that such a large city would be bustling with activity and throngs of monsters. However, the reality was quite the contrary. The expansive roads were still lined with apricot blossom trees, and in the distance stood a woman clad in a pale yellow dress, her hair elegantly styled. Approaching with graceful steps, swaying like willows in the breeze, beautiful. It could be said that this was the first time Chun Wu had encountered such a stunning woman in the realm of cultivation. Even in his past life, having seen countless beauties on television, none could rival her grace. My lord, that is the owner of the Apricot Immortal Forest, the Apricot Immortal, the White Raven quietly reminded him from behind. Oh, upon hearing this, Chun Wu immediately heightened his vigilance. The seemingly delicate and radiant individual before him was, in fact, the master of this city, a city where blood is the currency for entry. Could she be akin to the Black Mountain Old Demon? Is this city merely a gaping maw, with the entire apricot forest as her body? With such thoughts, the once enchanting blossoms and fragrant aromas transformed in his mind, and the beautiful woman appeared as though she were a tree with branches, her tongue extending long. Chun Wu was startled by his own imagination, his heart racing. Congratulations, my lord, on your transformation. Henceforth, you shall leap through the dragon gate, embarking on a vast path. The Apricot Immortal bowed with both hands, smiling as she spoke, her voice melodious and gentle, and by the time she finished speaking, she was already 3 paces away from Chun Wu. I am Lu Zhuangyin. It is an honor to meet the Apricot Immortal. Recently, I was fortunate enough to transform and have come to seek your esteemed land to journey towards the spirit realm, to the realm of the Spirit King for cultivation. Unsure of the situation, Chun Wu spoke with much more caution, even mentioning the name of the Spirit King, hoping to gain some leverage to dissuade the Apricot Immortal from causing any trouble at the same time. He subtly extended his consciousness to observe the Apricot Immortal. Within his consciousness, there was no sight of the clear-eyed and radiant Apricot Immortal. Instead, she was shrouded in a thin mist, her form indistinct and unclear. An illusion technique? Could the Apricot Immortal not be a transformed great demon? Is her human form merely an illusion? Could she truly be the Black Mountain Old Demon? My lord is too modest. The Apricot Immortal is merely being elevated by fellow Taoists. You may call me Hongxing. Please follow me. Not only is she akin to the Black Mountain Old Demon, but you also venture beyond the bounds. Thank you. Having arrived, and given that both the map and the White Raven indicated that this place was established to guide great demons towards the spirit realm, would even the Black Mountain Old Demon truly seek to harm me? The Apricot Immortal led the way, but as they walked, Chun Wu noticed a peculiar detail. The Apricot Immortal maintained a distance of 3 paces from him, never stepping within that boundary. What could this signify? My lord, have you only brought these 4 familiars? If so, you might consider recruiting a few more monsters later. It would be beneficial to have some assistance with chores in the spirit realm. The Apricot Immortal glanced at the White Raven and the others, seemingly recognizing the White Raven. The 3 monsters bowed their heads and saluted as the Apricot Immortal's gaze fell upon them. Goodness, she carries quite the presence. Thank you for the reminder, Immortal. If time permits later, I shall recruit a few more. Should you have any recommendations, I would be most eager to hear them, regardless of the Apricot Immortal's background. Chun Wu knew he must speak diplomatically. After all, they were all seasoned demons, and mutual respect is essential in their interactions. Should my lord require assistance, Hongxing will certainly oblige. My lord, just ahead is the Monster Recruitment Pavilion. I will explain the matters regarding the spirit realm in detail. The Apricot Immortal gestured towards a building nestled amidst the apricot forest. Subsequently, she opened the door and made a gesture inviting Chun Wu to enter. Chapter 28. The Apricot Immortal is a neuropath. Chun Wu expanded his consciousness to survey the interior, which was approximately 100 square feet, filled with mundane items. Noticing no suspicious elements, he stepped inside. Bang! As soon as Chunwu entered, the door behind him was slammed shut by the apricot immortal, preventing the white raven and the others from entering. Why are they not allowed in? While speaking, Chunwu enveloped the apricot immortal with his consciousness. Should she make any unusual movements, he would swiftly subdue her, because they lack the qualifications to enter. The apricot fairy remains gentle, yet at this moment, she exudes an aura of confidence and steadiness akin to a mountain, entirely unlike the feeling she conveyed earlier when she kept a distance of 3 zhang from Imdo. How does the fairy intend to discuss matters of the spirit realm with me? The apricot fairy smiles softly. My lord, since we are within this abode, let us speak candidly and avoid wasting each other's time. To reach the spirit realm, one must traverse the towering mountain range. The summit is shrouded in fierce winds and thunder. No great demon can cross it alone. Here are 9 wind thunder apricots. If you consume them, your body and demonic power will be temporarily infused with the might of wind and thunder, aiding you in withstanding the mountain's tempestuous forces. With a wave of her hand, 9 apricots, the size of ping-pong balls and glowing a vibrant yellow-orange, appear on the table. Are there any side effects? Chunwu inquires. I mean, will it affect me in any way? He senses an unsettling quality about the apricot fairy. Indeed, the wind thunder energy within these apricots will harm your body and spirit after crossing the mountain range. You will need to recuperate for at least 6 months. Hence, I recommend enlisting a few demons to assist you, thereby alleviating any inconveniences you may face. She gestures. See, the red apricot has the best of intentions. Does it not? As she speaks, her hands spread wide, and Chunwu feels increasingly uncomfortable. This all. Chunwu gazes intently into the apricot fairy's eyes, asking if this is truly the extent of it. He could accept the price to pay for entering the spirit realm. Of course, there is more. Has that crow not informed you of the saying that circulates here? Peach nurtures life, apricot brings harm. Indeed, peach nurtures life, and apricot brings harm. You know why it is said that apricot causes harm, rather than harm to demons. It refers to harming celestial beings. Even they can be affected. The apricot fairy's demeanor shifts abruptly from gentle to frenzied laughter. Thus, consuming these wind thunder apricots will also expose you to the poison of the spirit, leaving you under the control of the Dragon King for eternity, rendering you unable to escape. Chunwu feels overwhelmed. Is it really this brutal? Is there truly no chance for survival? If I do not consume them, he contemplates. Damn it. If I am pushed too far, I might as well abandon my current form and refuse to engage with you. Avoiding this so-called spirit poison, who knows if it might poison my true form? Chunwu feels that he has encountered the most unfortunate circumstances. He has gained nothing, yet stands to lose everything. Upon hearing his refusal, the apricot fairy adopts a pitiful expression, cradling her heart. Not eat. My lord, I have made my intentions abundantly clear that if you refuse, the red apricot will be terribly saddened and deeply disappointed. Chunwu is thoroughly disgusted by the fairy's neurotic antics and lacks the patience to continue this discourse. Enough. With a surge of spiritual energy, he conjures an invisible hand aimed at the apricot fairy. Stop. The enigmatic power he attempts to wield is swiftly sensed by her, prompting her to utter a command. Chunwu suddenly feels his mind clouded, his magical grasp faltering as if mired in a quagmire. Acting on instinct, he lunges forward, raising his leg to kick her with utmost speed. A gust of wind follows his swift kick, propelling his foot towards the apricot fairy. She gasps, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Realizing her tried-and-true magical command has failed to subdue this great demon, who instead aims a kick directly at her vulnerable region. Despicable, shameless, and lewd, a sudden force binds Chunwu's leg mid-kick, preventing further progress. The wind from his kick threatens to lift her skirt, causing the apricot fairy to exhale in relief, for that wicked foot had nearly struck a sensitive area. Such force. If it had landed, she dares not contemplate the image. Just as the apricot fairy attempts to cast her spell again, Chunwu seizes the opportunity, channeling his magic with fervor, and captures her. The delicate apricot fairy finds herself ensnared, her form contorting in response to his grip, producing a series of cracking sounds. Initially, she lets out a cry of despair, then turns to him, her neck twisted unnaturally, murmuring in astonishment. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Her expression shifts to one of sickly laughter. Truly remarkable, a shape-shifting demon of great prowess. Come, Slay me. The mightier you are, the more delighted I become. Chen Wu is taken aback. This is far from the outcome he anticipated. She should be subdued, perhaps to plead for mercy or beg for release. Yet here she is, inviting her own demise, reveling in his might. What absurdity is this? He is momentarily at a loss. How does one compel a being who fears not even death? Well, I cannot simply warm her heart with kindness. Clearing his throat, he addresses her. Fairy, look, this is our first encounter that we bear no grievances from the past, nor animosity in the present. This back and forth seems unnecessary. How about this? I shall release you, and in return, you guide me on a clear path. It is no small feat for me to take on this form. I implore your mercy. What else can be done? A forceful approach is futile. He must resort to gentler means. Observing Chen Wu, the apricot fairy's erratic smile gradually fades, shifting to a more composed expression, then slowly to one of sorrow. That is their hope. Chen Wu thinks, sensing a change in her demeanor. Release me? Who will release me? She murmurs, tears streaming down her cheeks. This world knows nothing of release. Do you not understand? From the moment you stepped into this room, your fate was sealed. Chapter 29. How to Choose a Door. Upon hearing this, Chen Wu turns to the two wooden doors that have been shut. Bang! An invisible force strikes the door, producing a resounding crash, yet the door remains unscathed. His magical power impacts the door, creating a loud noise. But seemingly nothing else occurs. Damn it! Bang! 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 Like a trapped beast, Chen Wu unleashes another flurry of blows against the door, but when it proves futile, he directs his ire towards the walls, ceiling, and floor, attempting to smash everything in sight. To no avail, he can only leave destruction in his wake without achieving his goal. What the hell? Turning to the apricot fairy, he finds her watching him with amusement, as though he were a jester putting on a performance. Do you wish to perish alongside me? Chen Wu glares at her indignantly. Ha! Perish alongside me. You wish to kill me? Come, try. Let us see if you can succeed. If you do, I shall be grateful. Chen Wu is left bewildered. This fairy cannot be slain. No wonder she seems so self-assured. His heart sinks. What on earth can he do now? There appears to be no solution. Leave. I cannot escape. Kill. I cannot slay her. Must we remain in this stalemate? Wait. Stalemate. Suddenly, an idea strikes him, albeit a rather desperate one, that if they are to be at an impasse, he can simply endure alongside this fairy. With that thought, he plops down onto a chair and declares, Since I cannot kill you, nor can I leave, I shall remain here with you and see who can outlast the other. When the month is up, if I do not venture into the spirit realm, they will send someone to hunt me down. Let us see how you explain this situation. The apricot fairy, observing Chen Wu's self-satisfied demeanor as he sits, cannot help but chuckle. Ha! Explain. What explanation? Once this room is sealed, the array will activate automatically if the doors are not reopened within 7 days. Everything within will be reduced to ashes. Your body and spirit will turn to dust. What explanation will you require? Furthermore, this was all orchestrated by that wretched Dragon King. The 1-month deadline to enter the spirit realm was set by him. You, a mere subordinate, wish to demand an explanation from the Dragon King? As she speaks, she gazes at him as if he were a fool. Chen Wu is utterly dumbfounded. This is far worse than being ensnared in a trap. There is not a single escape route. And he finds himself ensnared in a net of despair. Damn it, he curses, a surge of fury flooding his being. If I cannot live, neither shall you. With that, he rises and forcefully pins the apricot fairy to the ground. You, the apricot fairy, pressed beneath him, realizes his intentions. Are you attempting to assault me? Ha! My body is but a fragment of a tree's heart, transformed into this form. You wish to violate a piece of wood. If such is your inclination, you may as well try and see whether you or this tree's heart possesses more rigidity. As she spoke, the enchanting fairy, Xing, spread her arms wide, gazing at Chen Wu with an expression that seemed to challenge him. Xing's words fell upon Chen Wu like a bucket of cold water, leaving him on the verge of tears as he stared blankly at the delicate beauty pinned beneath him, utterly powerless. Is she truly just a piece of wood? A mere piece of wood. In my past life, the encounter with the lizard was already quite explosive, yet here I am, trying to create fire by drilling wood. Chen Wu hastily shook his head, attempting to dispel certain shameful images from his mind. The last shred of his resolve crumbled away. He released Xing and slumped to the ground, despondent. Why do you not consider tormenting me? Or perhaps even killing me? Xing, still on the ground, shifted her posture, resting her head on her hand as she inquired of Chun Wu. He was at a loss for words. At that moment, he had no inclination to engage with this eccentric being. Silence enveloped the room for a long while until Xing rose from the floor, straightened her dress, and softly suggested, "You might as well consume the immortal apricot. It is certainly better than fading away into nothingness here." "Is there truly no other way?" Chun Wu asked, gazing at the now gentle and dignified Xing. "None at all, the lofty Dragon King. How could he possibly overlook what you can conceive? If I had a solution, would I be trapped here, unable to live or die? If I were you, I would consume the immortal apricot. Living is certainly preferable to dying, far better than my own predicament. And what of you? What is your situation?" Chun Wu inquired, sensing from her words that this woman bore her own sorrows. "Given that you are also a genius, it would not harm to share a few words." Xing replied, casting a glance at him, "But oh, if I were not a genius, I would not even have the right to listen. That is rather discriminatory. My true form is that of a wind and thunder immortal apricot tree. Once a paragon of the spirit realm, having cultivated to the later stage of transformation, merely a step away from becoming a demon king. Yet I was captured without cause by the Dragon King, stripped of my form and poisoned with the split god's venom within my body." Xing's voice was laced with bitterness. "Moreover, I was cast from the spirit realm into this filthy place. My true form used as the foundation for this 1,000 demons soul refining array. You think those demons entering the city do so for mere tolls?" Upon hearing this, Chun Wu remarked, "Isn't it an entrance fee? A better environment for cultivation afterwards." "Ha! An entrance fee? How naive you are. The blood of those demons, once it enters the trunk of the apricot tree, is refined and separated. A portion imbued with spirituality is stored to become my essence in the next rebirth. Thus, I cannot truly die. No matter how many methods I have attempted for self-destruction, the outcome remains unchanged. I am reborn once more. By the heavens, no wonder such a beautiful demoness has descended into madness. This is truly tragic. A once proud daughter of heaven, her path wide and promising, reduced to this state without reason, stripped of her form and cast into this wretched place. Becoming a vessel for an array, unable to die or truly live. The other part of the demon's blood, the impurities, even poisonous substances, are absorbed by the immortal apricots, forming a part of the Dragon King's control over you. Every day, demons offer their blood, each one distinct. Thus, every immortal apricot contains a different poison. Except for the Dragon King, no one can decipher the antidote." Pausing, Xing regarded Chun Wu with an inscrutable expression. "The fact that my powers cannot bind you indicates that your spiritual strength is formidable, far exceeding the 3-zhang range typical of the initial stage of transformation. Is the 3-zhang range the limit for initial transformation? No wonder you maintained your distance from me. The Dragon King has a penchant for collecting geniuses, yet he harbors a deep-seated wariness towards them. Only those he can control survive. Those he cannot are destined to perish. Therefore, as a genius capable of transforming in this tainted land, what will your choice be?" Chapter 30. Do not take it too seriously. What choice do I have? Is it polite to inquire such a thing? Chun Wu retorted, his expression one of exasperation, eliciting giggles from Xing. In this moment, the atmosphere bore no trace of the fierce battle they had just endured, resembling more the aftermath of a girlfriend playfully teasing her boyfriend. Where laughter replaced tension, after a fit of laughter, Xing turned to Chun Wu and said, "Since you have brought me joy, I shall offer you a few words of wisdom. Would you care to listen? Speak. When you reach the spirit realm, do not strive to stand out too much, nor should you be overly mediocre. It is best to remain inconspicuous, so others are unaware of your presence. Not harbor delusions of soaring to greatness. Such phenomena do not exist in this world. If they do, it is merely an illusion crafted for your viewing. To truly believe in such things is to court death. Of course, at times, death can also be a form of happiness." Chun Wu understood the implications of Xing's words, having grasped this truth in his previous life. It is akin to the phenomenon on certain video platforms where an obscure individual suddenly rockets to fame, leaving outsiders to believe it is due to luck or talent. Yet the reality is that it serves merely to showcase the platform's influence to its shareholders and certain individuals. See, I can guide the masses. My value is limitless. If you wish to enhance your influence or smooth over certain matters, I can play a decisive role. Thus, in a world where internet traffic is manipulated at will, what luck truly exists? It is merely a matter of human orchestration. As for strength, among 1.4 billion people, many possess power that I understand now. It is the path of survival I must tread, grateful for Xing's kind reminder. Chun Wu acknowledged that his life and death bore no relation to her. Xing chuckled, lifting her chin in an inviting gesture. Eat. You arrived early. There is no need to rush. Consume one apricot a day to allow your body to adapt. It will mitigate the damage. Why this sudden kindness towards me? Chun Wu felt unsettled, as moments ago, they were adversaries, and now, she acted as if nothing had occurred. I was never ill-intentioned. Upon your entry, I candidly informed you of the apricot's harmful properties and its toxicity. You were the one who struck first, calling for a fight, were you not? Indeed, perhaps your earlier provocations did evoke some emotions within me. At that moment, Xing appeared charming and playful, as if conversing with an old friend. Is that honesty? It was downright deadly. Also, do you refer to your mental instability as some emotions? Chun Wu could only lament, yet it seemed he had indeed initiated the conflict. Quickly, eat. Once you do, your demonic power will incorporate the essence of wind and thunder. Then, hurry and open the door. I loathe this place. Regrettably, these apricots are born from my true form. Consuming them offers me no benefit. Otherwise, why would I need you? Xing urged Chun Wu to open the door, lamenting her own fate. Upon hearing this, Chun Wu merely scoffed. What good would it do to consume his own excrement? No, to be precise, it was fruit that by the heavens. I must consume this apricot. I cannot mischaracterize it. He reached for an apricot, its vibrant yellow-orange hue emitting a delightful fragrance, appearing quite enticing. Yet, once consumed, he would become bound to it. Eat. Do not dwell on the negative. Countless demons long for a taste, yet cannot attain it. How pretentious! Xing's words resonated at the perfect moment. Am I pretentious? Fine, I shall eat it. Resolute, he swallowed an apricot whole. To his surprise, it was indeed sweet, lacking the sourness he had anticipated. The reaction was far less intense than expected. Seeing Chun Wu's look of astonishment, Xing laughed and asked, Are you not surprised? It lacks the tempestuousness you envisioned. Many things, if one does not take them too seriously, turn out just fine. What shall we do next? Chun Wu queried, not picking up on her thread. Some words serve merely as self-comfort in moments of helplessness. Perhaps it is precisely such phrases, repeated continually, that grant one the courage to persevere. To dismiss something as unimportant often conceals sorrow and helplessness beneath a facade of nonchalance. Simply refine it with your demonic power, Xing remarked, her demeanor reminiscent of an elegant lady. Mental instability, Chun Wu muttered inwardly as he summoned his demonic energy. Boom. Coughed. In an instant, he felt a tempest rise within his stomach. The power of thunder erupting throughout his body, sending him into a fit of violent coughing. After a prolonged moment, he gradually regained his composure, though the tingling sensation persisted, leaving him uncomfortable. This quite unexpected? Xing stifled a fit of giggles behind her hand. You have asked if I am surprised twice in 4 statements. Do you derive pleasure from this? Chun Wu, weary of her antics, chose not to engage. Recognizing that perhaps this was one of the few joys she experienced here, gathering the remaining 8 apricots from the table, Chun Wu raised his hand to push open the door, the moment his demonic energy made contact. A flash of brilliance enveloped the door, and it swung open. The array truly is a remarkable tool. Chun Wu resolved that if he ever had the chance, he would diligently study the intricacies of formations. They are indeed instruments of intrigue. My lord, my lady. Outside the door, a white crow, a yellow weasel, a human-faced spider, a bull demon, and a host of other creatures eagerly awaited. Upon seeing the 2 emerge, they all bowed respectfully. Chun Wu remained silent, gazing at the apricot fairy. Perceiving Chun Wu's gaze, the apricot fairy smiled and said, Come, I shall take you to a different place to stay for the time being. Before long, Chun Wu was led to a courtyard adorned with a rockery and flowing streams, exuding a distinct charm reminiscent of Jiangnan. With so many creatures converging towards you, do you require my counsel? She inquired. There's no rush. Let the white crow and the others gather information first, and once they have collected enough, I will seek your advice. At that moment, Chun Wu was not preoccupied with such matters. He merely wished to return to his original body and ascertain whether he had been affected by this realm. Damn it, I came here filled with hope, only to encounter such a predicament. Unbelievable. Very well, you shall reside here for now. Should anything arise, seek me out, she said, gesturing towards a structure nestled on the mountainside outside the city. You do not dwell within the city, the dragon does not dwell with the serpent. The apricot fairy remarked before turning away. How haughty, Chunwu mused. Indeed, since their interaction began, he had sensed an air of arrogance about her. She had often remarked that the periphery was a tainted realm. It was akin to a person with a cleanliness obsession being forcibly thrust into a cesspit. Despite the overwhelming repulsion, they could not escape and could only strive to find a seemingly clean spot to linger in. Ha ha, fairy, many things are not so bad if one does not take them too seriously, Chunwu retorted, echoing her sentiment. Upon hearing this, the retreating apricot fairy paused momentarily before vanishing in a flash. Chapter 31. The Wit of Monsters Crows. I leave them to you, Chunwu said, gesturing towards the gathered creatures after watching the apricot fairy disappear, addressing the white crow. Yes, my lord, the white crow replied, its eyes gleaming with excitement. The task of recruiting had been entrusted to it, which signified that as long as it did not make mistakes, its status was assured. Chunwu paid no heed to the elated white crow. After shutting the courtyard door with a wave, he entered a random room. The bull demon glanced at the white crow and then back at Chunwu's courtyard, its eyes flickering, lost in thought. Once inside the room, Chunwu wasted no time. He closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to return to his original body in the courtyard. Chunwu opened his eyes with a gasp, invigorating his blood and carefully assessing his physical condition. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a subtle tingling sensation accompanying the flow of his blood. Whoa! Had it truly affected his original body? Although the tingling was faint, Chunwu immediately recognized it as the sensation he experienced after consuming the Wind Thunder apricot. Indeed, his original body had been poisoned. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out. He had always approached the realm through the scroll, believing that the black donkey and that world were mere tools to aid in enhancing his original body's cultivation. However, it appeared things were not as he had imagined. Focusing, he examined the scroll in his mind. It should provide clarity. Name, Chunwu. Age, 20170. Realm, Bone Refinement Beginner Technique. Divine Elephant Mountain Bearing Martial Arts. Rolling Stone Fist Mastery. Earth-Splitting Hammer Method Not Yet Started Bloodline. Spirit Blood. Transformative Donkey Demon. Extra Power. Wind Thunder Power. Weak. Spirit. Poison of Rift God. Resistible. What the hell? Gazing at the information, Chunwu's heart plummeted like a roller coaster, overwhelmed by a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Was this his golden finger presenting him with a surprise? He had acquired a new attribute, the power of wind thunder coursing through his veins. Moreover, this Rift God poison, I can resist it. Did this mean the poison was ineffective against him? With this realization, his heart raced uncontrollably. This was incredible. Chunwu leaped high, throwing a powerful punch, nearly wishing to embrace the scroll and shower his bloodline with affection. Overwhelmed by the sheer strength it offered, never had he felt more empowered by his golden finger than at this moment. After some time, he managed to calm his emotions and once again circulated his blood, trying to feel that faint tingling sensation, attempting to harness it, but to no avail. Was the wind thunder power too weak? Or was it simply beyond his control? With limited experience, Chunwu could not discern the problem. After much effort yielded no results, he set it aside, planning to consume a few more apricots when he returned to the other world to see if there would be any change. Now that he had returned, Chunwu tidied up slightly and made his way to the martial arts hall. By noon, he had come to establish his presence. As a newcomer to the county city, maintaining a proper demeanor was essential. However, in truth, he no longer intended to learn more martial arts, primarily due to a lack of time to practice and his limited aptitude. He had yet to master the earth-splitting hammer method. So what was the use of learning more? After exchanging greetings with Chen Yangfeng, he returned to his courtyard, drank the divine dragon soup that Master Yin had sent, and began his afternoon practice of bone refinement and hammer techniques. Over the past few days, Chunwu had finally witnessed the limitations of his physical talent. His bone structure was as unyielding as a rock. He consumed bowl after bowl of medicinal soup. Yet not a single bone had been enhanced. Incredible. Chunwu suspected that had it not been for the excessive essence blood accumulated in his body prior, he would likely have achieved nothing after his first consumption of the divine dragon soup. As it stood, he might not have advanced a single bone by now. Fortunately, his previous self had perished. Had he still been alive, with such talent, he would have likely still been struggling at the skin refinement stage. A martial arts enthusiast, yet cursed with poor talent and a rock-like bone structure, would have inevitably met a gloomy end. After completing his hammer practice and taking a bath, Chun Wu mentally returned to his bloodline. Since relying on his original body was futile, he could only place his hopes on the cultivation realm, hoping to enhance his original body's cultivation speed through the black donkey form. The white crow had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Chun Wu emerge, it hurried forward, saying, "My lord, I have compiled the information of several monsters wishing to follow you to the spirit realm. Please review." With that, it presented Chun Wu with a piece of beast skin. Chun Wu accepted the beast skin and glanced at it. The information detailed dozens of entries, including names, species, innate abilities, and even what they were willing to offer as compensation. All quite thorough. Do you have any opinions? After pondering for a moment, the white crow pointed to a name on the beast's skin and said, "My lord, I believe this Liang who should be recruited. He is of the bloodline of the exotic beast Liang Chu, and once he activates his abilities, he becomes impervious to blades and spears. According to him, he possesses the power to control soldiers after his transformation, which is quite remarkable. And this one, Ho Yu, claims to have the bloodline of the ancient exotic species Chang Yu, excelling at curses that have you tested it? A monkey can curse." Chun Wu felt a flicker of interest. "My lord, I have personally experienced it. The headache it caused was unbearable, so he should not be a fraud. Is there anyone else?" Chun Wu inquired again. "My lord, there are these few others. While their abilities are not particularly remarkable, they have offered treasures to you, hoping for your guidance to the spirit realm." After the white crow finished speaking, it fell silent, awaiting Chun Wu's decision. Observing the deferential white crow, Chun Wu couldn't help but marvel at its cleverness. He had not anticipated that such a small creature would possess such astute thoughts. Naturally, Chun Wu did not fully trust the white crow's claims that there were no other recommendable monsters. It was merely reluctant to continue suggesting candidates. In his past life, he had spent many years navigating the workplace, and he was well aware of the white crow's motives. The detailed records of each monster on the beast's skin indicated that the white crow had executed its task with great thoroughness. Subsequently, it had specifically recommended 2 monsters, emphasizing their good talents and claiming to have tested them personally, demonstrating its earnestness. Ultimately, it ceased further recommendations and instead mentioned that there were monsters offering treasures. Leaving the negotiations to Chun Wu, this carried 2 implications. First, it allowed Chun Wu to decide on the remaining 4, mindful that upon entering the city, it had been clearly stated that the Apricot Fairy would recommend monsters, which she had not declined. Thus, it had intentionally left a significant portion of the quota open. Second, it avoided the topic of the monsters offering treasures, as what treasures were being offered remained Chun Wu's secret. Unbeknownst to the white crow, Chun Wu could not help but lament the cunning of the creatures he encountered. They were truly intelligent and not to be underestimated. This completely overturned his previous notions. In his past life, monsters were synonymous with ferocity, malevolence, and bloodthirstiness. Yet in reality, since he had occupied the body of the black donkey, nearly every monster he encountered had proven to be resourceful, akin to astute individuals. Chapter 32. The stench of flatulence. Chun Wu gazed at the white crow. Its cleverness now posed a dilemma for him. Should the day come when the bird harbored rebellious thoughts, it would be all too simple for it to betray him. Chun Wu had always considered himself not particularly clever, so encountering such an astute subordinate left him in a state of indecision. Wasn't there a saying in his past life, "Not betraying is merely due to insufficient leverage," rather than the other's loyalty? Though perhaps this sentiment was somewhat extreme, in the realm of cultivation, should a monster one day threaten the white crow's life, would it not betray him for its own survival? Especially when he was not powerful enough to offer it protection, and once they reached the spirit realm, he would no longer be able to provide anything, including the most basic shelter. Was it merely a one-time transaction? After entering the spirit realm, would they part ways? Chun Wu felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, such an astute creature should not be allowed to roam free. My lord, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. Not only are you willing to take me to the spirit realm, but you also entrust me with the significant task of recruiting monsters. I am overwhelmed with gratitude and at a loss for how to repay you. The white crow, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly knelt with a thud and spoke, each wing clutching a bone that shimmered like jade. With a swift motion, one of the bones was thrust into the crow's chest under Chun Wu's watchful gaze. Miraculously, as the bone pierced its breast, the other bone on its wing turned a vivid crimson. My lord, this is the fateful bone of a pair of flying geese. I implore you to accept it. Should I ever be compelled by demons or harbor inappropriate thoughts, please shatter this bone, and my life shall end with it. What a remarkable gesture! This could hardly be described as mere cleverness. It was as if the creature could read my mind. How extraordinary! With such a life-bound pledge, could Chun Wu possibly refuse? If only he had possessed half of such wisdom in his previous life. He might have anticipated his superior's intentions and avoided becoming a mere cog in the machine, perpetually impoverished. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall accept it. Without further ado, he waved his hand. Placing the bone from the white crow's wing into his storage ring, there was no point in feigning reluctance or making promises to such a clever bird. It had already considered everything with clarity. Thank you, my lord. I will now venture out to see if there are any other monsters interested in going to the spirit realm. Go ahead. Upon hearing Chun Wu's response, the white crow bowed once more and departed. Ah, how discerning. It was evident that the white crow understood what Chun Wu planned to do next. As anticipated, Chun Wu soon made his way to the residence of the Apricot Fairy. The elegant loft stood precariously on the edge of a cliff, surrounded below by a lush apricot grove and towering mountains above, rendering the area inaccessible from either direction. Chun Wu could not help but sigh. Sometimes, it is not the act of killing that is most cruel, but allowing someone to suffer in existence. The Apricot Fairy was that very person, loathing her surroundings yet unable to escape, thus isolating herself atop the cliff, avoiding contact with the monsters below. Such a mindset and environment would surely drive one to madness. Standing in midair, Chun Wu called out to the loft, "Fairy, are you present? The scholar has matters to discuss." Come and the sound of the Apricot Fairy's voice, the door to the loft swung open on its own. Thank you to As Chun Wu entered. He saw the Apricot Fairy holding a brush, painting on the wall. She continued her work without interruption, and Chun Wu, standing behind her, refrained from disturbing her. Once she completed a painting, the Apricot Fairy turned to him and inquired, "You came to find me so soon. What is it?" "Fairy, the scholar has encountered an opportunity and has transformed into a great monster. However, my understanding of cultivation is limited. So I seek your guidance." The one before him was once a prodigy herself, undoubtedly well-versed in various matters. It would be foolish not to consult such an excellent teacher. What do you wish to know? As she spoke, the Apricot Fairy placed her brush on the stand. Are you aware of the white crow? If so, could you share your insights with me? That white crow, has it placed its bets on you? The Apricot Fairy clearly had some knowledge of the white crow, prompting her question. Chun Wu remained silent, merely flipping his hand to place the fateful bone on the table. The Apricot Fairy examined the crimson bone before her, exclaiming, "Oh, it seems you are not as simple as you appear." She appeared astonished, circling around Chun Wu to scrutinize him. "What do you mean?" Chun Wu felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, stepping back 2 paces. Had this demonist discerned something? Ha ha ha. Why are you so worried? I'm merely curious. There's no harm in taking a look. Just as the Apricot Fairy had stated, she was indeed intrigued by Chun Wu. The fact that the white crow sought a way to have him take it to the spirit realm was within her expectations, but she had not anticipated that the crow would stake its own life on it. It seemed that this naive scholar, Lu, was more remarkable than he appeared. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Chun Wu shot her a glare, his tone irritable. The Apricot Fairy, now slightly serious, said, "In the spirit realm, there exists a prophecy concerning the white crow. The crow with white feathers harbors clever schemes to tread the path of fate, a long life it deems, with wisdom shining bright in every place, distinguishing truth from falsehood in the race. Is it truly so powerful?" Chun Wu was taken aback, not expecting such a formidable prophecy concerning the white crow. Ha. Has that white crow ever mentioned its innate abilities to you? The Apricot Fairy gazed at the astonished Chun Wu. It did mention that it can sense danger. Upon hearing this, the Apricot Fairy clapped her hands, a knowing expression on her face. That's it. Do you not see why it approached you? Why it entrusted you with this fateful bone? I truly do not know. Ha ha. It approached you because it sensed no danger in your presence. The longer it interacts with you, the deeper its understanding of your path will become. Now, having surrendered its life bone, it is evident that it sees great potential in your future, deeming it worthy of its wagered, though you think it has entrusted its life to you. In truth, it merely seeks to unlock the path to its long-cherished ascension. A skilled hunter often appears as the prey. A mere maggot that clings to the back of a rock can still soar through the skies. Could you perhaps become that rock? The apricot fairy gazed intently at Chen Wu. Disbelief etched on her face, as if trying to see through him. Chen Wu scoffed. Who do you look down upon? I am a drifter. Do you understand? The rock is but a vehicle for me. A mere tool beneath my feet. Stop. Do not move. She exclaimed, her expression serious. With that prideful and untamed demeanor, you certainly carry a hint of the rock's essence. What essence? Chapter 33. The Dragon Locking Post. Fairy, could you perhaps share something of substance? Chen Wu said, exasperated. Every word I speak is of great significance. If you find it lacking, it is only because you do not yet comprehend. As your realm ascends and your experience is broadened, you will naturally understand my words. Even what I said about your prideful and untamed demeanor resembling that of the rock, that I may resemble a rock. But am I truly one? If not, how desperate must you be to adopt such a defiant and arrogant stance? Some truths and matters require contemplation to prolong one's existence. The apricot fairy's expression was serious, clearly guiding Chen Wu. Yes, I understand that your words hold value. However, could you share something that would be directly useful to me at this moment? Chen Wu was unwilling to linger on this matter. Very well, let us discuss the white crow and this bone. This bone belongs to a pair of flying geese. Do you know of them? Chen Wu nodded, indicating his understanding that To produced such a bone. The flying geese must be a married couple, both of them great monsters in their transformation phase or beyond. Moreover, they must willingly excavate their own heart bones with their own hands, then refine them together using their blood and magical power. The apricot fairy spoke. She picked up the bone from the table, caressing it thoughtfully. This bone is the final testament of two great monsters who loved one another and mutually affirmed their lives and deaths. This bone was forged at the cost of their lives. Chen Wu was astonished. Two transformed great monsters, digging out their own bones and sacrificing themselves to create these two bones. It was reminiscent of the tale of Gan Jiang and Mo Yi forging their swords in his past life. Both stories involve self-sacrifice to achieve another's purpose. The distinction lies in the fact that Gan Jiang and Mo Yi forged a sword, whereas here, a bone was created. Put it away. This is indeed a fateful bone. From now on, the life of the white crow will rest in your hands. The apricot fairy tossed the bone back to Chen Wu. Take good care of the white crow. It is an anomaly among its kind, typically enduring numerous tribulations. I will be vigilant. Chen Wu nodded as he accepted the bone. To give birth to unusual beings invites heavenly envy in the previous ordinary world. If someone possessed a particularly potent ability, heaven would surely manifest their flaws starkly. Perhaps they might appear foolish or be unable to care for themselves. Such is the nature of the ordinary world. How much more so in the realm of cultivation? By the way, fairy, do you know of any other monsters seeking to enter the spirit realm apart from the white crow? The apricot fairy, well acquainted with the various creatures in this place, would surely provide invaluable insight, which Chen Wu greatly desired. I am familiar with many monsters here, but I do not intend to share that information with you. Why not? Chen Wu was puzzled. With the white crow and a few other monsters as your primary candidates, that is sufficient. The remaining slots can be filled with valuable resources for your own use in the spirit realm. Otherwise, with your current state of poverty, will you merely stand guard in the spirit realm? More importantly, you must ensure that the remaining candidates possess exceptional talents and formidable strength. If not, how will your subordinates listen to one another? Have you brewed medicine before? The apricot fairy inquired. I have. In my previous life, I endured hardships. Since I have persevered through the trials of alchemy, why do I not comprehend the art of subjugation? The apricot fairy inquired with a smile. What connection exists between alchemy and subjugation? Thus, it can be said that your experiences and insights are still insufficient. You lack the ability to reflect and employ your intellect. The mind is a splendid tool, yet you have squandered its potential. Is this a personal attack? This phrase sounds rather familiar. Are you perhaps a reincarnation of Chen Yanyu? What is the most vital aspect of alchemy? The roles of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy. The monarch represents the primary medicine, exerting a leading influence. The minister serves as the auxiliary medicine, supporting the main remedy. The assistant functions as the antidote, counteracting the toxicity of the primary and auxiliary medicines. The envoy acts as the amalgamator, blending the properties of the main medicine, auxiliary medicine, and antidote. Only by doing so can the potion yield its maximum effect, and the same principle applies to the art of subjugation. Remarkable. Upon hearing the apricot fairy's analogy, Chunwu suddenly comprehended why she did not advise him to recruit other formidable demons. If Chunwu were to gather 10 demons, each possessing extraordinary talents, immense power, and remarkable intelligence, with their own ambitions, who would heed whom? What chaos would ensue? Individually, they are all dragons, yet collectively, they would resemble mere worms, even sabotaging one another. In that moment, Chunwu grasped why, under the governance of ancient wise rulers, there existed corrupt officials and incompetent ministers. It was all for the sake of integration, balance, and shifting the contradictions faced by the emperor. Astounding, truly astounding. At that moment, Chunwu attained enlightenment. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of shame. Having lived 2 lives, with the previous one spent navigating the complexities of the workplace. Having read countless books and watched numerous shows, he had never considered such reasoning. There were even times he felt a sense of pride, believing himself to be exceptionally clever. The apricot fairy, observing Chunwu's expression of dawning understanding mingled with shame, seemed to discern his thoughts. Haha, one cannot recognize the true nature of this mountain while being ensnared within it. That I, too, have been trapped by the Dragon King for many years, gradually realizing these truths. By sharing this with you, I hope to spare you from unnecessary detours. At this juncture, the apricot fairy paused before continuing. In other words, I share this with you out of hope, much like the white crow. I hope that one day, you can rescue me from this tainted realm and restore my freedom. Fairy, you hold me in too high regard. Chunwu felt a bit dazed, unable to fathom why the apricot fairy would harbor such thoughts. After all, their acquaintance had barely lasted a day. Could it be that I possess an extraordinary charm with women? Or does she employ a broad net approach, making such declarations to every great demon entering the spirit realm? The apricot fairy, upon hearing Chunwu's words, smiled gently and replied, "Do not underestimate yourself. I do not speak lightly. You may lack self-awareness, but we outsiders see clearly. Your ability to transform in this place indicates your fortune. Otherwise, how would such opportunities present themselves to you? Furthermore, your innate talent is noteworthy. My divine ability, mind fixation, can effortlessly immobilize mid-transformation demons, yet it cannot bind you. This suggests you are already comparable to a late-stage transformation demon. Lastly, the white crow is a rare breed among crows, possessing an uncanny sensitivity to the future, something I cannot match. If it is willing to stake its life on you, why should I not believe in it? Naturally, I cannot merely speak without action. This dragon locking post is a fine treasure, and I bestow it upon you. As she spoke, the apricot fairy handed Chunwu a wooden post, approximately 3 inches long, entirely yellow and marked with traces of lightning. The dragon locking post? Good grief! Have you read The Investiture of the Gods? Chunwu glanced between the apricot fairy and the dragon locking post, and then back at her. What are you staring at? Take it. The apricot fairy urged as she noticed Chunwu's hesitation. Fairy, do you know someone named Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan? Chunwu inquired, his heart racing, fearing her response. The Tianzuan you speak of. Is it of the great deity realm? How could I possibly know such legendary figures? Why do you ask? The apricot fairy responded, perplexed by Chunwu's abrupt question. Phew, it's nothing serious, just a casual inquiry. Chunwu sighed in relief, thankful that it had no connection to the investiture of the gods. Otherwise, as a mere demon with shallow foundations, he would likely perish without even qualifying for the investiture of the gods, leading to a fate of utter disintegration. Disintegration. Even a mere apricot could affect the essence, and the thought of disintegration was daunting. Could this treasure not be renamed? It is merely a stick. This name is not fitting. Chunwu still did not reach out to accept it. He was tempted, yet fearful. The name was too ominous. Calling it the dragon striking staff seems quite appropriate. Know that wretched snake has trapped me here for so many years. I must seal it as well. The apricot fairy declared with bitterness, then thrust the dragon locking post into Chunwu's hands. Holding the seemingly weightless dragon locking post, Chunwu was filled with desire yet hesitant. The name was one issue, but the apricot fairy's intent to seal the Dragon King was another. The apricot fairy had claimed to be a once great talent. Surely she was formidable, yet she had been easily captured by the Dragon King. as if he were merely catching a chick. Furthermore, observing the elaborate setup here, it resembled an inescapable trap, offering no escape for demons at all, with such a powerful dragon, capable of both brute force and cunning. How could a newly transformed little black donkey like him contend? The apricot fairy, seeing Chun Wu's conflicting desire to possess the dragon locking post, internally assessed him. Inexperienced, impoverished, and quite cowardly. Once you return, nourish it daily with your essence and demonic energy, and you will gradually master it. Once you have control, it will unleash the power of wind and thunder, allowing you to face even the average transformation stage demon without fear. When you eventually capture the Dragon King, you can tether it to this post like a dog. Fairy, I understand your desire for revenge, but I am but a delicate creature. What could I use to bind your dog? Fairy, look, I am merely a minor demon. Just to clarify, if I am capable, I will certainly handle that dog. If not, please don't hold it against me. If one day you truly could contend with the Dragon King. Chun Wu would not mind lending a hand to the apricot fairy, perhaps even extracting a dragon's sinew or two. For now, his agreement stemmed primarily from a disdain for the Dragon King, who had plotted against him as well. It was certainly not out of greed for the apricot fairy's treasure. Absolutely not to absorb the wind and thunder powers within it to enhance his own abilities. All right, return and refine it. Strive to master it before entering the spirit realm. As for those demons offering treasures, let them wait a while. Understood? Yes, I plan to discuss matters with them a day or two before entering the spirit realm. Engaging in business was second nature for Chun Wu. Now that he held the upper hand, his wares were of great value, and those demons were eager for his assistance. They were the ones under pressure. The more he maintained his composure, the greater the price those demons would pay, until they relinquished everything. Fairy, could you tell me more about the spirit realm and the Dragon King, aside from the scant information gleaned from Wang Hong's lips? Chun Wu is utterly in the dark. It's late. I need to rest. We can discuss these matters another time. The apricot fairy shot Chun Wu a glance and even feigned a yawn to dismiss him. Your pretense is so exaggerated that I can't help but suspect there's a story between you and the Dragon King. Hurry and leave. I must rest. The apricot fairy waved her hand to further urge him away. All right, I will take my leave, Chun Wu said, moving towards the exit. Fairy, rest well. I shall return tomorrow to hear more about the dragon. Bang. Before Chun Wu could finish, the large door of the attic slammed shut with a resounding thud. Humph. Is this what you refer to as being captured by the Dragon King without reason? Chun Wu shook the dragon locking post in his hand and cast a sidelong glance at the closed door behind him. Upon returning to the quaint courtyard replete with the charm of Jiangnan, Chun Wu eagerly summoned his demonic power, forcing out his essence to drench the dragon locking post as soon as his essence touched the post. It was absorbed without a trace. After feeling he had bled nearly a bowl's worth, Chun Wu proceeded to envelop the post with his demonic energy. It was only through the process of refinement that he realized this seemingly insignificant wooden stick presented considerable difficulty in infusing demonic energy. After refining for more than 2 hours without perceivable progress, he decided to take a break. No wonder novels often mention that refining treasures can take decades or even centuries. This was indeed quite challenging. Sleep now, and tomorrow I shall consult the apricot fairy to see if there is a quicker method or shortcut. Having made up his mind, he withdrew his spirit from the essence seed and returned to his original form. Seeking repose, the following morning, he strolled around the martial hall as usual, had a bowl of medicinal soup that was of no use to him at noon, practiced some hammer techniques, and then swiftly returned his spirit to the essence seed. Re-entering the realm of cultivation. Now, the cultivation realm was the priority. Whether his original form could become formidable depended entirely on this place. My lord, yesterday I arranged for your news to spread, and starting from last night, demons have been entering the city one after another, all eager to accompany you into the spirit realm. The White Crow observed Chun Wu stepping out, approaching him from the side, and remarking, "Indeed, this bird is astute, having anticipated his thoughts and acted preemptively to maximize his benefits. You should inform them that the forthcoming quotas can be exchanged for treasures. The better the treasure, the more favorable the allocation. This represents an opportunity for the primordial accumulation of capital. Who knows, those monsters might actually present valuable artifacts, allowing you, Chun Wu, to establish yourself in the spiritual realm." As he spoke, Chun Wu soared towards the residence of the apricot fairy. Oh, and if you happen to encounter any particularly gifted individuals, do let me know. Chen Wu was reluctant to miss out on any exceptionally talented monster due to treasures. Rest assured, I understand, replied the White Crow with a nod. Upon arriving at the Apricot Fairy's abode, Chen Wu gazed at the enchanting beauty before him. His curiosity ignited. Fairy, where shall we begin? The Apricot Fairy shot him an irritated glance, but began nonetheless. The spiritual realm is vast, brimming with countless secrets and treasures. Among the mountains and rivers, there lie innumerable fortuitous locations, inhabited by many monstrous rulers and great beings. The territory you will traverse to reach the spiritual realm is under the dominion of the Dragon King. He is now a top-tier monster king, merely a step away from becoming a great being, commanding countless other monster kings. Thus, as a mere little monster entering the spiritual realm, you are unlikely to attract any attention. You would be seen as insignificant as an ant. Fairy, you may not realize it, but if all goes as expected, there will surely be unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 35, The Art of Treasure Forging, the Call of Wind and Thunder during this time. When no monsters are paying you heed, you should take the opportunity to heal the injuries inflicted by wind and thunder upon your body. The Apricot Fairy continued, her tone tinged with melancholy. After all, I have been away from the spiritual realm for quite some time. Many things have changed, and I have little more to say. However, I recommend that you develop quietly in the early stages. Ah, so you mean to grow cautiously and inconspicuously. That is indeed my forte. Chen Wu nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on the Apricot Fairy, remaining silent. After a brief pause, she spoke again. The Dragon King was originally an ordinary rat snake, without roots or origins, as weak as an ant, yet he harbored unyielding ambition. Fairy, that sounds like mere ambition, Chen Wu interjected. Given the state you've been reduced to, how can you still cling to such aspirations? Such commendatory language is hardly fitting for an outsider to hear. While you scorn the despicable snake and the dog, you also offer such praise? Is he a howling hound, both contemptible and formidable? The Apricot Fairy chose to ignore Chen Wu's remarks. When I first encountered him, he was battling fiercely against the Blood Demon, a creature that cultivates by consuming the essence of life, a foe loathed by all. Witnessing their struggle, I leaped in to assist them in vanquishing the Blood Demons. Afterward, we journeyed together through the cultivation world, gradually elevating our cultivation to the late form transformation stage. Why do you appear so nostalgic? Chen Wu mused, perplexed. Shouldn't you be eager to seize him and exact 1,000 tortures upon him? Suddenly, realization struck him. Wait a moment. You previously mentioned capturing him and tethering him like a dog. Was it your intention to keep him as a pet rather than to kill him? Strange, you never once mentioned wanting to slay the Dragon King. Not a single word was uttered. Fairy, pursuing him is not a mere transaction. You have already transformed. Why remain in such a state of ignorance? As if recalling something loathsome, the Apricot Fairy's voice sharpened. Unbeknownst to me, that despicable snake has allied with that wretched Jin Xiu, resulting in my current plight. Liu Zhuang Yuan, should the day come when you are truly capable, I want you to use the dragon binding stake to reduce that vile wretch to mere pulp. With those words, the Apricot Fairy fixed her gaze on Chen Wu with a steely intensity. When you speak of the Dragon King, you mention keeping a dog. Yet, when it comes to Jin Xiu, you wish to obliterate her. Very well, I shall comply, Chen Wu replied. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he realized that should he utter a word of dissent, this unstable individual might erupt once more. Currently, he was in need of her assistance, and thus, he had little choice but to acquiesce. Upon receiving his affirmation, the Apricot Fairy's demeanor softened. Oh, you have any other inquiries? Is this melodramatic tale truly at an end? Yet, sensing her reluctance to divulge more, he refrained from pressing further, recognizing that it was her wound and not his to pry into. Fairy, I found the forging of the dragon binding stake to be exceedingly arduous last night. Do you possess any effective methods? This was the crux of Chen Wu's visit. After all, artifacts serve as weapons, and their presence can often dictate life and death. In the tales of yore, such as the investiture of the gods and journey to the west, the importance of weapons is laid bare. Yin Hong, a mere child, wielded the formidable Yin Yang mirror to pursue his teacher, Qi Jingzi, causing the latter to flee in terror, an astonishing feat, considering Qi Jingzi was one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect and a disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Similarly, in Journey to the West, the Monkey King was utterly powerless against the Golden Horn and Silver Horn Kings, who wielded artifacts, despite being mere firewood attendants. Thus, the significance of artifacts is self-evident. The dragon binding stake is Chen Wu's first artifact. and it possesses the potential to invoke wind and thunder, which could lead to a qualitative transformation of its essence. You are merely at the beginning. The art of forging treasures is a gradual process, and one does not achieve mastery overnight. Each exceptional artifact is akin to a second life. You possess extraordinary talent. Your divine sense and monster power correspond to the late form transformation stage, far surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner. Chenwu felt a twinge of disappointment at her words. At this rate, he thought, he might not be able to utilize it for ages. Tio have his first artifact in hand, but remain unable to wield it. Who could endure such a plight? Wait a moment. Didn't you mention yesterday that I should refine it and strive to master the dragon binding stake before entering the spiritual realm? He pondered. Fairy, consider this. You have not ventured into the spiritual realm for many years. You are unaware of its current state. Having consumed the apricot, I am bound to suffer injuries. Self-preservation is already a challenge, let alone for the white crow, which has yet to undergo transformation in such circumstances. Danger looms large, and death is a distinct possibility. You mentioned hoping for my assistance. If I were to perish, all would be in vain. Fairy, your wisdom is vast. You must help me devise a quicker method to refine this treasure. Chenwu resorted to pleading, gesturing earnestly, striving to extract any insights the apricot fairy might possess regarding the art of treasure forging. The apricot fairy regarded Chenwu in silence, her thoughts inscrutable. After a long pause, as if having made a decision, she sighed and said, "Do you know that the art is not to be lightly imparted? Fairy, I am willing to become your disciple. At this declaration, Chenwu sensed an opening. In that moment, he cared not for formalities. All that mattered was acquiring knowledge. After all, who hadn't had numerous teachers throughout their years of education, while formal apprenticeship was not necessary. A promise of secrecy was imperative. Should I divulge my teachings, may I be struck by heavenly lightning and condemned to suffer in perpetuity. That a solemn vow was essential. There could be no ambiguity at such a critical juncture. It is akin to a new relationship, where one must profess their love fervently when faced with a moment of passion. Fear not, I shall guide you, the apricot fairy replied, slightly taken aback by Chenwu's earnest vow. This treasure-forging technique, known as the Call of Wind and Thunder, is a closely guarded secret of our lineage. Were it not for my current predicament, I would never disclose it to you. Listen closely. Water nurtures. Fire ascends. Wood signifies bending and straightening. Bending is the essence of yin and wind, while straightness embodies yang and thunder. As the proverb states, the path of wind and thunder reveals the wondrous art. In the year of the water snake, the dragon coils and the tiger prowls. Between the hexagrams of Kan and Li, the bending and straightening blend, boiling water and fire in perfect harmony. Fairy, I must confess, my education is lacking. Your references to yin and yang, as well as the hexagrams, elude my comprehension. Chenwu lamented, realizing he was once again at a disadvantage due to his limited education. It was surprising that even after traversing into another realm and transforming into a monster, he still found himself grappling with the same shortcomings. Chapter 36. I am also a monster of three virtues. Seeing Chenwu's bewildered expression, the apricot fairy realized he had understood little. Sighing inwardly, she felt a mix of admiration for this naive little monster's fortune and lament for the inscrutable nature of fate. Just yesterday, they had been adversaries, yet now she found herself in the role of a teacher, imparting knowledge of artifacts and cultivation. Yet, what choice did fate present her? Had the Dragon King not struck against her, binding her to this place, she would never have encountered this little monster, were it not for his extraordinary talent. Since even by the White Crow, she would not have found hope rekindled through him. Thus, before her stood not a mere little monster, but the flicker of her own hope. She was not merely instructing him. She was stoking the flames of her own aspirations, enabling them to burn ever brighter in her heart. The apricot fairy reflected, the Tao gives birth to one. One begets two. Two begets three. You understand. Upon hearing this, Chenwu replied, I understand. One represents chaos, two symbolizes yin and yang, and three embodies infinity. Fundamental knowledge. In the world of the previous life marked by an explosion of enlightenment, a modicum of understanding suffices. The interplay of yin and yang. The transformation of the four symbols and five elements. The heart embodies the essence of fire, positioned above. The liver represents wood, situated in the center, and the kidneys signify water, located below. Thus, the liver, as wood, connects with the heart's fire, forming a straight path, representative of yang. Conversely, linked to the kidney's water, it creates a curve, indicative of yin. When wood is nourished by water and fire, it manifests as wind and thunder. While practicing this method, you shall reverse the prophetic verses, commencing with transforming the boiling water into all yin and yang. Should you practice it in the conventional manner, you may either find yourself lost or succumb to madness, potentially leading to your own demise. No wonder the first line of the prophecy begins with the profound law of wind and thunder reveals its marvels. It is indeed a testament to the results of cultivation. I had thought the opening line was merely a boastful display of grandeur and might. Chun Wu, left speechless, recognized that the secret methods are not lightly shared, yet he had received them, albeit in reverse. What a treacherous maneuver. Therefore, you must establish your foundation upon the liver's wood, intertwining the powers of water and fire, coiling like dragons and tigers above, merging them into one. The wind and thunder refer to the locking dragon stake, which encapsulates the power of wind and thunder within. The term signifies the unification of the wood, water, and fire energies within you, directing them towards the locking dragon stake for refinement. Chun Wu came to realize what it truly meant to receive authentic teachings in a single phrase while the false teachings are buried in countless tomes. He had assumed that the wind and thunder invocation referred to extracting the wind and thunder power from the locking dragon stake. Yet, it was precisely the opposite, drawing his own demonic energy inward first. Subsequently, Chun Wu posed a series of questions regarding his cultivation, to which Xing Xianzi, perhaps owing to the fact that she had imparted her secret methods to him, was equally forthcoming with her answers. Finally, Xing Xianzi advised Chun Wu to first refine treasures, and once he had attained a preliminary mastery over them, he could then harness the power of wind and thunder for the cultivation of his physical body. Once his body had acclimated to the wind and thunder energy, he could consume apricots. The wind and thunder energy within them would pose no threat, but rather enhance his physical form. After traversing the Duantian mountain range, he could feign injury from consuming wind and thunder apricots. Should any demons harbor ill intentions towards him, he could retaliate fiercely. In a flash, had she already devised such a plan. She had only recently decided to impart the wind and thunder invocation to me, and her mind worked swiftly. I had not even begun, yet she had already paved the way. Indeed, the mind is a marvelous asset. These are the elixirs I concocted during my moments of ennui. Intended for restoring demonic energy, you may take them as well. With that, she had said all that needed to be said and bestowed upon him all that was to be given. You may return now. Xing Xianzi, eager to dismiss him, seemed reluctant to have Chun Wu linger. Perhaps, over the long passage of time, she had grown accustomed to solitude. Thank you, esteemed fairy, for your guidance and the treasures bestowed upon me. I am eternally grateful, and should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall surely repay your kindness tenfold. Chun Wu expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Xing Xianzi, fully aware that her generosity was an investment. Yet he remained thankful. At present, he was but a faceless demon, lacking heritage, wealth, and knowledge. In such circumstances, Xing Xianzi had granted him all these, thus providing him with greater prospects for growth. If he were to truly achieve greatness in the future, repaying her 100-fold would pose no issue. After all, she had lent him a hand when he needed it most. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Furthermore, faced with the unknown spiritual realm, she had provided him with a lifeline and even a means for counterattack. Upon returning to his dwelling, Chun Wu could hardly contain his eagerness to wield the demonic energy within him. Using the wood element as the foundation, merging it with the powers of fire and water. As a metamorphic demon, commanding demonic energy was a trivial endeavor. When the demonic energy once more touched the locking dragon stake, it felt smooth and unimpeded, free from any sense of obstruction or stagnation. It was akin to two partners who had harmonized for 20 years, generously anointed with lubrication. Exhilarating, Chun Wu reveled in the fluidity of his cultivation. The arduous task of refining treasures yesterday was met with unparalleled ease today. As his demonic energy waned, he returned to consciousness, awakening with a sensation akin to euphoria, as if having grasped enlightenment after 3 months of contemplation. With a flick of his wrist, a porcelain vial appeared in his hand. Upon uncorking it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. The orange-yellow elixirs, roughly the size of peanuts, emitted a delightful scent. Yet he could not discern the specific ingredients contained within. He consumed the elixir, savoring its sweet and fragrant flavor that danced upon his palate. Alongside the sweetness, a surge of demonic energy flowed forth, instantly revitalizing his previously depleted body, much like parched earth rejoicing in the rain. Subsequently, Chun Wu seized the locking dragon stake and resumed his refinement. The process was utterly captivating, particularly with the aid of the small pills gifted by Xing Xianzi, which further fueled his obsession. Over the next few days, apart from stealing moments to reconnect with his true form and maintain his presence, he devoted all his time to treasure refinement, not even catching a glimpse of the White Crow. The more he refined, the deeper his understanding of the locking dragon stake grew. His yearning intensified, wishing to resolve it all in a single stroke. Boom! At a certain moment, as Chun Wu's demonic energy thoroughly permeated the locking dragon stake, his body suddenly trembled violently, and a surge of wind and thunder energy erupted from the stake. Upon contact with the demonic energy within him, it sent his power into a tumultuous whirl. Undulating restlessly, the two forces converged like river water merging into the sea, swirling and amalgamating until they became one. After a considerable time, once the energies within him settled, Chun Wu meticulously sensed that within his demonic energy and physical body, indeed, a trace of wind and thunder energy had manifested. The first step had been successfully accomplished. The next task was to continuously strengthen the connection with the locking dragon stake until it became an extension of his will. Chun Wu directed his gaze towards an empty space in the courtyard, gesturing as if wielding a sword, and called out that a slender shadow darted forth, expanding in the wind, transforming in midair into a colossal tree towering 3 zhang high, with a diameter exceeding 1 zhang, roaring with the sounds of wind and thunder. Chapter 37. Safety is a blessing. The colossal tree struck the ground with a resounding thud, contrary to expectations of a violent impact. The earth immediately yielded to reveal a large pit with a diameter of 1 zhang, surrounded by several meters of charred earth. The closer one approached the pit, the more pronounced the scorching. This was the result of the lightning energy coursing through the massive tree, which had become deeply embedded within the pit. Goodness gracious, how formidable! After a considerable time, Chun Wu emerged from his astonishment. Gazing at the scene in the courtyard, unable to suppress his admiration that he had anticipated that the locking dragon stake would cause significant damage upon striking the ground, yet he never imagined it would be this astonishing. It vanished in an instant, leaving the surrounding soil unscathed. Under what circumstances could this occur? This could only imply that the power of the locking dragon stake was immense, rendering the ground as soft as tofu. Marvelous! Chun Wu's heart soared with elation, thoroughly exhilarated. How could he not be? This was indeed a magical artifact, a potent one, his very own. With a leap, he plunged into the deep pit, descending approximately 10 meters before landing atop the massive tree. The more he beheld the orange-yellow giant, the more he cherished it. It was simply delightful. Outside the courtyard, the White Crow peered over the wall, witnessing the fleeting giant tree imbued with wind and thunder, its eyes alight with joy. The other demons accompanying the White Crow initially stood in shock, but soon their expressions transformed into delight. After all, they were Chun Wu's demons. Their master was powerful, and naturally, they rejoiced. Only the ox demon lingered behind the others, his gaze complex, lost in thought. As the White Crow turned, it cast a glance at the ox demon before proceeding as if nothing had transpired. Upon the cliff, Xing Xianzi observed Chun Wu's dwelling, her expression calm, like a still pond. Chun Wu stood atop the giant tree, tracing the charred walls of the pit, listening to the crackling sounds of wind and thunder emanating from the tree, his heart brimming with joy. This was merely the initial refinement. He had only delivered a casual strike, far from unleashing the full potential of this treasure. Yet even so, it was already comparable to the might of missiles in his previous life. If this were to strike the ox demon, it would surely reduce him to a delectable steak, fit for direct consumption, simultaneously grilling him into a meat patty. He wondered if he could withstand such a force. Chun Wu suddenly pondered this issue, realizing that the chances of withstanding such a treasure's attack were slim. This treasure combined the power of his demon energy with that of the dragon locking stake, amplifying it to create a result that was unequivocally greater than the sum of its parts. If magical artifacts were so easily resisted, Qi Jingzi would not have been relentlessly pursued by his own disciple. In Hong, continuing his refinement, Chun Wu soared from the cave, channeling his demon energy downwards. The dragon locking stake transformed into an orange shadow, soaring towards him. Upon landing in his hand, it reverted to its previous form, a 3-inch long, orange-hued wooden stick etched with traces of wind and lightning. Clenching the small stick tightly, he returned indoors, having witnessed the formidable power of the dragon locking stake, which only intensified his desire to further refine it. Harnessing his demon energy, Chun Wu suddenly recalled the words of Fairy Xing. With a flick of his wrist, a golden apricot appeared in his hand, which he promptly tossed into his mouth. channeling his demon energy to connect with the dragon locking stake. He allowed his energy to permeate within, drawing forth the forces of wind and thunder to cleanse his internal demon energy, fortifying his physical form. Simultaneously, as he chewed the apricot, the bursting power of wind and thunder melded seamlessly with the wind-thunder-infused demon energy within, further refining Chun Wu's physique in reality. The wind-thunder power within the apricot was negligible compared to that contained within the dragon locking stake. Had it solely been for the wind-thunder energy, he could have easily foregone the fruit. However, the critical element was that the apricot harbored the god-splitting poison planted by the Dragon King. Chun Wu feared that should he fail to consume all 9 apricots, he would reveal a flaw upon reaching the spirit realm. The Dragon King was a ruthless figure, and should he be discovered, it would lead to certain death, not to mention the repercussions that would befall Fairy Xing, dragging her into peril alongside him. Moreover, the painting had already informed Chun Wu that he could resist the god-splitting poison. Thus, under these circumstances, consuming the apricots posed no pressure, merely a delightful fruit. Let us have another, he mused. As another apricot fell into his mouth, its flavor quite delightful, a night passed unnoticed, and as dawn broke, Chun Wu withdrew from the bloodline, his spirit returning to his original form. Following his routine, he checked the information on the painting. Name: Chun Wu. Age: 20170. Realm: Bone Refinement Beginner Technique. Divine Elephant Mountain Carrying Technique. Martial Skill: Rolling Stone Fist. Great Accomplishment. Cracking Earth Hammer Method. Not yet started. Bloodline: Spirit Bloodline. Transformed Donkey Demon. Extraordinary Power: Wind Thunder Energy. Weak. Spirit. God-splitting Poison. Resistant. Gazing at the unchanged information, Chun Wu felt a twinge of disappointment, expecting some alteration after refining the dragon locking stake. However, after some contemplation, he realized he was being overly ambitious. Every endeavor has its process, and he had only just begun refining. He then proceeded to the martial arts hall, where he found Chun Yangfeng diligently imparting the celestial staff technique. Not learning, Chun Wu maintained a serious facade, yet his thoughts had already soared into the realms of cultivation. At noon, upon returning to his small courtyard, he was taken aback by the sight of 2 unexpected figures. After a moment of surprise, Chun Wu hastened towards them, smiling. Father, mother, what brings you here? Hearing her son's voice, Lin Lan abruptly turned and rushed towards him. Son, Xiao Wu. Lin Lan embraced Chun Wu, tears streaming down her face as she patted his back. His father, Chen Feng, followed closely, equally stirred, with reddened eyes. Mother, it's all right. See, I'm perfectly fine, Chun Wu comforted softly, patting his mother's arm, while feeling a profound ache in his heart, unable to stem the tears flowing down his cheeks. At this moment, he noticed the numerous strands of white hair adorning his parents' heads. His mother was always meticulous about her appearance. Even a single white hair would prompt her to have his father pluck it out. Yet now, they were both adorned with a full head of gray. After a long while, as Lin Lan's emotions began to settle, Chun Wu said, Father, mother, let us go inside. Very well, his mother replied, grasping his arm as they walked indoors. The interior was simply furnished, featuring a table, a few stools, and a neatly arranged bed. His parents must have arrived in the morning. They had refrained from disturbing him at the martial arts hall and had waited for his return. Son, you must not take risks in the future. If there's danger, you must steer clear. Understand? Lin Lan held onto Chun Wu's hand firmly, her expression grave as she admonished him. Mother, fret not. Your son is quite capable. Even if attacked once, I could withstand it. Even if 10 times more. Pa. You mustn't say such things. Before Chun Wu could finish, Lin Lan covered his mouth, scolding him as she did. What nonsense are you speaking? Peace is a blessing. May you never encounter danger again. Indeed, peace is a blessing. Rest assured, mother, I am quite adept at the path of safety. No, the path of peace. Chun Wu chuckled, attempting to reassure her in his own way. Chapter 38. The quest for treasure. Perhaps it was due to a mother's innate concern for her foolish son, from the memories of his past life and his experiences over the years. He sensed that his mother's attention towards him far surpassed that of his younger siblings. Stop with the jesting. You must remember what your mother has said. Do you understand? Lin Lan admonished again, giving him another light slap. This eldest son is good in every way but is rather stubborn. In the past, he was determined to practice martial arts, even when he struggled, working harder than anyone else. At that time, she felt a pang of sympathy, Yet regardless of the circumstances, he remained within her sight, where she could care for him. Who would have thought that her son would suddenly awaken and soar away from her reach? Nearly meeting a tragic end? Next time. What then? What if he remains stubborn and fails to protect himself? As these thoughts crossed her mind, tears streamed down Lin Lan's cheeks once more. Mother, please, everything is well now. No more tears, it's bad luck, Chenwu said, deploying his secret weapon against her. Crying is indeed an ill omen, a notion firmly entrenched in Lin Lan's heart. Thus, each time Chenwu employed this tactic, it consistently yielded favorable results. Yes, you're right, my son. Everything is well. No more tears, Lin Feng chimed in, attempting to soothe her. Then you must promise me to prioritize your safety and maintain a distance from danger. Lin Lan insisted seriously, gripping Chenwu's arm. I promise. I absolutely promise. Mother, you need not worry. I will take care of myself. That I shall find a daughter-in-law for you. No, too, and bear you several sturdy grandchildren that you one be able to hold. Chenwu assured her earnestly, hoping to alleviate her worries even a little. Rubbish. What makes you think you can marry too? Lin Lan chided playfully. Why not? Your son is tall, handsome, skilled in martial arts, and of noble lineage. The key is they will have a good mother-in-law. Entering our family would be their fortune. Chenwu jested, successfully lifting Lin Lan's spirits. This foolish son has greatly improved, no longer the one solely focused on foolishly practicing martial arts. Lin Lan appeared to have an endless stream of advice, urging Chenwu to take care of himself and not to overexert himself, repeating her concerns time and again. Yet, Chenwu listened patiently. Chances to hear such words would dwindle in the future. This was still the county city, a journey of at least a month to and from Qingshan County, if he were to reach the Daoist government in the future. The distance would be even greater, making it increasingly difficult to meet. This was not the previous life, where transportation was convenient in a lawful society. Here, most people live their entire lives without ever seeing the world beyond the county city. Due to inconvenient travel, there were many mountain bandits and road bullies, making it perilous. Once he was capable, he resolved to bring his parents and younger siblings to live in the county city. Chenwu silently vowed not to let them risk their safety just to see him. That evening, Chenwu finally immersed himself in the bloodline. Bring those treasure-offering monsters to me, he instructed. This fellow had been playing the role of a gatekeeper these days, diligently waiting outside, showcasing his commendable dedication. Yes, my lord, please wait a moment. Before long, the White Raven entered with a dozen or so monsters, most of them laden with various bundles. With so many, shall I attend to them one by one? I want to have time to refine treasures, place everything here. I will notify you once I decide. Chenwu addressed the assembled monsters. Yes, my lord, without hesitation. The monsters placed their treasures on the ground before following the White Raven back outside. They seemed unconcerned about whether Chenwu would abscond with their treasures. At this moment, he was the knife, and they were the fish. No matter their worries, they were of little consequence once the monsters exited. Chenwu swiftly stored the items into his storage ring before soaring towards Fairy Xing. The black donkey was a simpleton. He was even more ignorant than the black donkey. These monsters had brought a hodgepodge of items, and he couldn't make sense of it all. Naturally, he needed to consult Fairy Xing upon arriving at the door of the loft. It opened automatically, accompanied by Fairy Xing's voice. Why are you here again? Ha. I naturally come with requests for the fairy's guidance. Please enlighten me. Chenwu entered the building with a carefree attitude, disregarding all caution, and promptly spilled the belongings of those monsters from his storage ring. Those with thick skin enjoy a piece of meat. Those with thin skin go hungry, he chuckled. Xing Xinzi, exuding an air of exasperation, had initially intended to interject, but upon observing Chenwu's playful demeanor, she lost all desire to speak. Engaging with such a brazen individual seemed a futile effort. Fairy, please, she scoffed. Despite her annoyance, she eventually approached the heap of items, compelled by the fact that she had placed her bets on him. This one, and this one. She meticulously selected 5 items, 2 iridescent feathers, 2 fist-sized metallic pieces, a fruit pit, a tooth over a meter long, and a piece of beast hide. Fairy, what are these items? What purpose do they serve? Chenwu inquired, utterly bewildered by their significance. These 2 are likely peacock feathers. Though their spiritual essence is diminished, they are still valuable. In the future, they can be refined into arrows or feathered fans, fetching no less than 1,000 spirit stones if sold in the spirit realm. The metallic pieces are probably Qian Jinshi, formed from the eruption of underground fire, a rare amalgamation of metals and an invaluable material for crafting treasures. Keep them. They may prove useful later on. This tooth appears to be a snake's fang, reminiscent of those from a vile serpent, likely belonging to a shape-shifting monster. How nostalgic to still remember the appearance of its fangs. You too have no tale to tell. I could write donkey backward. This piece of hide is from a beast that wards off danger, and it is currently the most practical item for you. When you return, refine it with your demonic energy. When needed, don it to disguise yourself according to your surroundings. Warding off danger. Isn't that akin to a chameleon? I like this, Chen Wu exclaimed, picking up the dark fruit pit that Xing Xianzi had singled out. Don't you recognize a peach pit? Xing Xianzi replied with an air of incredulity. Hee, I know what a peach pit is, but I am unfamiliar with this one. Please, enlighten me. Fairy. I am but a simpleton. It is not odd for me to be ignorant, is it? This is the pit of the peach that nourishes life. What a coincidence. This unremarkable pit has such a remarkable origin, Chen Wu mused, his first reaction being one of serendipity, followed by astonishment at the potential hidden within such an inconspicuous item that a peach that nourishes life, while an apricot brings harm, he noted, implying that this peach must at least hold equal status to Xing Xianzi, if not surpass her, given its life-giving properties. Treasure it well. Do not let others know. If you can uncover heavenly treasures in the spirit realm and activate its vitality, it will yield boundless benefits for you. Is it true that consuming one can extend life by another 3,000 years? Chapter 39, A Tool for Deception. The bee needle. Xing Xianzi cast a disdainful glance at Chen Wu. Considering him a timid, ignorant, and greedy little monster, if eating a peach could prolong your life by 3,000 years, would you dare to consume it? Of course, I would, if I had such a peach. I would ensure that you are well supplied with them in the future. Men must be resolute at crucial moments. They must stand firm, she retorted, observing Chen Wu's reluctant yet defiant demeanor, merely chuckling dismissively. Though he possessed a modicum of fortune and exceptional talent, she would not have given him a second glance were it not for these attributes. As for his last remark about supplying her with peaches, she paid it no mind. Monsters may be ignorant, but such utter foolishness was beyond comprehension. To suggests that one could be provided with an abundance of peaches capable of extending life by 3,000 years displayed a profound lack of sense. Chen Wu, aware of the absurdity of his statement, had intentionally spoken thus. After all, as a student, especially one lacking education, expressing gratitude to a teacher could take many forms, akin to a 3-year-old child proclaiming to their grandparents, "When I grow up, I will buy you 100 mansions." While it may seem naive, it brings joy to the listeners' hearts. This peach is not as extraordinary as you might think, yet it does have the capacity to nourish both body and spirit. In the past, outer demons relied on these peaches to traverse the Duantun mountain range. Its branches can be carved into peach talismans, which are highly coveted by talismanic practitioners. Long ago, a great human cultivator forged a sword from peachwood, capable of vanquishing numerous malevolent entities. Indeed, a formidable weapon. I am unsure how this peach pit came into the possession of a mere little monster, but perhaps it is fate, since fate has brought it to you. Cherish it well. See, the effects are already manifesting. I haven't even asked yet, and you have divulged so much. There are myriad ways to accomplish tasks, and feigning ignorance is but one of them, often yielding unexpectedly favorable outcomes. In my past life, within the workplace, I was undoubtedly skilled and often considered matters more thoroughly than my superiors. Yet, at times, it was necessary to feign ignorance and seek their guidance, to allow them the opportunity to assert their authority and establish their psychological dominance. When they corrected me, assisting my improvement, was it not appropriate for me to express my gratitude? Even if it were just treating them to a cup of milk tea, it would convey that I am a person who values gratitude and relationships. Whom do leaders favor? Who do they wish to elevate as confidants? Is it the most capable? Certainly not. The adept are merely workhorses. Such individuals require occasional suppression to prevent them from surpassing their superiors. Thus, leaders prefer those who are grateful, emotionally attuned, and slightly less capable than themselves, safe, obedient, and reliable. These insights are born from my experiences of suffering losses and being deceived. While not infallible, they serve as a reliable gauge in discerning whom to trust. I shall treasure it sincerely. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly treat the fairy to peaches. A scholar's word is their bond. Chen Wu nodded earnestly, offering a heartfelt promise to Xing Xianzi. First, ensure your survival in the spirit realm. It is vast, filled with infinite opportunities and dangers. With fortune on your side, you may thrive. Otherwise, all will be in vain. At present, it seems you possess a touch of luck, which I find appealing. Your matters here are nearly concluded. Prepare to venture into the spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Chenwu pondered for a moment, then looked at Xing Xianzi with earnestness and said, "Very well, fairy. Please take care of yourself, and I shall return." Xing Xianzi regarded Chenwu intently, sighed softly, and turned her gaze towards the endless mountains beyond. "Scholar, I take my leave." Chenwu refrained from speaking further, gathering the chaotic assortment of items on the ground before turning to depart. Upon returning to his abode, Chenwu emptied the contents of his ring, including the suspicious snake's fang, leaving only the 2 feathers, the 2 metallic pieces, the chameleon hide, and the peach pit. "Let us return these items. The 4 demons who left them behind will accompany us over the mountains tomorrow." "Yes, my lord," Bai Wuying replied, his eyes sparkling with joy at the long-awaited opportunity. "My lord, there is nothing of value in weaving paintings. These spider silks are the most precious treasure. Please accept them." The human-faced spider presented a large bundle of white silk to Chen Wu. "My lord, Huang Lang cannot compete with the weavers and lacks the wisdom of Wu Ya. But I have a tracking pouch crafted by a lesser demon. If you wish to track someone, simply toss this at them, and I will pursue them to the ends of the earth." The weasel added, offering several bags of items. "Very well, your thoughtfulness is appreciated." Chenwu accepted their gifts without hesitation. "My lord, I am Liang Hu, and your favor is an honor I cannot repay. This is a secret map passed down through my family, said to lead to the treasure vault of our Liang Chu clan. I wish to present it to you." The speaker was a fox-like creature with a white mane and tiger-like claws. "My lord, this is the Liang Hu you mentioned, a member of the Liang Chu clan. Once matured, they can command countless soldiers." "Understood," Chenwu nodded, acknowledging their offerings. "Treasure maps are universally coveted." A monkey-like demon approached, cradling a box the size of a matchbox. "My lord, I am Ho Yu of the Changyu clan, skilled in curses. This is my offering to you, a treasure known as the Bee Needle." Inside the box lay Changyu bees cultivated through generations. The needle, forged through secret methods, is invisible and extraordinarily swift. In combat, my lord need only recite a spell while pointing at the box. Once the needle strikes an enemy, it will merge with their body, determining their fate at your will. However, this treasure has a drawback. Once the Bee Needle is released, the Changyu bee cannot survive. How sinister. I like it. This is the very essence of cunning. Who would be foolish enough to charge recklessly into battle when one can slay their foes from a distance? Excellent. I find this Changyu bee to be quite appealing. Since you, Ho Yu, treat me with such regard, I vow not to disappoint you. Chenwu is uncertain whether this Bee Needle was truly remarkable or if Ho Yu was merely boasting. However, he surmised that even if it fell short of expectations, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure for the shadowy practitioners. If it were indeed as Ho Yu claimed, capable of striking out and controlling life and death with a single needle, it would be an immense windfall. Regardless of its efficacy, such a treasure was the favored choice for individuals like him, who revered peace and safety. Since Ho Yu had gifted him such a cherished item, it was only fitting that he express his gratitude. Thus, in the presence of the assembled demons, Chenwu bestowed upon Ho Yu a promise, confident that the demons, with their keen intellect, would grasp his preferences through this commitment, even if they failed to understand. The White Crow would surely remind them. Chenwu held no doubts about the White Crow's intellect. Chapter 40. An unavoidable obligation. How is this bee to be nurtured? Chenwu inquired, glancing at the bee box in his hand as he questioned Ho Yu. "My lord, this bee has been fully cultivated and is currently in a dormant state. You need only to drip a few drops of essence blood every 3 to 5 days, Ho Yu explained. Additionally, my lord must frequently recite the incantation over the box to maintain the bee in a pure state. Chenwu noted the inscriptions etched on the side of the box. Bee Needle Incantation, Long You Divine Bee. Protect my life and body. When shadowy thieves come to invade, swiftly shoot the divine needle to eliminate the wicked. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The incantation was succinct and easy to memorize, reminiscent of spells he had encountered in his previous life. Most were forms of brainwashing and psychological suggestion. The distinction lay in the fact that many spells from his past involved self-suggestion, whereas this particular incantation was a form of conditioning directed at the Long Yu bee. Likely instilled from generations past. From the moment the Long Yu bee was born, it was repeatedly told, "You are extraordinary. You safeguard my life and body that if shadowy thieves seek to harm me, you shall vanquish them." Repeated day after day, year after year, it was no wonder that, once released, the bee would instinctively unleash its lethal needle at the first opportunity. Quite impressive, though it is a pity that it is a one-time use. If only it could be reused, One could simply administer a shot to anyone who displeased them. He mused. Is it difficult to cultivate? Even as a one-time use, if it is easy to cultivate, it would not be a significant issue. Hoyu replied. My lord, this divine bee took 3 generations of my forebears to cultivate fully, primarily due to the high failure rate. Hoyu smiled wryly, acknowledging that he shared Qin Wu's thoughts of cultivating more bees for personal vendettas. What restrictions accompany its use? Qin Wu queried, knowing that the more sinister the item, the greater the likelihood of taboos. It was essential to clarify this to avoid self-harm in the process of attempting to harm others. My lord, this treasure must be used from behind. It cannot face the enemy directly, as the divine bee requires time to awaken. Hoyu warned. Indeed, this item had its restrictions. It was slow to activate. If one were to confront an opponent head-on, they would likely be struck down before they could even deploy it. Truly, this path of shadowy practices is thoroughly insidious. Nonetheless, even so, it remained an undeniable treasure. Understood. You may leave now. Qin Wu, having comprehended the situation fully, waved his hand to dismiss the assembled demons. The human-faced spider, the weasel, Liang Hu, and Hoyu, each possessed their unique strengths. Initially, Qin Wu had hoped they would become his allies, yet each had unexpectedly presented him with treasures of their own. Whether the White Crow had played a role in this was uncertain. But for Qin Wu, it was a pleasant surprise, and he welcomed it all. After sending the demons on their way, Qin Wu returned to his quarters, following Hoyu's instructions. He fed the Long Yubi essence blood and recited the brainwashing incantation once more. Finally, he retrieved the chameleon skin, enveloping it with his demonic power for refinement. Unlike the locked dragon stake, the demonic energy easily penetrated the skin, transforming it swiftly as though it were ink spreading on paper. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Wu draped the refined skin over himself. The demonic energy intertwined slightly, causing his form to vanish in an instant. Inspecting himself closely, he found no discernible flaws. Truly remarkable, it was no wonder it was hailed as the pinnacle of disguise. After further experimentation, Qin Wu discerned that while this item was not flawless, any movement would reveal minute imperfections. Although these flaws were subtle, they were still perceptible upon careful observation. Furthermore, it did not conceal one's spiritual awareness. While invisible to the naked eye, it was distinctly visible to the senses of the spirit, immobile and unshielded from spiritual perception. This item served as an extraordinary tool for distant surveillance. After conducting a series of tests, Qin Wu reached a conclusion. This object was neither wholly good nor entirely bad, but rather a peculiar artifact that could prove invaluable in certain circumstances. Once he had secured it properly, Qin Wu continued refining the locked dragon stake, which remained the only treasure he could use to confront enemies directly. Each increment of refinement provided an additional layer of security. Within the locked dragon stake, 2 distinct types of elemental power now resided. One was the innate wind and thunder attribute, while the other was infused with Qin Wu's own demonic power. A portion he could control, the fraction he could command was relatively small, and once he fully harnessed the power contained within the locked dragon stake, it would signify complete refinement at that point. Not only would he be able to unleash the full might of the locked dragon stake, but he could also incorporate additional materials to enhance its strength. Qin Wu had already devised a plan. He would add 3 golden rings, so that when deployed, one would ensnare the throat, another the waist, and the last the legs. Only then would it truly live up to the name of the locked dragon stake. As dawn broke, Qin Wu ceased his treasure refinement. With his parents present, he could not afford to labor into the late hours. Exiting the blood seed, he returned to his physical body, stretching before stepping outside. His father and mother were already in the courtyard, each wielding a cloth to wipe down the weapons and stone locks, iron chains, and other training implements. Father, mother, why are you wiping these down? They are exposed to the elements outside and won't come clean. Qin Wu remarked, taking Lin Lan's hand to prevent her from continuing. I said the same, but your mother wouldn't listen. Here we are, early in the morning, and she insists on cleaning, Qin Feng complained. Must you always talk so much? The sun is up, and you slept for so long. Would it not be better to stretch a bit? Lin Lan shot back, giving her husband a pointed look. All right, stretching is good, he conceded, always the one to yield first to ease the tension. Seeing her husband relent, Lin Lan softened her demeanor and turned to Qin Wu. Son, seeing you well reassures me. Today, your father and I plan to return home. Mother, why are you so eager to leave? You and father should stay in the county town a bit longer. Qin Wu was taken aback by their swift departure after just one day. Oh, we can't linger. Your younger siblings still need looking after. And your father has to manage the medicinal mountain. There isn't much leisure time to stay here, she explained. As long as you're well, that is enough. Linlon patted Qin Wu's arm, her expression filled with reluctance. Her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if they might fall at any moment. Mother Qin Wu grasped her hand, feeling a lump in his throat. The journey from Qingshan County to the county town took a month round trip. Enduring hardships along the way, all to see him just once. Rest assured, I will take care of myself and keep my word, Qin Wu assured her, stifling his tears. Yet, his heart was heavy with anxiety. For today, he would traverse the Duantian mountain range into the spirit realm, uncertain of the dangers that awaited him. If all went smoothly, that would be splendid. However, should he encounter threats capable of harming his very soul, he might face the dire consequence of brain death. His parents had been deeply affected by the attack at Cheesy Mountain, their hair now streaked with gray. If he were to suffer brain death again, could they withstand such a blow? Regrettably, some matters were simply unavoidable. Chapter 41. Entering the spirit realm, Rob Qin Wu watched as the cart faded into the crowd, his fists clenched tightly, before he turned and walked back through the gates of the Qin family estate. His parents had resolutely chosen not to remain in the county town, departing with determination. They had rushed through breakfast to avoid delaying his martial training time, and his mother had insisted he not accompany them too far. Upon returning to the Gaisai 4 courtyard, Qin Wu sat quietly for a while, gathering his thoughts before heading to the martial arts hall. 19th Uncle, I wish to request a leave of absence today. I hope for your approval, he said as soon as Qin Yangfeng arrived, approaching him to make his request. The visit from his parents had only solidified Qin Wu's resolve to enhance his physical strength as swiftly as possible. Qin Yangfeng examined him closely before replying. Go ahead. Thank you, 19th Uncle, Qin Wu said gratefully, cupping his hands in thanks before returning to his small courtyard. Entering the blood seed, he resumed his practice. Outside, the black donkey's body opened its eyes and stepped out the door. Waiting outside were the White Crow and 9 other demons, each shouldering burdens and wielding weapons such as steel forks and long sticks. A group of onlookers gathered at a distance. My lord. Upon seeing Qin Wu, both the White Crow and the surrounding demons bowed in respect. Let us proceed. Having spoken, Qin Wu was the first to soar towards the mountain, embarking on the arduous journey of traversing the peaks. There were no words of encouragement, nor impassioned speeches. Such fervor was deemed unnecessary. Should their expedition prove successful, it would suffice. If fate were to be unkind, Qin Wu would safeguard those monsters as best he could. And if he failed, it would merely be their misfortune. There was no moral obligation, nor was it born of cruelty. It was simply the law of survival for the weak, life and death dictated by chance. The group of monsters moved swiftly, ascending several hundred meters in a short span. As they climbed higher, they were soon to enter the shrouded layers of mist. Qin Wu came to a halt. Turning to gaze back at the barely visible pavilion perched upon the cliff, and with a respectful gesture, he called out, Fairy, take care. With that, he and the throng of monsters leapt once more, vanishing into the swirling fog. On the cliff, before the pavilion, the apricot fairy leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance. After a long moment, she sighed deeply, her figure fading silently from view as the group of monsters entered the mist and traversed through it. A cacophony of strange sounds began to fill the air, howling winds, rumbling thunder, akin to the roars of a colossal beast and the wails of tormented souls. Looking up, Qin Wu beheld dark clouds enveloping the sky, where lightning and fierce winds tore through the gloom, threatening to shatter the heavens above him at any moment. Occasionally, bolts of lightning would descend from the clouds like celestial swords, striking the mountainside and sending shards of stone flying. Including Qin Wu, they all felt the invisible force in the air, causing their hair to stand on end. Stay close to me, Qin Wu instructed the gathering monsters. With a thought, a shimmering, visible barrier of electric arcs materialized around him. The surrounding monsters huddled closer, compressing their forms as they ascended alongside Qin Wu. As they delved deeper into the stormy clouds, it felt as if unparalleled monsters were parading about, their endless howls ringing in Qin Wu's ears, causing a dull roar within. The monsters trailing behind him trembled in fear, hardly daring to breathe, lest they inadvertently attract the wrath of the thunder and be reduced to ashes. Amidst the apocalyptic clouds and lightning, orientation became futile. Fortunately, Qin Wu needed only to follow the incline of the mountain. Time was indeterminate as they pressed on, the gales and thunder intensifying. Qin Wu contemplated, and suddenly, a 3-inch-long dragon-locking stake appeared in his hand. With the emergence of the dragon-locking stake, the previously precarious barrier of monster energy stabilized, alleviating the pressure on Qin Wu. At that moment, He felt as if his protective barrier were merely a bubble. Drifting within the tempest of wind and thunder, though still diminutive, it now bore no weight of concern. Glancing at the dragon-locking stake in his hand, Chunwu felt a surge of gratitude toward the apricot fairy. No wonder she had never spoken of the tempestuous winds and thunder on the mountain. It was not that she had forgotten or overlooked it, but rather that she knew he would face no peril with the dragon-locking stake in hand. The surrounding monsters, including the white crow, gazed at this transformation with heightened reverence for Chunwu. Although the journey left Chunwu nearly deafened and the white crow's ears bleeding, nothing else amiss transpired. When Chunwu and the throng of monsters finally stood atop the mountain, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Just a step ahead, an invisible force separated the tempestuous winds and thunder on one side from the serene tranquility on the other. Where a gentle breeze did not stir, the snow-capped peaks were adorned with lush vegetation, towering trees standing sentinel, and occasionally, gigantic birds soared overhead, gliding toward the horizon. However, as Chunwu took a step forward, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered backward. My lord, the white crow, positioned behind him, rushed forward to support Chunwu's faltering form. My lord, are you all right? The other monsters gathered around, their concern palpable. Let us descend, Chunwu murmured, lying against the white crow's wings, his breath faint, his complexion ashen as he weakly pointed down the mountain. My lord, come rest upon me. The human-faced spider stepped forward, addressing Chunwu, and then expelled a layer of white silk onto its back. Chunwu nodded slightly, and the white crow lifted him gently, placing him atop the spider's wide back, where a thick layer of silk provided a surprisingly comfortable resting place. Let us go. Once Chunwu was settled, the white crow flapped its wings, leading the assembly of monsters down the mountain. Caw, caw, caw. Look what I've discovered. A few small insects, freshly emerged from a dung pit, caught the attention of a large bird that suddenly screeched from the sky. Be cautious. The white crow's wings rose, signaling the monsters to be alert. Caw, caw, caw. A few little bugs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and a white crow too? Now that's something of interest to me. The enormous bird hovered above, gazing at Chunwu's group with curiosity. You, a transformed great demon, have managed to cross the broken heaven mountain without losing a single minion. Quite commendable. Your loyalty surpasses even my expectations, though you fall just short of my own prowess. So that's why you haven't lost any minions. You've put yourself at risk instead. A foolish move indeed. If you couldn't hold on, you could have simply sacrificed a few of your minions. It seems I am far more clever than you. The large bird chattered incessantly, critiquing them from above. Chunwu, eyes narrowed, lay upon the spider's back, silently listening. The underlying implication of the bird's words, that crossing the mountain would incur losses among the minions, contrasted starkly with the fact that he had brought 10 minions through intact, setting him apart. Fortunately, he was severely injured. Otherwise, the situation could have grown complicated. Now, all of you stand still. Do not move. Hand over all your valuables. I intend to rob you, the bird announced, flapping its wings as it circled downwards. Chapter 42. No good birds, this esteemed eagle brother. Eagle, you little crow, do you wish to become my excrement? Before the white crow could finish, the large bird interrupted, its massive talon pointing threateningly at the white crow. Yes, 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 eagle, you see, we have just crossed over. What valuables could we possibly have that would catch your esteemed eye? Even if we surrendered everything we possess, it would only tarnish your mighty talons. Become your excrement would be an affront to your belly. Oh, great eagle, you are towering and formidable, uniquely divine, and destined for greatness. How could you permit us, mere minions, to besmirch your stature? The white crow struck a pose of righteousness, its wings gesturing dramatically, causing the large bird to revel in delight. Ah, indeed. Well said, well said. No wonder you are the white crow, possessing insight into my noble path. The large bird praised profusely, visibly pleased, but then feigned pity as it looked at the white crow. What a shame, though, that you crawled out of a dung pit. Had you been raised in this spirit realm, you might have qualified to accompany me as a little bird. Yes, 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 it is my ill fate, as a little crow, to be unable to follow you. In my next life, I shall certainly accompany you, great eagle. Caw, caw, caw. You little crow do possess a way with words. You bring me joy, since I am pleased. I shall not let it go unreciprocated. The large bird chuckled mischievously, plucking a long feather from its body. This is my divine feather. Carry it, and you shall rest easy here. Additionally, I shall reward you with 200 spirit stones. For those who bring me joy, Even the bugs from a dung pit are worthy. As it spoke, the large bird dropped a bag before taking flight, leaving without a backward glance, watching the bird fade into the distance. The gathering of monsters stood in a daze, their gazes filled with admiration for the white crow. The large bird had intended to rob them, yet through the white crow's clever words, it had been dissuaded. Not only refraining from robbery but also gifting them feathers and spirit stones. Impressive. How do you perceive this, Wui? Qinwu inquired, resting on the spider's back. My lord, not a single word from that large bird is trustworthy. The white crow replied, worry etched across its features. Qinwu nodded, inhaling the rich, spirit-laden air. Let us discard everything the bird has given us. Discarded. Qinwu's words left the other monsters puzzled. Save for the white crow. Yes, my lord. The white crow wasted no time, flapping its wings to cast the 2-meter-long black feather and the bag far away. Once the items were disposed of, the white crow remarked, my lord, we may have entered a trap. Remove the word may. That large bird, which repeatedly referred to us as bugs from a dung pit, was swayed by a few flattering remarks from you, resulting in it bestowing feathers and spirit stones. If mere flattery could earn it gifts, it would have long since become a bald bird, leaving no room for you. Unusual occurrences herald danger, yet, when trouble finds you, one must adapt and respond. In a lavish cave. The very bird that had proclaimed itself an eagle earlier now lay upon an unknown beast's pelt. Several splendidly feathered birds surrounded it, massaging and feeding it fruits and roasted meats. Great eagle, those monsters have discarded your divine feather and spirit stones. I retrieved them. A black bird entered, carefully cradling the eagle's feather in its wings and speaking reverently. Caw, caw, caw. No wonder they crawled from the dung pit. They possess some wit after all, but what use is wit without substance? Even if they are aware of my schemes, what difference does it make? Once I, the esteemed sculptor, present myself among them and offer gifts. Their fate is sealed. Truly, I am a figure of wisdom. The vibrant, colorful birds around me, in perfect harmony, chirp their sweet praises. Quack, quack, quack. On another mountaintop, there exists a grand cave, where a young man and woman sit opposite each other. Sister, that foolish sculptor has once again acted without thought. The young man remarks, gazing at the woman. Everything that wretched creature adores, we must despise. All that it protects, we must destroy. What more is there to discuss? We simply act. The woman, her expression devoid of emotion, softly replies, indeed, brother, that foolish sculptor has ostentatiously bestowed feathers and spirit stones upon those little monsters, clearly intended for our eyes. Yet this time, those little creatures that have just crawled over seem somewhat different. That metamorphosed great demon has brought 10 small monsters over intact, which has never happened before. Moreover, the feathers and spirit stones given by that foolish sculptor have been discarded, indicating that those little monsters possess some intelligence. Thus, this great demon is either exceptionally gifted or has encountered some fortuitous event. It is rather clever. If it were to be sacrificed, I would feel a tinge of regret. The actions of Qinwu and his cohort of monsters hold no secrets from the young man. If we approach this as you suggest, we could indeed take advantage of the situation. With Lord Feng here, it is better to avoid attracting attention. Upon hearing her brother's words, the woman contemplates before responding. That is indeed my thought as well. Lord Feng is capricious. The best course of action is to remain unnoticed. Simultaneously, we can ride the current and win favor with a promising great demon. This transaction bears no loss. Perhaps this great demon could even create considerable trouble for that foolish sculptor in the future. The young man flicks his feather fan and chuckles. However, when doing good deeds, it is essential that the monsters are aware. Only then does it yield results. He then instructs those outside. Go. Inform that little monster of the foolish sculptor's plans. Understood. Qinwu and his cohort of monsters swiftly descend to the mid-mountain, encountering countless metamorphosed and untransformed monsters along the way, all of whom are rebuffed by the white crow.as newcomers. They are still unacquainted with the terrain, especially after the recent encounter with the sculptor, compelling the white crow to exercise greater caution. Esteemed demon brother, I am He Ching from the heavenly crane cave, here to convey the words of my master. Sanyu. A slender, handsome young man clad in azure attire approaches Qinwu, clasping his hands in greeting. Seeing this, Qinwu struggles to rise and says, Demon brother, please, go on. The foolish sculptor has plotted upon the mountain. We at the heavenly crane cave have been observing closely. Rest assured, we harbor no ill will against you. That foolish sculptor is no good creature. Simply be wary of him, and you need not worry about us. Good gracious, what a good fellow. That great sculptor has plotted against him. And now another creature from the heavenly crane cave comes bearing such tidings. Not only is he plotting against him, but even that great sculptor must be included in the scheme. Truly, there is not a single good soul among them. Chapter 43. Each goes their own way. Chen Wu gazes weakly at I Ching, feeling both speechless and helpless. A bold trap is laid before him, and yet another openly seeks to ensnare him. If only he were not so weak. Given strength, he would gladly return the favor to each and every one of them. Thank you, brother he. Please also convey my gratitude to San Y.S, the top scholar. I shall not forget this kindness. What he thinks in his heart is inconsequential. Outwardly, Chen Wu must express his thanks, for he is too weak to do otherwise. Others may claim to act in his best interest. But regardless of their sincerity, he is entitled only to express gratitude, not to question their motives. Haha. Dear brother, you are too kind. Who does not know that we of the Heavenly Crane Cave are altruistic? Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me. He Ching responds with a hearty laugh, gracefully waving his sleeve. Go to hell. All talk and no action. If you truly mean it, at least provide a token of goodwill. To speak empty words, do you have no shame? Your demeanor reveals the nature of your master, who is supposedly so altruistic, whether in this life or the last. Chen Wu has always despised those who present themselves as virtuous while plotting deceit behind closed doors. Haha, that is indeed agreeable. Should the top scholar encounter difficulties, I shall certainly call upon brother he for aid, but do not forget me when that time comes. Chen Wu retorts playfully, exchanging banter with I Ching. It is but a performance. He is a seasoned actor in this play. Very well, it is settled then. However, demon brother, you appear unwell. It would be prudent to descend the mountain swiftly. I shall not delay you further. Farewell. I Ching, ever the performer, casts a concerned glance at the bloodstains on Chen Wu's garments. Please. Chen Wu bows in farewell. Watching I Ching depart, Chen Wu reflects, a third-rate performer, proficient in lines, yet lamentably stingy, unwilling to provide even a prop for the performance. If he had offered me a token or some healing elixir, his performance would have been deemed satisfactory, and perhaps he could have helped foster a positive image of his master in the Heavenly Crane Cave. Alas, the petty actor fails to understand, or perhaps feigns ignorance, unwilling to extend a hand. Let us move on. For such unprofessional, uncommitted, and self-serving minor characters, Chen Wu pays them no heed. Such individuals, no matter how they inflate their self-importance, ultimately remain in the shadows, never ascending to prominence. The series of encounters serves as a reminder for Chen Wu to contemplate his next steps carefully. He has drawn the attention of two opposing factions, rendering his previous strategies obsolete. He cannot afford to travel the path of survival alone. What card should he play next? Chen Wu reflects upon the cards in his possession. Currently, he has but 3 that can be utilized. The first is the token given by Wang Hongji, belonging to the Spirit King. Yet, here he knows nothing of the circumstances. Should he reveal it, he risks falling into the hands of the Spirit King's adversaries. The second is the Dragon Lock stake. With his current demon power and level of refinement, he could likely eliminate a mid-tier metamorphosed demon with a surprise assault. However, this brings forth another dilemma. How can he ensure that the target he eliminates is isolated? If that creature belongs to a faction, it could summon a horde of demons to hunt him down. How confident is he in his ability to escape, given his current injuries? This card must remain unplayed unless absolutely necessary or employed in a covert strike. The third card is the Bee Needle. This item sounds formidable, yet who can confirm whether it is mere bravado? The key is that it is a one-time use. Thus, this card must be used judiciously. If it were to be deployed, the best targets would be that great sculptor or the unfamiliar San Yi from the Heavenly Crane Cave. After contemplating, Chen Wu cannot help but sigh. He is too impoverished and too weak, possessing far too few resources, now caught between that great sculptor and the Heavenly Crane Cave. While it appears that the latter holds no significant malice towards him at present, one must remember that appearances can be deceiving. The Heavenly Crane Cave may harbor darker intentions. Time passes, and he remains at a loss, primarily due to his lack of information. Wu Yo, do you sense any danger? Chen Wu recalls that the White Crow possesses a keen sensitivity to peril. Perhaps he can leverage this as a breakthrough. My lord. The situation is murky and unclear. It is difficult for me to articulate. The White Crow speaks hesitantly, seemingly pondering how to convey its thoughts clearly. What do you mean by difficult to articulate? Chen Wu feels an unsettling premonition. My perception, my lord, is at a higher realm than yours. I can sense dangers that are causally linked to myself. However, if the opponent exists at 2 realms above me or possesses treasures that obscure their aura, my awareness becomes muddled. rendering me unable to discern. The white crow furrows its brow, sensing an unsettling foreboding, yet unable to pinpoint the source of danger. Upon hearing this, Chun Wu sighs deeply. He is aware that even divine abilities have their limitations, but it is particularly vexing now that the white crow cannot perceive anything. If he were more familiar with his surroundings, he could analyze the situation, but as it stands, he has barely inhaled the fresh air of this new realm. How can he analyze when encountering that great sculptor and He Ching? Did you sense any danger? Chun Wu intends to narrow down the potential sources of danger through a process of elimination. My lord, I believe the danger does not stem from them, which leaves me perplexed. What? Is there a third wave of wretched creatures fixated on me, and this third wave is undetectable even to the white crow? Chun Wu feels a wave of despair wash over him. What in the world is this? Fortune never favors him, yet misfortune seems to follow him relentlessly. But what can be done at this juncture? The mantra remains the same. The survival rule for the weak is to rely on fate and luck. Now, he finds himself in the midst of fate and fortune. Sigh, I accepted your gifts, and you followed me into the spirit realm. Now that we are here, let us part ways without further entanglements. Chun Wu sighed and glanced at the surrounding little demons. His future remained uncertain, and these small creatures, perhaps, would meet a swift demise following him. They were merely peripheral monsters, yet they shared a fateful bond with him. Chun Wu thought if he could grant them their freedom and offer them a chance at life, he would not hesitate to do so. It was a pity, though. He had originally hoped that arriving in this unfamiliar realm would allow these little demons to assist him. Although their help might not be substantial, it would still be better than nothing. Alas, the twists of fate are unpredictable. Master, Bai Wuying wished to say something, but Chun Wu waved his hand, signaling it to remain silent. Reluctantly, Bai Wuying could only close its mouth and step aside. Master, scholar, the few of us demons, including the bull demon, are hesitant to speak. No need for further words. You may leave. Live well and do not tarnish the reputation of our peripheral demons. Inform the monsters here that we are not mere insects crawling in a cesspool. Previously, they had come together out of mutual necessity, and now, they would part ways for the same reason. There was nothing more to be said. Nor was there anything worth keeping. Chapter 44. A profession with great advantages. The few demons said no more, bowed to Chun Wu, and turned to leave. You may also go. There is no need to stay with me. Chun Wu observed as several departed, yet the face spider, yellow weasel, monkey Hoyu, and Liang who remained. Bai Wuying had earlier entrusted its life to him, and stood there, motionless. Master, Jihua has no intention of leaving since following you. Life is your little demon, and death is also your little demon, the face spider declared resolutely. Master, so does Huang Lang. The yellow weasel, usually taciturn, confirmed with a few words, clearly expressing its intent. Master, our Hoyu clan believes in fate. Hence, curses manifest, since we have followed you. This is our destiny. It must be so, and we accept it. Liang who added that I wish to accompany you, Master, to see the treasures hidden by our Liangsu clan. Master, since they do not wish to leave. Allow them to stay with you, Bai Wuying advised. Though my powers are currently in chaos and uncertain, they are still effective most of the time. Not every demon surpasses me by 2 realms. Perhaps they will be safer with us. Should I sense danger, I will surely inform them to evade. Bai Wuying urged Chun Wu, suggesting that the presence of additional demons might alter the obscure fate that loomed ahead. Very well, since you wish to remain, I shall not be overly sentimental. If danger arises, you shall each flee for your lives. Chun Wu surveyed the demons and chose not to say more. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, retrieving the items they had previously offered him. These are the things you gave me before. Now, take them back. It would be a shame if you could not retrieve them in a hurry during your escape. Though he felt reluctant, these demons had vowed to follow him even unto death. Life or death, they were his demons. Regardless of the truth behind their words, they had committed to him, and it was only fitting that he reciprocate in some manner. Only a child would wish to receive while offering nothing in return. These were seasoned demons. If one desired their loyalty, one must provide something in return. It was evident that Chun Wu had nothing to offer them at present. Thus, he could only reluctantly return their belongings. Suddenly, Bai Wuying dropped to its knees. Master, why must it be so? I admit that upon first meeting you, I had the intention of entering this spiritual realm. Yet, as I have spent time with you, I have increasingly sensed that your path as a demon is vast and limitless, destined to wield great power in the future. What does a minor calamity matter? Please, Master, reclaim your possessions. We wish to share life and death with you. Bai Wuying spoke passionately, its expression sorrowful, as if life would lose all meaning without Qinwu. Qinwu was uncertain whether this creature had genuinely perceived something or was merely pretending. But given its tone and demeanor, it had surely earned an 11 out of 10 in his estimation, 10 for a perfect score, and an additional point for its lack of detectable performance art. Regardless, at this moment, Bai Wuying's words brought Qinwu immense comfort. Master, Brother Wuying speaks truth. Jihua shall certainly follow you. Besides, if we leave you, we would be mere untransformed little demons. What can we accomplish in this realm teeming with great monsters? Perhaps tomorrow, we would end up like those demon beasts, displayed on meat racks for sale. The face spider pointed toward a stall selling demon beast meat, speaking with a hint of melancholy. Truly, a fitting companion to Bai Wuying. That was a well-articulated addition. Bai Wuying speaks from loyalty, while Jihua speaks from the dangers of the outside world. With such internal and external pressure, which demon could withstand it? Master, Jihua and Brother Wuying are right. You are a transformed great demon. Following you, we may find some measure of safety. Indeed, Master, we shall not depart. The other demons echoed in unison, expressing their desire to remain by Qinwu's side. Very well. If that is the case, let us venture into this malevolent realm and see who truly stands as the hunter and who is the prey. Qinwu waved to collect the items from the ground. Steeling himself for what lay ahead. It seemed the humming needle must be utilized without delay. Let us go find a place to settle down. The group of demons proceeded, with Bai Wuying leading the way. The face spider carrying Qinwu in the middle, heading toward a densely populated area of houses. Exceptional lamb meat. Fresh demon beast meat at a bargain. Only half a spirit stone, Master. This pure water ginseng is a century-old wild ginseng from Tianjing Lake. 5 spirit stones is absolutely not expensive. 3 spirit stones. Do you accept? If not, I shall look elsewhere. Brothers, come take a look. Feast your eyes. As they moved forward, the throng of demons increased, shifting from small stalls and dilapidated houses to grand residences and courtyards. Along the streets, the signs of taverns, apothecaries, utensils, magical treasures, and materials fluttered in the wind, leaving Qinwu awestruck. If it were not for the fact that the passers-by were all fur-covered and scaled, resembling nothing human. One might have thought they were in a lively ancient street from a previous life. Esteemed demon lords, come play for a while. We have 2-tailed foxes, face snakes, golden toads, and jade manises, whatever you desire. I guarantee you will enjoy yourselves. If not, no spirit stones required. A woman dressed in a resplendent red robe approached, her steps enticing as she introduced her wares. Forgive me, esteemed one, we do not require your services. Bai Wuying interjected, stepping forward with wings spread to shield the face spider. Oh dear, little crow, you show no understanding of your master's heart. Do you not see your master is injured? Quickly, to my Wanchun Tower. I shall find a water fairy to soothe your master. The woman spoke, swaying her hips, waving a red handkerchief toward Bai Wuying, and moved closer to Qinwu. As she reached the face spider, Bai Wuying seemed to snap back to reality. Reacting swiftly, Qinwu, half reclining on the face spider's back, squinted at the transformed great demoness, curious about her intentions. Esteemed demon lord, look at all this blood on you. Surely, you have endured perilous battles, let me tell you. Fierce demons fight for the enjoyment of demon life. Come in, allow the water fairy to take care of you. I promise you boundless pleasure. Qinwu paid little heed to her chatter. A sudden thought struck him. Perhaps using the humming needle on this woman could be a splendid choice. After all, her profession held considerable advantages, aiding him in establishing roots within this unfamiliar and complex environment. Chapter 45. The brothel keeper, Little Hong, the incessantly chattering woman, suddenly paused, her expression faltering, and she retreated 2 steps, hastily withdrawing her hand that had reached for Qinwu. Then, she blinked rapidly, her large, captivating eyes revealing confusion and a hint of caution as she regarded Qinwu. He, esteemed demon lord, merely jesting, seeing your handsome self injured. My heart aches terribly, esteemed one. Given your condition, I think it would be best to visit the apothecary first. Next time, when you are feeling better, I shall introduce you to the water fairy and the little fox. I assure you, you will revel in the experience. As she spoke, the woman began to retreat. Qinwu narrowed his eyes, sensing that her movements suggested she had picked up on some of his thoughts, causing a tightness in his chest. This brothel keeper possesses remarkable sensitivity. The moment he contemplated whether to use the needle on her, She reacted with wariness. If she sensed something, it would explain her sudden response. Good heavens, is the depth of this spiritual realm so profound? Even a mere brothel keeper possesses such prowess. Her perception is leagues beyond his own. A woman of such caliber would be a waste to let go. May I ask your name? Chenwu intended to address her as young lady, but refrained from doing so. Esteemed demon lord, they call me Little Hong. The woman wore a professional smile, shaking the red handkerchief in her hand towards Chenwu as she spoke. If you were called Old Hong or Big Red, I could understand. But what does Little Red mean? Little Red Girl, I believe I am in decent shape. How about I accompany you back? And you let that Narcissus soothe me a bit? As she said this, she arched her waist, clearly confident. Chenwu felt it was imperative to delve deeper into understanding this woman. If the impression was favorable, he would proceed to take action. If what Hou Yu said was true, having control over her life and death would be ideal. Even if he couldn't fully control her, a little manipulation wouldn't hurt. To have means yet refrain from using them was akin to having none at all. Especially in their current predicament, finding a local power as a potential leverage was indeed a wise choice. Demon Lord, it suddenly occurred to me that I have beauty soup simmering in my pot. Next time, when you visit Wanshun building, I will certainly have Narcissus take good care of you, the madam concluded, retreating into the building adorned with the Wanshun plaque. Chenwu observed her with a smile, but remained silent. Indeed, very alert. He had made up his mind. He would return to give her a needle soon. With a firm resolution in his heart, Chenwu sought to find a place to reside, facilitating his subsequent actions. After Chenwu and his companions departed, the madam hurried upstairs, swiftly entering her room and shutting the door behind her. Hoo. I was scared to death. I was truly frightened. Indeed, a biting dog does not bark. I initially intended to enjoy a piece of meat, but I had no idea that the blood-coughing demon would be so perilous. Inside her chamber, the madam's face turned as pale as a sheet as she patted her chest, seemingly still in shock. After a while, once her emotion settled, she extended her hand, revealing a golden cicada the size of a fly, her raised cicada poison. This insect could neither kill nor defend. Indeed, it was rather weak and pitiable. Its sole function was to perceive danger with remarkable acuteness. Before the autumn wind stirred, the cicada was already aware. Just moments ago, that blood-stained, squint-eyed, grinning male demon had caused her cicada to issue an urgent warning. Such a situation hadn't arisen in a long time. That male demon undoubtedly sought her life, or was perhaps even more dangerous than that. As Chenwu and his group wandered the streets, they passed several inns, but the cost of lodging, 3 days for a single spirit stone, was simply beyond his means. With himself and the 5 other demons, including Bai Wuying, they would require 3 rooms, equating to a daily expenditure of 1 spirit stone. His storage ring contained a mere 30 spirit stones given by Wang Hongji, enough for a month's stay at an inn if he refrained from eating and drinking. Moreover, the many demons frequenting the inn posed a risk to his plans to seek out the madam. Ultimately, Chenwu chose to rent a modest courtyard for 25 spirit stones a month through a broker. The courtyard spanned roughly 30 to 40 square meters and comprised 3 rooms, a main room and 2 side rooms. Fortunately, as Bai Wuying and the humanoid spider were not large demons, the courtyard sufficed for their needs. We will reside here for now. During this period, you should gather as much information as possible while ensuring your safety, and see if there are any opportunities to earn spirit stones, Chenwu instructed. Internally, he felt a surge of frustration, reflecting on his previous life as an overworked individual and now finding himself in a similar predicament. Bai Wuying took several demons out to gather information, while Chenwu had the humanoid spider carry him around the vicinity. The area was dotted with courtyards similar to theirs, predominantly inhabited by demons that had yet to transform, with fewer high-level transformed demons like Chenwu. Gradually, he memorized the various routes to Wanshun building. Upon returning to their rented courtyard, darkness enveloped the sky. Bai Wuying and the other demons gathered around a fire, cooking meat. Where did you get the meat? Master, this is beef. Would you like to try some? Bai Wuying inquired, holding forth a large, sizzling piece of beef. Chenwu paused, confirming, beef? Yes, beef. Bai Wuying reiterated that I'm not hungry. You all enjoy it. Chenwu sighed internally, feeling a mix of emotions. Subsequently, he retreated into the house under the watchful eyes of the demons. Brother Wuying, what's going on with you all? The humanoid spider sensed a shift in atmosphere. It's nothing. We have some excellent fresh beef. Would you care for a bit? Bai Wuying chuckled, directing the question at the humanoid spider. Brother Wuying, we took down that cow demon. What cow demon? We simply killed a wild bull. What does that have to do with the cow demon? Huang Lang, nearby, appeared somewhat concerned and attempted to question Bai Wuing, but was interrupted before he could finish. Bai Wuing then pulled the humanoid spider towards the fire. Come, Jihua, you've worked hard carrying the master all day. Eat some beef. The wild bulls in this spirit realm are exceptional, brimming with spiritual energy. At this moment, the humanoid spider seemed to grasp the situation. What do you mean, Eat, eat, eat. After eating, we can cultivate. We still need to transform. Right, let us eat. Indeed, it's for the sake of transformation. The beef cooked by Jihua is indeed the best. Chenwu listened to the demons chatting and eating in the courtyard. Feeling somewhat complex that it wasn't that he carried any burdens. Rather, he was simply lamenting the unpredictability of fate in the dead of night. Chenwu stepped out, vanishing into the shadows. As the humanoid spider began to speak. Bai Wuing pressed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Perched on a tree about 100 meters from Wanchun building, Chenwu donned a chameleon-esque skin, quietly observing the madam, Little Red, who was busy welcoming and sending off guests, sometimes embracing, sometimes laughing and playing, a graceful fish gliding effortlessly through the halls of Wanchun building. The more he watched, the more satisfied he became. Initially preoccupied with the thought of the Great Eagle or the third master of Tianhe Cave, he now realized that targeting this madam might be a better option. After all, her profession and position were unique. The information she possessed might rival that of the other two, but with significantly less risk. Safety first. He must adhere to the path of survival. As dawn broke, the bustling Wanchun building quieted slightly after a night of revelry. Chenwu observed attentively, noting that while the madam, Little Red, mingled with others, she never again exhibited the same assertiveness she had shown towards him during the day. Though it remained unclear what prompted her retreat, it was evident that she viewed herself as a soft target. Descending from the tree, he expanded his consciousness, surveying a 30-meter radius around him before returning to his rented courtyard, greeting the other demons before entering his room. Having taken leave yesterday, he found it inappropriate to request another absence today. Thus preparing to visit the martial arts hall in the morning. When would he attain the freedom of time? The daily hustle was tiresome, and his spirit, extracted from the blood seed, rendered his black donkey body devoid of soul. Posing a danger, how could he devise a foolproof plan? As he entered the spirit realm, the environment grew increasingly complex, with several factions harboring ill intentions towards him, significantly heightening his sense of crisis. Upon returning to his original form, he dreaded seeing the message of the black donkey's demise on the scroll. If that occurred, he would have to start anew. After ruminating, he found no satisfactory solution. Chenwu, do you have any questions? Shen Yangfeng observed Chenwu's contemplation and inquired. During this period, Chenwu had been like a transparent figure, speaking not a word or asking a single question. Shen Yangfeng, being particularly concerned for his sole surviving nephew from Cheesy Mountain, discreetly inquired about Chenwu's situation, learning that he was exceedingly reclusive, never engaging in social interactions or leisurely strolls. Uncle 19, I have no questions. Good. Shen Yangfeng chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned to address the others. The martial arts techniques I intended to impart have been shared with you. For the next half-month, you will practice on your own or spar with each other. I will not interfere with how you proceed. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to approach me. In half a month, there will be a grand competition, which will involve real-world hunting rather than mere sparring among yourselves. The reward is the divine dragon pill. Having said this, Shen Yangfeng waved his hand and exited. Uncle 19, I love you. Just as Chenwu was feeling troubled. This announcement about self-study for the next half-month was precisely what he needed. He was determined to win over the madam, Little Red, within 15 days. Once he succeeded, she would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance in terms of spirit stones, information, and even safety. With this thought, he hastened towards his small courtyard. As for the divine dragon pill, he harbored no curiosity. It certainly paled in significance compared to Little Red. Upon returning to his rented courtyard, he immediately focused on refining his blood seed. After expanding his consciousness, he noticed that apart from the humanoid spider, the other demons were absent from the courtyard. As daylight was unsuitable for action, Chenwu took out the dragon locking stake to continue his refining process. By evening, Bai Wuing returned with several demons, and Chenwu emerged from his chamber. What news do you bring today? Master, as newcomers, we have only gathered superficial information. The two sacred cities were established thousands of years ago by the venerable ancestors of Tianhe Cave and Xindiao Mountain. For reasons unknown, these two formidable demon kings have vanished. Over the years, the once harmonious relationship between Tianhe Cave and Xindiao Mountain has devolved into a state of mutual animosity, with constant frictions arising. Rumors abound that the eldest and second sons of Tianhe Cave were slain by the malevolent figure known as the Eagle Lord. Qin Wu stroked his chin in contemplation, quietly absorbing the information. In a wonder that upon their first encounter in the mountains, the great bird had gifted him its feathers. It was evidently an attempt to provoke the people of Tianhe Cave into action, thereby providing the bird with a pretext to wage war. Yet, this conflict had been ongoing for quite some time. What reason would suffice? Why invoke an outsider's hand to seek justification, my lord? I cannot shake the feeling that the atmosphere in this city is amiss. Too tranquil, almost unnaturally so. Since my arrival, there has not been a single incident of chaos or bloodshed. It is improbable that all demons could be so amiable. The White Raven also sensed the anomaly, but struggled to comprehend why the prior hostilities had transformed into such tranquility. It was reminiscent of the sibling dynamics from a past life, when Qin Wu had a brother. In their youth, he would often tease his brother into striking first, only to report him to their parents, resulting in a reprimand for the younger sibling. So now, was he merely a pawn in this game? Did both Xindiao Mountain and Tianhe Cave wish to manipulate him to incite their respective guardians against one another? And when the guardians grew enraged, they would simply discard the toy. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Wu as he recalled the third-party force that the White Raven could not perceive. Would this force eliminate him? Fortunately, Tianhe Cave displayed a modicum of intelligence and did not fall for the trap, allowing him to remain alive. However, he needed to swiftly deal with the local tyrant. The brothel madam, Xiao Hong in the still of the night. Qin Wu donned his chameleon skin and stealthily exited his small courtyard. He had observed the large tree yesterday, and around the fourth watch of the night. When darkness enveloped the sky, he retrieved his long UB box, dripped a few drops of his blood, and summoned the divine BS needle with his demonic power, invoking it for his protection. May the divine needle safeguard my life. Should any malevolent intruders approach, swiftly strike them down. Hasten, hasten. After chanting the incantation, he soared through the night sky towards Wanshan Tower, concealed by the chameleon skin, blending seamlessly into the darkness, evading the notice of the demons below. At that moment, Xiao Hong, the brothel madam, stood at the entrance, bidding farewell to the patrons she had diligently entertained throughout the night. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Wu unleashed his demonic energy and dove down with all his might. Who dares? Shouted several transformed demon guards stationed outside Wanshan Tower, instantly drawing their weapons and rallying their powers to in midair. Qin Wu suddenly called out, Xiao Hong, I love you. The guards below were taken aback by his unexpected declaration. Turning to glance at the brothel madam, bewildered by this unusual display of affection. Huh? What? Xiao Hong, upon hearing Qin Wu's sudden exclamation, was momentarily perplexed, before letting out a piercing scream, akin to a startled hen. Accompanied by her shriek, the red handkerchief in her grasp unfurled dramatically, ascending to meet him. Qin Wu recognized instantly that the handkerchief was undoubtedly a magical artifact. With a thought, he enveloped himself in a protective aura and vanished, reappearing with one arm draped around Xiao Hong's shoulders while presenting her with a flower plucked from the tree. Xiao Hong, ever since I laid eyes on you 2 days ago, I have been utterly smitten. I could not bear to resist my longing any longer. Please accept my love. You, staring at the grinning Qin Wu, Xiao Hong's previously rosy complexion drained of color, rendering her speechless. The golden cicada curse in her palm trembled uncontrollably. Who is this brat? Release Hongjia. A perceptive guard sensed something was amiss and brandished his blade at Qin Wu, demanding he let go. Release her. Release Hongjia, echoed the other guards. Easy now, there's no need to be so tense. I'm simply expressing my affection for Xiao Hong, Qin Wu replied with an air of nonchalance, loosening his grip. In an instant, Xiao Hong spun around and dashed into Wanshan Tower. Xiao Hong, the flower. Qin Wu stepped forward, intending to follow her inside with the flower in hand. Halt. Several transformed demon guards barred his path, preventing him from entering. Seize him. Kill him. Upon entering the tower, Xiao Hong caught sight of Qin Wu being obstructed by the guards and immediately shouted, Xiao Hong, how could you treat me this way? Qin Wu's expression shifted to one of sorrow as he pointed a trembling finger at Xiao Hong. The guards and a crowd of onlookers were left in a state of confusion. Sensing that this unfamiliar male demon shared a history with the madam, Xiao Hong, infuriated by Qin Wu's performance, was on the verge of losing her composure. This male demon was undoubtedly after her life. Her golden cicada curse would not deceive her. Yet, the foolish guards failed to perceive the danger. Kill him! Kill him! Xiao Hong, how can you be so heartless? Chen Wu lamented, his anguish palpable as he stomped the ground. Shattering the bluestone beneath him. In response, a red handkerchief descended from above, now expanded to a size of several meters. Chen Wu deftly evaded the handkerchief, pointed at Xiao Hong, and vanished into the darkness once more. You fools, fools! As Chen Wu disappeared, Xiao Hong unleashed a torrent of curses at the guards before vanishing into the tower. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain whether the two were entangled in a matter of significance or mere folly. Surely, that male demon could not be insane enough to profess his love in such a manner without cause. While the guards pondered the situation, they were relieved that a confrontation had been avoided, and no lives were lost. Thus, they deemed their duties fulfilled despite Xiao Hong's scolding. Having distanced himself considerably, Chen Wu exhaled a sigh of relief. He had just engaged in a perilous gambit, where a slight misstep could have spelled disaster. Yet, faced with the combined might of Xindiao Mountain, Tianhe Cave, and that mysterious guardian, he was powerless against them individually or collectively. With no alternative, he resolved to press forward. At least he had managed to execute his intended plan. While embracing Xiao Hong, the Longyubi simultaneously flew forth, piercing her smooth, porcelain-like thigh, only to fall lifelessly to the ground. To avoid raising suspicion among the guards, Chen Wu refrained from releasing his spiritual and demonic energy until Xiao Hong retreated into Wanshan Tower, where he seized the moment to feign heartbreak, stamping his foot in anguish and crushing the Longyubi's corpse along with the bluestone to obliterate any trace of his actions. Fortunately, his elaborate performance bore fruit. Upon returning to his rented courtyard, he inquired directly of Hou, "Is it true that the Longyubi can control the life and death of its target upon striking?" Hou paused momentarily before replying. "My lord, the information passed down through generations from my ancestors states that when the bee needle disperses, it becomes vapor. When it gathers, it forms a needle, capable indeed of controlling life and death." "Can it affect transformed great demons?" Chen Wu pressed. "Yes," Hou affirmed confidently. "Very well," Chen Wu declared, turning on his heel to return to his room, leaving the other demons in a state of contemplation. With only the white raven appearing pensive, once inside, Chen Wu promptly retrieved the Longyubi box, channeling his demonic energy to carefully sense the presence of the bee needle. After a prolonged moment, he could not detect it. Could it be too far away? Or was something amiss? He harbored no doubts about the efficacy of the needle. After all, it was a treasured heirloom of Houyu's family and must have undergone rigorous validation. Unable to fathom the cause, Chen Wu ultimately decided to observe Wanshan Tower that evening. Time swiftly passed as he engaged in his alchemical pursuits. When he arrived at the large tree once more, he noticed that Xiao Hong had remained inside Wanshan Tower, no longer appearing to greet or send off patrons. Since she did not emerge, he resolved to test whether he could ensnare her. Having orchestrated the previous day's spectacle, Chen Wu was hesitant to approach Wanshan Tower again. That surprise encounter had been fortuitous. Surely, Xiao Hong would not be unprepared today, as he attempted to sense the bee needle again. He was pleasantly surprised by the ease with which he detected it seemed to have transformed into a current of energy, flowing through her veins. His earlier inability to sense it had indeed been due to distance. Now that he could, it was time for verification. With a swift motion, the once gaseous essence of the bee needle coalesced into a fine needle, darting towards Xiao Hong's heart. Inside Wanshan Tower, as Xiao Hong was attending to guests, she suddenly clutched her chest and screamed in agony. "Hongjia, are you all right?" Several guards were reprimanded yesterday, and today they endured another day of scolding. They had initially been quite focused on the brothel owner, but upon hearing her sudden shriek, they all rushed over in a frenzy. "Wow, is she really that formidable? Although I am uncertain how painful it is for the brothel owner after being pricked. It certainly seems quite severe." In a moment of inspiration, Chen Wu summoned a fine needle, transforming it into a flow of air that vanished without a trace. "What is this?" The brothel owner, Xiao Hong, who had initially felt as if her heart was being pierced by a needle, suddenly found her pain alleviated. The suffering had come abruptly, and so too had the relief. Just as the bewildered brothel owner, Xiao Hong, was pondering this, she suddenly clutched her head and let out another agonized scream. Sister Hong, it's all right," she responded, feeling the prickling sensation in her head had dissipated, allowing her to catch her breath. Just as the guards had relaxed their grip, they witnessed their sister Hong once more clutching her head in agony. After a couple of cries, she resumed her previous demeanor, appearing unscathed. Sister Hong, putting on a performance? Chapter 48. Genuine emotions observing the reactions of the brothel owner, Xiao Hong, combined with his own sensations. Chen Wu concluded that this long-right bee, indeed as Hou Yu had described, possessed the ability to manipulate life and death. With this realization came a wave of trepidation. Had the long-right bee not exhibited such conspicuous shortcomings, its slow activation and lack of speed, Chen Wu would have suspected that Hou Yu might have aimed it at himself rather than offering it to him. If it were directed at himself, he could assume the role of master. If offered to him, he would merely be a servant. Given the choice, would a creature designed to ensnare others not know how to choose? Reflecting on this, Chen Wu felt a sense of relief. Sometimes, having a few flaws could indeed be beneficial. Naturally, the shortcomings of this bee needle were not limited to those. It also could not sense if the distance was too great. Without sensing, it could not be activated, which could prove fatal. No, he needed to subdue the brothel owner completely. If this woman grew fearful and fled to another location, he would be unable to sense the bee needle. And that would spell disaster. No wonder it is said that within 3 steps, there must be an antidote. Many matters require close proximity for resolution. Once distance too far, even the mightiest capabilities become useless. Thus, the challenge ahead was how to approach the brothel owner. Should he simply enter the building and engage? However, he could not do that every day. His body and his elder brother were not an issue. He had some confidence in that regard. It was just that he could barely withstand the depletion of spirit stones, with only 5 remaining in his reserves, a rather meager foundation, after much contemplation. Chen Wu had no foolproof plan, ultimately deciding to venture out tonight to gauge the situation. Upon returning to the rented courtyard, Bai Wuying approached him, saying, "My lord, we have learned that it is Diao Wudi from Xinjiao Mountain and San Yihe Jiaoxiao from Tianhe Cave who have issued warnings against disputes in the city during this period." Jiao Wudi He Jiaoxiao, what a grand name for such lackluster abilities. You 2 birds think you have more capital than I. I could still trample the heavens. Chen Wu could not help but scoff at Bai Wuying's words. Some people are inherently irritating in their actions, some in their appearance, and others simply by their names. Like these 2 birds that it is fortunate they are in their own lair. Had they been outside, they would have likely been beaten to death long ago. Even if they survived, they would probably change their names to Jiao Xiaochong and Hizai Jamiya. What else is there? My lord, over the past few days, Sister Hong from Wanchun Tower has been inquiring about your background. She likely already knows our circumstances. Bai Wuying replied. It seems your recent night outings are connected to Sister Hong. Otherwise, that brothel owner would not be so invested in a mere acquaintance. Clearly, you have taken action against that brothel owner during the night. All right, I understand. Chen Wu nodded and turned to enter his room. Anyone who could navigate the treachery of Wanchun Tower surely possessed a keen intellect. And the brothel owner, Xiao Hong, was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran. With just a bit of observation, she would discern their background. After all, they had descended from the mountains, encountering numerous monsters along the way, making concealment nearly impossible. By the way, in the coming days, take them outside and ensure they remain hidden. Whether you retreat into the mountains or dig a pit to hide, just make sure you don't lose your lives. Chen Wu said as he stepped into his room, suddenly turning to Bai Wuying. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuying's eyes flickered, contemplating a certain possibility. My lord. Before Bai Wuying could finish, Chen Wu had already closed the door. Sigh. Bai Wuying stood there for a long time before letting out a deep sigh. It understood that Chen Wu was prepared to take decisive action, yet regrettably, it currently sensed a chaotic void without a clear direction. If only there were a hint of information, it could devise a strategy to prevent its lord from taking unnecessary risks. A nagging anxiety crept into Bai Wuying's mind. Perhaps there was a demon king involved, which would explain its inability to sense anything. A demon king. It dared not imagine, if such a being intervened, would Chen Wu even emerge unscathed? Bang! After bowing towards Chen Wu's room, Bai Wuying turned to the other demons and said, "Let us go." The other demons, equally astute, understood that a grave situation might soon unfold. Bang, 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 bang. The demons followed suit, bowing their heads before following Bai Wuying outside. Chen Wu, at that moment, was also engulfed in mixed emotions. He never expected that after just a few days in the spirit realm, none of the little demons he brought would remain. Phew, perhaps this was for the best. If he truly could not subdue the brothel owner, it would be easier for him to flee alone, rather than risking Bai Wuying and the others. When Bai Wuying was present, he had refrained from fleeing, not wanting to offend both Xinjiao Mountain and Tianhe Cave simultaneously. He had initially intended to adopt a cautious approach, but things had not unfolded as he had hoped. Yet, such is the nature of events, plans seldom survive the chaos of reality. Chen Wu sat quietly in his room, Foregoing treasure refinement as he mentally rehearsed his actions for the night ahead. As night fell, he changed into a clean outfit, tidied himself slightly, and then stepped outside after crafting a makeshift tool from a branch in the courtyard. Heading directly to Wanshun Tower. Even from a distance, he noticed an increase in the number of transformed great demons donning armor and wielding weapons stationed around Wanshun Tower. Their expressions were grim, their eyes fixed intently on the passers-by. Clearly, Wanshun Tower had heightened its defenses, given the brothel owner's alarming behavior yesterday. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence could deduce that she had been harmed by a demon. The closer he approached, the more guards he observed, and the more uncertain he felt. Simply charging in without a plan contradicted his cautious philosophy. Damn it, should I just flee and try my luck? This brothel owner, I'll deal with her later. With that thought, Chen Wu turned on his heel and began to make his way out of the city. Demon brother, where are you headed? It's not safe outside the city at night. Just as he reached the outskirts, a familiar voice called out from the darkness. Soon, he spotted the mediocre actor He Qing, accompanied by a group of transformed great demons, approaching him. Of course, I expected nothing less. Ha ha ha, brother He Qing, it seems you two share my fondness for nocturnal excursions. Look at this boundless dark night. It surely inspires endless imagination for our kind. Chen Wu was well aware of this fellow's intentions, but he had to play along. Indeed, but imagination pales in comparison to action. Come, let us go. Tonight, as a gesture of camaraderie, I shall treat you to Wanshun Tower. What the hell? It was precisely because of that place that I was trying to escape. Oh, dear brother, do not decline. Your feelings for Sister Hong are well known to me. With that, He Qing stepped closer, grasping Chen Wu's arm and leading him back into the city, with a dozen great demons silently following. Feelings for Sister Hong, my foot. Chapter 49. Candor. Reluctantly, Chen Wu was led by He Qing back into the city, his heart sinking. Clearly, Tianhe Cave was intent on preventing his departure, monitoring his every move. In their eyes, he was merely a weapon, a tool to be wielded against Xindiao Mountain. Before long, He Qing had dragged Chen Wu into Wanshun Tower. Young Master Qing, we haven't seen you in days. We missed you dearly. Oh, isn't this the good friend of Sister Hong? Chen Wu, when did you become her good friend? Ha, I was looking for Xiao Hong, but when did I become her good friend? Lily, I've missed you terribly. Come, let us spend the night together. Meow meow, go fetch Xiao Hong. Tell her good friend has arrived. He Qing flirted with a petite, sweet-looking woman whose voice was exceptionally melodious, and then turned to another woman named Meow Meow. Lily, more like Huang Lily, isn't it? Two birds spending the night together. Chen Wu couldn't help but envision certain scenes. It was said that his brothers were not only rather short but also lacking in stamina, often finishing in mere minutes. How could this fellow claim to spend a whole night? Where would he find the means to do so? With that long crane beak of yours, as certain images crossed his mind. Chen Wu glanced at He Qing's lips, then at the petite and charming Li Li, just in time to witness Li Li covering her mouth, gazing at He Qing with a seemingly coy demeanor. Her eyes glistening as if on the verge of shedding tears. For reasons unknown, a sudden shiver ran down Chen Wu's spine. Let me see who has come to visit, he mused that moment. The voice of the brothel keeper, Xiao Hong, drifted from the side. Chen Wu turned to look, only to find that Xiao Hong had caught sight of him, abruptly choking back the remainder of her words. Xiao Hong, I've missed you, Chen Wu chuckled, withdrawing his arm from He Qing's grasp and striding toward the brothel keeper. Kill him, Xiao Hong shouted, waving her hands at those around her as she watched Chen Wu approach. Xiao Hong, why do you treat me this way? Chen Wu quickened his pace, drawing nearer. He Qing, puzzled from behind, could not comprehend the scene, one person calling for his death while another professed love for her. Was this some kind of tragic romance? This fellow had only encountered Xiao Hong a few times. How could he have fallen so deeply for her? After scrutinizing, he found no aspect of Xiao Hong that surpassed Li Li. With a swift motion, the brothel keeper's signature red handkerchief flew toward Chen Wu. Just as the handkerchief ascended into the air, Xiao Hong suddenly clutched her head, letting out a piercing scream before collapsing. Xiao Hong. Chen Wu rushed forward, embracing her. Xiao Hong, how are you? You. Xiao Hong attempted to speak, but a sharp pain pierced her mind once more. Don't talk. I have medicine. Drink this, and the pain will subside. As he spoke, Chen Wu retrieved a small wooden vial from his cloak, tilting it to pour a liquid into her mouth while cradling her head. Feeling better, no more pain. You. The moment the liquid touched her lips, Xiao Hong felt an immediate relief from her pain. Just as she prepared to voice her thoughts, Chen Wu pressed a finger to her mouth. No talking, just rest. Quickly, where's Xiao Hong's room? I'll carry her back. Chen Wu, glancing down at the brothel keeper, exhibited a cold glint in his eyes, a fleeting flash of murderous intent, before raising his gaze to feign concern again. This way, nearby, Miao Miao, visibly concerned for Xiao Hong. Hurriedly led Qinwu inside. He wants to. Xiao Hong's eyes flared with rage as she shot a death glare at Miao Miao, eager to shout that Qinwu intended to kill her. Yet, how could Qinwu allow her to speak? With a mere thought, he sent a needle of pain through her, causing her to tremble. Quickly. Miao Miao soon guided Qinwu away, disappearing into the hall. Leaving the guards bewildered, other guests, including He Qing, wore lewd grins. Miao Miao, thank you. You may leave. I can take care of Xiao Hong myself. Just as Miao Miao pushed open a door, Qinwu stepped inside and blocked the entrance. No, I must stay to care for Sister Hong. Miao Miao shook her head repeatedly, refusing Chun Wu's insistence. Sister Hong, I can manage. Let Miao Miao attend to her duties. Chun Wu lowered his gaze, meeting Xiao Hong's eyes. After a lengthy silence, she finally turned to Miao Miao and nodded. Then, Sister Hong, I'll take my leave. If you need anything, just call out. Miao Miao, seeing Xiao Hong's nod, hesitated before turning to depart, with a sigh of relief. Chun Wu closed the two doors behind him. Let me go. Xiao Hong's voice was icy as she addressed Chun Wu. Xiao Hong, why are you so angry? Wasn't it you who wanted me to come and ease your troubles? Why is it that every time I visit, you threaten me with violence? This is not how it should be. Come, have a cup of tea to calm your temper. Chun Wu, with a sly grin, urged the brothel keeper, pouring her a cup of cool tea. Who are you? Why do you wish to harm me? We have no grievances between us, do we? Xiao Hong realized she was being subtly threatened by the man before her. The pain she felt undoubtedly a result of his malicious intent. She had sent Miao Miao away out of necessity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to utter a single word, let alone call for help to deal with him. How do I put this? I am also being coerced. You should be able to see that I am, at heart, a good spirit. Chun Wu expressed his helplessness, acknowledging that such a fierce and perilous confrontation was not what he sought. He had lived for decades. The fervor of a youth filled with reckless bravado had long since faded. For him, safety was paramount. Steadily advancing his own cultivation was his greatest desire, not engaging in grand exploits or slaying monsters. Bah! Upon hearing Chun Wu's words and witnessing his feigned helplessness, Xiao Hong felt a wave of nausea. This deceitful man had been acting since their first encounter, uttering not a single truthful word. He had inexplicably caused her suffering and yet claimed to be a good spirit. I speak the truth, he insisted. Following that, Chun Wu recounted their journey across the Duantian mountain range, the encounter with Dia Woody who gifted him feathers, the trap set by He Qing, and finally meeting Xiao Hong in the city, detailing every event with clarity. When you saw me injured, you surely had ulterior motives, did you not? One thought leads to another. Perhaps from the moment you obstructed my path, our fates were sealed. Chun Wu spoke candidly, as if conversing with an old acquaintance, laying bare the causes and effects of their encounters. What do you intend to achieve? Xiao Hong fixed her gaze on Chun Wu, her eyes unwavering. After a lengthy silence, she finally inquired. Based on her intelligence, it seemed this man spoke the truth, yet his sudden honesty made her suspicious. Was this all a ruse? I want you to be my woman. Chapter 50. Windog Brother. Xiao Hong's expression remained impassive, her eyes icy as they bore into Chun Wu, who remained silent for a protracted period. This scoundrel had not uttered a single genuine word. Ultimately, unable to withstand the scrutiny, Chun Wu shrugged helplessly. I've laid my cards on the table. What more do you wish to know? Essentially, I seek to leverage your power to help me break free from my predicament and prevent those two from targeting me. Additionally, as you can see, I am in dire straits. I can scarcely afford a meal. I wish to borrow some resources from you. Rest assured, I will not ask for much. Just lend me 100 or 200,000 spirit stones and a similar number of spirit potions. As for magical artifacts, 3 or 5 would suffice. Chun Wu counted off his requests on his fingers, and with each mention, Xiao Hong's expression grew increasingly stormy, her fury intensifying. Finally, unable to contain herself, she lifted her foot and hurled her shoe at Chun Wu's face. Hey, let us discuss this calmly. Your temper is too volatile. It's harmful to your health. Chun Wu evaded while continuing to coax her. I in business. One must negotiate. You can't just turn hostile at a whim. How do you expect to run a brothel? The more he urged, the more rapid Xiao Hong's strikes became. Stop. I have treasures to offer you. I am not entirely unyielding. Hearing Chun Wu's plea, Xiao Hong finally ceased her assault, her expression rife with disdain. You have treasures? Who do you think you are? Chun Wu, brimming with confidence, countered. I can shape-shift from the periphery and sit in your chamber. Does that not attest to my capabilities? His audacity piqued Xiaohong's curiosity. Could this scoundrel truly possess some form of treasure? What kind of treasure do you have to offer? She inquired skeptically. Chunwu glanced around furtively. This room has soundproofing. Speak freely. Xiaohong, exasperated, noted that this scoundrel possessed little awareness. Have you heard of a companion treasure? You possess a companion treasure? Xiaohong was startled by Chun Wu's revelation. Companion treasures. This rascal had one. She had traveled extensively and had only heard of such things in legends. Those who possessed companion treasures were often fated children, reincarnated great beings, or recipients of ancestral gifts. Could this scoundrel have such a lineage? Believe it or not, that is for you to ponder, but my treasure is unique. If I die, it will vanish as well. On this point, I can swear that if I lie, may my life be forfeit. Chun Wu observed Xiaohong's skepticism, her eyes flickering, and hastily added, as long as my treasure remains, I will live. If I perish, the treasure will be destroyed. For heaven's sake, do not let her develop greed and turn on me. Really? Xiaohong allowed herself to believe a fraction of Chun Wu's pledge. Believe it or not, it is your choice. As beings such as us, we believe in fate. After I entered the city, you were the first to approach me. I believe our destinies are intertwined. If you assist me now, I shall return the favor in the future. That I cannot promise much, but making you a demon king is not beyond my capabilities. This is fate, and it is also cause and effect. Qin Wu spoke earnestly, employing his best persuasive techniques reminiscent of the grand tales of destiny and manipulation. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaohong conceded. I can assist you, but you must lift the restrictions placed upon me. Release the restrictions? So, you are helping me solely for the purpose of lifting the ban. Have I wasted my breath with this charade? At present, it cannot be undone. My cultivation is insufficient, and I can only wait until I enhance my abilities to cast the spell for its removal. You wretched creature, it seems you will not relent. However, the madam is also aware that if she were in my position, she would not easily let go of someone she has painstakingly captured. Therefore, she no longer maintains her pretense. Fortunately, aiding this wretched being to break free does not require her to expend much effort. During this time, there is a peculiar guest at Wanshun Tower, one who has a penchant for rare treasures and bizarre artifacts. You entered from the outskirts, did you not? Precisely, there are objects from the periphery that may not exist in the spirit realm, which could be considered quite peculiar. Present such items to him, and then express your desire to follow him and become his subordinate. In this manner, those two birds will no longer dare to pursue you. Is it truly that simple? Qin Wu found himself somewhat bewildered. Was his deadlock resolved with just a few words? The madam shot him a glance. Simple? What kind of treasures has he not encountered? If the items you present are not sufficiently novel, do you comprehend the consequences? Feed him to the dogs. Without waiting for Qin Wu's response, the madam provided the answer. Good heavens, so merciless. It is only due to your unique circumstances of having entered from the periphery that I make such a suggestion. Of course, if you cannot procure anything, then there is nothing to be done. Prepare to meet your demise. The madam, Xiaohong, expressed this sentiment to gauge Chun Wu's resources. This wretched being boasts endlessly if he cannot even produce such items. Then she must reconsider her strategy towards him. Contemplating this, Qin Wu pondered what he could offer that would be both presentable and unique. A peach pit. This item was sought after by the monsters before the arrival of the Plum Fairy. Surely, many have been brought in, so that will not suffice. Red Flame Goldstone? This is a natural amalgamation formed from the eruption of underground fire. A fine treasure indeed. Chameleon skin? After some thought, Chun Wu dismissed this option. It is a tool for spying, far too valuable for him to part with. Finally, there are the peacock feathers, which are extravagant and beautiful, but their spiritual essence is diminished. He was uncertain if they would suffice. Other items could be disregarded, as they were mere detritus collected by the Black Donkey during his lifetime. Which of these two would be more suitable for offering? Qin Wu was uncertain and could only present the Red Flame Goldstone and the peacock feathers for the madam's consideration. Upon seeing the two items suddenly appear on the table, the madam felt a stirring in her heart. This wretched being possesses a storage treasure. It seems he does have some background. With that thought, she approached to examine them closely, even taking them in hand to channel her demon power for a test. This one, the madam said, holding up the peacock feathers. These feathers are indeed quite beautiful, especially with their vibrant colors and patterns that flicker like flames. Is this a matter of aesthetics? I require you to discern which is novel. Is beauty considered novel? Chun Wu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Is a beautiful peacock feather not novel? However, a beautiful peacock feather from the periphery is indeed novel. Do you understand my point? Good heavens, are you attempting to play the game of rarity? Now that I think about it, these peacock feathers are indeed unique. Akin to a scorpion's droppings, one of a kind. This would certainly qualify as novel. Very well, let us proceed to meet Feng Gogo. Remember to address him as Feng Gogo, with Feng being for Master Feng. Ango for dog. The madam thrust the peacock feathers into Chen Wu's hands and turned to walk away. So hasty, I still wish to discuss the cloud transforming palm, the rain overturning 36 techniques, and the Kato eagle finger with you. Chapter 51. A sated heart yearns for desire. Hey, Xiaohong, do not be so hurried. Chen Wu reached out to catch the madam. What are you doing? Stop pulling at me. The madam shook off Chen Wu's hand. Clearly annoyed. Good heavens. You, an old madam, are always throwing yourself at others, entirely flirtatious, and I merely pull at you, and you act like a virtuous maiden? We must discuss this beforehand. I am entirely uninformed. How can I navigate this recklessly? At this critical moment, Chen Wu did not wish to engage in trivialities with her. Otherwise, the donkey's 36 techniques would leave you in dire straits. I do not know much about this Feng Gogo. And his mind seems somewhat unhinged. If I share too much, it may mislead you. Can you not handle a bit of improvisation? Good heavens, you can say what you wish, but why are you looking at my waist? This provocation does not work on me. All right, let us go. In a past life, I performed for 20 years wearing a mask. Do you think that was for nothing? As they passed through the corridors, Chen Wu was soon brought to the entrance of a courtyard. The madam approached with a sultry smile, producing 2 small bags and handing one to each of the 2 humanoid demons at the entrance. Gentlemen, might I trouble you to inform Feng Gogo that I have a guest who wishes to present some delightful treasures to him. Am I the guest? Madam, you are quite the professional at shifting blame. One of the humanoid demons took the bag and gave it a slight shake before addressing the madam. Are you certain these are delightful treasures? You are aware of Feng Goji's rules. If he is displeased, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. That cannot be. If you were to anger Feng Gogo, I would gladly assist my gentleman in tearing him apart and feeding him to the dogs. Hearing the madam's grandiose claims, the guard said no more and led the way inside. He had said those words out of respect for the madam, who had been generous in her offerings. Whether or not it would succeed was merely a matter of whether or not they would feed him to the dogs. It had nothing to do with him. Enter. The guard pushed open the door, allowing the madam and Chen Wu to step inside before closing it behind them. Chen Wu followed closely behind the madam, quickly scanning the room. The space was vast, with several inches of plush carpet underfoot, rendering each step exceedingly soft. Several enchanting women danced barefoot, draped in sheer veils, each adorned with a fluffy tail that swayed rhythmically with their movements. Further away, on a massive circular bed, reclined a rotund figure with short limbs, a round head, a bulbous nose, and small eyes. He lounged with one arm around a beauty while watching the dancers, grinning lewdly. This smile, this figure, bore an uncanny resemblance to a character from a certain television show in Chen Wu's past life. The madam lowered her voice and gestured towards Chen Wu. Feng Gogo, Xiaohong has a special guest to present to you. Were you being deliberate? Did we not agree on presenting treasures? What do you mean by present? The figure guffawed heartily. Good heavens, that voice was unmistakable. You two have traversed realms. Upon hearing that laughter, Chen Wu nearly burst out in disbelief. This figure, combined with that voice, was an exact match. Ah, Xiaohong, your filial piety is commendable. The figure above chuckled before sizing Chen Wu up. You have a decent appearance, though not exceptional. Yet, there is something unique about you. As he spoke, his gaze fixated on Chen Wu's waist. Seemingly assessing something, Chen Wu felt a tightening sensation and thought, what the hell? He indeed. Feng Gogo, your keen eye is unparalleled. The madam beamed, flattering him. Yet, to her surprise, upon hearing her praise, Feng Goji's expression soured. Ah, how do you know my eye is so keen? Have you played with this kid? Take him away and feed him to the dogs. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 2 beauties in his arms lunged toward Chen Wu. Chen Wu, Xiaohong, what the hell, are you all insane? In a moment of desperation, Chen Wu drew 2 peacock feathers from his storage ring and raised them high. Stop. At that moment, Feng Gogo raised his hand, signaling them to halt. Feng Gogo, I am Elzhuang Yuan, having heard of your noble deeds and unparalleled righteousness, devoted to safeguarding the rare treasures of our cultivation realm. I beseech you to kindly protect these peacock feathers. Ha ha ha. Feed him to the dogs. Good heavens, Feng Gogo, he has just arrived from the periphery. The madam quickly interjected. Stop. You just came from the periphery? Recently arrived? Feng Gogo asked, pausing his subordinates upon hearing the madam's words. Chen Wu hastily replied, yes, Feng Gogu, I have just arrived from the periphery. These peacock feathers were also sourced from the outer realms. Upon hearing this, Feng Gogu extended his hand, and the 2 peacock feathers flew into his grasp. He examined them closely before addressing a beauty. Xiao Huang, do we have any peacock feathers from the periphery? Feng Gogu, we currently have none. Oh, well, since I do not possess any, and these 2 peacock feathers seem rather fine, I shall take the trouble to protect them for you. Chun Wu quickly cupped his hands in gratitude, knowing he had successfully passed this hurdle. Thank you, Feng Gogu. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Ha ha ha. I, Feng Gogu, do not take advantage of you. Speak. What do you desire, Feng Gogu? You humble me. I came here solely to seek your guidance, wishing only to follow you and learn from you. Upon hearing Feng Gogu's assertion that he would not take advantage of him, Chun Wu discerned that he was not averse to bestowing some benefits upon him. Given this, he sought no other favors and believed that as long as he did not require any substantial contributions from Feng Gogu, he would not be met with refusal. Ha ha ha. Splendid. From this moment forth, you shall be my ally. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply invoke my name, Feng Gogu. With another hearty laugh, Feng Gogu readily acquiesced to Chun Wu's request. I am most grateful, Feng Gogu, for granting me this opportunity. Chun Wu once more clasped his hands in gratitude, and after receiving a response, even the sight of this fellow's nonchalant demeanor became considerably more pleasing. Simultaneously, a weight lifted from his heart. In the words of the old matron, those 2 troublesome birds would likely think twice before causing him any more distress, as long as they refrained from pursuing him. And with the old matron's assistance, the path ahead should prove far more manageable. Well then, Feng Gogu, we shall not intrude upon your time any longer. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me, suggested the old matron, Xiao Hong, as she tactfully prepared to take her leave. Go on. Go on. Feng Gogu waved dismissively at the 2 peacock feathers, seemingly unconcerned. Chun Wu was but an inconsequential little ant, unworthy of his attention. Yet, the 2 exquisite peacock feathers he had brought from the outskirts were undeniably beautiful. Should they bring a moment of joy to Feng Yi, that would indeed be a delightful surprise. Following the old matron, Chun Wu stepped outside, his spirits remarkably elevated, and as he gazed at her retreating figure, she appeared to possess an alluring charm. Sated and yearning, with his appetite fulfilled, he was now driven by desire. Sensing the stirrings of his inner desires, Chun Wu instinctively quickened his pace, reaching out toward the old matron's curvaceous form. Chapter 52. Eating soft rice with a hard edge. What a thrill. The fleeting sensation ignited a flutter in Chun Wu's heart, a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time. What are you doing? The old matron turned, swatting Chun Wu's hand away with a glare of indignation. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hong, did you not hear Feng Gogu praise my striking appearance and exceptional talent? You, too, are a vision of grace, possessing an undeniable allure. On this long, endless night, with our talents complementing one another, why not engage in a discussion about life's mysteries, or rather, the true essence of our existence? Chun Wu had never considered himself a paragon of virtue, nor did he aspire to be one. Having toiled like a beast in his previous life, he yearned for the freedom to soar anew in this lifetime. What is this? Do you believe that now you feel secure, you can afford to forget your manners? The old matron chuckled coldly. I cannot allow that. I have cultivated my heart for a century, my resolve is strong as iron. How could I be so easily swayed? It is merely that when I gaze upon you, you have ensnared my heart. One glance from a siren can last a millennium, yet there are those who remain oblivious to such allure. You are my eternal gaze. No matter how one might argue. I have watched countless films featuring Xingyi and Huago. Such a heartfelt confession must be earnest, passionate, and profound. Furthermore, this old matron does indeed fit my aesthetic, with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, an oval face, and the air of a mature woman. She possesses an undeniable charisma. Was there not a saying in my past life, youth is blind to the charms of a mature woman? Mistaking a young girl for treasure. TCH, the old matron dismissed Chun Wu's heartfelt glance with disdain, scoffing as she turned away. This scoundrel cannot utter a single truthful word and is forever scheming. Siren life is fraught with peril, yet only longing remains unhealable. Xiao Hong, I confess that I initially harbored ulterior motives toward you, but as I watched you nightly beneath that great tree, I found myself deeply enamored with you. Confessions must be genuine, imbued with sincerity, yet not entirely truthful. Half-truths and half-lies. That I am not called Xiao Hong. The old matron hurried forward. Humph, so you prefer a more refined name? When I recited poetry, you subtly turned your head. Do you think you can deceive me? I care not whether your name is Xiao Hong or Xiao Lan. Names are but fleeting clouds to me. What I love is you, the siren, for the happiness of the spirited air. And for the thrill of that brief touch, I must have you. Get away from me. The old matron attempted to shake off Chun Wu's grasp, but he held on too tightly. Hongjia, Xiao Hong. They encountered numerous passers-by, some of whom seemed to linger intentionally, casting knowing smiles upon witnessing the two holding hands. Bang! The old matron Xiao Hong stormed into her room, slamming the door behind her. Do not pretend. If there is something to discuss, say it. If not, leave. The atmosphere is so charged, and you want me to leave? Comrade Air, too, disagreed. Chen Wu paid no mind to such trivialities, pulling her forward, sealing her lips with his own. What the hell? Get off. The old matron protested, but Chen Wu's ardor did not wane. Before long, he felt her initially rigid form soften in his embrace. The art of seduction and the intricacies of desire surged through him, as thoughts of passion and longing burst forth uncontrollably. Blossoms in full bloom, blossoms in full bloom. How steadfast and resilient she is. This scoundrel has indeed concealed her depths. The two engaged in their playful tussle. Each harbored their own thoughts until dawn finally broke, bringing a semblance of calm. Red, I am called Chun Xi. The old matron, wrapped in silk blankets, faced away, fuming. You scoundrel, how is it that blossoms in full bloom have no effect on you? Chun Xian, do not compete with flowers for beauty. An inch of longing is an inch of ash. What a beautiful name. Chen Wu was not surprised that Xiao Hong was but a stage name in the entertainment world, who does not possess an alias. Yet, he found himself pondering why, based on their recent encounter, this old matron did not seem like one who would cater to just anyone. Did she too possess a story? After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled to himself. Who among us does not have a tale to tell? Who are you truly? Upon hearing his seemingly poetic musings, the old matron, or Chun Xian, began to doubt whether he was indeed as unremarkable as he claimed. Did you not see clearly last night? Have you already forgotten? Come, let us get to know each other better. With that, Chun Wu reached for the steering wheel, preparing to enter the vehicle. Get lost, don't play tricks with me. Speak. The old matron swatted Chun Wu's hand away, her gaze demanding an answer. I am but a donkey. Lu Zhuang Yuan, a prominent figure among the outer circles. By the way, Chun Xian, might you share a bit about yourself? I may not have been present for your past, yet I desire to know everything about you. Your future shall undoubtedly include me. Chun Wu merely offered a brief introduction, swiftly redirecting the conversation back to the old matron. Women tend to be emotional, particularly after intimacy. Such an answer is clearly not what she sought. Yet he remained silent, leaving her with no recourse. After a prolonged silence, the old matron finally spoke. I am a disciple of one Chun Lu. I am not a siren. You are not a siren? You are human. Chen Wu suddenly sat up, confirming with the old matron. In a realm teeming with demons, how is it that a mere human exists here? I am human. Chen Wu was momentarily at a loss for words. Damn it, having donned this donkey skin, I barely managed to breach the moral confines of humanity, convinced that all were monsters to be toyed with. And now you tell me you are human? And a disciple of one Chun Lu, no less. A brothel has disciples. This tale is more convoluted than my own. Are you the only one here? This place is filled with demons. Chen Wu found himself questioning her for reasons unknown. Do you care about my existence? Although the old matron spoke dismissively, her tone had softened considerably. Before Chen Wu could express his affection, she continued, I cannot disclose how many are here, but generally speaking, no demon dares to provoke me. Wan Chun Lu spans the spiritual realm, and its master is shrouded in mystery. Even the Dragon King must tread carefully. The old matron spoke with pride, exuding confidence in her own power. The Dragon King? Chen Wu's curiosity piqued at the mention of the Dragon King. Is he formidable? Naturally, he is formidable, a top-tier demon lord, a half-step into the great sovereign realm. His domain, the Dragon Palace, has subdued countless demon lords and vanquished innumerable human cultivators. Xing Xianzi, it seems that my hope of avenging you and rescuing you is indeed slim. Since you, Chun Xian, are so extraordinary and possess such a formidable backing, I shall rely on you from now on. In my past life, I envied those who thrived off the benefits of others. Who would have thought it would finally be my turn in this life? With my abilities, I can surely indulge in the softest of feasts, rendering it as solid as steel. Chapter 53. Some matters are destined. Upon hearing this, the old matron regarded Chen Wu with disdain. Rely on me? How naive you are. Our Wan Chun Lu conducts business in this line of work, dealing with countless people and demons. If I could rely on connections, would I need you? Wait. Does this not count as having some connection? Chen Wu feigned a wounded expression, resembling a small white rabbit. This is truly heartless. We have yet to even rise from bed, and already you claim that I am not worthy of such connections. Ha ha ha, what is this? Are you trying to play the innocent for me? Do you not have a sense of your own worth, you scoundrel? Even in those moments, you were wary of me. Otherwise, your charms would have had no effect. Now you dare feign injury. What is that supposed to mean? I merely wish to earn a living through my own abilities. Must you belittle me so? Why is the food at Wanshan Tower so unpalatable? Xiao Hong, look, you have had an enjoyable evening. As for myself, I have endured hardships, even without any merit to speak of. Let us converse amicably. She truly is insufferable, that wretched creature. Not a single word of decency from her lips. Even more infuriating is the fact that I am bound by her restrictions, were it not for the current lack of forewarning from the golden cicada goo, which indicates her benign intentions towards me. I would be inclined to confront her in a most destructive manner. Very well, let us communicate civilly. Chen Wu finds himself at an impasse. Though she is currently within his grasp, the Fenghe needle possesses flaws. He is keenly aware of its limitations, for if he strays too far from this old matron, it becomes ineffective, rendering him unable to sense the Fenghe needle. Thus, he refrains from pressuring her too much. Desiring instead to remain by her side and enjoy the fruits of her labor, initially, Chen Wu relished the prospect of both indulging in her bounty and exercising control over her. But alas, this old matron has heartlessly rebuffed him. Xiao Hong, you are aware that I have only recently arrived here, adrift and without a soul to turn to. Those of us blessed with innate treasures place great faith in destiny. Heaven has orchestrated our encounter and connection. Regrettably, we are both practitioners of the path, fated to traverse it alone in this lifetime. The vastness of the great Tao is unfathomable. Perhaps with the next turn of fate, we shall find ourselves worlds apart, lost to one another for eternity. Yet in this moment, while we still possess the ability to choose our paths, I yearn to be with you. The pinnacle of deceit lies in uttering truths that ultimately mislead. Chen Wu has only reached a level of 9 truths and 1 falsehood, concealing the secret of the Fenghe needle's ineffectiveness at a distance. All his other words are sincere, especially after sharing an intimate night together. When emotions still linger, even he is moved by his own declarations. Beyond the 36 stratagems lies a 37th self-deception. If one can convince oneself, there is no deceit in misleading others. Thus, if it is not deception, it must be truth. Hence, the matroness expression has shifted from disdain to a burgeoning intrigue. This is the effect of his carefully crafted words. What will Chen Wu do now that the results have manifested? Naturally, he will exert himself fully. In a past life, a renowned writer named Zhang penned a phrase, to win over a woman, one must first conquer her heart. In the northwestern direction of the double sacred city. On the central island of Clearwater Lake, Feng Ge kneels before a small pavilion, his countenance imbued with an innocent smile, almost endearingly naive, entirely incongruous with his lewd reputation at Wanshan Tower. Little pup, do you mean to say these 2 peacock feathers were gifted to you by a creature from those sordid outer realms? A voice from within the pavilion inquired, its tone neutral. Indistinguishable as male or female, the pavilion was draped in sheer fabric, allowing only vague silhouettes to be seen from the outside. Indeed, Master Feng, the little pup has conducted an investigation. He recently traversed the mountains from the outskirts. Upon his arrival, he fell into a trap set by Diawudi, provoking the people of Tianhe Cave. The aim was to incite a conflict, allowing Diawudi to exploit the chaos for his own gain. Ultimately seeking to deliver a fatal blow to Tianhe Cave through your hands, the person within the pavilion chuckled coldly upon hearing this. These 2 little birds, ever eager to dominate, remain oblivious to the fact that it is a balanced double sacred city that the esteemed Lord Jiao long desires. Please, continue, little pup. Kneeling upon the ground, Feng Ge, urged to elaborate, continued. Tianhe Cave saw through Diawudi's scheme and refrained from engaging. However, they too wished to utilize this outsider against Diawudi. Thus, it is in this context that Lu Zhuangyuan survived and seized the opportunity to present these 2 peacock feathers to you. The little pup deemed these feathers a rarity, presenting them to Master Feng for his amusement. Little pup, you do possess a modicum of filial piety, remarked the figure within the pavilion, seemingly pleased with Feng Ge's gesture. After uttering these words, however, they fell silent. With the absence of speech from the pavilion, Feng Ge remained motionless, kneeling in silence, as the only sound was the gentle rustle of the breeze through the sheer fabric. Little pup, Master Feng, the little pup is here, Feng Ge responded hastily in a hushed tone. How many years have you followed me, Master Feng? since you found the little pup until now. It has been 315 years and 137 days. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, it has been centuries. Have these years treated you well? The figure within the pavilion inquired, their tone laden with nostalgia. Master Feng, ever since the day the little pup gained sentience under your guidance, these past few centuries have been filled with joy and contentment. Kneeling, Feng Gouji's voice trembled with emotion as he spoke. In this life thus far, I have experienced the most exhilarating adventures and savored the finest delicacies. Each day has been a choice of how to live, how to revel in my exuberance. This life of a demon, including my very existence, has been bestowed upon me by you, Master Feng, as long as you find joy and fulfillment. That is enough. What I lack, what I yearn for, what I cannot attain, you have. In a way, it is as if I have experienced it through you. The voice from within the pavilion was deep, tinged with a mixture of resignation and satisfaction, as if Feng Gouji's existence was a reflection of the life the figure wished to grant. Master Feng Gougu, overwhelmed with emotion, found tears streaming down his face. Haha, little pup, if you were to die now, would you have any regrets? The figure within the pavilion, observing Feng Gouji's expression, asked with a gentle laugh. None, Master Feng. The little pup harbors no regrets, Feng Gougu replied. His face, what with tears, resolute. How could one possibly have no regrets? In this world, who can claim to be free of them? Some matters are simply destined, the figure within the pavilion murmured, as if speaking to Feng Gougu. Yet also to themselves. Go now. Tomorrow morning, bring that little demon from the outskirts to me. Yes, Master Feng. Feng Gougu responded softly before turning to depart. I wish to bask in the sun a little longer. The figure within the pavilion sighed, causing Feng Gougu to pause abruptly. Chapter 54. The proper use of Golden Finger's Wanshun Tower. In the old matron's chamber, though the sun is high in the sky, the camaraderie between the two is in full bloom. Though an hour has elapsed, for Qinwu, this is merely an appetizer. In this exchange, the old matron has been notably accommodating, even proactive, which allows Qinwu to flourish with ease. Moreover, he seems to be under the illusion that his demonic power and divine consciousness have experienced a slight enhancement, without meditation or cultivation, merely through movement from last night until now. Could such activity truly elevate one's cultivation? How is that possible? He possesses neither the star-absorbing technique nor any dual cultivation methods. Thus, he dismisses the thought and continues with the task at hand. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the knocking, the old matron momentarily dazed, nudged Qinwu with her elbow, then performed a spell before inquiring, "What is it, Sister Hong? Feng Gougu has sent someone to summon you." A voice responded from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Qinwu immediately halted his actions. Me. Shouldn't I be as inconsequential as a fleeting shadow in Feng Gouji's eyes? Understood. I will be there shortly, the old matron replied. Xiao Hong, what do you suppose this could be about? How would I know? They called for you. So just go. You dare not comply? The old matron shot him an exasperated glance. Indeed, he dared not disobey. With a swift movement, Qinwu dressed and, in a fluid motion, elicited yet another eye roll from the old matron. Haha, Xiao Hong, if I do not return, will you miss me? Qinwu jested as he tidied himself. Please, what is there for me to miss about you? The old matron's disdainful tone provoked another round of mockery from Qinwu as he stepped outside. After taking a few steps, he turned back to gaze intently at the old matron, softly uttering, in the twilight of love, it is early for beauty, as the sudden rain begins to cease. Within the confines of this small chamber, there is no more sentiment, only the lingering echoes of urgency. Turning back, we gaze at one another foolishly, left speechless and choking back tears. Yearning for the past, unaware of the return, one should ponder the springtime madness. Since time immemorial, parting has caused heartache, especially now, as the unknown looms ahead. After speaking, Qinwu cast a lingering glance at the old matron, as if to imprint her visage in his memory. The old matron, reclining on the bed, found herself at a loss for words upon hearing Qinwu's poetic recitation. Bang! Qinwu, dismissing the old matron's attempt to continue, exited with a final bang of the door. Her words were left unspoken, caught in her throat. After a long moment, the old matron softly murmured, yearning for the past. Unaware of the return, one should ponder the springtime madness. Since time immemorial, parting has caused heartache, especially now, as the unknown looms ahead. Wretched creature, go if you must. Why the endless musings about the uncertainties of return? Complaining under her breath, she swiftly rose and opened the window to gaze outside, just in time to see Qinwu standing in the street below, looking up at her. offering a slight smile before departing with two large humanoid demons. Life is but a play, wholly reliant on one's performance. This time, Feng Gogu summoned him, and for a dog with such an unstable mind, he could only take extra precautions. The old courtesan served as his safeguard. This woman seemed to have a penchant for poetry and eloquence, so he recited half a poem, hoping she would comprehend, and that in due course, Feng Gogu would come looking for him. With Wan Chun Lu backing the old courtesan, her words should carry some weight, at least far better than his own rootless existence. Chun Wu followed the two large demons, heading northwest for quite some time before entering a grand residence in the neighboring waters. Ha ha ha. What was your name again? From a distance, as Chen Wu stepped inside, Feng Goji's distinctive, manic laughter echoed. Just as he was about to speak, he forgot Chen Wu's name. Young Scholar Lu, Chen Wu replied, clasping his hands in greeting. Oh, right. You're Lu, young scholar. Come, tell me about yourself, Feng Gogu exclaimed, slapping his round head in realization. Hearing Feng Gogu request him to speak, Chen Wu's mind raced. What did this fellow mean? How should he present himself? Should he boast or be more modest? Feng Gogu, the young scholar, is an enlightened demon, yet somewhat muddled. Upon reflection, it must be the result of consuming some celestial treasures. After transforming, the phoenix grass I cultivated inexplicably regressed and mutated, yielding the nirvana fruit. Unbeknownst to me, I consumed it and transformed. Now, my spiritual perception extends 6 zhang in all directions, roughly twice as strong as others in the early stages of transformation. Still, the saying goes, 9 truths, 1 falsehood. Aside from concealing the fact that my perception extends 10 zhang, I spoke nothing but the truth, emphasizing my extraordinary luck and innate talent. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Just like me, Feng Gogu. Blessed with fortune. I dare not compare myself to Feng Gogu, Chen Wu humbly replied, as he stood while others sat. It was indeed an unequal comparison. Ha ha ha. True enough. You possess a modicum of luck, while I am graced with great fortune. That is why I can be Feng Gogu, the wind of Feng Yi, the dog of Feng Yi. Feng Gogu was evidently pleased with Chen Wu's subtle flattery. Nevertheless, since we are both favored by fortune, I shall assist you. You will stay here tonight, and tomorrow, I shall take you to meet Feng Yi. That was indeed your purpose for summoning me, was it not? Feng Gogu, I had no idea. Haha. Just as Chen Wu wished to inquire further, Feng Gogu arrogantly laughed and turned to leave. Alas, when one is under a roof, one must bow their head. Thus, he could only sit obediently in the courtyard under the watchful gaze of several large demons. Demon brother, may I ask your surname? After sitting for a while, unable to fathom Feng Goji's intentions, Chun Wu addressed one of the large demons, hoping to glean some information. However, to his surprise, the large demon turned away in silence, presenting him only with its back. Chun Wu was speechless. If Feng Gogu was deranged, these large demons were equally maddening. Could they not utter a single word? Finding himself bored, he decided to sit in meditation. During his time in the spirit realm, he had not spent much time in earnest cultivation. As he circulated his demonic energy, Chen Wu immediately sensed something different. His internal demonic energy swelled, showing a marked increase compared to the previous day. Following that, he expanded his spiritual perception and discovered it had also grown. What was happening? This inexplicable surge in cultivation could not have arisen from his normal training, as it felt so abrupt. There must be some matter at hand. He thought of examining the scroll to see if any information had changed. With that in mind, Chen Wu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, withdrawing his consciousness into the bloodline. Name: Chen Wu. Age: 20170. Realm: Bone Refinement Beginner Technique. Divine Elephant Burden Mountain Skill. Rolling Stone Fist. Great Success. Cracking Earth Hammer Method. Not yet initiated. Bloodline: Spirit Seed, Transformed Donkey Demon, Child Seed, Spring Heart, Human Cultivator. While the host cultivates, they can absorb a portion of their cultivation. Extraordinary Power. Wind and Thunder Power. Weak, Spirit, Cracked Spirit. Poison, Resistant, Child Seed. Absorb Cultivation. Chen Wu felt a jolt of electricity surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Could it be that I have at last discovered the correct application of this golden finger? Chapter 55. Meeting Feng Yi. The Child Seed, Spring Heart, Human Cultivator. While the host cultivates, they can absorb a portion of their cultivation. Became increasingly radiant as he read the line of information. Glowing brilliantly, this was not merely a line of text, it was his path to greatness. Ever since the bloodline had taken control of the black donkey's body, he had lost the ability to absorb blood and had been in a state of limbo. Even though consuming apricots granted him some extraordinary power, it was far too little to be utilized. rendering it practically useless. If he could not find a solution in the future, this extraordinary power would be akin to a useless trinket. But today, the sudden revelation from the bloodline brought him immense joy. The old courtesan, while cultivating, could yield a portion of her cultivation to him. This ability resembled taxation. As long as she practiced, she would be required to pay him a tax on her cultivation. In the past, there was a saying, as long as I work hard enough, my boss can live the life he desires. Now, it was as long as the old courtesan worked diligently, his cultivation could soar effortlessly. But how did the child seed come to reside within the old courtesan? Chun Wu stroked his chin, recalling his interactions with her. Could it have been transmitted through liquid exchange? The bloodline resided within him, and this was the only reasoning that made sense. If that were the case, he should find a partner to experiment with. While he was somewhat certain in his mind, testing it would be prudent. After all, this was a pathway to brightness, and if he walked it correctly, the prospects were boundless. Becoming an immortal ancestor was indeed a possibility. Once again, he concentrated, entering the bloodline cultivation realm. Brother, could you possibly find a female demon to keep me company? He jested. The response was still merely a turn back. Damn it. What is this? Just turning away? Can't anyone show some soul? If you want to help me, I'll find someone myself. With that thought, Chun Wu turned to leave. Halt. Several large demons surrounded Chun Wu, their eyes fixed on him with intensity. Is this a form of house arrest? Brothers, demons have 3 urgent matters. I urgently need to go out to find a lady. No, a female demon to discuss the nuances of demon life. If you are concerned, you may accompany me. Chun Wu attempted to explain, doing his best to convey his intent. Yet all he received in return were those unblinking gazes, with not a single word uttered. Frustrated by the wooden demeanor of these beings, Chun Wu felt an overwhelming urge to smash their heads into bits to feed to the dogs. Alas, such thoughts were grand, but reality was harsh. In the end, he could only return to the room, channeling his pin-up frustration into his cultivation. Just wait until I go out and gather 1,000 or so child seeds. Once my cultivation rises, I will make you regret it. Arriving in this wretched spirit realm, he had barely enjoyed a day of peace. After finally establishing a connection with the old courtesan, here came the bothersome Feng Gogu. As the lights began to twinkle in Feng Gogu's residence, not far from Chun Wu, Feng Gogu sat in the main seat, watching the old courtesan with great interest. At that moment, although the old courtesan still donned her grand red robe, her face was only lightly adorned, appearing much more refined than during her time at Wan Chun Lu. Even Feng Gogu couldn't help but glance at her a few times. Feng Gogu, may I ask if Lu Young Scholar has managed to resolve your matters? If not, Xiao Hong can assist him, the old courtesan said with a radiant smile, shedding the seductive charm she wore at Wan Chun Lu, now resembling a noble lady. Her implication was straightforward. If the matter was settled, she would take Chun Wu away. If not, she was willing to assist. Ha! Xiao Hong. Tistithe. The day has yet to darken. What is this? Are you longing for your acquaintance? It seems that little demon from last night has wormed its way into your heart, prompting you to rush over to me, Feng Gogu, to claim him. Are you speaking on behalf of yourself, or representing Wan Chun Lu? Feng Gogu grinned lewdly, sizing up the old courtesan as he spoke. Feng Gogu, Lu Young Scholar's talent is quite commendable, and Wan Chun Lu intends to recruit him. The old courtesan, ignoring Feng Gogu's gaze, stated her intention to absorb Chun Wu into Wan Chun Lu, although she did not directly say she represented Wan Chun Lu. Her meaning was unmistakable. Ha! Truly fascinating. It seems this little demon possesses some skill. In just one night, you can utter such words. However, regrettably, regardless of whom you represent, you cannot take that lad away today. He was specially summoned by Feng Yi for a meeting tomorrow. Even if I were to allow you to take him, would you dare? Offending Feng Yi is tantamount to offending the Spirit Aspect King. Offending the Spirit Aspect King is equivalent to offending the Jiaolong King. Can you afford to offend such powers? Feng Gogu leaned forward, quietly inquiring of the old courtesan. Upon hearing this, her eyes flickered. If Feng Yi sought trouble, she might have some words to say. But who was Feng Yi? He was nurtured by the Spirit Aspect King, treated as his own. Moreover, it was said that Feng Yi's cultivation was nearing the realm of the Demon King. In terms of cultivation and status, she was leagues behind. Yet, she could not comprehend why Lu Young Scholar, whose difference from Feng Yi was like that of clouds and mud, would be summoned by him. Could it be that the wretched creature spoke the truth? He possesses a companion spirit treasure, and even the esteemed Lord Feng is aware of it. In an instant, the brothel keeper's mind raced with thoughts, yet regardless of the circumstances, it was beyond her power to alter. Brother Feng, since it is Lord Feng who wishes to meet Scholar L, Xiaohong would naturally not dare to defy his wishes. This time, I have intruded upon you, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Brother Feng, I shall return to Wanshan Tower to prepare a banquet as a form of apology. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. Ha! No bother. No bother that I will undoubtedly accept your invitation tonight. A persistent, dog-like grin remained on Brother Feng's face, betraying none of his true intentions. Then Xiaohong shall await your esteemed arrival at Wanshan Tower, with a smile and a respectful gesture towards Brother Feng. The brothel keeper turned to leave. However, the moment she turned away, her smile vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. Meanwhile, Brother Feng, seated at the head of the table, also lost his smile as he watched her depart. The following morning, as the eastern sky turned a bright orange, Brother Feng arrived at Qin Wu's location, his demeanor grave as he said, "Let us go and meet Lord Feng. Remember, you must treat her with the utmost reverence. Any sign of disrespect, and I shall have you ground to bits and fed to the dogs. Rest assured, scholar, I would never offend such a powerful being." This fellow had abandoned his usual laughter. It seemed he was about to meet someone of great importance. Exiting the backyard, they found themselves before a vast, shimmering lake. Qin Wu followed Brother Feng as they soared through the air towards a small island. Upon reaching the shore of the island, Brother Feng knelt down, respectfully announcing, "Lord Feng, this little pup has brought the esteemed little demon you wish to see." "Little pup, bring him up," came a neutral voice from within the island. "Yes, Lord Feng." After responding respectfully while still on his knees, Brother Feng stood and instructed Qin Wu, "Follow me to meet Lord Feng." Chapter 56. The enigmatic behavior of Lord Feng. Qin Wu followed Brother Feng as they ascended the steps, soon arriving at a remarkably exquisite courtyard. Every blade of grass and every stone had evidently been meticulously crafted, yet the area was not large, measuring only about 100 square meters. It was illogical for a mere dog to reside in a place more splendid than its master. "Lord Feng, this little pup has brought him here," Brother Feng announced, his posture more dog-like than ever as he knelt to speak, making Qin Wu uncertain about what to do. Should he kneel as well? His knees were not yet so feeble. To remain standing felt awkward, yet he hesitated to follow suit. Fortunately, before he could ponder further, a voice called from inside, "Little black donkey, come in." What? Had his true form been recognized? It is known that once a demon takes shape, others cannot discern their original form without special means. "Yes," Qin Wu replied, cautiously pushing the door open and stepping inside, his heart brimming with apprehension. Wow, how expansive, how pink. Upon entering, he was greeted by a vast hall dominated by a pink hue, at least 300 square meters, entirely unlike the exterior. The walls and floor were adorned with blooming pink lotus flowers, creating an illusion as if he had stepped directly into a lotus grove, accompanied by a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Was this a manifestation of a mystical realm? Or perhaps it resembled the three-dimensional effects of a past life. At the center of the hall, a young woman clad in a pink dress rested her chin on her hand, lazily observing Qin Wu. "I have met Lord Feng," he uttered, realizing that this pink-clad lady must indeed be Lord Feng. With no one else present, Qin Wu could only bow in greeting. "Ah, splendid. You are quite the obedient little donkey," the pink-clad woman exclaimed, her laughter ringing with a neutral tone, seemingly delighted. Brother Feng's laughter before was evidently learned from this master. Indeed, one can discern the nature of a dog by its master. However, the tone of this lady's voice was decidedly masculine. "Quite intriguing, this little donkey. I find you quite satisfactory," Lord Feng remarked after scrutinizing him closely. "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Feng," Qin Wu replied, inwardly raising his guard. What did it mean for her to be so pleased with him? Typically, when those in power express satisfaction, it indicates they have their eyes on something belonging to their subordinates. What could she possibly desire from him? Ha ha ha. No need to be so formal. Come, tell me about yourself. Before we proceed, I would like to learn more about you, Lord Feng said with a light laugh. To do what? Qin Wu suddenly felt an unsettling premonition. What could he possibly do? To her, he likely resembled mere grass or wildflowers by the roadside of little use. Yet, reflecting on the uncertainty of her intentions, he concluded that being honest was undoubtedly the best approach, as he had nothing to conceal. Returning to Lord Feng, the little demon was born in a place called Shanghu Nation, and by a twist of fate, gained intelligence. Qin Wu recounted his experiences in detail. "Oh, little donkey, you have romantic experiences as well. How delightful." Lord Feng shifted to a more relaxed position, reclining on her side, one foot resting upon the other. revealing much of her smooth thigh beneath the pink fabric, causing Chun Wu to quickly avert his gaze. With such a neutral voice and bold posture, could it be that this figure was a formidable woman? One who favored offense over defense. After teasing him with a remark, Lord Feng continued to scrutinize Chun Wu, her gaze unwavering. You seem rather appealing. Come along with me. It seems fortunate for you, little black donkey. She said with a mischievous laugh. Ha ha ha. As she spoke, Lord Feng stood, revealing a rather alluring smile towards Chun Wu. What was this? What did she mean? Chun Wu felt an unease wash over him. Was she perhaps armed with a formidable weapon at her waist? Was she a versatile powerhouse? Chun Wu felt himself on the verge of tears, his thoughts tangled in chaos. The enigmatic behavior of Lord Feng left him no choice but to ponder further. The two traversed through the hall. Though it might well resemble the fabled realm of Shumi, Chun Wu was devoid of any desire to observe. His mind preoccupied with the image of the gracefully built Lord Feng and the unsettling thought of her potentially wielding a weapon against him. Suddenly, he felt a wave of nausea as he imagined the scenario. He couldn't bear it. What are you doing? Hearing Chun Wu's retching, Lord Feng abruptly turned, her expression sharp and her demeanor displeased. Clearly, she was irked by his hesitations and retching. Nothing. Chun Wu hastily wiped the corner of his mouth, repeatedly gesturing to dismiss her annoyance. Lord Feng, observing Chun Wu's flustered state, seemed to recall something amusing and suddenly burst into laughter, her face visibly flushed. Come, the events that follow will surely be unforgettable for you. Ah. No sooner had she spoken than she reached out and seized Chun Wu, dragging him forward with great urgency. What on earth? Chun Wu's mind raced as he struggled to speak. Yet the words would not form. He was left wide-eyed and tense, his face contorted in desperation as he was whisked away like a frightened chick, rapidly traversing the hall, passing through various rooms. Chun Wu wished fervently for this to continue indefinitely, never to halt. Alas, in this world, desires often meet with disappointment. Lord Feng pulled him through a pair of slightly ajar doors, revealing a fresh and elegant room. A gentle breeze blowing through, accompanied by the scent of lotus flowers. The walls were adorned with lush lotus leaves, vividly lifelike. Were it not for the current circumstances, Chun Wu would have undoubtedly relished such a serene environment. However, he was soon to be subjected to the whims of another. As they moved past the outer chamber and into the inner bedroom, Chun Wu's gaze fell upon a woman in azure garments. Lying gracefully on the bed, her profile remarkably beautiful, Lord Feng, holding Chun Wu, stood at the bedside, her expression a complex blend of hesitation, struggle, and sorrow as she looked at the woman on the bed. Dead donkey, Lord Feng muttered, casting a glance at the despondent Chun Wu, her expression filled with disgust and disdain. With a swift motion, she struck him across the face, causing stars to dance before his eyes. With a casual flick, she tossed Chun Wu onto the bed and followed suit. Chun Wu's heart raced. Was he truly to endure such a fate? Yet, unexpectedly, Lord Feng approached the woman on the bed with an expression of admiration. Her hand trembling as she reached out, seemingly wishing to caress the woman's face, only to pause midway. After several attempts, her hand quivered but ultimately refrained from making contact. Instead, she gazed at the woman with deep affection, tears streaming down her face like pearls scattered from a broken necklace. Chapter 57. Living is always better than dying. Chun Wu watched in bewilderment as Lord Feng appeared utterly heartbroken. What was happening? Wasn't she the one who wanted to engage in a game of cards? Why the display of such a dramatic farewell? With a drawn breath, Feng Yi inhaled deeply, producing a small vial in a swift motion. He pried open Chun Wu's mouth and let 2 drops of liquid fall inside. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, it vanished without a trace, leaving no time for Chun Wu to react. Inside him, it felt as though a nuclear bomb had detonated, the ensuing heat threatening to liquefy flesh and blood. Chun Wu's heart wailed, feeling as if the little donkey was the missile's ignition switch. Flames raging forth. But that was not the end. The potency of the drug continued to stimulate, causing the second brother's sensations to spiral out of control. That it was about to explode. Next, Feng Yi poured the remaining liquid from the vial into the mouth of the woman on the bed. What a perverse act. How could you add such potent ingredients to this game? Chun Wu thought, while Feng Yi appeared oblivious to his plight. Upon seeing the woman flush with color, he produced another porcelain bottle and waved it gently toward her. A wisp of white smoke drifted from the bottle, entering the woman's nostrils. As the woman inhaled the smoke, she emitted a soft sound of acknowledgement. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she sat upright, only to falter and lean against the bed. Appearing rather feeble. Soul Confounding Potion. Xiao Feng, have you administered the soul confounding potion to cloud my mind? Initially lost in confusion, the woman quickly came to understand the situation, her expression shifting to one of shock as she gazed at Feng Yi in disbelief. She seemed about to speak, yet her disappointment rendered her mute. With a thud, Feng Yi knelt before her, sobbing, "I beg your pardon, Master Lian. I am so sorry. Xiao Feng is truly sorry." "Why?" The woman, though weak, exuded a commanding presence as she coldly regarded Feng Yi, who continued to bow his head and weep. Upon hearing her question, Feng Yi's cries grew more pitiful. "I am helpless. I was coerced by the king of Brocade. I rescued you, raised you, and taught you to cultivate. Whatever you desired, I provided. Your eccentricities and reckless behavior, I indulged. And this is how you repay me." Ignoring Feng Yi's lamentations, the woman inquired with a complex expression, "And you, in turn, have poisoned me." Feng Yi lifted his head in anguish. "Why? What other choice did I have? You and the king of Brocade are locked in conflict. That is your affair, but why have we, the lesser demons, always been the ones to perish over these past centuries? We, the small demons, have worked so hard to survive and cultivate, yet we are treated like mere ants, our lives no different from weeds by the roadside." Feng Yi seemed to have lost his sanity. Hair disheveled, alternating between laughter and tears, his voice resembling a mournful owl. "Yes, you have treated me well over the years, indulging and pampering me. But the more you did, the more anguish I felt within. Why am I so peculiar in character? I have been driven to madness. I was originally sent to you by the king of Brocade. From the very beginning, I was his demon, destined to bring you harm. Not only did the king poison me, but he also holds the lives of my entire clan in his grasp. At the mention of her clan, a flicker of warmth and nostalgia crossed Feng Yi's eyes. "If I do not harm you, the king will unleash the poison within me, killing me and flaying my entire clan alive. But how can I bring myself to hurt you? What am I to do? How do I choose?" Hearing this tormenting confession, Chen Wu's mind reeled. Is this still a palace intrigue? Is this Feng Yi caught in a crossfire? Yet, he felt no sympathy for Feng Yi. "You lament that others treat you like an ant, like a weed. Yet you brought me here for what purpose? Have you not treated me as such? Perhaps this is the inherent flaw of nature, always projecting one's suffering and desires onto others, magnifying them 100-fold. So, you resorted to poisoning, then fed me the joyful elixir. A mere donkey." Even the most resolute of women, upon hearing this, displayed a look of utter revulsion, her composure fraying. "Indeed, the king of Brocade seeks to taint your noble form with the most base of demons. What could be more vile than a creature crawling from a cesspool, especially when that creature is a donkey? Master Lian, revered lord of spirit, noble lady of the dragon, allow this wretched creature to serve you." With a manic laugh, she waved her hand, dispelling Chen Wu's restraints. The moment Chen Wu regained his freedom, he sprang up, disregarding the volcanic heat surging within him, unleashing his powers to strike at Feng Yi's groin with all his might. "I care not for your offense or defense. Either you shall bear 160 children, or I shall split your lips." Alas, Chen Wu's aspirations were thwarted as his cultivation was far beneath that of Feng Yi. The instant he unleashed his power, a resounding slap met his face, sending him crashing back onto the bed, his consciousness swirling in disarray, stars dancing before his eyes, rendering him momentarily dazed. Damn it, how ruthless. For a lesser demon, that slap could have shattered their skull. Feng Yi, akin to swatting a fly, dismissed Chen Wu with a swift motion. A formation diagram flew from her hands, rapidly enlarging upon landing. And 4 jade urns materialized at its corners. As the urns tipped, a stream of murky yellow liquid flowed forth, weaving intricate patterns across the bedroom floor. The 3,000 weak waters formation. That wretched woman has bestowed this formation upon you. As the water converged, it erupted with a resonant hum, morphing into a vibrant, swirling yellow water shield. The moment the shield took form, the woman's body softened, collapsing onto the bed, rendered unconscious. Feng Yi gazed silently at the woman sprawled on the bed, a fleeting smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Forgive me." Soon, her own body succumbed, falling to the floor. "You nurtured me. I return this life to you." Lying on the ground, Feng Yi's eyes remained fixed on the woman. Black blood trickling from her lips. In the next life, I shall no longer be a demon. Within Chen Wu, the surging heat intensified, nearly driving him to madness, glancing at the seemingly unconscious woman on the bed. Then at the bloodied Feng Yi on the floor, he thought. One lies in a deep slumber, the other is surely dead. Living is better than dying, clinging to the last vestiges of his sanity. He lunged toward the woman. Chapter 58. 3,000 weak waters. The woman seemed startled awake by Chen Wu's sudden advance, gasping in alarm, her face a mask of panic, utterly unlike her previously stoic demeanor. "Don't! No! Go away!" she cried, pushing Chun Wu away. Yet, under the effects of the drug, she was as defenseless as a frail maiden as Chun Wu, gradually losing his grip on reason, heard her cries. An inexplicable sense of exhilaration surged within him. Perhaps it was the release of suppressed resentment and anger that had built up during this time. With each advance, the woman screamed in terror. "Ah!" she cried, struggling in vain against Chun Wu, who was no match for this untamed beast. No. This wild donkey, breathless and disoriented, Chun Wu felt like a blazing fireball in desperate need of extinguishing, while the woman appeared as a serene pool of water into which he could only plunge recklessly. "Die, donkey! Die, donkey!" Time seemed to blur as Chun Wu fought on. Gradually regaining clarity, now lying on the bed, the struggle continued, but he had become the passive participant. Upon realizing this, Chun Wu pushed her away with all his might. Only to feel a sharp pain in his lower back. That moment, the woman re-engaged him, and he hastily jumped aside, sprinting toward the exit. As he ran, he sought to retrieve clothes from his storage ring. But to his dismay, his powers were utterly inaccessible. Damn it. But there was no time to dwell on that. The woman was upon him again, forcing him to flee. The murky water shield continued to swirl. And as Chun Wu exerted himself to push it away, a resounding thud echoed. The water remained unaffected, while he staggered back several steps. Before he could regain his footing, a pair of arms wrapped around him from behind, pulling him close again. Realizing the woman had ensnared him once more, Chun Wu pushed her away, darting to the other side to push against the water shield again. But it remained unyielding. Am I trapped to death? A chill swept through Chun Wu's heart. Was he destined to perish before his ambitions could bear fruit, to die before his cultivation was complete? As he fretted, the woman clung to him once more, her demeanor eerily mechanical. "You!" Chun Wu raised his hand, intending to strike her, but paused, suddenly struck by inspiration. This woman must be formidable. Feng Yi referred to her as Master Lien, spoke of the Spirit King, and mentioned her connection to the Dragon King. What is her realm? If I could claim her cultivation tax, wouldn't I soar to new heights? Casually taking a bite of flesh from a whale could satiate this little shrimp. With this thought, Chun Wu's heart raced. Upon seeing her approach, he found himself devoid of any feelings of resistance. Is this truly a woman? Such cultivation she must possess. She is his superior worker. The harder she strives, the happier he becomes. At this moment, Chun Wu suddenly grasped the meaning behind the phrase "form is emptiness." Emptiness is form. Action speaks louder than words. He proactively embraced the woman, continuing his pursuit of spiritual advancement. Time passed, and Chun Wu had no doubt that, fortunately, he had transformed into a donkey demon, blessed with extraordinary talent. Were he merely human, it would likely lead to ruin, even if he escaped immediate demise. His later life would be fraught with despair. After a considerable duration, the woman suddenly exclaimed, "It's finally done." Chun Wu couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. The woman gasped for breath. Seemingly in a daze, suddenly, it appeared she realized something, and with a startled cry, she flipped over, hiding on the opposite side of the bed, hastily clutching the silk quilt to cover herself, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Akin to a frightened little rabbit, Chun Wu, taken aback by her swift change of demeanor, was left utterly perplexed. She had previously exuded an air of cold authority, and now she resembled a small white rabbit startled by a big bad wolf. Was she experiencing a split personality? What on earth were these demons thinking? The likes of Xing Xinzi were clearly unhinged, and Feng Gogu shared the same peculiar mentality as his master. Feng Ye.it seemed this woman was no different. Thankfully, the brothel keeper was a human cultivator. Yes, I'm sorry, the woman stammered, casting a timid glance at Chun Wu, her face tinged with regret, as if apologizing for their earlier wild escapade. Chun Wu, looking at her, could only respond, it's fine, I don't mind. He genuinely didn't. For having been a peasant for 8 generations in his past life, he understood that to reap rewards, one must toil in the fields. Her face flushed with embarrassment at his remark, leaving her at a loss for words. No, I meant to say, it's okay, really, Chun Wu quickly added, trying to soothe her. Given her current state of distress, it was only natural for him to comfort her. Quickly, he shifted the topic, asking about how to break this water barrier. With the little rabbit present, he aimed to clarify things before making a hasty escape. Who knew what kind of persona she would embody next? What if she were to strike him down without a second thought? Having labored hard without reaping any harvest yet, The thought of being dispatched would be utterly regrettable. It would be akin to the saying from his previous life. As teacher Zhao once jested, the money remains, but the person is gone. Is there anything more tragic than that? Upon hearing Chen Wu's inquiry, the woman pointed at the water barrier and said, "You mean the 3,000-week water formation? This was crafted from the boundless pure waters above the 9 heavens and the miasma waters below the 9 hells, refined together with the 4 elements jade. It embodies yin and yang, the 4 symbols, capable of isolating and sealing everything. If I had my powers, I could break it. But what?" Chen Wu pressed, intrigued. "I am under the influence of the soul-draining induction. In a state of disorientation, rendering my spirit and powers unusable. Even in such a state, you can still speak." Chen Wu internally scoffed. So this formation cannot be broken. This woman appeared to be a formidable figure. He hoped there might be another way to dismantle the array. It was a hastily arranged formation that would dissipate on its own after 12 hours, she remarked, but her tone suddenly turned somber. "What is wrong? Isn't it good that the formation will dissipate?" Chen Wu inquired tentatively. "Your demeanor seems rather downcast. Is it not because you are infatuated and reluctant to part with the donkey's extraordinary talents?" This thought flickered through Chen Wu's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Such an idea was utterly foolish. He was neither a dragon soaring through the skies, nor the protagonist of a fantastical tale. It was merely a chance encounter of camaraderie. Would someone like her truly miss him? Those who became great figures were all of unyielding resolve. In a soft voice, she replied, "Once this formation is broken, the spirit manifestation will regain control over me." This statement left Chen Wu momentarily stunned. "What do you mean? The situation was already intricate enough. Could it possibly become even more convoluted? I am the external manifestation of the spirit. My true form is a lotus blossom, and as soon as I gained sentience, I was captured by the spirit and transformed into this external manifestation. However, she does not know that I am a twin lotus, born of one body, thus I survived. Yet, my spirit is frail, allowing me only to conceal myself while yielding control of this body to the spirit. Now, enshrouded by the 3,000-week water formation, severing the connection between the spirit and my soul, I can dominate this body." After exhaling a gentle breath, she continued, "Once this formation is broken, I will be at the mercy of the spirit once more." No wonder there was such a disparity between her past and present demeanor. It turned out she was not the same person. "Then what about you?" Chen Wu wanted to inquire further, but found himself at a loss for words. The situation was too intricate for his small mind to fathom. Offering comfort seemed impossible to articulate. How could he console someone witnessing their other half being obliterated and their body usurped? Yet, failing to comfort her would feel heartless, especially after their prior connection. "Before the formation dissipates, please kill me. Will you? I do not wish for a self-inflicted death." The woman, seemingly discerning Chen Wu's thoughts, offered a gentle smile. Chen Wu was taken aback, yet he began to understand her intentions. Once the formation faded, the Spirit King would seize a fragment of her consciousness, relegating her to hiding, too frightened to reveal herself. Thus, she sought death as a means to escape the Spirit King's grasp, intending to destroy his embodiment as an act of vengeance. But how much damage could such a life-for-life reprisal inflict upon the Spirit King? Chen Wu initially thought to argue that a miserable death was not preferable to a wretched life. Once dead, nothing remained. Yet, he found the words lodged in his throat. One cannot advise others without experiencing their suffering. He was not her. He could not comprehend her sentiments or the depths of her hatred for the Spirit King. Consequently, Chen Wu remained silent, a wave of sorrow washing over him, in his previous life. Individuals like Chen Wu and his peers were often cornered by certain societal strata, ultimately compelled to resist with their lives. Yet, even if they sacrificed themselves, how much harm could they truly inflict upon those upper echelons? The lives of the weak were worth but a pittance. The sensation of freely breathing air is truly delightful, the woman sighed, closing her eyes and inhaling deeply, lost in ecstasy, her laughter ringing like tinkling bells. Yet, as her laughter continued, tears streamed down her cheeks. Chen Wu observed her in silence, refraining from interrupting. Within her mirth, he discerned an endless sorrow. "Little donkey, what is your name?" "LV Huang Yuan," Chen Wu replied softly, gazing at the bright yet sorrowful woman before him. "Ha, Zhuang Yuan, what a lovely name," she responded. "Thank you. It is because of you that Jin Xiu set this trap, that the 3,000-week water formation ensnared us here, allowing me the opportunity to appear." "Because of me?" Chen Wu felt somewhat bemused. "Wasn't it because of you?" I was merely an unfortunate passerby. Well, yes, but also because of me that we share a cause. You have. I have. Perhaps this is our karmic connection. The woman added, why does the Jin Shio King wish to harm you? The Jin Shio King is one who can reign. With a mere sneeze, he could turn to dust, seizing the moment to glean more information. It would offer a safer escape later on. Since learning about the use of the seed, I have grown more resolute in my path of survival cultivation. It is a long story. However, since we are trapped here with nothing else to do, let me share, she expressed, her need to confide a parent. This spiritual realm is vast and boundless, said to hold the potential for immortality, attracting many cultivators and demons. It is divided into various factions, engaging in both conflict and cooperation. Our current area belongs to the Jialong Palace. Wait, is this not the domain of the Spirit King? How does it belong to the Jialong Palace? Chen Wu was utterly baffled. They are not true dragons. The ruler of the Jialong Palace, the Jialong King, is a serpent that has undergone transformation. The spirit is one of the Jialong King's consorts and also one of his subordinates. Thus, this territory is under the spirit's domain, which naturally falls under the jurisdiction of the Jialong Palace. Jin Shio is the Jialong King's primary consort, and she has always been at odds with the spirit, although neither has directly attacked the other due to the Jialong King's presence. Their subordinates have been in constant strife. The spirit sent this external manifestation here to pursue Jin Shio's trusted aide, but that aide utilized a teleportation talisman and vanished to who knows where. Is one of the pursuers named Wang Hongji? Chen Wu's mind began racing at this revelation. Upon hearing Chen Wu's inquiry, the woman paused before recalling something. Yes, Wang Hongji is one of the human cultivators cultivated by the spirit in the Shanghu Kingdom. Have you encountered him on the outskirts? Isn't that quite the coincidence? On that occasion, the trio of Neo Air, the Toad, and the White Crane pursued the Black Donkey relentlessly. After sustaining injuries, the Black Donkey heard a thunderous roar, likely emanating from the confidant of the illustrious King Jin Shio. Had it not been for that deafening cry, which once again wounded the Black Donkey's spirit, it is probable that the Black Donkey would not have perished. Without the Black Donkey's demise, its soul seed would not have been at risk, allowing the magpie to seize control over the Black Donkey's body. Reflecting on this, it becomes evident that he was ultimately influenced by both the illustrious King Jin Shio and the Spirit King. This is the cause. Now, due to the conflict between the two, he finds himself ensnared in this predicament. Is this the consequence? Is this the cycle of cause and effect? As Chen Wu pondered, the woman continued, asserting that the Spirit King had anticipated that Jin Shio's confidant would be slain and would inevitably seek vengeance. Thus she devised a scheme to have her incarnation await Jin Shio's retribution, hoping to seize leverage over her and embarrass her before the Dragon King. Little did she realize that the small wind, nurtured by the Spirit King, was intentionally gifted to her by Jin Shio. Ultimately leading to this outcome, the woman recounted the events with a hint of schadenfreude, only to recall certain matters that caused her to glare at Chen Wu in irritation. Chen Wu, rendered speechless, realized he too was a victim in this affair. He could not be blamed for it. Now that he understood the sequence of events, aside from lamenting his unfortunate fate, what else could he do? After a moment's reflection, he inquired about the next steps for the two old hags. The woman, whose spirit had been concealed within the incarnation of the Spirit King, undoubtedly possessed a wealth of knowledge. Old hags? Ha ha. Indeed, both are old hags. She responded with exaggerated amusement. Is it truly so amusing? What is so funny? After a brief pause, the woman composed herself and, with a teasing glint in her eye, asked, do you suppose that once this formation dissipates, those two old hags will strip you of your donkey skin? I guess you're a fool. Chapter 60. Outside of me, all is karmic debt. All right, enough jesting. If you wish to survive, there is a way. Plead for my assistance. Gazing at the woman, whose demeanor resembled that of a young girl, Chen Wu could only comply. I beg you. Oh, beautiful lady. Hee hee, how perceptive of you. The woman delighted in Chen Wu's demeanor, treating him as an old friend. Seemingly forgetting that she had just been a frenzied knight, she removed an exquisite ring from her finger and handed it to Chen Wu, stating, this is your sole chance at survival. When I perish, this ring will become unclaimed. As soon as the formation dissipates and you regain your demonic power and consciousness, use the teleportation talisman contained within the ring at the earliest opportunity. Remember, it is like this. She proceeded to illustrate the appearance and usage of the teleportation talisman on the bed with her finger. Bear in mind, the teleportation talisman operates randomly. No one can predict where it will take you. As long as you have not been marked by another, no one will be able to trace you. This is one of the escape cards prepared for this incarnation by the Spirit King. Then, you must flee westward. It is imperative that you head west. The western region is the domain of the Bodhisattva of No Cause, who is a sworn enemy of both the Dragon King and those two old hags. There, you might have a chance to survive, and if fortune favors you, you may even gain some advantage from this incident. Remember, do not be greedy. Do not take anything else from the ring. For I cannot ascertain whether the Spirit King has placed tracking items within it. No matter how valuable the items may be, they cannot compare to your life. The woman spoke with meticulous care, offering her warnings with caution. Chunwu listened intently, fearing he might miss a single word. For his survival depended on her guidance. There truly no chance for you to escape the clutches of that old hag, the Spirit King. The woman instructed him on how to flee. Yet she revealed nothing of her own situation. Perhaps there is, but I am unaware. What I know in my mind, I suspect was deliberately revealed to me by her, once I venture outside and am captured for soul-searching. The memories within my mind will miss upon the previously expressionless visage. After encountering Chunwu, the eyes suddenly narrowed, emitting a myriad of resplendent rays. Their gazes intertwined. Chunwu felt himself plummeting into an abyss of despair. Confronted by a formidable demon, adorned with 8 arms and standing atop a mound of bones, exuding an aura of ferocity that seemed to reach the heavens. In its 8 skeletal hands, some grasped vicious birds. Others hoisted mountains, while one clutched a figure engulfed in blazing flames. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the heavens like a colossal blade, striking Chunwu's consciousness and rendering him instantly senseless. As Chunwu vanished, the woman's brilliance in her eyes receded, quietly observing the silent Feng Yi and Lian Er. Even upon witnessing Lian Er in a state of undress, her expression remained utterly unchanged. In an instant, she soared into the air and vanished without a trace. As she disappeared, a vast, grayish hand, spanning hundreds of feet, descended from above, crashing into the ground below. With a thunderous boom, the house where Lian Er resided. The small island and the surrounding waters seemed to evaporate, all obliterated by the gigantic hand, leaving behind an immense, gaping pit. The surrounding waters surged into the chasm, growing ever larger, until it resembled a tsunami, creating an awe-inspiring cacophony that captured the attention of every creature in Shuangsheng City. Feng Gogu stood motionless in the courtyard, gazing at the vanished island, as if carved from stone. After a long pause, a warm smile unexpectedly graced his face. Feng Yi, you have departed. Why did you forget to take the little pup with you? Wait a moment, the little pup is coming, without a sound. Feng Gogu fell silent, still staring in the direction of the island. In another part of the city, the brothel's matron, Xiao Hong, stood atop the building, gazing toward the island with a complex expression. Murmuring to herself, time passes, yet the return is uncertain. One ought to ponder the madness of spring. Affection has always been wounded by parting. How can one bear the unknown of this departure? Did you sense anything at that time? You might, Chun Yun, send away those little demons who have come knocking. The matron addressed a female cultivator beside her. Yes, senior sister, replied the woman named Chun Yun without further inquiry, simply acknowledging her request. Moreover, I wish to apply for leave to go elsewhere. Senior sister, you. Go. The matron interjected, not allowing Chun Yun to finish her sentence. Chun Yun hesitated, ultimately nodding at the matron before turning to make arrangements for another secret location. In a secluded area, the arrogant Diao Wudi and the dashing He Jiao Shao, once bitter rivals, now stood together in apparent familiarity. Opposite them stood 2 elders, one robust and the other slender, old ancestor. Will the intervention of Ling Xiang Wang here attract the attention of the Jiao Long Wang? What shall we do next? He Jiao Shao inquired softly. Proceed as we have in the past. We shall not concern ourselves with that serpent's affairs. Does he not seek to maintain balance? Does he not wish to witness our conflicts within Shuangsheng City? Let him watch as we continue to entertain him. The slender elder replied nonchalantly. Yet, old ancestor, little sister now harbors deep resentment towards me. Could we not disclose the true circumstances to her? Jiao Wudi said with a bitter smile, devoid of any previous arrogance. Now appearing quite composed. Absurd. The strategy we established between the Diao and He clans cannot be altered over such trivial matters. Little he is still young and lacks cunning. What will you do if she reveals our intentions? The burly elder scolded upon hearing Jiao Wudi's words. Old Jiao. Little Jiao was merely speaking. Why take offense? The slender elder advised. After you leave, do not return here often. Engage in whatever battles or disturbances are necessary. Those who are meant to die must die, and those who are meant to feign death must do so in any case. Remain unaffected. Always remember, we Jiao and He clans are mortal enemies. Understood, old ancestor. Jiao Wudi and He Jiao Shao bowed in acknowledgement and departed. Once outside, Jiao Wudi turned to He Jiao Shao. Jiao Shao, please keep an eye on my little sister. Do not let her truly seek to confront me. Rest assured, I am well aware, He Jiao Shao replied with a chuckle. That is all I need to hear. Farewell. Jiao Wudi waved his hand and vanished in the blink of an eye. After their departure, the two elders entered a concealed chamber, its walls and floor adorned with intricate patterns and studded with various gemstones. Two beams of light, one white and one gold, danced within the chamber, occasionally intertwining and chasing one another. Old He, we have been refining this treasure for so many years. When will we finally be able to use it? The burly elder lamented, gazing at the swirling lights with a hint of nostalgia. He, when the time is right. We shall naturally have our opportunity. As long as that serpent remains within the five elements and has not transcended to become an ancestor. Regardless of how prosperous his fortune may be, he will encounter tribulations. Once he faces calamity, we will take our chance to strike. The Shuangsheng scissors will surely sever him in two. The slender elder, referred to as Old He, chuckled coldly. In another inconspicuous location within the city, a small demon raised its head to observe the fleeting figure of Ling Xiang Wang. Quickly retreating indoors, upon entering, it ignited a talisman, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke and vanishing. Simultaneously, in a grand palace located thousands of miles away, a maid dressed in finery hurriedly approached a regal woman adorned in palace attire and whispered, Your Majesty, it has concluded over there. The palace-clad woman, engrossed in the performance of song and dance, merely waved her hand slightly, acknowledging, understood. In a bustling tavern within a prosperous city, Old Jing, have you heard? That individual reportedly ventured to the foot of the Duan Tian mountain. Stealing a donkey. Stealing a donkey? What are you talking about? Old Jing, you simpleton, always engrossed in your cultivation. How could you miss such a significant event? I tell you, that person is none other than, at that moment. Another individual overheard the conversation, chuckling and pointing in a specific direction. Are you referring to Ling chapter 62? They must be eliminated upon hearing Old Jing's words. The nearby individual quickly covered his mouth, urging, Quiet, quiet. You foolish one. Do you wish to die? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Old Jing nodded vigorously, his eyes ablaze with excitement. The one who stole the donkey? With a donkey? Indeed, with a donkey. They say it was even infused with the joyous heavenly dew. Another person chimed in, his voice dripping with lewdness as he made suggestive gestures. What is joyous heavenly dew? It is used for cultivating the joyous Zen in the Western Temple. It is said to enhance strength tremendously. A donkey. Enhance strength. Gulp. Old Jing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he swallowed hard, his imagination conjuring wild images, becoming increasingly frantic until he too felt a shiver run down his spine. The visions were exceedingly wild. Eventually, he came to his senses, shaking his head fervently. No, it's impossible. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Who is that individual? That one is a high and mighty demon king, the favored little lady of the realm. Believe it or not, I merely heard rumors. Who can tell what is true and what is false? The other individual shrugged, adopting a knowing demeanor. In an instant, similar tales spread throughout the entirety of the Liuguang domain, with exaggerated accounts claiming that the black donkey was incredibly formidable, practically tearing the heavens apart. Overall, while this news may not have reached every household, those who needed to know were well aware. Shunzhu Mountain, believed to be transformed from a divine tree, is also known as the Divine Wood Mountain, resembling a towering pillar supporting the heavens and the earth. The Jiaolong Palace is situated atop this mountain. At this moment, the Jiaolong Wang sat in the Jiaolong Palace's Qingtian Hall, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze sharp and predatory. Below him stood dozens of individuals of varying appearances, some tall, some short, some stout, some slender, but each exuded a profound aura, their demeanor commanding respect. For a millennium, this king has seldom made an appearance, and you have all forgotten my existence. The demon clans of the Liuguang domain have also forgotten about this king. Thus, you have dared to stir trouble beneath my nose. The voice of the Jiaolong Wang, smooth as jade and pearls, echoed through the hall. With a series of thuds, as his words fell, the dozens of demon kings below seemed to suddenly suffer some invisible blow. Their bodies trembling violently, their auras fluctuating sharply, weakening considerably. This Jiaolong Palace belongs to this king. It is not the domain of anyone else. You are the demon kings of the palace, subordinates to this king, not to anyone else. While I may find amusement in your petty squabbles, why must you act so foolishly this time? Why must you compel this king, the Dragon King, having delivered a punishing blow to the multitude of demon lords, arose with an imposing stature and inquired with a commanding voice, "Please, Dragon King, temper your wrath." The assembled demon lords responded with reverent tones, "Immediately return and flay the impudent demons alive." Understood. After the demon lords bowed and accepted their orders, they exited the hall of heaven. The Dragon King, once more seated, commanded, "Investigate the recent whereabouts of Lingxiang." Understood. Capture that donkey demon. I intend to extract its soul and refine its essence. Understood. Seal the Jinxi Palace. No one is permitted to move or communicate with the outside. Any disobedience will be met with death. Understood. Jinxi, do not provoke me. After issuing a series of commands, the Dragon King gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. As one who had ascended from the mire to become a pinnacle of existence within the luminous domain, what had he not endured? How could he not see through the schemes of the First Lady Jinxi and the Second Lady Lingxiang in their magical duels? However, Jinxi, having accompanied him through perilous battles, was also driven by the desire to see his path of destiny shattered, his great aspirations extinguished, even to the point of nearing the end of his lifespan. Thus, despite her reckless abandon, he bore it all with patience. Lingxiang, too, was a crucial figure for his cultivation, a companion on the path of Tao, and thus irreplaceable. Their occasional skirmishes he had deemed a means of nurturing talent, hoping to uncover those worthy of strengthening the Dragon Palace's might. Yet, he never anticipated that this time, they would leverage his reputation as the Dragon King to coerce him, subjecting him to public ridicule. Endurance has its limits. Upon awakening once more, Shenwu felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, his head throbbing painfully. After a considerable period of recuperation, he realized he was stark naked in a field of grain, the fragrance of harvest wafting through the air. Having used a teleportation talisman for the first time, he was oblivious to his destination, hastily donning his garments and wrapping himself in the skin of a chameleon as a disguise. He surveyed his surroundings, deducing he was in a secluded valley surrounded by mountains. As he gazed upward, he noticed a cluster of dwellings on one side of the valley. A gathering place. The presence of life was reassuring. He needed to quickly ascertain how to escape the Dragon King's territory. Lingxiang, that old hag, was indeed a demon lord. If she caught him, it would spell certain doom. As he approached cautiously, Shenwu discovered a group of demons tending a fire, roasting something grotesque. Upon closer inspection, his heart constricted in horror. One of the men spoke with a trembling voice, filled with fear and helplessness. "Zizizizi, Grandpa. Oh, Grandpa, please don't hit me, don't electrocute me." The two transformed leopard demons wept out. "We answered honestly, yet we are still punished. You are from Shenfu Mountain. So what is this place?" The leopard general nodded repeatedly, hastily replying, "This is Shenfu Mountain. Is this really Shenfu Mountain?" Shenwu turned to survey the surrounding hills, which appeared quite ordinary. After walking around, he had only encountered minor demons. Nothing particularly remarkable was evident. "Where is your lair?" "It is in Shenfu Mountain." Bang, 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 aya. Shenwu directly swung the dragon locking stake at the two demons. "Damn it, you only keep mentioning Shenfu Mountain, yet you cannot articulate clearly. Just tell me, in which direction is your lair?" With no choice, Shenwu had to alter his questioning approach. "Wu, that direction." The leopard general, struck and sobbing, quickly pointed in a direction, fearing that this villain might strike him again. "How many great kings does Shenfu Mountain have, and what level of cultivation do they possess?" These two leopards were generals of Shenfu Mountain. Logically, above them would be the kings. If their kings were not powerful, then it was inevitable that they would be eliminated. From the way these monsters roasted humans for consumption, it was evident what kind of characters they were. Shenwu's heart could not find peace, and his anger simmered. Chapter 64. To nourish you, to devour you, Grandpa. Our great king is a late-stage transformation demon. The leopard general quickly answered. Slap, slap, slap. "Oh, Grandpa, please stop. Please stop." The two leopard demons never anticipated that even an honest response would lead to punishment. After beating the two slightly back to consciousness, Shenwu finally ceased his assault, with no means to control them. He determined it was safer to keep them barely alive. "How many great kings are there in Shenfu Mountain?" "Grandpa, there has always been only one King Shenfu. King Shenfu is a bat that has attained enlightenment." The leopard general replied obediently. "What forces are in the west?" "Grandpa, the west is occupied by a great king turtle. That turtle king is tough-shelled but lacks other capabilities. Our king often seeks trouble with that turtle king, but has never been able to defeat it. Upon hearing this, Qinwu pondered. Where is that old turtle's lair? Grandpa, follow this muddy river upstream for 600 miles, and you will reach the old turtle's lair. Upon learning the specific location, Qinwu began to devise a plan. He then turned and pointed towards the nearby village, asking, do these villages inhabit only humans? Yes, Grandpa, everyone here is human. These humans are the crops cultivated by the great king. My brother, and I tend to these crops. Slap, 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 Grandpa, please don't hit me. I surrender, whoa. Hearing that these creatures were indeed raising humans like livestock, Qinwu swung the dragon locking stake once more. Raising humans like cattle and sheep, only to be slaughtered for meat? The two leopard demons were utterly stunned. Isn't it quite normal to raise humans and eat their flesh? When the two leopard demons were once again left on the brink of consciousness, Qinwu finally stopped his assault. Breathless, the two leopard demons lay on the ground like puddles of mud. After years of becoming demons, they had endured injuries and beatings, but never had they faced such relentless punishment. Take me to your Shinfu Mountain. If I encounter even a single demon on the way, I will crush you. Since I plan to wipe out Shinfu Mountain, I must first scout the path. These two leopard demons are the best guides. Yes, we will definitely lead you. Qinwu dragged the two demons, following their directions as they traversed mountains and crossed rivers. Grandpa, we have arrived. This is Shinfu Mountain. Gazing upon the unimpressive, low hill, surrounded by a muddy river, there seemed to be nothing extraordinary about it. Shinfu Mountain. This wretched hill is comparable to Zhuangyuan Mountain. Do you understand the consequences of deceiving me? I will roast you alive. Grandpa, we are not deceiving you. This truly is Shinfu Mountain. No, wait, Shinfu Mountain is beneath this muddy river, the leopard general explained further. Beneath the river. If the mountain is beneath the river, then is it still a mountain? How do we proceed? Grandpa, we must go underwater. Qinwu jumped into the river, which lived up to its name, being quite murky, navigating by his spiritual sense underwater. He swam left and right until he reached the entrance of a cave. The cave's mouth, approximately 10 meters wide, exerted a force that kept the river water at bay. Is this the only entrance? Yes, Grandpa, this is the sole entrance. After receiving this response, Qinwu turned to leave. This action left the two leopard demons utterly bewildered. Grandpa, you're not going in. Bang! Before the leopard general could finish, Qinwu unleashed his demonic power and crushed the two leopard demons to death. Then used his power to grind them into dust, scattering their remains into the river. Such refuse, once used, was quite suitable as fish feed. Qinwu returned to the previous valley, wishing to inquire about the future plans of the villagers. Not visiting would leave him uneasy. However, being a fugitive himself, he could not take them with him. Approaching the village, he found numerous people kneeling before the large pit created by the dragon locking stake. Demon Master! Demon Master! Upon seeing Qinwu, each person immediately knelt, collectively shouting, Demon Master, rise, Qinwu said softly. Observing these individuals, he noted their rosy complexions and robust physiques, seemingly living quite well. Wait, this is not right. They appear to be thriving. Demon Master, how many provisions do you require this time? Do you prefer them tender or a bit chew? We can prepare the smaller ones for you. An elderly woman, her hair white and face beaming with smiles, ingratiatingly stated. Upon hearing this, Qinwu looked at the old woman, feeling as though he had been stabbed deeply, a piercing pain in his heart. How could humanity have fallen to such depths? You stay. Let them all return. Yes, Demon Master. After the old woman respectfully acknowledged, she waved her hand behind her. The people behind her, upon seeing this, crawled back towards the village. Witnessing this, Qinwu's heart tightened. What is the difference between this and livestock? Please rise and speak. Qinwu urged her once more. Demon Master, I cannot stand like you that I must kneel and listen to your commands. The old woman maintained her ingratiating demeanor that I said stand, so stand. Why waste words? Qinwu, seeing that gentle words were ineffective, had to raise his voice sternly. Yes, the old woman complied immediately, standing up and not daring to utter another word. Tell me about the situation here. Upon seeing her stand, Qinwu's tone softened again. The old woman, perplexed by why this demon master did not seem to know the village's situation, answered honestly. Demon Master, there are currently 27,311 crop people in the village, with 8,695 young crops. So many. That is equivalent to the population of several villages from my previous life. That if, and I emphasize if, from this day forward, you no longer consume us and release us. What do you plan to do? He wished to save them, but could not take them away. He could only ask the old woman if there was a better way to survive. "Ah, Demon Master, you must not abandon us. We have been crop people of Shenfu Mountain for generations. We are willing to be your crops." Upon hearing Chen Wu's words, the old woman knelt with a thud, crying out not to be abandoned. Damn it. Chen Wu's hands involuntarily clenched tightly. He truly wished to slap her a few times. "Why don't you leave? They raise you only to consume you." "Demon Master, where is there a place that doesn't eat people? We simply wish to live peacefully here. We will grow strong and produce more young crops to feed the demons of Shenfu Mountain." What the hell is wrong with your mindset? Suppressing his anger, he felt both helpless and sorrowful. This was reminiscent of his past life, where he saw the same kind of corporate slaves. They clearly understood that the capitalists exploited them, draining their life's blood, yet for the sake of family, for survival, and for stability, they still chose to be exploited and oppressed. Chapter 65. Plummeting into the immortal pool, plummeting the immortals above. The clouds drifted lazily while below. The old woman lamented. Chen Wu's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Generational traditions had solidified their perceptions. And their thoughts and life philosophies. This was the life, fate, and destiny they were meant to have. Sigh. You may return. This time, I will not consume humans. Chen Wu sighed softly, murmuring to the old woman before turning to leave, his heart brimming with helplessness. The state of the world truly seemed absurd. Yet, no matter how overwhelming his emotions, they could not sway his convictions. Even if these individuals could not be rescued, he could not simply abandon them here. Otherwise, one could never know when a monster might appear and devour them all. If that were to happen, not only would he fail to save them, but he would also be the cause of their demise. How could he possibly rescue them? As Chen Wu made his way to Shenfu Mountain, his mind was a whirl of calculations. Behind him, the old woman stood motionless, gazing longingly at Chen Wu's retreating figure. She could not comprehend why this monster had not consumed anyone, nor could she fathom why he claimed he intended to save them. A monster saving humans? Was that still a monster? Once again standing by the murky waters of the river, Chen Wu felt a great sense of calm wash over him. The underwater Shenfu Mountain remained an enigma, and he dared not fully trust the words of the leopard. Who could say if it would betray him? Cloaked in the skin of a chameleon demon, he gently submerged into the water, swiftly blending into the river's embrace. Rather than heading directly to the cave entrance, he circled the small hill within the murky river, observing it thoroughly. During his reconnaissance, a few water demons swam by. But Chen Wu, utilizing his extraordinary perception, deftly evaded them. The river's visibility was obscured, yet donning the chameleon skin granted him an impressive range of awareness that in this environment, he possessed a distinct advantage, provided he did not encounter the Demon King or any peculiar treasures that might betray his presence. After completing his circuit and confirming the absence of other entrances, Chen Wu returned to the cave entrance. Crouching to observe with his heightened senses, he noted that approximately every hour, 2 water demons would emerge from the cave. Patrolling the river before returning, he also observed them discarding refuse into the water. Through careful scrutiny, he discerned that this refuse comprised ores, medicinal residues, roots, and unidentifiable bones, perhaps remnants of alchemical processes or other waste materials. Once he grasped the pattern, Chen Wu followed in the wake of the 2 patrolling demons, dispatching them swiftly. From their wastes, he retrieved palm-sized tokens, subsequently feeding their remains to the fish. Previously, he had noticed that each time a small demon entered the cave, it would shake this jade token, leading Chen Wu to believe it served a purpose akin to a key. Imitating their actions, he infused his demon energy into the token, waved it before the cave entrance, and proceeded inside. It felt as though he passed through a membrane, entering the cave with ease. Inside, a long corridor awaited him, adorned with pearls that illuminated the passage as bright as day, expanding his awareness. Chen Wu found nothing particularly noteworthy and continued deeper. After walking several hundred meters, he stumbled upon an enormous circular hall. The walls were cluttered with heaps of ores, venomous creatures, plants, and various jars. At the center lay a pool, its black-red liquid bubbling as if boiling. Surrounding the pool were 3 or 4 transformed demons, accompanied by a dozen smaller ones, busily tossing various materials into the cauldron. Suddenly, one of the large transformed demons paused, instinctively glancing toward Chen Wu's hiding spot before hastily retreating toward the back of the hall. Chen Wu froze. Had he been discovered? It seemed impossible. He was cloaked in the skin of a chameleon demon and was at least 10 paces away. Even a late-stage transformed demon should not possess the ability to sense him at such a distance. Yet, why had that creature looked directly at him? Contemplating this, Shenwu stealthily shifted his hiding place. Ha ha ha. Which esteemed demon has come to visit my Shinfu Mountain? Please, reveal yourself, boomed a corpulent figure emerging from the back of the hall, followed closely by the transformed demon who had just departed. Crap, he truly had been discovered. Yet, Chun Wu could not be certain. He silently summoned his demonic energy, preparing to strike. My demon brother, since you have graced us with your presence, there is no need for further concealment. In a radius of several thousand miles, who does not know of my prowess as the Great Bat? The rotund figure proclaimed, standing at the edge of the pool. The bat? Chun Wu suddenly remembered that bats utilized sound waves. Although he was at a distance and concealed by the chameleon demon's skin, they could still utilize echolocation. What to do? Two competing thoughts flashed through Chun Wu's mind, and he immediately summoned the dragon restraining pillar, hurling it toward the fat demon while lunging forward. Having come this far, not striking would leave him feeling utterly humiliated. Encountering the Demon King would be one thing, but this bat was merely a transformed demon. Though it surpassed him by 2 minor realms, he was not afraid to engage. The fat demon, seeing the lengthy dragon restraining pillar hurtling toward him with the force of thunder, remained unperturbed, forming a hand seal before stamping his foot on the ground. Rescue! With his command, the once bubbling black-red pool erupted, surging toward the dragon restraining pillar. As the black-red liquid made contact with the pillar, a hissing sound emerged. Shenwu felt the connection to the dragon restraining pillar rapidly weaken. Crap, this water is problematic. It can corrupt treasures, he thought, quickly retracting the dragon restraining pillar. Bang! Just as Shenwu withdrew the pillar, he felt his demonic energy abruptly freeze, as if solidifying, and no longer obeyed his commands. Without the support of his demonic energy, he collapsed to the ground. Looking up again, he realized that the hall had filled with a black-red mist. What the hell? Ha! Who are you? Wild demon, daring to rampage on my Shinfu Mountain. You ought to inquire about the esteemed reputation of my great bat, the fat demon exclaimed, reveling in his triumph as he observed Chun Wu's fall. Crap, had he truly bitten off more than he could chew? This creature was formidable. Fall into the immortal pool and perish, for I am the great bat, the embodiment of heaven, the fat demon roared. Die. He suddenly bellowed, his form shifting into a massive striped bat, swiftly lunging toward Chun Wu with metallic claws poised to strike. Chun Wu, seeing the dark shadow approaching, hurriedly dodged to the side. Thud. His inability to utilize demonic energy slowed him significantly, and he felt the large bat's claw tear into his shoulder, ripping away a sizable chunk of flesh. Ha ha! With such meager skills, you dare to cause a ruckus on my Shinfu Mountain. The bat hovered in the air, laughing at Chun Wu's injury. Ancestor, I shall slay him. The transformed demon who had previously alerted them called from the side, addressing the hovering great bat. Ha ha ha. Good. You strike first, and then let the little ones devour him alive, the great bat replied nonchalantly. Just a transformed demon, hardly worth the fuss. Within the confines of the immortal pool's restrictions, demonic energy and artifacts are rendered useless. It is merely a test of physical prowess. I have honed my flesh over the years. My speed unmatched. How could an ordinary transformed demon compare? Thank you, ancestor, the other demon said gleefully as it lunged toward Shenwu, transforming into a large gray bat mid-flight. Die. The gray bat cackled, extending its jaws and claws toward Shenwu's head. Whoosh! It descended like a black wind, reaching him in an instant. Crap! Shenwu cursed silently, darting away. He stood a mere 1.8 meters tall in human form, and his physique could not compare to the opponent's formidable size and sharp claws. Although he had a potential countermeasure in mind for the great bat, he had not anticipated facing a smaller foe. Caw caw. Now I shall catch you. The gray bat cackled, pursuing him relentlessly. With each pass, it inflicted minor wounds upon him, drawing blood and flesh. Damn it, I must cultivate a body refinement technique in the future, Chun Wu thought. Feeling a mix of frustration and humiliation, he had initially believed Shinfu Mountain would be an easy conquest, only to find himself easily outmatched. Indeed, one must never underestimate others to make matters worse. It felt as if he had fallen victim to a water calamity, previously ensnared by a trio of weak waters. He now found himself ensnared by this cursed immortal pool. Was water truly so inauspicious? Caw caw. Here I come again, the gray bat taunted, lunging once more, relishing in the chase like a cat toying with its prey. Seeing it approach again, Chun Wu turned on his heel and fled. Caw caw. This time, I shall seize your waist, the gray bat jeered, chasing after him. Unexpectedly, the fleeing demon halted, transforming into a towering black donkey. The donkey kicked its powerful hind legs toward the bat's face in a flash. Bang! The donkey's hooves struck the gray bat squarely in the face, sending it hurtling backward. The gray bat instinctively covered its face. Howling in pain. Roar! Chen Wu turned to confront the great bat, his rage igniting within him. This maneuver had originally been intended for the great bat, but he had been forced to employ it against a lesser foe. Everything felt so out of sorts, seeking death. Upon witnessing the elder bat mercilessly assaulting the gray bat, he swiftly darted to Chen Wu's side, his speed unmatched, even if Chen Wu transformed into his true form of a black donkey. Evasion was futile. With a resounding thud, Chen Wu, fully aware of his predicament, recognized he was no match for the elder's swiftness. The longer he delayed, the greater his injuries would be. Thus, upon seeing the elder bat charging towards him, he boldly confronted it head-on. With a tremendous crash, he collided with the elder bat, opening his wide jaws to bite at its neck. The elder bat, undeterred, lunged towards Chen Wu's donkey neck, its claws reaching out to grasp him. Mutual harm. Bang! Chen Wu clamped down firmly on the elder bat's neck, but the impact felt as if he had bitten into solid iron, nearly causing his donkey teeth to shatter. This ancient creature had undergone rigorous training. The elder bat bit into his neck, its claws digging into his shoulders. As Chen Wu was being torn apart, he instinctively rolled over and kicked backward with all his might, akin to a rabbit striking at an eagle. His two hind legs struck out forcefully towards the elder bat's vulnerable spots. Having previously researched bats due to a certain pandemic, he was aware that male bats possess testicles, much like humans, situated within their abdominal or perineal areas. Squeak. Seeking death, are we? Indeed, his strike found its mark. The elder bat shuddered violently, emitting a series of 3 furnaces, each half a person's height, and a golden bowl the size of a sea bowl. With a mere thought, several objects emerged from the storage ring. Chen Wu stepped forward, placing his hand upon one of the furnaces. A low hum resonated through the air as the furnace trembled slightly. Yet no discernible change occurred. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the internal temperature of the furnace rose steadily in response to his demonic energy. Was this a medicinal furnace? He proceeded to test the second one, which also proved to be a medicinal furnace. The third, too, was a medicinal furnace. After experimenting with all 3, a sense of disappointment washed over Chen Wu. He could not ascertain their worth, yet he found them of no use at present. Not only was he unable to concoct potions, but he could also hardly identify all the medicinal materials. What he truly desired was a formidable magical artifact. The celestial pond outside captivated him. Yet its size posed a challenge. If necessary, he would unearth it and carry it away. As for the golden bowl, it served merely as a vessel for monks to consume their meals. In the classic tale Journey to the West, the Monkey King often clutched it while begging for alms. It likely held little value. The source of this old bat's acquisition remained a mystery. Holding the golden bowl in his hands, Chen Wu channeled his demonic energy into it. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted from the bowl, and a dark crimson water curtain flew toward him. As the water curtain approached the bowl, it shrank until it finally settled within. What? Is this the water from the celestial pond? Chen Wu's heart raced with exhilaration. A treasure. Realizing this, he promptly intensified his efforts to channel energy into the bowl. A greater torrent of water surged from the grand hall, cascading into the golden bowl. In no time, the flow ceased, leaving half a bowl of dark crimson liquid. Was that all? Cradling the bowl, Chen Wu strode into the hall, only to find a square pit of approximately 10 square meters where the water pool had once been. At the center of the pit lay a jade-colored object the size of an inkstone. Where is the treasure? Chen Wu pondered, then reactivated the bowl. With a whoosh, the dark crimson liquid shot forth from the bowl and directly into the inkstone-shaped object within the pit. A low hum resonated, and then, with a flash, it transformed into the pool he had seen earlier. It worked. It truly worked. Witnessing this transformation, Chen Wu clenched his fist in triumph. With such an impressive treasure in hand, he could confidently challenge anyone in battle, tossing the celestial pond into play and delivering a grand proclamation. In the celestial pond, deities descend, claiming your life in this realm. Chapter 68. Martial Arts within Martial Arts. Formlessness within form. Chen Wu gazed at the pool, his heart brimming with joy. This artifact was a perfect match for him. Once he ensnared his enemies within, he could unleash the power of the divine elephant's mountain-lifting technique, declaring dominion over his territory. Having entered this mystical realm, it seemed that fortune had finally smiled upon him. With a decisive thud, he mimicked the old bat's earlier gesture, stomping his foot down. Nothing happened. Was it necessary to channel demonic energy? Thud. As Chen Wu invoked his demonic energy, the dark crimson liquid within the pool erupted, scattering throughout the hall. Excellent. Witnessing this outcome, he couldn't help but exclaim in delight. He attempted once more to channel his demonic energy, and as expected, he could not exert even the slightest influence. Carrying the golden bowl beyond the crimson mist, he collected the liquid within, after numerous trials. He had grasped the fundamental principles of utilizing the celestial pond. When the liquid entered the pool expanded, revealing a border approximately 10 centimeters wide. Wherever he activated the pool's edge with his demonic energy, it would burst forth with crimson mist, functioning like a switch. With this newfound understanding, Chenwu joyfully stored this powerful trump card away and continued to examine the other items. Within his storage ring lay over 30,000 spirit stones. A fortune. He refrained from disturbing the other ores, herbs, and materials he could not identify, intending to study them thoroughly when the opportunity arose. He opened a jar, inhaling its contents, which appeared blood-red but bore no foul odor. Chenwu hesitated, uncertain of its nature. The old bat had cultivated it, and it could very well be blood, though it might also be something else entirely. He sealed it once more and returned it to the ring, deciding to deliberate further at a later time. After organizing his belongings, Chenwu meticulously scoured every corner of the cave, gathering herbs, ores, jars, and even everyday items into his storage ring. Thankfully, the old bat's ring was sufficiently spacious to accommodate all his finds. He ensured to leave no stone unturned, inspecting walls and floors with vigorous strikes in search of secret stones. After exhausting his efforts, he found no worthwhile place within the cave and felt a sense of satisfaction. Emerging from the cave, he briefly oriented himself before donning the chameleon skin and ascending along the river. As for the creatures that had fled from the old bat's lair, they had long vanished, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the search. The further upstream he ventured, the wider the murky river became, with various creatures occasionally surfacing. Chenwu felt elated. His pockets were now heavy, and he had acquired treasures, granting him a sense of newfound wealth. At the same time, a restless itch urged him to find a secure location to return to his true form and inquire with Chen Yangfeng about the family's martial arts, whether they were indeed genuine or merely superficial practices. He also wished to clarify how he might learn the 5 Colors and 5 Immortals Sutra, based on the results of the Divine Elephant's mountain lifting technique. If he could indeed learn it, it would undoubtedly bring about a qualitative transformation in his abilities. Ultimately, Chenwu discovered a small, desolate mountain far from the river, burrowing into its depths, where he felt sufficiently secure to return to his true form. He glanced at the information within his mind scroll. Name: Chenwu. Age: 20170. Realm: Bone Refinement, Beginner Technique. Divine Elephant's Mountain Lifting Technique. Martial Arts: Rock Rolling Fist, Great Success. Earth-Shattering Hammer Technique. Not yet initiated. Bloodline: Spirit Bloodline, Transformed Donkey Demon. Offspring Bloodline, Chuanshin, Human Cultivator. During cultivation, can absorb a portion of their cultivation. Offspring Bloodline, Lianer, Dual Lotus Demon. Deceased. Unable to absorb cultivation. Extraordinary Power, Wind and Thunder Power. Weak Spirit, Crack Divine Poison. Defensive. Indeed. The Offspring Bloodline resided within Lianer. A pity. Reflecting upon that individual who experienced only the fleeting moments of life and death, Chenwu felt a twinge of melancholy. Fate could be both cruel and inexplicable at times. After tidying himself up and composing his thoughts, he set off towards Chen Yangfeng's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle Jiu, are you there? I have matters to consult with you. Chenwu called out from outside Chen Yangfeng's door. Come in. Upon hearing the voice, Chenwu pushed the door open and entered. In the courtyard, Chen Yangfeng wielded his exaggeratedly large blade, slowly swinging it with utmost focus. The movements were languid, reminiscent of practicing Tai Chi in a previous life. As Chenwu entered, Chen Yangfeng continued his focused practice, undistracted by his presence. Chenwu stood quietly to the side, refraining from interrupting. After half an hour, Chen Yangfeng exhaled deeply, slowly sheathing his blade. Did you glean anything from watching? He inquired, observing Chenwu. This lad was quite the enigma, having arrived in the county city without mingling with others or seeking his guidance on martial arts. Despite having spoken to him twice, he still showed no signs of change. Uncle Jiu, are you regulating your vital energy? Or perhaps practicing against an imagined opponent? In his past life, he had encountered numerous health-preserving practices, such as Tai Chi and Baduan Jin, which were often performed slowly to regulate energy. When practicing martial arts, he too would strike slowly, visualizing hypothetical opponents in their attacks, contemplating how to counter them. As for anything beyond that, he could not articulate it. Given his limited experience, have you heard of returning to simplicity? Chen Yangfeng smiled. not confirming whether Chun Wu's response was correct, but instead posing this question. Uncle Gio, I have heard that when one reaches a profound level of practice, they can perceive the minutiae, they can control and seal their own energy, preventing it from leaking, which is also known as the body without leaks. I wonder if my understanding is correct. I humbly seek your guidance. In truth, Chun Wu was merely speaking off the cuff. In his previous life, he had only read works by Gu Long and Jin Yong, and he had seen discussions about such topics online. Haha, you are partially correct. Perception is a process, whether in martial arts or any other field, transitioning from simplicity to complexity and then back to simplicity. What constitutes simplicity? What constitutes complexity? The earth-shattering hammer technique you are currently practicing is a journey from simplicity to complexity. You are preoccupied with how to transform it. When your strike is unleashed, that moment is the transition from complexity back to simplicity. Uncle Gio, I am utterly perplexed. What does it mean that when a strike is unleashed, it becomes a strike? Noticing Chun Wu's confusion, Chen Yongfeng chuckled heartily. This is something I am also experiencing. Did you not witness it just now? However, there are two phrases that my elder uncle, your great-granduncle, once shared regarding the concept of returning to simplicity. They are, within the fist, there is no fist. Within the blade, there is no blade. Within martial arts, there is no martial arts. Within form, there is no form. To enter and to exit, to stand beyond the heavens, that is the essence of returning to simplicity. Uncle Gio, is this cultivation? Chun Wu's face was a canvas of shock, his heart trembling as he blurted out a question. At this moment, his mind was consumed by this very thought. In the realm of martial arts, one must transcend the mundane. Only by standing beyond the heavens can one return to the essence of truth. The profundity of this statement was akin to a towering skyscraper, undoubtedly the words of a revered master of cultivation. Chapter 69. Is there really such a thing as cultivating immortality? Chen Yongfeng glanced at the eager Chun Wu. A hint of confusion etched on his brow. Yes, indeed. It involves soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, shattering mountains and cleaving stones. Utilizing the family's divine technique, the elephant's burden, one can grow to a height of over 5 meters. Chen Wu gestured animatedly as he spoke, yearning for a definitive answer from Chen Yongfeng. Is 5 meters truly impressive? That's merely a height of about 2 zhang. Have you been reading too many novels? How could the elephant's burden actually make someone taller? You need to stop indulging in such fantastical tales. In a few days, you will join your peers on a hunt. Lacking martial prowess will only lead to your demise out there. Upon hearing Chun Wu's words and observing his exaggerated gestures, Chen Yongfeng couldn't help but chuckle before adopting a serious tone laced with warning. This lad seems to be lost in fiction, spending all his days in his courtyard reading. Young people can have vibrant thoughts and lofty aspirations, but they must remain grounded in reality. Yes, Uncle 19, that while he couldn't pinpoint whether he felt disappointment or if this was what he had expected, Chun Wu could only obediently respond. Well then, what brings you to me today? Chen Yongfeng noted the boy's reaction, understanding that he had not taken his words to heart. He was disinclined to lecture further. For he too had been young once, and he comprehended the natural curiosity that often leads to obsession. Nonetheless, the family would eventually guide them to a more pragmatic understanding, emphasizing that diligent martial practice was paramount. For instance, during the upcoming hunt, one could easily be injured or even perish without sufficient skills. Some lessons could only be learned through bloodshed and loss. Uncle 19, how can I learn the 5 colors? 5 Immortals Manual. After pondering for a moment, Chun Wu inquired. He had initially come to ask 2 questions, whether the family practiced cultivation and how to learn the aforementioned manual. However, Chen Yongfeng's earlier reaction had already provided him with an answer regarding the former. The 5 colors, 5 Immortals Manual. At what stage have you progressed in your bone training? Chen Yongfeng refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question to Chen Wu. The 35 vertebrae. Chun Wu had contemplated concealing this information but ultimately decided against it. To pursue the more profound 5 colors, 5 Immortals Manual, he required sufficient credentials, namely, a high level of innate talent and mastery. 35 vertebrae. Is that all? How could you have achieved this in such a short span? Nearly about a month. You've trained 5 vertebrae in just that time. The human spine comprises 26 vertebrae, 7 cervical, 12 thoracic, 5 lumbar, 1 sacral, and 1 coccygeal. You mean to say you could complete your spinal training in just 5 months? Chen Yongfeng mused, scrutinizing Chun Wu with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. You possess such remarkable talent and aptitude. Indeed, Uncle 19, I have completed my lumbar training and am now focusing on my thoracic vertebrae. Chun Wu replied honestly, feeling a pang of insecurity. Revealing his true progress could lead to scrutiny if he later faltered. He feared becoming another Zhongyao, a talent wasted. Yet, he was motivated by the prospect of learning the 5 colors. 5 Immortals Manual, realizing that he needed to present something substantial. Ultimately, this endeavor was a form of exchange. His talent and aptitude would garner the family's attention, provide him with resources, and aid his growth. The 5 Colors, 5 Immortals Manual was one such resource, and as he flourished, he would, in turn, protect the family. Good.it seems you haven't been slacking off during this time. Well done, my boy. Qin Yangfeng expressed his delight at Chun Wu's confirmation. Feeling pleased and proud. As long as you remain diligent in your training, there shouldn't be any significant issues. To learn the family as 5 Colors, 5 Immortals Manual, you must reach a substantial level of bone training. For it involves cultivating the organs and the spirit. The manual begins with a few prophetic verses, and given your innate talent, I shall share them with you. The 5 organs correspond to the 5 energies. The 5 energies relate to the 5 elements. The 5 elements connect to the 5 colors, and the 5 colors lead to the 5 immortals. The 5 immortals encompass the 3 flowers, and the 3 flowers return to the 5 energies. When the 5 energies and 3 flowers are complete, one becomes an earthly immortal. Uncle 19. This is about cultivating immortality. Chun Wu interjected, adopting a tone of certainty. Such celestial verses clearly articulate the essence of cultivation. Yet you insist this is not about immortality. What is it, then, if not a discourse on martial training? It pertains to the process of refining the 5 organs. Qin Yangfeng wore a grave expression. Perplexed by Chun Wu's stubbornness, he was articulating the nuances of martial practice, yet the boy insisted on framing it as a matter of cultivating immortality. Chun Wu sensed his uncle's seriousness and hesitated to speak further. Reminded of a certain Taoist priest from a past video who leapt from heights claiming to practice lightness while simultaneously urging viewers to believe in science. Do not disclose this to anyone outside. You mustn't invite unnecessary trouble for yourself or others. Qin Yangfeng cautioned Chun Wu sternly, feeling a twinge of regret. In his excitement over learning of Chun Wu's rapid progress, he had let slip the prophetic verses. If Chen Feiquan were to learn of this, a severe reprimand would undoubtedly ensue. Rest assured, Uncle 19, I will not speak a word to anyone, Chun Wu quickly promised. Well then, is there a way for me to study the 5 colors? 5 Immortals Manual in advance. Once you demonstrate sufficient merit, we shall discuss it further. Qin Yangfeng did not dismiss the notion outright, leaving a glimmer of hope for Chun Wu. What constitutes sufficient merit, you ask? By the time you reach that level, your bone training will have reached a significant milestone. I will strive to perform admirably, Chun Wu declared earnestly, unaware of Qin Yangfeng's underlying thoughts. By the way, Uncle 19, does our family have earthly immortals? Without earthly immortals, how could we be regarded as one of the 12 pillars of the Dying Kingdom? Qin Yangfeng responded proudly. How long can these earthly immortals live? What makes them so formidable? Chun Wu inquired with genuine curiosity. Earthly immortals typically live for at least 500 years, with some legends claiming they can reach 800 as for their might. One individual can conquer a city, one can command an army. They possess various extraordinary abilities, capable of controlling water and fire, and can traverse the ethereal realms. Qin Yangfeng gazed into the distant sky, his expression brimming with aspiration. Uncle 19, your words sound like the ramblings of a madman. One moment you speak of martial training, and the next you mention traversing the ethereal realms and controlling water and fire. Alongside living for 8 centuries, Chun Wu felt utterly confounded, his mind racing to process the contradictory information. Is it real? Or is it merely a figment of imagination? Chapter 70. The old tortoise Qin Yangfeng collected his thoughts and exhaled deeply. As he approached the pinnacle of his own bone training, he felt a mix of longing and trepidation regarding the cultivation of the internal organs. A sense of apprehension began to creep in. This was precisely why Chen Feiquan had instructed him to wield his sword with composure, to return to simplicity. Without an untainted heart, even the most formidable martial prowess could be manipulated by others, swaying one's emotions and thoughts. Should that occur, the higher the martial skill, the greater the potential harm to oneself and the family. Such instances of backlash were far too numerous to recount. The phrase to cultivate martial skills, one must first cultivate the heart, encapsulated this very idea. Well, I have said all that needs to be said. Now, depart and dedicate yourself to your training. If you wish to ascertain the truth of immortality, you must verify it for yourself. As Qin Yangfeng turned to Chun Wu, he felt a renewed sense of confidence in the young man. Given his pace and bone training, it wouldn't be long before Qin Wu would match his abilities. Perhaps even surpass him in achieving mastery of the internal organs. Yes, Uncle 19. Qin Wu clasped his fist in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Earthly immortals can live for 8 centuries. The legends of the immortal sage Pingzu only spoke of an 800-year lifespan. Here he was, merely 20 years of age. Striving to become an earthly immortal before reaching 100. The remaining 7 centuries would be dedicated to exploration and the accumulation of power. He envisioned elevating his black donkey's prowess to that of a demon king or a great sovereign, perhaps even taking flight alongside his true self. When one becomes an immortal, even one's poultry and pets ascend. How much more so for the black donkey, who was, after all, a part of him. The more he contemplated, the more confidence he gained. Yet the pressing matter at hand remained. How could he secure the 5 colors? 5 Immortals Manual? Mastery of the bones was imperative, relying solely on innate talent and potential. One cannot harbor any expectations. Fortunately, the black donkey now possesses treasures and spirit stones as long as a stable location is found for diligent cultivation. Seeking out female demons and cultivators to bear 100 or 80 offspring should not pose a challenge for enhancing one's cultivation. Regrettably, the Wuxian Tulu cannot be acquired in the short term. That wretched old bat, as a native spirit realm creature, shockingly lacks any cultivation techniques in his storage ring. He deserves his demise. As Qin Wu pondered while walking, he returned to his dwelling. Channeling his spirit into the blood seed to control the black donkey's body and continue upstream along the river. Expanding his consciousness, he captured a small fish demon from the murky waters, compelling it to show the way, thus locating the lair of the old Turtle King. Sir, please do not take the little one inside. The Turtle King will devour it, the small fish demon pleaded desperately. With a dismissive splash, Qin Wu disregarded its cries and tossed it back into the river, allowing it to swim away, following the fish demon's guidance. He descended further into the depths. Soon, several creatures appeared within his consciousness range: fish demons, crab demons, snake demons, and a pair of undistinguishable bird demons, all residing within a large air bubble that separated them from the river water. The minions of the old Turtle King were indeed quite diverse. Brothers of the demon kind, it is Niu Jintian who comes to visit. I kindly request that you relay my arrival. Qin Wu swiftly approached and addressed the assemblage of demons. The name Zhuangyuan likely poses a significant risk at present, especially since he had engaged in distant communication with Lian inadvertently placing a target on his back for the Jiaolong King. The old hag of the spirit realm would undoubtedly not let him off lightly. Thus, he whimsically adopted the name of the bull demon, considering that the bull demon had already been consumed by the white crow. Ha. Are you here to borrow a place for cultivation, my lord? Just pay the fee. No need for announcements, the large crab cackled, brandishing its claws at Qin Wu. Borrow a place for cultivation, my crab brother. I merely passed through this area and, having heard of the great reputation of the local king, came to pay my respects. I am not here to borrow a location for cultivation. Qin Wu nearly slipped and mentioned the old Turtle King. Oh, then please wait a moment. I shall inform my lord immediately, the large crab said, moving toward a spring from which water gushed forth and diving in. Before long, a lean old man clad in a long robe emerged from the spring. Upon seeing Qin Wu, he clasped his fists together and said, I was unaware that Brother Niu had come. Please forgive my rudeness. Not at all. I apologize for the disturbance. I hope the demon brother will not take offense. Qin Wu replied politely, reciprocating the gesture. Intrigued by this old Turtle King, Qin Wu wondered if he had mingled with humans. He indeed exhibited a surprising degree of courtesy. Ha! No offense taken. No offense taken. Come in. The old Turtle King beamed, gesturing for Qin Wu to enter the spring. Internally, he made a preliminary assessment of Qin Wu, noting that this Niu Jintian exhibited a degree of decorum that did not align with that of a wild demon. Qin Wu accepted the invitation without hesitation, stepping into the spring and gazing at the old Turtle King. Brother Bull seems unfamiliar. Are you from another region? The old Turtle King remarked as they descended. Indeed, the old bull travels the spirit realm in search of opportunities. Having heard of your esteemed name, I specifically came to pay my respects. Qin Wu fabricated a response. Ha! Brother Bull flatters me. There is no such thing as a famous name. I, the old turtle, welcome friendships, the old Turtle King replied amiably. Since you have come, do not hold back. Soon, you shall also have a taste of my old turtle's treasures. The old turtle appeared quite pleased by Qin Wu's subtle flattery. As he favored those who understood etiquette as they traversed through the spring, they arrived at an underground chamber. Upon entering, Chun Wu was immediately enveloped by a dense aura of spiritual energy, far more potent than that of the outside world. The area was vast, with over 100 demons either resting or seated in various corners. Ha ha ha. This is my treasure, the old Turtle King exclaimed. This place is indeed a treasure, as numerous springs of spiritual energy emerge from the depths. Look, these are all demons on the brink of transformation, seeking breakthroughs here under my roof. Spiritual energy springs. Chen Wu mused as he absorbed the atmosphere and observed the lounging or reclining demons. No wonder the old bat consistently sought to exploit this old Turtle King. It was undoubtedly for this treasure trove, the allure of cultivation, wealth, techniques, and territory. Who wouldn't he desire such things? Yet, he could only wonder what capabilities this old Turtle King possessed to safeguard such a location. Come, Brother Bull, let us converse further within. The old Turtle King beckoned, leading Chen Wu deeper into the chamber. They arrived before a portal illuminated by radiant light. The old Turtle King performed a spell and entered first. Inside was a slightly smaller space, likely the old Turtle King's personal cultivation area. Once seated, the old Turtle King inquired, Brother Bull, what brings you to this humble abode? Uninvited guests seldom arrive without purpose. Since you have come all this way, there must be a matter at hand. I have slain the old bat. With a clang, before Chen Wu could finish, the old Turtle King hastily retreated, raising a massive turtle shell to shield himself. After swiftly deploying several formation flags around him, a layer of protective light enveloped the area, and it didn't stop there. The robe he wore shimmered with a watery glow. His movements were seamless and rapid. And by the time Chen Wu comprehended the situation, the old Turtle King was already poised for defense. What is the meaning of this, demon brother? Chen Wu was momentarily bewildered by the dazzling display, then realized he had startled the old Turtle King with his declaration of having killed the old bat. However, the old Turtle King's defensive response was impressively swift, unlike that of a mere turtle. Hearing Chen Wu's inquiry, the old Turtle King paused. What was his intent? He was, of course, on guard. Demon brother, I may have misspoken, causing you to misinterpret my intentions. I assure you, I harbor no malice whatsoever. If I had ill intentions, may my path as Niu Jintian be severed, and my body be torn apart and consumed. Chen Wu pointed skyward with genuine sincerity toward the old Turtle King. Haha, my apologies, Brother Bull. I have had some previous encounters with the old bat, which caused me to overreact. Please forgive me. With a wave of his hand, the old Turtle King retracted the formation flags and turtle shell. Chen Wu gazed at several magical artifacts, feeling quite tempted by them. Whether due to a fear of poverty or the influence of his past life's experiences with the investiture of the gods, he held a particular fondness for magical treasures. May I inquire, what brings you to my humble abode? I have yet to learn your esteemed name. Demon brother. Old turtle. Guan Nian. A millennium turtle. A 10,000-year turtle. Brother turtle. What a fine name. Chen Wu complimented. 10,000 years. Most demon kings would not even live that long. Ha ha ha. Such is our kind. We can live a bit longer, but we possess no remarkable abilities, the old Turtle King humbly replied. No remarkable abilities. Yet you possess several magical artifacts, Chen Wu retorted, feeling a twinge of envy. The old Turtle King had a wealth of magical treasures, and his lair was indeed a splendid place. Poor Chen Wu, having traversed mountains and rivers to reach the spirit realm, only to find himself on the run after encountering a seductress. Now, he lacked even a place to stay. May I ask, do you keep any vegetables? Chen Wu inquired of the old Turtle King. Vegetables? Brother Bull, I must disappoint you. For certain reasons, I have never kept vegetables. Nor do I consume humans. The old Turtle King shook his head in response to Chen Wu's question. Oh, how fortuitous that I came here precisely concerning vegetables. A few days ago, I killed that old bat and discovered he was keeping some vegetables. Like you, Brother Turtle, I do not consume vegetables. Therefore, I wish to request your assistance in taking care of them for a while. In exchange, I offer you the old bat's territory as a reward. When I return, I shall take them with me. Would you be willing to assist, Brother Turtle? As he spoke, Chen Wu again offered a respectful gesture toward the old Turtle King. So, Brother Bull does not consume vegetables. It seems he possesses some background as well. This is a trivial matter. I shall arrange for a few demons to look after them. The old Turtle King smiled at Chen Wu, intrigued by his character. Could it be that this individual before him shares a similar background? Perhaps he, too, has received kindness from humans and been nurtured by them? Thank you very much, Brother Turtle. I am immensely grateful. I shall certainly return to retrieve them. Chen Wu expressed his gratitude, emphasizing once more his intention to return. This served as a subtle reminder to the old Turtle King not to consume those individuals, having eliminated the old bat. He should still hold some influence over the old Turtle King. Haha, Brother Bull, rest assured, when you return, I will return them to you in their entirety. The old Turtle King discerned the underlying meaning in Shen Wu's words. Smiling as he assured him, he was increasingly convinced that Niu Jintian had indeed received kindness from humans, which deepened their connection. Thank you, Brother Turtle. Upon hearing this, Shen Wu stood, offering a formal bow of thanks to the old Turtle King. Please, be seated. There is no need for such formality, Brother Bull. Seeing Shen Wu's demeanor, the old Turtle King's expression brightened. Brother Turtle, may I inquire if you possess any knowledge regarding the Western Wuyin Bodhisattva? Having entrusted over 20,000 souls in that valley, Shen Wu felt a modicum of relief in his heart. The next pressing matter, of course, was to make his escape. The Wanfosi Temple and the Bodhisattva Wuyin? Ah, the old turtle seemed to possess some knowledge about that. After pondering for a moment, the old turtle spoke. I kindly ask you, Brother Turtle, to enlighten me. Where does Jintian intend to travel? Ha ha. Then I shall share with Brother Niu, replied the old turtle. The Bodhisattva Wuyin of the Western lands is said to have attained the Bodhisattva fruit position, a figure of profound depth within the Buddhist realm. The Wanfosi Temple, where he resides, serves as the epicenter of the 6 sacred domains. This temple accommodates all, irrespective of species, resulting in a mingling of humans and demons, unlike the Liuguang domain, which predominantly houses the demon race. Might I inquire how far the journey is? Are there any precautions to consider? Through the old turtle's words, Shen Wu garnered a preliminary understanding of the Bodhisattva Wuyin. The distance to the 6 sacred domains exceeds 80,000 miles. Along the way, one will encounter countless formidable demons and numerous demon kings, making the journey rather perilous. I urge Brother Niu to think carefully. I too wish to deliberate, but alas, my life is not as fortunate as yours. What can I do? Having placed a crown upon the head of the Jiaolong King, Shen Wu expressed his gratitude to the old turtle, stating, My ambition lies in traversing the world, and I still wish to witness it firsthand. I do not possess the same aspirations as Brother Niu, nor do I have much ability. Being timid and cautious, I can only remain in my corner. The old turtle continued. I have a map here to present to Brother Niu, which may prove somewhat helpful. As the old turtle spoke, he handed over a jade slip. Oh, thank you, Brother Turtle. This map will be of great assistance to me. Shen Wu expressed heartfelt gratitude, recognizing the significance of the map. Haha. As long as it is helpful, that is enough. Aside from this spiritual spring, I possess nothing else to aid Brother Niu. The old turtle remarked. You old rascal, are you attempting to silence me? Are you clearly instructing me not to speak further? With the old turtle's words, Shen Wu had achieved his purpose and had no intention of lingering. Thus he said, Brother Turtle, you are too kind. You have already assisted me greatly. Jintian is still bound for the west. The journey is long, so I shall not trouble you further. With that, Shen Wu rose to take his leave. Brother Niu, since you have come, you must stay a while longer to truly appreciate this spiritual spring of mine, the old turtle urged. Haha. When I return, I shall certainly take the time to relish Brother Turtle's spiritual spring. Shen Wu chuckled, knowing well that the invitation was not meant to be taken seriously. Since that is the case, I shall not keep you any longer, Brother Niu. Please. The two exited the spiritual spring and stood upon the banks of the muddy river. The old turtle once again clasped his hands, saying, As you venture westward for 80,000 miles, I wish you all the best, Brother Niu. Thank you, Brother Turtle. I wish you a prosperous journey as well. Shen Wu replied, clasping his hands in gratitude before turning westward with a smile. The old turtle watched as Shen Wu receded into the distance, chuckling softly. This Niu Jintian, I suspect the only truth in his words is his intention to head west. Everything else is untrustworthy. We are all foxes of 1,000 years. Who does not know who? Chapter 72. Primitive slaughter. After bidding farewell to the old turtle, Shen Wu examined the map and soared westward. He did not expect the old turtle to fully believe his words, for they were both players of the game, speaking and forgetting in the moment. What mattered to both was the ultimate outcome. As long as the result was acceptable to all, who cared about the words exchanged? Why did Shen Wu begin his conversation with, I have killed the old bat? There was a deeper significance behind that. The old bat frequently troubled the old turtle, and by killing the old bat, he sought to forge a bond of friendship with the old turtle, if the old turtle failed to reciprocate this sentiment. Then if he could slay the old bat, could he not also eliminate the old turtle? On one side lay friendship, and on the other, the intent to kill. Though devoid of harsh words, the matter was laid bare on the table. The old turtle, being a sharp-minded individual, could not possibly be oblivious to this. Thus, without further ado, he agreed to watch over the humans, provide Chen Wu with the map, and share information regarding the 6 sacred domains and the Bodhisattva Wing. All conducted with amicable smiles and warm words. The old turtle expressed gratitude and displayed sincerity, and Chen Wu achieved his objectives. Ultimately, they parted ways amicably, concluding their transaction. This exemplifies a mature way of conducting affairs, either with a gentle breeze or with thunderous force. There is no need for threats, cries of violence, or any such edgy rhetoric. Whether they would become enemies in the future was a matter for another time. Holding the spiritual stone, Chen Wu absorbed its essence as he soared westward from high above. With a plethora of spiritual stones at his disposal, he cared not for this minor consumption. Apart from returning to his true form to eat and drink dragon soup, he continued on his journey for several consecutive days. It was imperative to escape the territory controlled by the Jiao Long King as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, if he were cornered, it would truly be a matter of life and death. Suddenly, cloaked in the skin of a chameleon, Chen Wu spotted several formidable demons approaching him. Whoosh! A spear shot forth with lightning speed. Hey! Ever vigilant, Chen Wu sidestepped the incoming spear with a swift motion, channeling his demon energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he evaded the first spear, several more followed in rapid succession. Who are you? Chen Wu inquired while dodging. Donkey demon. Surrender, and you shall be spared, barked a man with a hawkish nose and piercing eyes, pointing at Chen Wu. Captured again, Chen Wu's first instinct was that he had been discovered by the Jiao Long King or the Ling Xiang King's men. Although he was disguised in chameleon skin, those who practiced special techniques or wielded unique artifacts could still detect him. He was merely disguised, not invisible. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Wu desperately dove downward into the mountains. Facing 6 shape-shifting demons, he lacked the prowess to engage them in battle, especially in the open sky where there was no cover. Caw! A piercing cry echoed from above as a large demon released an eagle into the distance. Damn! With 6 of them converging to attack, they were also sending signals for reinforcements. The sense of urgency surged within Chen Wu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 wielded long spears that continued to rain down upon him. Chen Wu had no choice but to summon the dragon-locking pillar to encircle himself, using it as a shield when he could not evade. The mountains loomed closer, and seizing an opportunity, Chen Wu utilized the dragon-locking pillar as an axis, burrowing into the mountain's belly. Bang, bang. The 6 demons relentlessly pursued him, attacking and shattering the rocks around them. Yet, they maintained a distance, manipulating their long spears without engaging in close combat, denying him the chance to retaliate. Bastards! Chen Wu cursed inwardly, hastening his escape deeper into the mountain. As he fled, the river appeared before him. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water. After him, the 6 demons followed suit, leaping into the water upon seeing the donkey demon submerge. Earlier, when Chen Wu had escaped into the mountains, they could still see him. But once he entered the water, visibility was lost. They could only jump in and pursue him closely. Submerged in the river, Chen Wu swam without regard for direction, propelling himself forward with all his strength. Before long, his consciousness detected the riverbed's jagged rocks and steep terrain. With a thought, he discarded an object below and then plunged downward. Bang! The riverbed shook as mud and debris stirred the waters into chaos. Kill! Chen Wu summoned the dragon-locking pillar and struck backwards toward the 6 pursuers. The pillar, spanning several meters, blocked their spears as he charged at them. Boom! Whoosh! As the 6 sensed Chen Wu approaching, they activated several artifacts to counter him. Bang! One of the artifacts, a massive iron seal, struck Chen Wu, sending him flying back. Seizing the moment, the 6 launched a frenzied assault, inflicting multiple injuries upon Chen Wu, causing him to spit blood and collapse upon the riverbed. Capture him! Seeing Chen Wu in such a state, the 6 rushed toward him in unison. Naturally, they preferred to capture him alive. After all, the Jiao Long King had openly declared his intent to extract Chen Wu's soul and refine it. Driven by personal ambition, each of the 6 sought to be the first to seize Chen Wu, racing faster than the last. Disheveled and battered, Chen Wu lay at the riverbed, yet his eyes remained icy cold. Fixated on the incoming assailants. Ha ha. Where do you think you're going? The swiftest among them, the hawkish-nosed man, lunged at Chen Wu, laughing boisterously. Once I capture this donkey demon, the Jiao Long King will undoubtedly reward me handsomely. Buzz! Just as the hawkish-nosed man's hand grazed Chen Wu's neck, a surge of black-red mist erupted from the riverbed at that moment. Chen Wu transformed into a towering donkey demon, over 3 meters in height. The six were caught off guard, their demon power abruptly stalling, rendering them unable to react. Their bodies, propelled by inertia, crashed into the riverbed, sending a flurry of mud into the air. Die, Chen Wu bellowed, biting one while simultaneously delivering powerful kicks to the other four. Crack, bang, 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 bang. The one Chen Wu bit had his skull crushed, while the other four were kicked until their bones shattered, screaming in agony as they reverted to their original forms, the slowest among them. Witnessing the instant demise of 5 comrades and the injuries of 4, swiftly shook and transformed into a towering goat, turning to flee. Not so fast. Chen Wu would not allow it to escape. With a swift and seamless leap, he grasped the goat and pulled it backward, seizing it firmly. The confines of the falling immortal pool were limited. Should the creature escape, capturing it again would prove exceedingly difficult. The goat, upon being captured, instinctively bleated, and one of its hind hooves kicked towards Chen Wu's face. Attempting to kick me, I am no stranger to such antics. You are merely performing before a master of the art. Chen Wu thought, choosing not to defend himself, but instead tilting his body backward and using the goat as a weapon against another monstrous foe in an instant, amidst the black and crimson mist. The transformed great demons engaged in primal savagery, tearing and battling with unrestrained ferocity. Chapter 73, The Butterfly as Cause, the red clouds as effect as tranquility returned to the crimson fog. Chen Wu lay twisted and motionless within the falling immortal pool. The pool and its surroundings were littered with severed limbs and headless corpses, while the river flowed quietly nearby. After an unknown passage of time, Chen Wu gently expelled a fragment of bone from his mouth and, clutching his abdomen, gradually rose from the pool. At this moment, his head, arms, chest, and back were all wounded, with the most severe injury to his abdomen, narrowly escaping disembowelment. Fortunately, he relied on the power of the divine elephant's burden, continuously drawing strength from the crimson mist to replenish his own, allowing him to endure long enough to eliminate 6 formidable demons. 1 against 6. Even a lion would struggle against a pack of wild dogs. Let alone these 6, each a lion in their own right. His survival was attributed not only to the replenishment afforded by the falling immortal pool, but also to the decisive advantage he had gained by swiftly crushing one great demon skull, killing it instantly, while simultaneously injuring 4 others. Without that, his demise would have been certain. Sealing his wounds with demonic energy, he meticulously tidied the scene, draping himself in the skin of a chameleon as he made his way southward. He journeyed westward to seek refuge with the Bodhisattva of no cause, knowing well that the pursuing demons would be aware of his intent to escape to a hostile territory. Thus, he refrained from running directly westward, opting instead for a more circuitous route. Approximately 2 hours after Chen Wu's departure, a hawk descended from the distance, landing atop the mountain where the battle had ensued. Following the hawk were dozens of great demons who, tracking the remnants of Chen Wu's conflict, traced their way to the great river. My lord, they have entered the river here. Please wait. We shall investigate first, one of the great demons reported to the leader. A white-haired figure with vertical pupils. Proceed, the white-haired figure nodded. Following the command, the other great demons plunged into the river. After a considerable time, those who entered the water emerged once more. My lord. 100 yards ahead. There are signs of battle, but no bodies have been found. The elder hawk and the goat must have been taken away or consumed. The white-haired man pondered for a moment before replying. Split into 4 teams and search in all directions. Increase the search effort to the west. We must apprehend him. Understood. The assembled demons broke into 4 teams, embarking on their respective searches, observing their departure. The white-haired man also took his leave. Unbeknownst to Chen Wu, his slaying of 6 great demons had exponentially increased the number of those seeking him. He was presently concealed in a small, desolate mountain over 100 miles from the great river, his severe injuries preventing him from fleeing far, for fear of encountering the searching demons. Should he face a few more great demons, no matter how fortunate he was, survival would be improbable. Moreover, he wished to play a game of lights out. The farther he ran, the more demons he would encounter along the way. Should he be discovered, striking them down would draw unwanted attention, yet refraining from doing so would inevitably expose his whereabouts. After much contemplation, he resolved to remain hidden nearby, allowing his wounds to heal before making further decisions. Days passed in this manner, as Chen Wu recuperated. Meanwhile, the demons searching for him found nothing to key the divine Pillar Mountain. Within the Dragon King's palace, the Dragon King sat in a position of authority, listening to reports from the various demon lords, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes at a pack of useless wretches. You dare call yourselves demon lords? You cannot even capture a mere insect. What good are you to me? The Dragon King's voice was sharp and devoid of warmth. He had never anticipated that a mere early-stage, shape-shifting donkey demon would elude capture for so long. To make matters worse, it had not only survived, but had also slain 2 late-stage and 4 mid-stage, shape-shifting great demons, a disgrace of the highest order. Predict the outcome that I demand we capture him at the earliest opportunity and extract his soul and essence. As soon as the Dragon King's words fell, a frail old crone emerged from an inconspicuous corner of the hall. Without uttering a word, as she walked, scenes began to materialize around her. Before her was an altar resembling a high platform, upon which stood a massive divination cylinder, radiating vibrant light, its contents unknown. Beneath the altar lay countless bones, stacked in layers. With a wave of her hand, dozens of shape-shifting great demon corpses flew out from her storage ring, arranged around the altar in a specific pattern. Then, she struck her chest violently, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the altar. Now, with the black donkey demon Lu Zhuangyuan emerging from the periphery, encountering the invincible carving in the spirit realm. Entangled with the Tianhe cave, and mingling with the Xiaohong of Wanshan Tower, the old crone chanted, recounting the people and events Chun Wu had encountered since entering the spirit realm. The old crone urged it forth. The altar began to emit a sanguine glow, enveloping the shape-shifting great demon corpses, swiftly transforming them into white bones. As the great demons were reduced to bones, the bloodlight from the altar suddenly retracted, and the massive divination cylinder atop the altar began to spin. From it emerged a glowing divination stick, 1 foot long and 3 inches wide, inscribed with prophetic verses. The way of heaven is elusive and untraceable. In the chaotic unknown, one finds a stranger, coming and going without a trace, both human and demon, demon and human. The old crone gazed at the prophecy, reciting it several times, before pondering for a while and stating, Dragon King, this divination cannot reveal more information about the donkey demon. From the divination, its origins appear suspect that it may be a half-demon, or perhaps a human cultivator has usurped the body of the donkey demon. Listening to her words, the Dragon King's gaze flickered as he regarded the glowing stick. There is another possibility. The old ghost of no cause has intervened. He has obscured the donkey demon's destiny, wishing for it to survive in order to humiliate me. That wretched insect, born on the periphery, has been driven to desperation even in the small dual holy city. What lineage could it possibly possess? The old crone considered this, nodding in agreement. You speak true, Dragon King. The old ghost of no cause is adept at manipulating fate and causality. It is most likely him. It seems I have remained inactive for a millennium, and that old ghost has forgotten the pain of his past. Convey my command to launch a surprise attack on the temples bordering the 6 holy domains, regardless of whether they are human or demon. All shall be slain on the spot. With that, the Dragon King stepped out of the Sky Pillar Hall, vanishing toward the west, in the 6 holy domains, at the 10,000 Buddha temple, within the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. The Bodhisattva of no cause sat majestically upon a lotus throne, radiating a divine light of reverence and sanctity. Suddenly, the Bodhisattva, who had been transcending the mundane, ceased his recitation, opening his profound eyes to gaze outside the hall. Bodhisattva, what is the matter? Inquired a young, handsome monk named Jun Shu, approaching. Jun Shu, what do you see outside the hall? The Bodhisattva of no cause asked, raising a hand to gesture outward. The young monk turned to observe the scene beyond the hall, where a butterfly flitted by, the sky ablaze with crimson clouds. Bodhisattva, I see a butterfly, and the sky is filled with red clouds. Incorrect. That is a cause and effect. The butterfly is the cause, and the red clouds are the effect. The Bodhisattva of no cause's expression grew somber, imbued with an inexplicable quality. Chapter 74. The zenith of young at the 10,000 Buddha temple. After observing the crimson clouds, Jun Shu pondered deeply. Disciple is dim-witted. Jun Shu, how long have you been at the 10,000 Buddha temple? The Bodhisattva of no cause inquired softly, lowering his gaze. Since the Bodhisattva took me in as a disciple. It has been 100 years, Jun Shu replied, 100 years. Yet can you decipher the meaning of the word Buddha? Upon hearing the Bodhisattva's question, Jun Shu cast a glance at him, recalling what he had read in the scriptures. To see without discerning, to be voiceless among the crowd, is to be Buddha. Moreover, to see unclearly is why the awakened are called Buddhas, and the enlightened are also Buddhas. And how does one attain enlightenment? The Bodhisattva further questioned. Through arduous cultivation and meditation, Jun Shu answered. Incorrect, incorrect. What does the word Buddha mean? It signifies a person walking the path, encountering sentient beings, taking many detours to realize oneself and attain enlightenment, without encountering sentient beings. How can one realize oneself? Without taking detours, how can one attain enlightenment? The Bodhisattva spoke with compassion. As the Bodhisattva of no cause finished speaking, over 100 monks in the hall of 10,000 Buddhas chanted in unison. Bodhisattva, with compassion. Junshu, reading a myriad of scriptures pales in comparison to traversing 1,000 miles. Go forth and become a practitioner. Depart the temple, head east, and stop upon encountering a person with two mouths. The Bodhisattva of no cause gently instructed the monk Junshu that a person with two mouths. Bodhisattva? Yes, I take my leave. Junshu was taken aback that the Bodhisattva wished for him to leave the temple. Just as he was about to inquire about how one could possess two mouths, he held his tongue, bowing in farewell. Since the Bodhisattva had not explicitly stated it, asking would be futile. The Bodhisattva of no cause smiled and nodded. After Junshu exited the hall of 10,000 Buddhists, the Bodhisattva cast a glance at the gathered monks before gazing at the crimson clouds in the sky. From the east comes the cause, and the fruit appears in the west. There may be bloodshed at the eastern temple. Those who wish to go may proceed. Reluctant to proceed, let us depart for now. Once this cycle of cause and effect concludes, we shall return to the temple. The Bodhisattva Wuyin seemed to have divined something and spoke to the monks within the hall. Upon hearing his words, all the monks chanted the Buddha's name in unison, expressing their willingness to leave. Go forth, go forth. Wuyin Bodhisattva smiled and waved his hand, proclaiming, by my decree, the Wanfo temple shall close its doors from this day forth. All shall vacate the premises immediately. His voice echoed above the temple, obey the decree. In every corner of the temple, monks, worshippers, and even demons bowed towards the Wanfo hall, saying, once all the inhabitants of the temple have departed, Wuyin Bodhisattva gently closed his eyes. And the radiance of Buddha light emanated from his form like flowing water, soon enveloping the entire temple. The temple was shrouded in Buddha light, with countless beams rising from various parts of the structure. The Buddha light of Wuyin Bodhisattva intertwined with that of the temple, gradually forming a colossal Buddha towering 100 feet above. This Buddha bore a sorrowful countenance, with an exposed chest and abdomen. Remarkably resembling Wuyin Bodhisattva, the giant Buddha sat cross-legged in the void, radiating light and chanting scriptures in a continuous, resounding chorus. Ha! Old ghost, you persist in your charade, showing no sign of progress. Suddenly, a deafening voice resonated above the Wanfo temple. Simultaneously, a distant light, akin to the sun, hurtled towards the temple. Amitabha, dragon benefactor, it has been 1,000 years since we last met. Are you well? The 100-foot Buddha lifted his gaze to the great sun, replying, I am well. But today you, old ghost, shall encounter the Buddha today. As soon as the words left the great sun's mouth, it descended towards the Buddha's head. Dragon benefactor, what is the purpose of this? The Buddha inquired. Extending a hand towards the great sun, the great elephant is formless. The profound sound is rare. The great sun collided with the Buddha's palm, resulting in an utter silence, as if nothing had transpired. Yet the Buddha's form twisted violently, and the Buddha light beneath the Wanfo temple rippled. The descending great sun, after a brief pause, ascended once more, flickering in brightness. Dragon benefactor, it seems your 9 heavens still lack refinement. For a millennium, your temperament remains as violent as ever, and this young extreme heaven shows no signs of advancement, Wuyin Bodhisattva remarked, gazing up at the great sun. Ha ha ha. Temperament, old ghost, you, a shameless scoundrel and thief, have no right to speak of temperament before me. Such audacity. Upon hearing Wuyin Bodhisattva's words, the great sun scoffed. Dragon benefactor, each has their own karmic connection, since Wuyin has a connection with the Buddha. How can you speak of theft? Wuyin Bodhisattva replied calmly, ha ha ha. The so-called small-mindedness of a petty person is precisely that they never perceive their own baseness. The Sutra of the Original Vows of all Buddhas rightfully belongs to me. Longxing Tung, you, shameless scoundrel, deceived my trust. I lent it to you for observation, yet you stole it away. You even have the audacity to speak of karmic connections before me. Truly shameless. The great sun's voice resonated with conviction as he berated. Dragon benefactor, I am immensely grateful to you for delivering the Sutra of the Original Vows of all Buddhas into my hands. The Buddha is the Buddha of all beings in the world, not merely of one. You hoard it, while I shall disseminate it. What constitutes a thief? A single thief may exist, but the multitude shall be Buddhas. Thus, Wuyin is the Buddha, while Longxing Tian is the thief, with Wuyin Bodhisattva's voice. The Buddha light of Wanfo Temple grew even more resplendent and solid. "Ha, old ghost, it was your cunning words that led me to fall into your trap back then. You can never alter the fact that the sutra of the original vows of all Buddhas was stolen from me. You delude yourself into thinking these words can fortify your Buddha heart. Die." The great sun blazed with fury. Upon uttering those words, the great sun in the sky became even more intense, radiating a brilliance that was nearly blinding. As if it were to crash down upon the Wanfo Temple like a collapsing sky, the 100-foot Buddha gazed at the descending great sun and shook his head, saying, "Dragon benefactor, though your yang extreme heaven possesses boundless power, how could my Wanfo Temple be ordinary? Your repeated provocations merely aim to merge my equally strong and radiant Wanfo Temple into your realm, transforming your realm of yang into yin and creating a dual heaven. Wuyin shall not allow you to succeed. I shall sever the path of the Buddha for countless beings." As Wuyin Bodhisattva spoke, he joined his hands in prayer before his chest. The 100-foot Buddha's light burst forth, revealing countless monks in reverence. The myriad Buddhas gathered in homage. From the Buddha's chest, a massive swastika emerged, radiating immeasurable brilliance. Spiraling towards the great sun.it was as if two suns collided silently and seamlessly. Merging and diminishing, visible ripples flickered in the air, dissipating without a trace, except for the area shrouded in Buddha light. Wherever the ripples passed, silence reigned, vanishing completely. Dragon benefactor, if you continue to act so unreasonably, Wuyin shall also pay a visit to your divine pillar mountain, to witness whether that mountain truly transforms into divine wood, as rumored as the land surrounding Wanfo Temple instantaneously transformed into nothingness, becoming an unfathomable abyss. Wuyin Bodhisattva could not suppress his rising ire. "Ha, Wuyin, you play with cause and effect. Know this, from the moment you stole my sutra of the original vows of all Buddhas, you must bear the consequences of endless cause and effect." Chapter 75, Concealment. Earthwalker Sunday Dragon Benefactor, do you truly wish to persist in this futile entanglement? This Wanfo Temple shall never serve as your sustenance. After battling for so many years, you must be clear on this. Are you afraid of Wuyin standing before you? If so, allow me to show you. As Wuyin Bodhisattva spoke, the myriad statues of Buddha within the Wanfo Temple trembled in unison, releasing swastikas. Each swastika embodied a Buddha. Whether seated, reclining, compassionate, or majestic, the swastikas ascended together, resembling a celestial tapestry of stars, enveloping the great sun. My, what a splendid homage to the myriad Buddhas. What a cunning old thief, Wuyin. Within the yang extreme heaven lies the true dragon. And in the 9 heavens, it commands all ages. As Longxing Tian's words fell, the great sun transformed into the 9 heavens. The first layer was obsidian black, the second a brilliant white, as if a golden dragon swam within, radiating immense light. The third layer was a faint black and white, ethereal and indistinct, resembling the murky ink of Jiang, and layers 4 through 9 remained shrouded in nothingness. As the 9 heavens emerged, it seemed boundless, instantly engulfing countless swastikas. Dragon benefactor, you have devised a clever plan. You wish to temper your yang extreme heaven using the myriad Buddhas, causing it to generate yin from yang, intertwining with the realm of extreme yin to assault the threefold yin-yang heaven, seeking to step into the grand realm. Yet, you forget that Wuyin attained enlightenment through cause and effect. How could I remain unaware of your intentions? You seek to forge the heavens through me, while I also aspire to attain Buddhahood through you. More so, I wish to confine you within the Wanfo Temple, allowing that cause and effect to flourish, casting you into chaos within the realm of flowing light. Wuyin Bodhisattva observed as the 9 heavens absorbed all the swastikas, a look of satisfaction gracing his countenance as he remarked, "Old ghost, do you still wish to disrupt my determination? My Longxing Tian has traversed this path. How could my resolve be so easily shaken? I care not for any cause and effect, nor for the realm of flowing light. I, Longxing Tian, am heaven itself. As long as I exist, the realm of flowing light shall endure. As long as I exist, all causes and effects are but illusions." Longxing Tian's words were resolute, as unyielding as gold, indestructible. The 9 heavens churned ceaselessly, the second layer of yang extreme heaven rapidly expanding, within which the golden dragon let out a long, echoing roar, shaking the first layer of extreme yin in a relentless tempest. "Ha, Wuyin, once I break into the threefold yin-yang heaven, and step into the grand realm. I shall annihilate the 6 holy domains. Wuyin Bodhisattva cast a glance at the 9 heavens, slowly closing his eyes, softly reciting, all phenomena are impermanent. They are the laws of birth and extinction. The extinguished extinguishes nothing. And selection extinguishes the non-doing. As Wuyin Bodhisattva chanted, the myriad rays of Buddha light in the Wanfo temple instantaneously transformed into profound darkness. The countless swastikas entering the Yang Extreme heaven also turned black, sinking into the realm of Yang Extreme, causing the once expanding Yang Extreme heaven to abruptly fall silent. Dragon benefactor, would you be amenable to following me into oblivion? Wuyin Bodhisattva raised his gaze, his expression one of compassion. Old ghost, I, Longxing Tian, am not one you can confine, that I shall surely extinguish the Buddha I in the 9 heavens. The golden dragon roared with a majestic presence. Yet, as it bellowed, the Wanfo temple suddenly surged upwards, piercing the sky and vanishing into the firmament, leaving behind only an empty space surrounded by an unfathomable abyss. Within the desolate mountain cave, Chen Wu's injuries had healed considerably for the past few days. He had concealed himself, meticulously examining the corpses of the 6 formidable demons, ensuring not a single hair was overlooked. His spoils brought him great satisfaction. Within the 6 rings, there were over 70,000 spirit stones. And with the additional 30,000 from the old bat, he had amassed nearly 110,000 spirit stones. The 6 spears he acquired were splendid treasures, likely standard equipment. Furthermore, there were 8 additional magical artifacts, including a large iron seal, the very one that had injured him, along with a gourd, a flying sword, and a small mountain, among others. What delighted Chen Wu the most was a garment he had stripped from the demon whose head he had bitten off. This outfit was versatile, capable of changing styles, expanding or contracting, and providing protection that he donned it immediately. And when he later employed the divine elephant's burden technique to enlarge himself, he finally need not be bare. In addition to these treasures, he discovered several manuals on cultivation, which left him in a quandary, uncertain about which to practice. Lacking any understanding of these techniques, he was unsure which were superior or inferior, and feared that once he began one, he could not alter his choice later. Most importantly, he suspected that these techniques were of rather low caliber, considering he had effortlessly dispatched the demons that practiced them. He remained preoccupied with thoughts of his family's 5-color 5 Immortals illustrated compendium, which, by mere name, far surpassed these manuals in prestige. Of course, if he could later modify his chosen technique, these would suffice as a temporary measure. Among the 6 rings, there were also various vials of medicinal concoctions, which Chen Wu dared not consume, leaving them untouched within. At that moment, he was rubbing his face, shifting between a round visage and an elongated one, even manipulating his scalp to manifest 2 fleshy horns. His body twisted and morphed continuously until he transformed himself into a short, stout figure resembling a earth spirit. This ability, known as conceal form, was acquired from the ring of a goat. After the goat's demise, though it appeared to remain a goat, it had sprouted a horse's tail. Such a creature, as the frog demons had spoken of, was known as a Qianyang. It was said that after consuming it, one would be unable to eat anything else for 3 months due to its unpalatable nature. The Qianyang was so delectable that it had nearly been consumed to extinction, vanishing from sight. To Chen Wu's surprise, the goat had transformed into a Qianyang, utilizing this very concealment technique, likely out of fear that others would discover its true form and consume it. Now, this skill had fortuitously fallen into Chen Wu's hands, proving exceedingly useful. Once he had organized his belongings and concealed the cave, he set forth in the guise of the earth spirit, heading southwest, according to the map provided by the old tortoise. There lay a grand city named Linjiang, where he intended to mingle amidst the throngs of people. With the concealment skill at his disposal, he could stroll confidently westward, should he encounter anyone inquiring about the Dragon King. He would merely claim to be a demon from Linjiang, with a clear background, who could then assert he was merely a donkey demon. As he pondered, he hastened his pace toward Linjiang. Halt! From whence do you come, demon? He was accosted after running for merely half an hour by a group of formidable demons. Clearly, they were part of a specialized team tasked with capturing him. I am the Earth Spirit, training in the humble Shaowang Mountain, 1,200 miles from here. I am off to Linjiang to seek out a few female demons. But do you gentlemen have any matters at hand? If not, shall we go together? My treat. Chen Wu chuckled lewdly, patting his chest as if he were wealthy in spirit stones. The demons scrutinized him in silence. one of them even glinting with excitement as he appraised Chen Wu from head to toe. What the hell did I ask that the eye technique? Chen Wu was taken aback by the intensity of the scrutiny, secretly channeling his demonic power. Chapter 76. Life of a demon is a play. All dependent on performance. The atmosphere grew tense as one demon continued to observe Chen Wu, who was quietly gathering strength, preparing to strike. Conceal form was his first time utilizing this ability, and though he felt confident, after all, it was a skill for evading danger, he remained wary of the unpredictable. After a prolonged moment, the one who had employed the eye technique asked, "You call yourself Earth Spirit?" "Indeed, I am the Earth Spirit of Shaowang Mountain, known among demons as Sun Dafeng. The female demons often refer to me as Sunda." Chen Wu puffed out his chest, proudly introducing himself, and concluded with a sly grin, thrusting his waist forward. "How many times have you visited Linjiang? Where do you find these female demons, and what are their names?" The one utilizing the eye technique continued to question, unwavering in his scrutiny of Chen Wu's performance. What the hell? Chen Wu's heart sank, his scalp tingling. Were these insufferable creatures truly so diligent? He had crafted the persona of Sun Dafeng for their amusement. Yet they were intent on a thorough interrogation. How could he possibly recall how many times he had been to Linjiang, or where to find women, let alone their names? Was this a prelude to another slaughter? His mind raced, yet he maintained a composed facade. Any hint of abnormality might provoke them to strike. What's the matter? Do you think I, Sun Dafeng, am easily bullied? Am I required to report every detail of my encounters to you? This is sheer tyranny. In that moment, he could only react with outrage. Hoping to find an opening, he felt fortunate that he had previously mentioned seeking women in Linjiang. If he had said he was going for drinks, he would have undoubtedly been doomed. Lacking any information on taverns, we are subordinates of the Dragon King and possess the authority to interrogate you. Speak, the leader declared, revealing a jade emblem marked with the character for dragon. Brandishing it before Chen Wu. Reluctantly, he wished to avoid conflict. After all, confrontation could lead to death, and what if he were the one to perish? Curse it. He loathed such pompous creatures who wield their badges like a false sense of superiority. In a deserted location, he would gladly beat them to a pulp. So you are from the Dragon King. It is an honor to meet you. I cannot accurately recall how many times I have been to Linjiang. Naturally, I frequent the Wanchun Tower, where I have many favorites among the female demons, like Xiaohong, Lili, and Miao Miao. Miao Miao is enchanting. Anyone who has experienced her knows. And Lili, the yellow oriole. Ah, her song is so melodious. I can't bear it. Come, let us meet again. Wanchun Tower is on me. I, Sun Dafeng, am not one to waste my reputation. Chen Wu unleashed a torrent of words, not allowing the leader a moment to interject. In his previous life, psychologists had studied that when a person is given the opportunity to speak at length, the more attentive the listener, the more likely they would fall into acognitive inertia. This phenomenon, colloquially termed brainwashing, allowed the speaker's words to subconsciously guide the listener's thoughts. Come, brothers, if you do not join me, I shall venture forth alone. Chen Wu called out to the unmoving demons, internally praying they would not follow him. Let us go, the one with the eye technique said, exchanging glances with his companions before stepping forward. How inappropriate it is for you all to accompany me, as we are not well acquainted. Chen Wu thought to himself, 1,000 curses racing through his mind. This cursed Murphy's Law. The more one wishes to avoid something, the more it tends to occur. Indeed, together is much more enjoyable. Let us go. And I shall show you why I am called Sunda onward. What else could he do? He could only force a smile and speak grandly, hoping to establish his persona for as long as possible. Perhaps there would be a chance for escape once they reached the city. Leading the way, Chen Wu called out to every demon they passed. Fate has brought us together. Today I, Sun Dafeng, shall treat you all. The purpose is to expand the team and mix the personnel, allowing him to take advantage of the chaos. Unfortunately, whenever a monster seeks to join, that individual brandishing the plaque of the Dragon King forcibly dissuades them, leaving Chen Wu in a state of helplessness, too timid to confront him. An ancient demon. His intelligence is not easily deceived, and every path has been blocked for him, but it seems that the only recourse is to head into the city. Silently, Chen Wu refrains from engaging with the several formidable demons trailing behind him. It is futile, since he is wasting his breath. He is disinclined to speak further. He has crafted the persona of Tu Xing as magnanimous and generous, rather than a sycophant who caters to anyone. Although it is his first visit to Linjiang City, as long as he takes his time and observes keenly, Finding a brothel should not pose a challenge. It is simply a matter of heading towards the bustling areas. Bring along 100 gene of demon beast meat. He muses that those few silk skirts look splendid. I shall purchase them for my beloved. Do any of you esteemed demons wish to acquire a few? Upon entering the city, Chunwu remains vigilant, keenly listening for any discussions regarding women, eager to eavesdrop while purchasing nearby items. Hurry along. Do not squander time. The others urge impatiently as they witness Chunwu dawdling and making purchases. Dear demons, you are mistaken. It is one thing to obstruct me in the wilderness, but to dictate my shopping in the city? Do you truly believe that Sun Dafang is so easily bullied? Boss, wrap up all the water powder, it's for my Lily. Hearing the urgings behind him, Chenwu's irritation is palpable as he loudly addresses the proprietor of the water powder shop. Upon hearing that the customer intends to purchase everything, the shopkeeper instantly perks up, swiftly preparing the order and presenting it to Chenwu. Sir, that will be 300 spirit stones. Smack. Without hesitation, Chenwu places the 300 spirit stones on the counter, instructing, deliver this to Li and share some with her sisters. It has been ages since he indulged in the pleasures of the flower house. He cannot allow her to hold it against him. Yes, I will send someone right away. The shopkeeper, momentarily perplexed, quickly comprehends Chenwu's intentions regarding the flower house and displays a knowing expression, relieved by the shopkeeper's reaction. Chenwu feels a weight lift from his chest. If his words are so straightforward, one would be a fool not to grasp their meaning while attempting to conduct business. The shopkeeper sends a cart along, leading the way as Chenwu follows behind. His mind racing with apprehension. The performance has reached a crucial juncture. He fervently hopes not to be misled elsewhere as they progress. The surroundings grow increasingly vibrant, with demons drawing carts and a multitude of guards present. After turning a corner, the demon guiding the cart announces, "Esteemed sirs, we have arrived." Pointing to a 5- or 6-story building, the demon exclaims, "Wanshun Tower." Upon seeing the familiar architecture reminiscent of Shuangxing City, Chenwu's heart leaps with excitement. He has not miscalculated. Only one last hurdle remains before success. Narrowing his eyes, he silently surveys Wanshun Tower and its surroundings. It is essential to identify an escape route in case things go awry. A mature man must consider defeat before victory. As he observes, Chenwu's gaze suddenly sharpens, and he bursts into joyous laughter. This is not mere acting. It is genuine elation. Ha ha ha, little bird, it has been far too long. Your Sun Dafang has returned. Do you still remember the roasted beef I treated you 5 little ones to last time? Was it to your liking? Quickly, summon Xiaohong. I have missed her dearly. Chenwu calls out with glee to a bird demon emerging from Wanshun Tower. The white crow, initially intent on leading the customer's demon beast to the back of the building, is taken aback by the hearty laughter and turns to see a short, stout demon with a broad mouth and bow legs, accompanied by 6 rather serious-looking individuals, approaching. Upon hearing the self-identified Sun Dafang speak, the white crow's eyes widen in surprise. It hastily runs forward, exclaiming, "Oh, Sun Master, it has been many days since your last visit. I have been thinking of you. Come, please step inside. I shall fetch Hong Jie for you." Perfect. Witnessing the white crow's enthusiasm, Chenwu erupts into laughter, finally feeling at ease. He has great confidence in the intelligence of the white crow. With its cooperation, the performance will be more than manageable. Fortune has smiled upon him this time, sparing him from any blunders. Ha ha ha, splendid. I have high hopes for you, and here is a token of my appreciation. With that, Chenwu hands a handful of spirit stones to the white crow, exactly 25 pieces. Thank you, Sun Master. The white crow beams with delight, holding the spirit stones, which precisely cover the rental fee for the small courtyard in Shuangxing City that Chenwu initially provided for them.